A beep sounded, and Kim Jong-yeom's narration began, filled with resentment. He recalled the day that damn Kim Sol forced him to practice boxing. From that moment, the hellish training officially began. He had no right to refuse, and could only choose a less terrible hell. The young man continued to complain to a round robot. He made me train not for my sake, but because there was no one in the youth team to train with him. Isn't that ridiculous? The round white robot turned, its black screen flickering, and replied, "Sorry, I don't quite understand. Could you explain again?" Another beep sounded, and the robot suddenly changed its demeanor and announced, "Unregistered product detected. The product will be recalled." The PAX robot slowly moved, carrying a large cardboard box. As Kim Jong-yeom stood watching it work, the young man ordered his mechanical partner, "All right, PAX, do your job well." The robot replied in a mechanical voice, "Package in transit. Please stand clear." PAX continued its work, carrying packages. As Kim Jong-yeom stood there, his eyes following, a whirring sound came from the drone, and the robot completed its task, politely saying, "Thank you." Kim Jong-yeom sighed deeply, muttering, "There's no warmth at all. Absolutely none." A vast scene of the logistics center appeared, with hundreds of robots and drones bustling about, but human figures were strangely sparse. The young man looked up at the high ceiling, telling himself, "No matter how I think about it, I've definitely come to the wrong place." 2 months ago, right after being discharged from the military, Kim Jong-yeom was still happy, wearing his uniform and smiling. The weather is truly wonderful. His joy of being discharged didn't last long. The phone in his hand vibrated intensely. His mother called with shocking news. "Your parents have moved to Uijeongbu." Even though they had paid a year and a half of rent for him in advance, Kim Jong-yeom was still stunned. "Why are you only telling me now?" From then on, his forced single life began. Lying on his bed in the small apartment, Kim Jong-yeom began his job search. He had savings and a scholarship, so he wasn't in too much of a hurry. But the problem was, he harbored unrealistic hopes. The young man smiled mischievously. "Hey, a pink romance starting from a part-time job at a cafe? I'm so excited." However, life is not a dream. The door of the cafe appeared, signaling a harsh reality. A polite cafe employee refused. "Sorry, we prioritize those with more experience." Kim Jong-yeom could only reply, "Ah, yes." He hadn't even had a chance to touch the POS machine. After a month of job searching, Kim Jong-yeom was almost driven mad by frustration. He lamented, "I can't even find a normal service job. What's with this dry feeling in my mouth?" He complained to his sisters via message, "I'm the most useless person in the world." His second sister replied with a string of LOLs, while his eldest sister scolded him as a fool for renting an apartment so early. His eldest sister continued to tease, "It's stupid that you can't find a part-time job, LOL." His second sister invited, "If you have nothing to do, come to our gym." Suddenly, an interesting story caught Kim Jong-yeom's ear. His eldest sister revealed, "These days, even delivery companies use AI to make work easier." He immediately asked, "What's the name of that delivery company?" And so Kim Jong-yeom arrived at the PAX Fulfillment Center, the large sign clearly visible under the lights. He looked up at the drones flying overhead, emitting a steady whirring sound. The young man sighed again, a feeling of loneliness enveloping him. He thought, "There's no warmth at all. Absolutely none." Kim Jong-yeom looked up at the ceiling, full of disappointment. He muttered, "I've definitely come to the wrong place. I can't believe my conversation partner is a robot. I don't want things to be this easy." Suddenly, a voice called Kim Jong-yeom's name, and he turned around startled. "Oh!" Manager Shin appeared, looking annoyed, and reported, "We're out of canned tuna, but PAX keeps saying it's in stock." He asked Kim Jong-yeom to check the warehouse for missing items. The young man quickly replied, "Ah, yes, yes." He secretly thought, "Damn it, PAX is warmer than Manager Shin." A warehouse door creaked open. Blinding light poured in, accompanied by a mysterious hissing sound. Kim Jong-yeom stepped inside, his eyes scanning the towering shelves, telling himself he had to find the canned tuna. Goods were piled haphazardly, box upon box, forming towering walls in the warehouse. The young man looked deep inside, finally exclaiming with relief when he found what he needed. He climbed the ladder, reaching for a box, muttering that it should have been on a lower shelf. Suddenly, a strange feeling made him whip his head around, his eyes narrowing suspiciously. A terrifying sound echoed as the warehouse door slammed shut, trapping the young man amidst a sea of goods. A metallic clinking sound rang out. The doorknob turned once, then locked tightly. Kim Jong-yeom frantically tried to turn the doorknob, but it was futile. He realized with horror that he was locked in. He quickly called Manager Shin, but the phone only showed connection unavailable, automatically redirecting to voicemail. Standing in the cold warehouse, he sighed wearily, wondering whether to call the fire department. The young man hesitated again, thinking this wasn't a freezer room. And what if Manager Shin got annoyed if he reported it? Kim Jong-yeom decided to wait a bit longer. If the door didn't open, he would report it, then texted his younger sister, I'm stuck in the warehouse. Haha. His younger sister replied with a panicked message. I just heard a building collapse near our house. Kim Jong-yom was startled. Collapse? Immediately, his phone vibrated intensely. It was a call from his younger sister. He crouched down on the floor, holding the phone to his ear, his voice full of worry. Hey! He listened to the phone call, his expression growing increasingly confused, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, Kim Jong-yom flinched. The phone slipped from his hand. He stammered, Hey, how old are you to dare call like that? A glowing red stone suddenly appeared, emitting a dazzling light and a strange buzzing sound. The young man stared wide-eyed at the stone, exclaiming in horror, Wait, what is this? The stone flared with a brilliant red light, engulfing the entire warehouse, and an urgent voice echoed, All personnel, evacuate immediately and seek shelter. The young man's face turned pale, he mumbled. No. He frantically pounded on the door, shouting desperately, Hey, I'm here! Someone's here! Kim Jong-yom hastily pulled out his phone, trembling as he dialed the emergency number. Damn it! 119! 119! But the phone screen only showed a no-signal icon and low battery, making him even more desperate. He clutched his head, his face contorted with fear, muttering in disbelief. If there's really a war, why would it happen so suddenly? He looked up, his eyes wide with suspicion, a bad premonition washing over him. The warehouse door suddenly shook violently, loud, continuous noises as if something was trying to break through from outside. His trembling hand rested on the doorknob, a chilling sensation running down his spine. Kim Jong-yom stood stunned in the brilliant red light. A terrifying shriek echoed, and instinct told him that if he made a sound, he would die. Kim Jong-yom was in extreme fear, sweat pouring down, heavy footsteps and terrifying shrieks echoing. He told himself, it's definitely not human. He collapsed onto the floor, his legs completely devoid of strength. The warehouse door shook violently. A loud crash echoed. He sat on the ground, frantically wondering, what should I do? Kim Jong-yom breathed a sigh of relief when the door remained tightly shut. He sat amidst piles of boxes and cans of food, munching on something, telling himself he had been stuck in this warehouse for 3 days. No one had come looking, so something big must have happened outside. He thought, is it war? I don't know what's happening, but clearly being stuck here saved my life. He held his phone, the screen showing low battery. Kim Jong-yom realized the noisy alarm had been silent since yesterday. Now, he could sleep soundly. He pondered how much longer he could last, his phone battery almost dead. This would be his last note. He sighed, hoping a soldier would open the warehouse and praying his family was safe. He leaned against the wall, finding the quiet absence of alarms pleasant. But his heart was still full of worry. What the hell is going on? Kim Jong-yom looked up at the ceiling, silently praying everyone was okay. Suddenly a ding sounded. A blue system panel appeared before his eyes, announcing, You have been chosen. Check your awakened ability. Kim Jong-yom was surprised. Huh? Another panel appeared, introducing the skill Personal Space Level 1. You can store an object in front of you into a subspace. Uses 1. Kim Jong-yom stared at the system panel, forcing a laugh. Finally, I've gone mad. He shook his head, telling himself, I can't distinguish between illusion and reality anymore. He laughed loudly, thinking, Ha-ha, in this situation, lasting 3 days is already impressive. He sat more comfortably, wondering, I can put anything in there? Lol. Kim Jong-yom decided, Then I'll put this PAX distribution center in. Another ding sounded. The system asked, Target designated. Do you wish to store it? Kim Jong-yom replied, A powerful surge of energy enveloped him. His body was lifted into the air. Kim Jong-yom was thrown outside, falling onto a desolate wasteland, dust flying everywhere. He lay face down on the ground, his eyes wide with horror. Kim Jong-yom slowly sat up, looking around. He stared blankly at the ruined landscape, stammering, huh? What is this? An overturned truck, ruined buildings, and a corpse sprawled over the debris. Kim Jong-yom saw another corpse lying nearby. The desolate scene sent shivers down his spine. A ding sound rang out, and the system announced, Storage initiated. Kim Jong-yom covered his mouth, feeling nauseous. He knelt and vomited violently as the system continued to announce, An operating system compatible with your system has been found. Repeat, an operating system compatible with your system has been found. The system screen displayed, Update progress, 6%. Kim Jong-yom clutched his head, groaning, Oh, damn it. My head suddenly. He clutched his head, his eyes wide with horror and pain. Kim Jong-yom knelt on the ground, a giant shadow stretching behind him. He whispered, The shadow. A close-up of a gruesome creature's sharp, blood-stained teeth. A giant monster with glowing red eyes stood towering behind Kim Jong-yom. He looked back in horror, realizing the growl he had heard 3 days ago belonged to it. Kim Jong-yom reassured himself. Phew, calm down. He wondered, That loud roar must be the one I heard 3 days ago. Is it a gorilla or a bear? The giant monster silhouette moved across the ruined landscape, and Kim Jong-yum told himself it was just passing by and fortunately hadn't been provoked. But then he panicked completely, screaming for help as the giant monster charged from behind. A close-up of the orc's gruesome face, its sharp, blood-stained teeth, and glowing red eyes snarling ferociously. A terrifying roar echoed, and the monster swung its arm to attack while Kim Jong-yum was utterly horrified. What the hell is this? A devastating punch tore through the air, fresh blood splattering. Kim Jong-yum ran, realizing in horror. An orc? Why is it wandering here? Why is it chasing me so fast? He pleaded desperately, knowing that if things continued like this, the giant orc would catch him immediately. Just at the critical moment, a ding sound rang out, and the system announced, "Synchronization complete. You can enter your private space." The orc continued to growl, chasing closely, and the system continued to ask, "Do you want to enter?" Kim Jong-yum didn't hesitate, shouting his acceptance. "Absolutely! Yes!" Just as the monster swung its arm to grab him, a blinding light enveloped him. The orc's gruesome hand swiped at empty air, and it snarled angrily as its target vanished. Kim Jong-yum appeared in a mystical blue space. Surrounded by shimmering light, he slowly opened his eyes, his expression bewildered and confused. Outside the energy barrier, the orc still furiously growled and punched, but it couldn't break through. Kim Jong-yum stared at the scene in astonishment, completely unable to believe his eyes. He turned to ask a nearby flying drone. "Huh? They can't get in?" The drone replied. "Yes." The drone flew around, explaining, "Without the permission of Kim Jong-yum, the owner of this private space, no creature, object, or energy can enter or exit." Kim Jong-yum looked at the drone, still trying to process the information. Another system notification appeared. "Ding! You have entered your private space." He looked outside, where the orc was still growling, and muttered, "No way." A close-up of his wide-open eyes, a cold drop of sweat rolling down his temple. Kim Jong-yum stood in the middle of a brightly lit colossal warehouse, with a blue energy flow beneath his feet, exclaiming, "Ha!" Another drone hovered high above, emitting a steady, buzzing sound. He looked up at a hovering, light-reflecting disc, still confused. "Huh." A panoramic view of the private space appeared. It was a colossal logistics center, with countless PAX drones and robots transporting goods. A system notification appeared. "Ding. Tutorial. You have entered your private space for the first time." Next was a reward notification. "Ding. You will receive a reward upon completing the tutorial. Reward, 1 Mana Street 1. Kim Jong-yum looked down at his palm, where a shimmering blue-purple stone appeared, and he wondered, a mana stone? Behind him, the orc was still furiously growling and punching the barrier, while Kim Jong-yum continued to gaze at the stone. Kim Jong-yum intently looked at the three-dimensional information panel, reading the transport metrics and asking in surprise, "The transport speed is 60 km per hour? Another notification appeared. "Only 2 minutes until maintenance?" The young man confusedly wondered if the logistics center only had 2 minutes left of operation. The drone confirmed the information, explaining that he could use mana stones to provide energy and maintain the facilities in his private space. It continued to announce that Kim Jong-yum had 1 mana stone, enough to power the entire facility for 24 hours. He asked in astonishment, just with this 1 stone? The drone further explained that when the PAX fulfillment center was stored in the private space, the energy system had been modified to suit this environment. Therefore, his PAX center in the private space operated using mana stones. Kim Jong-yum frowned, skeptical. Is that possible? He also wondered if PAX had become smarter. Suddenly, the drones in the private space began to flicker, their lights dimming. The young man turned around, looking at the faint lights. The drone announced that the power supply to the facility had been cut. Kim Jong-yum panicked, hearing the drone warn that the power outage would cause serious problems for PAX Fresh and other products. He exclaimed, "PAX Fresh!" A series of images of fresh food, from vegetables to frozen meat and seafood, appeared. PAX Fresh was a delivery system that preserved everything in frozen and chilled conditions. The young man recalled that the situation outside was no different from a battlefield, where food was a matter of survival. Now, the freezers and refrigerators containing all that food had lost power. Kim Jong-yum called it a big problem, then asked PAX if 1 mana stone could sustain the entire center for 24 hours. The drone confirmed. He immediately asked how to get more mana stones. The drone replied, "You can obtain mana stones from creatures from other worlds." Kim Jong-yum repeated in surprise, "Creatures from other worlds?" He turned his head, his eyes full of contemplation about those mysterious creatures. The young man stared at the orc, furiously punching the energy barrier, still holding the shimmering mana stone in his hand. He immediately ordered PAX to maintain the facility. A notification appeared. 1 mana stone has been used. Afterward, he asked the drone if he could search for items as before. The drone confirmed and asked what he was looking for. Towering shelves filled with all kinds of supplies, from keyboards to other equipment, appeared. Kim Jeong-yeom bent down to a box, inside which were numerous knives and axes. He pondered. He picked up a camping axe and a steel folding knife, thinking they might be useful. He bent down next to a PAX robot, telling himself it would be hard to get close enough to swing them, so throwing was the only option. He worried that if he threw them freely, the inventory wouldn't last long. The young man looked at the muscular orc, wondering if these blades could penetrate its muscle mass. He held the axe, looking at the monster still trapped behind the barrier, thinking it would stay there until he left. Kim Jeong-yeom was determined, thinking there was no need to finish it off immediately. He told himself that if he could inflict a serious wound, he could deal with it later. He raised the axe high, preparing to throw, encouraging himself. All right, just think about injuring it first, then move forward. I can do this. Kim Jeong-yeom, Special Forces soldier. The axe flew, embedding itself directly into the orc. Blood splattered from the wounds on its face and shoulder. The monster roared in pain, still confined behind the barrier, blood flowing profusely. Kim Jeong-yeom, enraged, grabbed another axe and cursed, "Damn it! What kind of muscles are these?" He bent down to the weapon box, his face disappointed. He wondered what to do, because no matter how well he threw a dagger, it was too light and would only leave a scratch. A heavy axe gleamed in the toolbox. It was the only hope of inflicting damage. Kim Jeong-yeom held the axe, wondering how many were left in stock, and immediately asked PAX. The young man worried, considering whether to use an axe or something heavier like a bowling ball to attack. If sharp objects were ineffective, he thought of using heavy objects to target the monster's joints. The system announced there were 15 axes left, making Kim Jeong-yeom consider saving them for more urgent situations. Surprisingly, he looked at the axe in his hand with a puzzled expression. He recalled that there were only 15 at first, but now more had appeared, leaving the young man confused about where they came from. The shelves in the warehouse stretched endlessly, filled with mysterious boxes of goods. Kim Jeong-yeom looked around in surprise, still holding the axe in his hand. He stood amidst a pile of axes duplicating on the floor, exclaiming in utter astonishment at this strange phenomenon. The drone appeared, explaining that the items here are created from information, so they can be infinitely replicated. Although they can be damaged or altered, these items never run out, an endless inventory. Kim Jeong-yeom was astonished, holding 2 axes and realizing this was a logistics center with an infinite inventory. The drone confirmed, affirming that his speculation was completely accurate. The young man pondered, a new idea having just flashed in his mind. He looked at the orc through the spatial gate, realizing he could throw axes freely without worrying about running out. But Kim Jeong-yeom worried his shoulder would give out before the monster died from too many throws. The drone then revealed a more convenient method. Items could be automatically transported out of the subspace without manual throwing. However, transportation is only possible once every 30 seconds, and the time can be shortened by upgrading the skill. "Is transport a skill?" he asked. And the drone confirmed. He asked how to do it, and the drone instructed that he just needed to think of the item and say transport. Without hesitation, Kim Jeong-yeom decisively said, "Transport." A powerful surge of energy struck, and the orc roared in pain before collapsing to the ground. He looked at the drone in astonishment, wondering what kind of transport speed this was. The drone announced that the current default transport speed is 60 km per hour. The young man's jaw dropped. 60 km per hour? He finally understood the true meaning of transport speed. The drone confirmed, adding that he could adjust the transport speed as desired. Currently, it can be increased to 75 km per hour. But to go faster, the skill must be upgraded. "How do I upgrade skills?" Kim Jeong-yeom asked, and the drone replied, "With mana stones." He mumbled mana stones, while the image shifted to the dead orc, next to which was a glowing stone. He silently looked at the fallen monster, a new thought suddenly flashing in his mind. He lay down, his body exhausted after the battle. The young man stood up, brilliant light surrounding his back. He spread out a detailed map of the Seoul area, priced at 31,500 won, in front of him. A 12-color highlighter pen, priced at 6,500 won, was uncapped. He began to circle Gwangjin District on the map. Next, Gangnam District was also marked by him. He didn't stop, circling Young District as well. Finally, Dobong District was also carefully circled by him. Kim Jeong-yeom sat down, thoughtfully looking at the marked map. He wondered, Gangnam, Uljiro, Dobong, Uijeongbu. If I go to the closest places first, would this be the order? Starting from Gunpo, he worried about everyone's safety and was determined to reach them quickly. He looked at his electric bicycle, telling himself that this distance was quite far to walk. Although not as good as a car or motorcycle, it was still a good means of transport. He affirmed that the black Dualton Kodiak 16.5Ah electric sports bicycle, worth 1,890,000 won, was now as precious as a supercar. His hand gripped the handlebars tightly, and a powerful light emanated. He silently urged, Everyone, just hold on a little longer. His foot pressed the pedal, and the bicycle started. The wheels spun, speeding away in dazzling light. Kim Jong-yeom cycled through the ruined city, the fiery sunset painting the sky red. A message appeared. The youngest is coming soon. The wheels ground over the rubble, creating a dry, clattering sound. 30 minutes after leaving his private space, Kim Jong-yeom continued to cycle through the desolate city. He had eliminated 12 orcs. With bloodstains on his shirt, he mused, "In 30 minutes, while killing 12 orcs, I learned 2 things. A giant orc roared fiercely, charging to attack. He dodged and thought about the first thing, my ability." His foot pedaled hard, and the bicycle became part of the attack. He glided around the monster, creating a powerful vortex of energy. The orc was hit by a blue energy field, staggering backward. The orc screamed in pain. Kim Jong-yeom realized, "I was too busy before to check carefully, but after using it while hunting orcs." The monster's mouth gaped open, drool dripping. Its bloodshot eyes filled with fear. A powerful swirling energy stream pierced through the orc. He told himself, "This is truly an overwhelmingly powerful ability." The monster's arm was torn apart, fresh blood splattering. The orc growled in pain, its shoulder mangled. He missed again. The orc still stood firm within the blue energy field. He sighed. "I missed again." The system displayed a cooldown of 23 seconds remaining. He realized, of course it's very hard to hit, with a 30-second cooldown in a range of only 10 meters. But this can also be improved by collecting mana stones and upgrading. Kim Jong-yeom was still pondering Pax's ability. It didn't just stop at transporting items. A rustling sound echoed. The orc growled ferociously, and a blood-stained axe hovered above its head. He also had the ability to retrieve items, automatically taking back items that had been sent out. This ability was just as convenient as the transport ability. As the blue energy field swirled powerfully, tearing the monster apart, Kim Jong-yeom watched the axe fly back towards him, telling himself that ordinary items like axes didn't need to be retrieved. The energy field swirled more powerfully, engulfing the screaming orc, and a sparkling mana stone appeared. Even mana stones could be retrieved. A system notification appeared. "You have received one, Mana Street 1. Current mana stones, 13. Kim Jong-yeom looked at the hovering drone, thinking about this retrieval ability. It was like collecting money. He was satisfied that he had brought Pax into his private space, where it was absolutely safe. And now he needed to quickly bring his family there. Suddenly, a terrifying shriek tore through the air, and Kim Jong-yeom turned around in surprise. He looked up at the sky with an expression of extreme tension. The young man realized that strange creatures beyond the ordinary were not limited to orcs. A giant flying monster roared and shrieked, tearing through the wind under the moonlight. Kim Jong-yeom wondered if he had just caught a winged deer, or some giant bird that had strayed into this world. He realized it was much larger than an orc, would be very difficult to hunt, and this shriek was too loud to be just one creature. A cry for help, help, echoed, shattering the silence. He opened his eyes wide in horror. It was a scream. A man was running for his life, drenched in sweat, but it was too late. Kim Jong-yeom recognized the man, exclaiming, "Mr. Choi!" The flying monster swooped down like an arrow, its eyes glowing red. A terrifying scream rang out as its wings swung powerfully. The man was thrown back, falling to the ground in pain. Kim Jong-yeom rushed over, anxiously calling the man's name. He asked urgently, "Mr. Choi, are you all right? Get up quickly." The giant flying monster landed, its golden eyes staring at the prostrate Choi. The man looked up in horror, his mouth stammering, unable to speak. The monster opened its mouth wide, full of sharp fangs, drool dripping. But then, it turned to look directly at Kim Jong-yeom, its eyes sharp and cold. He was utterly surprised, wondering, "What is this? Why isn't it attacking me?" Kim Jong-yeom's eyes widened, sweat pouring out, a terrifying truth suddenly flashing in his mind. No way. Kim Jong-yeom was horrified to realize that the monster's original target was the small Mr. Choi. He wondered if it thought Mr. Choi was an easier hunt than him, as it kept ignoring him. Kim Jong-yeom pondered how to distract the monster, but the small knife in his hand seemed useless. The young man suddenly looked up, sweat pouring down. A hand quickly pressed a button on the device. Kim Jong-yeom turned his head, and a blinding light suddenly appeared from afar. Mr. Choi was in extreme panic as the monster flew closer. A terrifying sound echoed, and the ground shook violently. Mr. Choi looked up, his face stained with blood and full of astonishment. Kim Jong-yeom was equally stunned, blood splattering onto him. The monster was attacked by a strange object, its head jerking violently backward. It collapsed to the ground, dust flying everywhere. A large axe was plunged directly into the monster's eye, making it gasp for breath. Kim Jong-yeom stared in shock at the axe, unable to believe a wyvern had been killed by such a weapon. He breathed a sigh of relief, glad that the monster had died with just one blow. He turned to check on everyone, then suddenly noticed a light approaching. A young man appeared on a bicycle, wearing a uniform and looking worried. Mr. Choi and the middle-aged man beside him looked at the bicycle and its rider, their eyes full of astonishment. Both men gaped in amazement. He killed a wyvern by throwing an axe while cycling? Mr. Choi hastily asked the young man. You're a soldier, aren't you? Both men bowed repeatedly in thanks, while the young man simply replied that he was glad they were safe. The young man pointed to his uniform, explaining that he wasn't a soldier but an employee of PAX FC. Mr. Choi and his friend were surprised, admitting they had mistaken him for a soldier, but still acknowledged his extraordinary skill. The PAX FC employee revealed that he had also awakened an ability, though it was just the humble driving ability. The middle-aged man chuckled, envious that he hadn't awakened any abilities, then expressed his good fortune at receiving help. He asked if anyone else was nearby. The middle-aged man explained that this was a logistics center, but most people had died. He continued, describing the horrifying scene of death and that only about 10 to 15 people had survived. He stated that the survivors were hiding underground, coming out to find routes for vehicles and necessities, but a building had suddenly disappeared. The PAX FC employee invited Kim Jong-yeom to their underground shelter, assuring him of safety and comfort. Kim Jong-yeom considered the offer, especially the detail about vehicles, wondering if any were still operational. Kim Jong-yeom thought to himself, he didn't need food or a place to sleep, but information was precious. He was particularly interested in operational vehicles. Although still a bit hesitant, Jong-yeom knew he couldn't refuse the invitation. He expressed his gratitude, and the PAX FC employee replied that it was the least they could do to repay him for saving their lives. Jong-yeom realized they were also taking risks, just like him. The PAX FC employee offered to lead the way, and Jong-yeom immediately agreed. The Wyvern's corpse still lay there, a testament to the recent battle. A flash of emerald light gleamed as the Wyvern's magic core was extracted from its head. The PAX FC employee sat on his bicycle, holding the newly acquired magic core. He thought to himself, these people still don't know about his true abilities. He was confident that if the worst happened, he could escape into a subdimension. This wasn't dangerous enough to worry about. Another orc lay slumped, a weapon deeply embedded in its head. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. In an underground parking lot, a group of people gathered around the orc's corpse. A man holding a weapon stood tall over the monster's body. Kim Jong-yeom stared at the unfamiliar man, a face he had never seen before. His face showed clear worry, sensing something dangerous lurking. The story title appeared, Apocalypse Skill Shop. A man from the PAX FC group exclaimed in surprise, "What the hell is this? Is everyone okay?" Another quickly reassured him, "We're fine." The man sighed in relief, explaining that an orc must have wandered in. Fortunately, it hadn't detected them, so they easily took it down. He continued, looking at the orc's corpse. No one was hurt, but we can't say this place is safe anymore. Kim Jong-yeom silently looked at the dead orc, then turned to look at the man speaking. Jong-yeom thought to himself, hadn't they said this place wouldn't be attacked by monsters? He suddenly wondered, pointing at the unfamiliar man. Hey, who is that person? The PAX FC employee who had saved Jong-yeom earlier pointed at him and introduced, "Ah, he's the one who saved us from the Wyvern." Kim Jong-yeom's face showed surprise upon hearing the praise. He heard that this person used to work for PAX FC and was very strong. The middle-aged man continued, saying that he had thrown an axe that killed the Wyvern, but the axe also shattered along with the monster's head. The group murmured in astonishment. A Wyvern? That's amazing. What kind of ability is that? A foot gently stepped onto the dusty ground. A hand reached out towards Kim Jong-yeom, making him look up in surprise. Two hands clasped firmly together, showing sincerity. A woman with a ponytail smiled cheerfully at Kim Jong-yeom, saying, "You saved Yongsu and Byung-cheol." She bowed deeply, repeatedly thanking him for saving their lives. Jong-yeom seemed flustered, saying he only did what needed to be done. The girl still enthusiastically praised him for being so kind. The girl playfully asked Kim Jong-yeom if he had a girlfriend. An older man immediately interrupted, scolding her for talking nonsense again. The older man laughed heartily, explaining that they had worked together for over 10 years, so Yongsu and Byung-cheol were like family to them. The man introduced himself as Lee Zhenmu, the center manager of Daejeon Express bus terminal. Kim Jong-yeom also responded and introduced his name. Lee Zhenmu warmly welcomed him inside. Lee Zhenmu reassured everyone that although the place wasn't absolutely safe, it was more comfortable than outside. He also mentioned that they had enough food and water from the logistics center, and everyone could rest while they took turns on guard. The manager generously invited Kim Jong-yeom to eat and drink freely. He affirmed that supplies were abundant, and if they ran out, they could get more from the logistics center. A PAX FC employee hesitantly called Lee Zhenmu. He seemed to want to report something. The entire group was stunned as the employee tremblingly reported the news. The logistics center had disappeared without a trace. Lee Zhenmu and the middle-aged man beside him were astonished. The manager couldn't believe his ears, asking again, "What disappeared?" Lee Zhenmu pressed him again, unable to accept this shocking news. The employee confirmed that the center had completely vanished. That was also why they were being pursued by Wyvern. The group of employees buzzed with questions, wondering how such a large building could disappear without a reason. Uijeongbu sighed deeply, his face helpless. He admitted that in a world overrun by monsters, anything could happen. Another employee cleared his throat, breaking the heavy atmosphere. He asked Uijeongbu what they should do next. Uijeongbu decisively declared that they had to dig through the tunnel. Staying here would only make things worse. He encouraged everyone not to lose heart. They needed to quickly dig a tunnel to escape. The woman with tied-up hair agreed, saying that even without the logistics center, it was time for them to leave. She rallied everyone to break through the path together. The whole group responded in unison. Kim Jong-yeom wondered about breaking through the path. Lee Jinmu explained that they all had homes elsewhere. Means of transportation were extremely necessary. Kim Jong-yeom asked if they had any operational vehicles. Lee Jinmu thought for a moment and replied, "There are cars everywhere." The problem was that all roads were blocked. The north road was blocked by a golf course, the east by containers, and the Yeongdong Expressway to the south was completely destroyed. Only the west tunnel remained as the sole escape route. But unfortunately, a flock of wyverns had occupied that tunnel. Lee Jinmu continued to explain that they had previously survived thanks to supplies from the logistics center. Now, they were forced to clear their own escape route. Kim Jong-yeom nodded, understanding the situation. Kim Jong-yeom thought to himself, so they had vehicles. They just needed to dig through the tunnel. Lee Jinmu unexpectedly told Kim Jong-yeom that he didn't need to go through the tunnel. He explained that the blocked roads were for vehicles. There was still a way to escape this place by walking or cycling. Kim Jong-yeom firmly refused, asserting that he also needed a vehicle. He wanted to go through the tunnel with everyone. He thought to himself, if it was just a flock of wyverns blocking the tunnel, that would be great. Although it might take some time, he was confident he could deal with them using his ability. Kim Jong-yeom chuckled to himself, pretending to say he wanted to go with everyone. He told himself he couldn't hide his strength. If he could help, he was very willing. But immediately after, he thought he didn't need to show them his abilities. He mused. These people seemed kind. But one thing couldn't be overlooked. They weren't as lucky as him, who had been in a safe place. They had struggled to survive the entire time he was trapped. He deduced that even if they had stockpiled food from the logistics center, they wouldn't reveal the exact quantity. They understood the importance of food and water. This wasn't information easily shared with outsiders. He accepted that, telling himself he also needed similar caution. Kim Jeong-jeom offered to scout ahead. He wanted to assess the tunnel situation and the size of the wyverns. That way, he could use his abilities alone to clear the path. He rechecked the enhancement items he had received after defeating the orcs. With 2 magic stones, he could reduce the cooldown to 5 seconds. A ding sound rang out, and Kim Jong-yeom looked at the screen in surprise. He discovered new unlockable items. These included precise delivery, ensures delivery to a specific target. Simultaneous delivery can deliver 2 items at once, and automatic delivery delivers items at arbitrary intervals. All cost 10 magic stones. He didn't understand what automatic delivery was, but the other skills were extremely useful. To get these amazing abilities, did he really need 10 magic stones? He quickly wondered how many he had. Kim Jong-yeom smirked slyly. He was glad he hadn't upgraded hastily. If he faced a horde of wyverns, he needed to enhance something first. He would take advantage of their caution. Lie about scouting alone. Then, he would secretly eliminate the wyverns, collect magic stones, and enhance his abilities to clear the path. Kim Jong-yeom was thinking about riding the electric bicycle, seeming a bit worried but still feeling like he could do it. The desolate cityscape under the full moon appeared, signaling a night full of uncertainties. The electric bicycle's wheels spun rapidly, dust flying everywhere on the road, the speed dizzying. Kim Jong-yeom flinched, his eyes wide with surprise at his companion's driving. The PAX FC employee sped wildly, making Kim Jong-yeom cling on, wondering what was happening. The employee explained that there were too many cars on the road, making it hard to see, but his driving was still extremely terrifying. Kim Jong-yeom exclaimed in panic, "That's insane!" Then suddenly pointed forward. The PAX FC employee shouted, "There's a wyvern ahead!" But Kim Jong-yeom still couldn't see anything. Kim Jong-yeom, with a tense expression and bared fangs, hastily ordered them to stop. Amidst the chaotic pile of vehicles, a strange dark shadow darted past, making it impossible for him to see clearly. A wyvern with glowing red eyes and sharp teeth suddenly appeared, full of menace. The employee frantically asked Kim Jong-yeom what to do, and he only managed to shout, "Just keep driving! Look ahead!" 2 giant wyverns lunged fiercely, trapping the electric bicycle in a deadly encirclement. The PAX FC employee pedaled frantically, while another wyvern growled, chasing closely behind. Kim Jong-yeom held a blue orb of light, firmly instructing, "Absolutely do not look back!" He pointed forward, signaling that he had seen the tunnel. The electric bicycle braked sharply, creating a piercing screech. Both men looked forward, their faces full of apprehension. Kim Jong-yeom turned his head, surprised, asking why they stopped so suddenly. The PAX FC employee's face turned pale, and he tremblingly called Kim Jong-yum's name. A horde of giant wyverns had tightly surrounded them, making the PAX FC employee despairingly think, "We're done for." One wyvern growled ferociously, while another was already close behind Kim Jong-yum. The PAX FC employee desperately thought that everything was over. Unable to deal with this massive number of wyverns, a wyvern opened its mouth wide, drooling profusely, while the employee thought they couldn't escape or defeat them with Kim Jong-yum's abilities. Despair enveloped him, and the PAX FC employee could only accept his fate. It's all over. Kim Jong-yum looked at the virtual screen, deciding it was time he could no longer hide his abilities. The system screen appeared, indicating that 10 magic stones were needed to activate PAX and the remaining 5 stones to reduce the cooldown. The PAX FC employee looked at Kim Jong-yum, who was manipulating the virtual screen, in surprise, wondering what he was doing. A wyvern let out a terrifying roar, ready to attack. The wyverns charged simultaneously, one opening its mouth wide, intending to swallow the PAX FC employee. Young-soo's eyes were filled with terror as he faced the danger. He pedaled frantically amidst the ruined landscape. Blood splattered everywhere. Kim Jong-yum quickly embraced Young-soo, shielding him from the attack. Jong-yum reassured Young-soo, while the employee was still stunned, not understanding what was happening. Young-soo looked up over Kim Jong-yum's shoulder, his eyes still filled with extreme fear. A blue energy shield surrounded both of them, along with many drones flying around. The system continuously announced, 1 mana stone consumed, cooldown reduced by 5 seconds, from 25 seconds to 5 seconds. To further reduce the cooldown, the system required a private space upgrade. The energy shield remained steadfast, protecting them, while the wyverns hovered outside. A brightly glowing mana stone was extracted from the corpse of a dead wyvern. Kim Jong-yum held the mana stone, seriously instructing Young-soo to always stay by his side. He affirmed that it was the only way to protect him, and Young-soo tremblingly agreed. Young-soo cried out in panic, "It's coming!" A giant wyvern charged forward, opening its mouth wide and growling ferociously. Many other wyverns were also rushing forward, forming a terrifying encirclement. The monster let out a piercing roar, its sharp teeth clearly visible. The energy shield vibrated as the wyvern attacked frantically. Kim Jong-yum exerted force to push the shield forward, blocking its bite. He braced himself, the shield glowing powerfully against the immense pressure. Young-soo fell to the ground, horrified by the scene before his eyes. A wyvern hovered high above, while Kim Jong-yum stood firm, ready to fight. He extended his hand, and a blue energy current began to gather. A powerful beam of light shot out, knocking back the charging wyvern. The monster shrieked in pain, its roar echoing throughout the space. Young-soo cried out in despair, "Number!" Jong-yum created an energy ring around Young-soo, lifting him into the air, avoiding another wyvern's pounce. The monster was hit by the energy, its head jerking violently. Another wyvern flew away in bewilderment, seemingly wondering about his abilities. Young-soo remained on the ground, staring with terrified eyes. Extreme fear was still evident in the employee's eyes. A powerful footstep landed, cracking the ground, accompanied by a resounding thud. Young-soo looked up in astonishment, the employee still not understanding what was happening. Kim Jong-yum stood tall blue light enveloping his body, asserting that monsters were not a problem for him. The man mused, a drop of sweat gently rolling down his temple. A truck sped through the tunnel, knocking away the monsters blocking its path. Although they passed through the tunnel safely, countless monsters still lurked outside. For Kim Jong-yum, everything was completely different. He only needed a means of transportation. Young-soo looked at him with longing eyes, wishing he also had such abilities to quickly return to his family. But how far did he need to go by vehicle, while the monster still roared around them? A giant wyvern extended its claws, but then recoiled from the blue energy shield, making Young-soo suddenly wonder, is it running away? The employee realized Kim Jong-yum was truly dangerous, and that wyvern seemed smarter than it looked. A blue mana stone sparkled on the ground, emitting a faint light. Young-soo curiously pointed at the strange stone, asking Kim Jong-yum what it was. He explained that it was a mana stone, used to enhance abilities. The employee thought, so not all abilities work the same way, and that was why he didn't take mana stones from orc corpses. Amidst the rubble, Young-soo gave a forced smile, remarking that with this power, Kim Jong-yum could easily pass through the tunnel by himself. He turned his face away, a mischievous smile subtly curving his lips. The employee stared, unable to help but suspect, is he really? Kim Jong-yum hastily explained that he had no such intention, only planning to scout and then secretly break through. He looked apologetic, saying he didn't want to show off his abilities like this. Young-soo bowed his head and apologized for hindering Kim Jong-yum. Kim Jong-yum waved his hand, saying that if he went alone, he wouldn't be able to get through either. He turned around, suggesting they both go back because wyverns could attack at any moment. The employee watched his retreating back, his steps subtly halting. Young-soo suddenly asked if he needed a car, how far did he intend to go? He replied that his destination was where his family was, the closest being Gangnam, but ultimately Uijeongbu. Yongsu's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing Gangnam, and the map displayed the distance clearly. The employee quickly said he was also going to Indeokwan, a place on the way to Gangnam, and offered to go together. Kim Jong-yeom remained silent, his eyes deep in thought. Yongsu firmly suggested Kim Jong-yeom go with him to Indeokwan, promising not to be a burden and even offering to provide food. Kim Jong-yeom pondered, realizing the offer wasn't bad at all. He secretly thought that Yongsu's driving skills were unquestionable, and more importantly, this was the perfect excuse, an excuse to keep his abilities a secret from others. He knew that if his abilities were revealed, no one knew what they would do, though it might be an overreaction. In the worst-case scenario, he might have to face undesirable things. The best way not to waste time was to keep this secret. Above all, he trusted Yongsu, who had risked his life to follow him this far. Finally, Kim Jong-yeom agreed. "All right, drive us to Indeokwan." Yongsu was overjoyed, stammering his thanks, but he also set a condition. He would handle the tunnel himself. Others would only get in the way, and he didn't want his abilities to be revealed. He asked Yongsu to talk to the others, assuring them that he could clear the tunnel alone. Yongsu immediately nodded, assuring, "Yes, don't worry." He confidently asserted that everyone would cooperate if he spoke up. He turned to the crowd and shouted, "Everyone, listen up! We're going through the tunnel!" He pointed at Kim Jong-yeom, declaring that he would break through the tunnel by himself with his awakened abilities, and everyone just needed to wait outside. Yongsu continued to reassure the crowd, telling them not to be curious about Kim Jong-yeom's abilities, just to know that he would definitely clear the tunnel. Kim Jong-yeom froze, screaming in his head, "No way! Why did you reveal the secret when I told you to keep it quiet?" The crowd began to murmur, asking again, "So Kim Jong-yeom will go through the tunnel by himself and we just have to wait?" Another man questioned, asking Yongsu to explain how he would do that. Yongsu confidently replied, "Yes," while Kim Jong-yeom could only lament silently, "I'm doomed." Lee Zhenmu worried, thinking that Yongsu was making everyone lose faith in Kim Jong-yeom. He turned to another man, saying that it was done, and they had no choice but to move forward. Kim Jong-yeom looked straight ahead, declaring that by tomorrow morning, he would have cleared the tunnel so everyone could leave. He knew his words weren't convincing, but they had no other choice. The crowd's biggest worry was food, so he had to clear the tunnel quickly. Lee Zhenmu approached, saying that it would help alleviate everyone's food worries, and affirmed that he would not ask or be curious about Kim Jong-yeom's ability. He believed that this person had made the decision for their benefit, and if they didn't interfere to help him, they wouldn't bother him. A box full of supplies was placed down. Lee Zhenmu explained that while Kim Jong-yeom was scouting the tunnel, they had collected some reserve food to give him. He expressed deep gratitude, because Kim Jong-yeom had risked his life to scout, and now was clearing the tunnel for everyone. Everyone enthusiastically raised their glasses, wishing for a safe journey and peace for their families. A man cheerfully shouted, "Cheers, Jong-yeom!" Kim Jong-yeom gripped the gleaming axe tightly, his gaze resolute. He turned his head back, reassuring the crowd. "Don't worry. Everyone, go ahead first." Lee Zhenmu and another man watched him, their faces full of worry. The rest also stood there, their eyes following him, deep in thought. He pedaled hard, and the bicycle began to move. The young man sped off on his bicycle, heading straight into the dark tunnel, leaving the crowd behind. His gaze was unusually firm, as he told himself, "I will return." The bicycle glided through a puddle, reflecting his image as he sped away. He pedaled continuously, going deeper into the mysterious tunnel. The wheels spun rapidly, creating a dry friction sound on the road surface. Suddenly, a huge flock of wyverns appeared, the leader opening its mouth wide to reveal sharp fangs. They growled ferociously, surrounding Kim Jong-yeom as he was still cycling. The young man stared at the pack of monsters, a hint of contemplation in his eye. A black-haired boy pointed angrily, hearing his father ask, "Are you two fighting again?" The boy whimpered, "She hit me first." The boy complained about being bullied by his older sister, while the girl immediately retorted. The father sighed wearily, saying they were arguing again after so many battles. He smiled softly, looking at his children. He added that, despite arguing, they were still very close, while the two children were still pulling each other's hair. The father raised a finger, smiling as he said he was an only child and always envied sibling affection. He advised them that one day they would realize how precious family was. The boy looked at his father, listening to every word. Suddenly the mother appeared, playfully scolding the two children for not coming in to help her prepare dinner. All three, father and children, were startled, looking at the mother with innocent expression. The boy closed one eye, smiling as he thought of family. Kim Jong-yeom smiled softly, reminiscing about our family. He saw the director drunk again, crying and calling his son's name. Yongsu sat there, silently lamenting that the director had relapsed. Another man rushed over, trying to snatch the bottle of alcohol from the crying director's hand. Night had fallen, and the full moon shone brightly through the tree canopy. After the party, Lee Zhenmu and his colleagues collapsed drunk, with wine bottles scattered on the cold ground. Kim Jong-yeom stirred awake, his hazy eyes looking around before he mumbled, searching for the restroom. Another middle-aged man also woke up with a start, bewilderedly asking for Kim Jeong-yam among the sleeping drunks. Young-soo replied that Jong-yom had gone out for some fresh air a while ago. The middle-aged man worried if he was feeling unwell. Young-soo quickly went outside, his eyes constantly scanning for Jong-yom's figure among the giant trucks. His face suddenly changed, his eyes clearly showing surprise at what he saw. Young-soo hurriedly called Jong-yom's name, and he turned back, calmly greeting him. The employee asked, worried that Jong-yom was tired and hadn't slept. He just shook his head, saying he couldn't get any sleep. Young-soo curiously asked what he was doing, and Jong-yam just gave a vague answer before turning away. The employee's eyes suddenly widened, his face clearly showing astonishment as he looked inside the vehicle. Inside the truck bed, a mountain bike loaded with goods was waiting, surprising both of them. Young-soo exclaimed in surprise at the amount of stuff. Jong-yom explained that he only loaded half to avoid overloading, but that was already more than enough. The employee asked if this was the last trip, and Jong-yom nodded in confirmation. Young-soo began to ponder the meaning of that. He was astonished to realize that Jong-yom had loaded goods onto 15 giant trucks. Jong-yom told Young-soo to keep this a secret. The employee was still wondering about the enormous amount of goods, but he reassured him that there was still plenty in the warehouse. Nevertheless, Young-soo couldn't help but wonder about his unusual generosity. Kim Jeong-yom, who exactly are you? Young-soo thought to himself, as the scene shifted to a fierce battle. Jong-yom was single-handedly confronting a pack of ferocious wyverns. Bright green energy bursts, repelling the monsters. Another wyvern growled, its mouth wide open with sharp teeth, charging straight at him. But Jong-yom stood firm as a rock, the green energy around him erupting, blowing away the monsters. He looked straight ahead, secretly wishing he could bring these teammates into his personal space to overcome the danger. He asked Pax if he could bring others into his personal space. The system replied that it was impossible at the current level, but level 2 could accommodate up to 20 people. To reach that level, Pax continued to explain, a prerequisite was needed. Jong-yom looked at the display. He needed 100 mana stones to upgrade his personal space to level 2, and currently only had 32. He glanced around the tunnel, estimating that only about 40 wyverns remain. Jong-yom realized that some of them had started to flee, making it impossible to level up here. He looked down at the corpses of the defeated wyverns, thinking that thanks to the precise distribution upgrade, he had obtained so much loot to be able to protect his family by bringing them into his personal space. He knew he needed to level up quickly. Suddenly, a horrifying shriek echoed, and 3 more wyverns appeared, soaring in the darkness of the tunnel. A giant wyvern with glowing red eyes stared straight at him, making Jong-yom silently confirm their presence. A clang echoed against the clear blue sky, signaling a new beginning. Under the scorching sun, a group of truck drivers gathered in front of their massive vehicles, their faces tense. A woman with tied-back hair and another driver worriedly asked if Kim Jong-yom was okay alone, then decided to wait a little longer. Suddenly, a slightly bald man exclaimed in surprise, Oh, look, Mr. Jong-yom is coming back," causing everyone to quickly look around. Kim Jong-yom appeared, cycling across the ruined road, with overturned trucks behind him. A close-up showed his shirt, stained with blood, his face tired but his eyes still resolute. His hand gripped the bicycle handlebars tightly, the bloodstains on his pants adding to the chilling sight. A driver with shoulder-length hair looked at him with a mix of surprise and a hint of worry. He still maintained a stunned expression, unable to believe his eyes. Kim Jong-yom cycled closer, offering a gentle smile, disregarding his blood-stained appearance. The other drivers erupted in joy, cheering and waving to welcome the young man's safe return. Uijeongbu stood among the drivers and said, "Everyone, you have worked hard under a foolish director like me." A long-haired driver bowed his head and thanked him. "Thank you for everything, Director," he added. "We also hope the director returns home safely." Uijeongbu smiled contentedly, looking up at the deep blue sky. Kim Jong-yom looked at the manager, who suddenly remembered something important. Uijeongbu turned to Jong-yom and instructed, "Oh, right. If you run into trouble on the road, try opening the cargo compartment." He added, his voice full of hidden meaning, "I've prepared a small gift there. It will be useful." Kim Jong-yom and another driver asked in surprise, "A gift?" Uijeongbu shouted loudly, urging, "Come on, let's quickly return to our families." The convoy of trucks began to roll, leaving the ruined station and heading towards the dark tunnel. A large Pax FC truck drove into the tunnel, enveloped in thick dust and smoke. Young-soo sat in the cabin, waving goodbye to another driver, his face full of excitement. The trucks departed one after another, leaving the desolate road behind, like a scar on the ground. The convoy continued to move on the highway, under the clear blue sky and golden sun. Under the dazzling light in the sky, Kim Jong-yom sat in the truck cabin, his gaze distant. He rested his chin on his hand, pondering the monster he had just encountered. But what was that wyvern? He continued to think. It ran too fast, so I couldn't see it clearly. The image of the giant wyvern appeared in his mind. I'm quite sure it was a wyvern, but it looked a bit different. and it was larger. Kim Jeong-yeom continued to speculate. A leader? Or an adult one? He was startled by a strange sound. Looked out the truck window, horrified by the sight of the ruined city with crumbling buildings, and a wounded soldier lying slumped by the road, his gun discarded. Kim Jong-yeom mused, blood still on his shirt, telling himself that they had no other choice. The city was devastated. Human and monster corpses lay scattered, and overturned vehicles blocked every path. Jong-yeom realized it was the same no matter where they went, and Yong-soo would have an even harder time. The sight of soldiers' bodies scattered on the streets made him realize the situation was much worse than they had imagined. A gray-winged monster was tearing apart the unfortunate soldier's corpse. Blood splattered everywhere. Jong-yeom thought to himself, if he had been discharged 3 months later, perhaps things would have been different. Yong-soo suddenly called his name. The truck stopped abruptly, the road ahead blocked by a dense barbed wire fence. Yong-soo confirmed that the road seemed to be completely sealed off. The driver speculated that this barbed wire fence was erected by the military, probably to stop something. He suggested they had to find another way. Perhaps there was another bridge to cross. Jong-yeom suddenly interrupted, asking him to wait a moment. He pointed towards the end of the bridge, where something was moving. A pack of wild monsters, with glowing red eyes and sharp fangs, were growling ferociously. Jong-yeom whispered that he now understood why the military had blocked the road. Yong-soo fearfully asked how many there were, while Jong-yeom secretly thought that if he caught them all, his personal space could level up. Yong-soo stammered, intending to turn the truck around to find another way. Jong-yeom's eyes flashed with a spark. He had an idea. He looked at the narrow road blocked on both sides, deep in thought. Jong-yeom suddenly called Yong-soo to stop, asking if the truck could pass through the sidewalk next to the blocked road. Yong-soo hesitated, replying that although it was narrow, the truck could still squeeze through. Jong-yeom smiled brightly, holding a knife, and declared that he had found a way to get through without turning back. He decisively pointed the way. Go that way. Jong-yeom explained that going this way was the best option. No need to find a detour. Just go straight there. Yong-soo's eyes widened in horror, the monster's growls echoing nearby. A giant orc led a pack of fiery red wild monsters charging straight towards them, their roars reverberating. The orc swung its arm, emitting a fiery red light, urging the monster pack to attack. The orc's roar echoed, and the monster pack charged forward simultaneously, forming a terrifying wave of fiery red. They bared their sharp teeth, foul-smelling blood dripping, ready to tear everything apart. The monster pack frantically attacked the barbed wire fence, creating deafening noises. Yong-soo frantically asked Jong-yeom if he really intended to cross this bridge, as he still didn't understand his intention. Jong-yeom calmly replied, "Of course, this is easier than you think." He began asking Yong-soo about a space strategy game called Starsea, where players had to fight off monsters by utilizing terrain and limited units. Yong-soo was surprised, admitting that no one in his generation didn't know that game. Jong-yeom asserted that the current situation was exactly like a strategy game map. Yong-soo was surprised, thinking about having to fight monsters with limited resources and terrain. He pointed outside, ordering Yong-soo to reverse the car to that position. The truck crashed straight into the barbed wire fence, creating a terrifying impact sound. The truck had reversed close to the fence, forming a solid barrier. The red wild monsters growled ferociously, charging straight towards the vehicle. Kim Jeong-yeom thought to himself that he finally had a chance to use this skill. The system announced that he had unlocked automatic transport for 10 Magic Street ones, with 27 remaining. He stood by the car door, called PAX, and ordered to use all magic stones to enhance power. The system immediately announced the consumption of 5 Magic Street ones, increasing transport speed to 100 km per hour. The black-haired man turned back, a smug smile on his face, telling Yong-soo to come over if he had eaten enough. The fiery red monster pack charged madly towards the truck, while Jong-yeom declared, "It's playtime!" A ding sound rang out, and a giant double-door refrigerator suddenly dropped, crushing a wild monster. Yong-soo exclaimed in astonishment. The refrigerator continued to bounce, flinging other monsters aside. The system announced that he had received 12 Magic Street ones. Jong-yeom chuckled delightedly. Oh, that's it. He thought to himself about having enhanced the transport range and accuracy when tunneling. He told himself he could have thrown axes, because he had increased precise transport speed. But after using it, he realized this skill didn't track targets all the way, only slightly adjusting direction with movement. He noticed that the monsters were not only fast, but also extremely agile. Even when an axe flew at 100 km per hour, those further away could still dodge it. Furthermore, they didn't stop or falter, even when their comrades fell right beside them. Considering the situation, he calculated the optimal transport interval to be 2.5 seconds, as their charging speed was much faster than his axe throws. So he wondered, what if it was a refrigerator? Another refrigerator dropped, crushing a few more monsters. He realized that the refrigerator was not only large, but its weight was enough to take them down with just a slight impact. Additionally, with the newly enhanced automatic transport skill, this was more convenient than ever. He stood on the truck's roof, confidently declaring that there was no need to track anymore. Jong-yeom ordered packs to hold steady, and the system replied, "All right." The monster pack continued to growl furiously, charging relentlessly. Another refrigerator dropped, crushing more unfortunate ones. Yongsu was utterly terrified, eyes wide as he looked through the rearview mirror. He was utterly astonished, wondering why Jong-yeom was launching refrigerators, having thought he only threw axes. He questioned how the logistics center could have countless identical refrigerators. Could it be that inventory was turning into new products? While axes were retrieved and reused, what about refrigerators? Could it be the supply was infinite? Kim Jong-yeom suddenly asked him if he wanted anything to eat. Yongsu stammered back. Could it be the warehouse is infinite? Kim Jong-yeom turned, a surprised expression on his face at his friend's question. He smiled mischievously, asking Yongsu, "Oh, you didn't know?" Yongsu explained that he thought he picked up the axes to reload them, but Kim Jong-yeom corrected him. "If I didn't retrieve them, they would lie on the road and could hurt your feet, so I picked them up." Yongsu's eyes widened in astonishment, sweat pouring down as he said, "I understand why you misunderstood," he stammered back. "So, is it really infinite?" Kim Jong-yeom decisively replied, "That's right." Yongsu was utterly shocked, exclaiming, "Oh my." He then asked, "So, what do you want to eat?" His friend quickly ordered, "I want a can of Coca Zero and a donut." The sky was clear blue. Yongsu thought to himself, "By the way, I feel embarrassed." The two were happily eating and drinking. Yongsu gratefully said, "I don't even know what Kim Jong-yeom's abilities are, but he wants to share food with me." He asked, "Ah, have you left the tunnel patrol team?" He replied, "Yes." Kim Jong-yeom smiled contentedly, enjoying his donut. Yongsu continued to express his gratitude. "Thank you for trusting me. I'm very grateful. If you need anything, let me know. Everything is in there." He declined. "Aha, thank you, but I'm fine." Yongsu happily said, "Thanks to Kim Jong-yeom clearing out the monsters, I think I'll be home soon. If we just cross this bridge, my house is an hour away." He was surprised. "What?" Kim Jong-yeom congratulated him. "Then you'll be seeing your family soon." His friend nodded. "Yes." He looked down, a pensive expression on his face. "I just hope nothing has happened to them, and you should stay safe." Kim Jong-yeom continued eating his pastry, his eyes observing Yongsu. Yongsu was surprised when he asked, "You can't appear before your family looking like this, can you?" His friend could only utter an "ah." Kim Jong-yeom looked out the window, smiling. "I think it will take some time for everything to be sorted out. At least, let's get some new clothes first." He turned to Yongsu, asking, "Do you have a preferred style?" Yongsu gave a forced laugh. "Haha, you're even helping me with clothes. Thank you." He looked at him, a little doubtful. "I'm not sure you have what I'm looking for." A stylish pair of sunglasses suddenly appeared, sparkling in the sunlight. Yongsu was now completely transformed, wearing cool sunglasses, looking out the window. Kim Jong-yeom mused. He turned to Yongsu, saying, "Most of the problems have been solved. Only one or two left." Kim Jong-yeom decisively ordered, "It's this durable. Let's go now." Yongsu looked at him in surprise. A powerful stomp echoed. Yongsu pressed hard on the accelerator, and the truck screeched. The wheels spun rapidly, kicking up clouds of dust. Yongsu was utterly terrified, eyes wide as he looked out the window as the vehicle sped away. The giant truck sped across the bridge, crushing numerous fiery red wild monsters. From above, the vehicle shot forward like an arrow, leaving shattered monster corpses behind. Yongsu gripped the steering wheel tightly, telling Kim Jong-yeom, "Hold on tight, Kim Jong-yeom. It'll only take 20 minutes." He looked at him in astonishment. Kim Jong-yeom clutched his stomach, his face pale, telling Yongsu that he felt like vomiting and asked him to drive slower. Yongsu turned to look at Jong-yeom, replying, "Kim Jong-yeom." The truck stopped in front of a dilapidated building. Yongsu announced they had arrived. The building looked shabby, but that was because it was old and decaying, not destroyed by monsters. The surrounding buildings shared the same fate, indicating that this was a long-neglected area. Unlike the main streets, here there were only ruins without any bodies. Yongsu told himself his family must be safe. Just dial the number, open the door, and step inside. He stood before the door, his hand trembling as he prepared to enter the code. Kim Jong-yeom appeared behind him, asking if Yongsu could open that door by himself. He had floored the accelerator, covering an hour's distance in less than 20 minutes. Yongsu rushed forward, thinking only of his family. But if he had to face a cold corpse, he knew he couldn't open that door, no matter how determined he was. Kim Jong-yeom placed a hand on Yongsu's shoulder, thinking that if it were him, he would want someone else to open the door. He gently offered, "Shall I ring the doorbell for you?" Yongsu turned his head in surprise to look at Jong-yeom, speechless. After a moment of hesitation, Yongsu nodded slightly. "Yes, please." No one wants to confirm the death of a loved one themselves, even if there's only a 1% chance. If it were Kim Jong-yeom, he would rather let someone else open the door. Otherwise, he would procrastinate forever. He looked at Yongsu, and stated clearly, "Then, I'll press it." Yongsoo replied with a faint, "Yes." His eyes filled with worry. Kim Jong-yam reached out and touched the doorbell button. Both men were stunned, their eyes wide with surprise. A cold drop of sweat ran down Jong-yam's face. The door swung open, and a young woman and a little girl appeared. The woman asked, "My love," while the little girl exclaimed, "Dad." The woman looked at Yongsoo in surprise, asking, "Is it true? Is it really you?" Yongsoo burst into tears, his eyes streamed. He rushed forward and hugged his wife and daughter tightly. Kim Jeongjum smiled, watching the reunion, while Yongsoo's wife asked, "How did you know to open the door?" The woman was still crying, wondering how Yongsoo knew his family was alive. She explained that she heard a sound, looked through the peephole, and when she saw him standing there, she opened the door. The little daughter hugged her mother tightly, sobbing, "Dad, I hate you." The mother, meanwhile, sighed in relief, happily embracing her child because Yongsoo had returned safely. Yongsoo's wife looked up at Kim Jong-yam, who was standing with his back to them, her eyes full of curiosity. She wondered who this strange young man was. Yongsoo quickly introduced him, confirming that this was the benefactor who had helped him return home safely. Jong-yam's image flashed by like a gust of wind. Kim Jong-yam suddenly collapsed, as if he had just escaped a great shock. A powerful light enveloped him. The young man bowed his head, seemingly still dazed. Yongsoo anxiously called his name. Yongsoo hurried forward, repeatedly calling Kim Jong-yam's name, his voice full of concern. He wanted to make sure his benefactor was all right. Yongsoo's words echoed in Jong-yam's mind, mixed with chaotic memories. He heard Yongsoo's voice asking, "Are you okay?" and lamenting, "I can't take it anymore." A memory flooded back. Young Kim Jong-yam innocently asked his father why he wasn't crying at the funeral. The boy looked at his father with a puzzled expression. The father smiled gently, explaining that separation doesn't only bring sadness. He said many other emotions flood back, like beautiful past memories. In the ancestral photo frame, the grandmother's gentle face appeared, evoking family affection. The father continued his explanation, saying it was love, gratitude, regret, and even longing. The boy sat beside his father in the funeral atmosphere, listening to every word. He said that separation isn't always just tears. Little Jong-yam tilted his head in confusion, asking his father if he felt more gratitude than sadness. The father nodded in confirmation. He explained that he had seen the true nature of love. It was a caring heart that asked for nothing in return. The father looked at his son, saying that the boy wouldn't understand now. But one day, when he grew up, Kim Jong-yam would realize. He would understand that giving and receiving love is never easy. Kim Jong-yam's eyes widened in horror. A tear rolled down his cheek. That painful memory was like a strong punch to his mind. Another memory flooded back. Kim Sol, Jong-yam's older sister, was hitting her younger brother with a pillow. The boy was startled and fell backward. The poor boy tumbled onto the floor after the unexpected hit. Kim Sol still stood there, a mischievous look on her face. Little Jong-yam covered his face, crying out in pain, complaining about how hard his sister had hit him. The boy cried loudly. Kim Sol pouted, scolding her brother for being a crybaby. She also said she had already hit him gently with a pillow. The angry younger brother stood up, threatening to tell their father everything. The father in the memory humorously remarked that Jong-yam had surrendered, and Kim Sol had once again successfully defended her champion. The father smiled, watching his children play from a distance. He thought to himself, even if they hated or bothered each other now, one day they would realize how precious and grateful family was. The mother called her husband in to help prepare dinner, while he was still chuckling, watching the children. The family atmosphere was truly cozy. A hot pot of soup was bubbling on the stove, emitting an enticing aroma. Family dinner was about to begin. The whole family gathered around the round dining table, filled with delicious dishes. The mother called Juyeon, her eldest daughter, telling her to stop playing on her phone. Juyeon looked up, slightly annoyed when her mother asked if she was dating. She explained that middle school friends often text each other. Kim Sol and little Jong-yam were glued to the television, watching a thrilling boxing match. The mother sighed, wondering why they were watching fighting again. The mother complained that Kim Sol was hogging the television, preventing her from watching her movie. The father asked if Sol would be going to middle school next year. Kim Sol excitedly told her father that she had chosen a middle school with a boxing club. The father encouraged his daughter to try it, saying she could be very good. Little Jong-yam, with swollen eyes from the pillow fight, thoughtfully pondered middle school. The boy seemed to be contemplating his future. Heavy footsteps echoed, bringing Kim Jong-yam back to reality. Dry leaves rustled down onto the tiled ground. Young Kim Jong-yam smiled brightly, donning his brand new middle school uniform. Green leaves fluttered around him. A large banner appeared, congratulating him on being accepted into Young Korean Middle School. "It's finally here!" an excited voice exclaimed. Jong-yam walked down the sunny path, his eyes curiously observing his surroundings. Other students were also rushing to school. 2 other male students laughed happily. Their footsteps hurried on the sidewalk. His brand new uniform sparkled under the sun. Young Kim Jong-yeom's eyes became sharp, full of determination. He stood upright, looking up at the clear blue sky. A smug smile appeared on his lips. But anyway, it's still a school uniform. A powerful punch landed squarely on his face, leaving Jong-yeom dazed. He fell to the ground. 3 thugs surrounded him, continuously kicking and punching. A bespectacled male student huddled nearby. The boy lay motionless, enduring painful kicks to his body. The leader, with a fierce expression, raised his fist high, but another hand quickly blocked the punch. A long-haired young man, dressed in sportswear, appeared, taking the blow for him. The thug exclaimed in surprise. He looked directly at the bully, his gaze cold and unwavering. The young man's face clearly showed determination. The bully growled, "This won't do. From now on, you'll have to join the morning exercise too." Jong-yeom and his bespectacled friend trembled. Young Jong-yeom's eyes widened in horror, sweat pouring out. He exclaimed. Dazzling sunlight pierced through the tree leaves, and a piercing bell rang out. Jong-yeom ran desperately in a panic, drenched in sweat. Behind him, the long-haired young man was still chasing, a terrifying smile on his face. His ponytail fluttered with every step. Jong-yeom and his bespectacled friend were now laughing happily, running together down the road. A hand held a phone, the screen displaying an acceptance notification to Seoul 20 Nursing College. "I got in!" a voice cheered. The whole family erupted in joy, congratulating Juyeon on getting into nursing school. "Unbelievable!" everyone exclaimed. The steady sound of typing echoed. Kim Jong-yeom, now an adult, sat opposite another man. The man said, "Jong-yeom, I think it's time." He asked in surprise, "Time for what?" A military enlistment notice was placed on the table. He stared at the paper, his face completely stunned. Kim Jong-yeom, with his short haircut, walked out of the barracks gate. His family was waiting, waving to welcome. The beginning is a flashback to the day Kim Jong-yeom enlisted. His mother worriedly advised, "Make sure you come back safely. Don't get hurt." His father shouted loudly from behind, encouraging his son not to be discouraged. Kim Jong-yeom and the other soldiers walked steadily, heading towards the barracks gate. His family stood from afar, waving goodbye and telling him to always be careful. From behind, the figures of his loved ones gradually faded into the distance, still waving continuously. Tears streamed down Kim Jong-yeom's cheeks, but his eyes still shone with determination. Suddenly, the young man lay on the bed, soft light shining on his sleeping face. Suddenly, Kim Jong-yeom woke up with a start, his eyes wide with surprise. He sprang out of bed, his face bewildered as he uttered an incomprehensible sound, as if he had just stumbled into a parallel universe. He broke out in a cold sweat, wondering where he was and if he had been unconscious. Kim Jong-yeom's last memory suddenly resurfaced, vague and chaotic, related to a battle. He was still in a defensive stance, his hand gripping an unfamiliar axe, when a voice asked, "Are you awake?" He turned his head and saw a woman and a little girl sitting at a table, eating. The woman looked at him with surprise, while the little girl continued to eat innocently, her cheeks chubby as if the collapse of the world wouldn't compare to a single bite of rice. The weapon in Kim Jong-yeom's hand glowed faintly, making the family scene seem strange. The little girl continued to enjoy her meal carefree, unaware of the abnormality. He remained seated on the floor, quietly observing the mother and daughter, his face pensive. The young man startled and whipped his head around, his eyes wide. He knelt, staring at the woman and the little girl, the axe still held firmly in his hand. The woman inquired, saying that he had suddenly collapsed and slept so deeply that she didn't dare wake him. Kim Jong-yeom looked up. The axe in his hand glowed again. Then he looked down at his own hand. He gripped the glowing weapon, asking in surprise how long he had slept. The woman replied, saying he had only slept for about 3 hours, causing Kim Jong-yeom to nod slightly. She smiled gently, revealing that her husband had told her about Jong-yeom's great help in getting them to this place. The woman bowed her head in thanks, specifically expressing gratitude for helping her reunite with her husband. He quickly waved his hand, humbly replying that he had also received a lot of help from Young-soo. He turned his face away, thinking his efforts were insignificant compared to what he had received. Young-soo, the man who had just woken up, looked at Jong-yeom gratefully, asserting that he had saved his life. The woman invited Jong-yeom to eat, revealing that her husband had insisted on waiting for him to eat together. Young-soo smiled kindly, inviting Kim Jong-yeom to join them for the meal. Kim Jong-yeom decided not to hesitate any longer. He would eat immediately. Young-soo looked at the eel hot pot in front of him, his eyes wide with surprise. Young-soo's wife smiled and explained that she wasn't sure if the dish suited his taste, but with limited ingredients, this was all they could make. Jong-yeom bowed his head in thanks, asserting that this was the most luxurious meal he had ever had. Young-soo stood up and left the dining table, leaving Jong-yeom alone. The young man was a little confused, but Young-soo firmly told him to help himself to the meal. Kim Jong-yeom picked up the spoon, preparing to enjoy the dish. He brought a full spoonful of food to his mouth and swallowed it whole. A burst of light flared around Jeongyom, his eyes wide with astonishment. He exclaimed in his mind, This taste? A sensation of enlightenment, a surge of emotion, flavors exploding on his tongue. Kim Jeongyom felt an unusual warmth, as if this meal had touched the depths of his soul. Before long, the bowl was empty, with only traces of the delicious meal remaining. Jeongyom put down the spoon, thinking to himself that he had eaten very well, especially in this chaotic world. He realized this was the best meal in the past 3 months, since his discharge from the military, even comparable to his mother's kimchi stew. Yongsoo returned and asked Jeongyom about his destination, confirming it was Gangnam. Jeongyom confirmed, and the man immediately offered to drive him. Kim Jeongyom was surprised. Yongsoo explained that his wife had said, "Is it only our family that matters?" The young man quickly corrected him, saying Gangnam wasn't the final destination. He wanted to go to Uijeongbu and needed the car for longer. Yongsoo nodded in understanding. But he also set a condition and wanted them to talk outside. The sky outside was ablaze with the sunset, signaling an important conversation about to take place. Jeongyom and Yongsoo stood next to the large truck, and the young man asked if they would go to Gangnam together in this vehicle. He continued to ask if Yongsoo would return by electric bicycle, and the condition was that he had to give that vehicle to Yongsoo when needed. Yongsoo scratched his head and gave an awkward laugh, confirming the plan and promising to take Jeongyom to Gangnam as quickly as possible. Kim Jeongyom was still a bit hesitant. He raised his hand to signal. He looked at Yongsoo, silently asking himself, "Why are you taking this risk?" Jeongyom knew Yongsoo had excellent driving skills, capable of escaping most monsters, but the current situation was still extremely dangerous. He thought that once Yongsoo had reunited with his family with food and supplies, there was no reason to take such a risk. Yongsoo was silent, his gaze pensive. He looked at Jeongyom, his face puzzled. "Jeongyom, you've come this far for your family, haven't you? I don't understand." Yongsoo confusedly asked Kim Jeongyom why he was trying to help him. Kim Jeongyom smiled faintly, replying that he had saved Yongsoo. Yongsoo was surprised, then asked Kim Jeongyom in return why he helped. He was silent, pondering for a moment. Kim Jeongyom then explained that without his help, he wouldn't have survived escaping the tunnel. Therefore, Yongsoo only wanted to repay that kindness with all his abilities. He continued to speak, his face serious. He pointed out that both of them were in similar situations. Yongsoo said that even though Kim Jeongyom had awakened powerful abilities, it didn't mean things were easy. The world was in ruins, but they still held on to hope that their families were safe, just as he had risked his life crossing the tunnel. He emphasized that Kim Jeongyom was also facing similarly difficult circumstances. Kim Jeongyom chuckled, thinking it would be better if they helped each other, even though he felt a bit arrogant saying he was helping him. He reassured Yongsoo not to worry too much, because if the situation worsened, he would run away immediately, not foolishly risking his life or putting his family in danger. Yongsoo said he would go first, telling Kim Jeongyom to turn back immediately if it seemed impossible, then waved goodbye to him. He turned his head back, reaching out as if to grasp something. He stared at the car key still in the ignition through the shattered window pane. A car key gleamed with hope. It was like a glimmer of light amidst the ruined landscape. Yongsoo quickly opened the door and climbed into the car. He glanced outside through the broken window, but then he still decided to cycle out of the tunnel. He smiled in relief, his eyes gently closed. Kim Jeongyom looked at Yongsoo, adding that it was of course only if he agreed. He explained that his private space was a special area that no one could enter without permission, and he could also replicate items from storage. Yongsoo nodded in understanding, but then was surprised when Kim Jeongyom said he also had a condition. The first condition was that Yongsoo had to accompany him to Uijeongbu, where he hoped to finally find his family. Second, he couldn't do it alone. When his private space leveled up, he could bring others in, including Yongsoo and his family. If he came along, his family would also be safe in his space. He confidently stated that by defeating the monster dogs, he had leveled up his private space. If Yongsoo continued to help him find his family, he would also protect Yongsoo's family. Yongsoo chuckled, looking at Kim Jeongyom with an understanding expression. He declared that he would bring his wife and daughter, then excitedly suggested they set off immediately. The system suddenly asked Kim Jeongyom if he wanted to use 100 Magic Street ones to upgrade his private space to level 2. Without hesitation, he decided to upgrade immediately, and the process began. In the blink of an eye, the private space reached level 2, but the maintenance cost also skyrocketed from 1 to 6 Magic Street ones. Along with the upgrade, the private space could now hold up to 20 people and unlock the additional ability to store an item directly in front of him. Kim Jeongyom secretly thought that the maintenance cost of 6 stones seemed a bit steep, while the system announced that many new abilities were waiting. He decided to put off checking the new abilities, as there was something more important to do. Another notification suddenly appeared before the young man. The system asked if he wanted to allow Oh Ji-soo, Lee Yu-jeong, and Lee Young-soo into the private space. Without hesitation, Kim Jeongyom immediately agreed. A blue light suddenly enveloped the space, signaling that someone was entering. Yongsoo, his wife, and daughter appeared, the light surrounding them gradually fading. All three were astonished. "Oh," Jisoo exclaimed. "Oh my god." They gazed in amazement at the vast space, like a giant warehouse with towering shelves. Kim Jong-yeom turned to look at Pax AI, the pristine white robot standing nearby. He smiled, pointed at Pax AI, and explained how to use it. He instructed them to call Pax if they needed anything, as it could check and even deliver items. He also revealed that there was a fresh food center, providing all the necessary ingredients. Oh, Jisoo confusedly asked if they could use everything for free, as they were all very valuable. Kim Jong-yeom reassured them that everything here was infinite and could be replicated, so they should feel free to use it. He told Yongsoo to rest for a bit, as they would be going out in about 30 minutes, and he also needed to recheck his ability. Yongsoo replied that he was always ready, and to ask if he had any questions. Little Lee Yujeong tugged at her father's shirt, and Yongsoo immediately suggested playing princess with his daughter. The little girl happily agreed. Oh, Jisoo smiled, saying she would go prepare some snacks for everyone. Kim Jong-yeom watched Yongsoo's family, then fell into deep thought. He told himself to examine the new abilities, and the system displayed information about the private space laboratory, which could combine, categorize, and transform items. Another notification about My Private Space appeared, describing the ability to store an object directly in front of him. He realized his ability was the private space itself, allowing him to store objects. The young man thought about being able to store anything in this space, access it at any time, and that no one could enter without permission. He imagined that no one could intrude into this space without permission. Even a ferocious monster would be blocked. Kim Jong-yeom realized this was just the initial ability, but after placing the logistics center inside, the Pax AI system and the awakened operating system had merged. This meant his abilities were no longer limited to just opening and closing the space, but also included many other functions. A typical example was the transportation ability, allowing him to throw items at a terrifying speed of 100 km per hour. He smirked, acknowledging that the private space was already an insane ability, but after encountering Pax, it became even more overpowered. Kim Jong-yeom stood in the vast private space, enveloped in sparkling light. A soft poyong echoed, signaling that something was happening. Suddenly, a cold system notification appeared. Failed to store Earth in subspace. Target is outside storage range. The young man could only utter a frustrated, "Damn it." Kim Jong-yeom gave a wry smile, telling himself he had anticipated this outcome, because if it had succeeded, that ability would have been too overpowered. Pax AI stood silently beside him. Just then, Yongsoo appeared, called Jong-yeom's name, and reported that he had checked the route to Gangnam. He handed the map to Kim Jong-yeom, suggesting that taking the main road would be more convenient. He nodded in agreement. Kim Jong-yeom unexpectedly asked, "Weren't you going to play with your daughter?" Yongsoo stammered in response. Yongsoo just smirked, leaving Kim Jong-yeom bewildered. It turned out that little Lee Yujeong was fast asleep on a cushion in the middle of the private space, surrounded by all sorts of toys. Yongsoo looked at his daughter, explaining that she had played for a while and then fallen asleep, probably because she felt completely safe in this place. Kim Jong-yeom uttered an Yongsoo expressed deep gratitude to Kim Jong-yeom. He smiled and replied that they were just helping each other. He nodded in agreement, then suddenly declared seriously that he would do everything to help him. Kim Jong-yeom was slightly surprised. Kim Jong-yeom secretly thought, why did this sudden, serious look make him feel so strangely uneasy? Yongsoo turned, giving him a meaningful smile. He asserted that driving was the only thing he could help with, but in terms of speed, he was faster than anyone. Kim Jong-yeom frantically asked him to slow down. Yongsoo flatly refused, saying he couldn't do that since he had been helped. Kim Jong-yeom reluctantly accepted, tears welling up in his eyes as Yongsoo gave a devilish smile and pressed the accelerator. The car sped away, leaving a blurry trail on the road. The truck sped along the desolate road, dust flying everywhere. Ruined buildings leaned precariously, the desolate landscape stretching endlessly. The truck continued relentlessly, tearing through the wind. Yongsoo commented that this road was emptier than the main road. Perhaps monsters also disliked places without people. Kim Jong-yeom expressed surprise, not expecting this road to lead to Seoul. He had heard that this area was a Bronze Age archaeological site and therefore undeveloped. Yongsoo said that although the road was a bit rough, at least there were no monsters or suspicious individuals. Kim Jong-yeom just wished this road would end quickly. Yongsoo maintained a highly focused expression, his eyes fixed straight ahead. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "That!" Before them was a chilling sight. Yellow and black military barricades, along with a road full of spikes. Kim Jong-yeom asked in astonishment, "Military barricades? With spike strips?" He continued to wonder, is the military still here? Yongsoo replied that there was a military base nearby. Kim Jong-yeom looked outside with a suspicious expression, then firmly said he didn't think so. He looked in the rearview mirror, discovering that the vehicles and weapons behind them all belonged to the military. Military vehicles appeared amidst the desolate city, but the people did not. Young-soo put on his sunglasses, calmly stating that they had been followed for a long time. He asserted that this encounter was unavoidable. He said he would open a small portal under the steering wheel and asked Kim Jong-yeom to hide there. Young-soo reassured Jong-yeom that he would be fine. 3 soldiers, fully armed, were approaching, but they hadn't opened fire yet. Kim Jong-yeom looked out the car door, counting 3 soldiers surrounding them. The soldier commander seemed disappointed, muttering about the driver being too skilled, preventing the tires from bursting. Kim Jong-yeom was confused, not understanding what was happening. He turned, his eyes sharp, and asked Kim Jong-yeom in return, "What do you mean?" The commander ordered him to get out and open the truck bed. He reluctantly complied, his hand grasping the car door handle. The commander looked inside the truck bed, exclaiming a surprised "wow." Inside were dozens of cans of tuna, making him exclaim, "Damn, we hit the jackpot." The commander asked Kim Jong-yeom if he was the delivery person, and if the goods belonged to him. He replied weakly, "Yes." He sneered, declaring that the goods now belonged to them. Kim Jong-yeom thought to himself, as expected, they were only after food and supplies. The commander continued to question him, wanting to know where he got the goods. Kim Jong-yeom remained silent, unsure how to answer. He broke out in a cold sweat, finally stammering, "From a logistics center." He explained that even if he told them the location of the logistics center, they wouldn't be able to get there because the roads had collapsed. Jong-yeom also offered to get more if they needed. The commander narrowed his eyes, his gaze full of suspicion. He asked how many similar types of food he had, and Kim Jong-yeom replied that this was just a small portion. The commander pressed him again, and he firmly confirmed it. A soldier named Taekyung approached, informing the commander that it was time. He asked in surprise, "Is it time already?" The commander sighed, saying there was no other option but to finish it. He ordered Taekyung, who was standing behind Kim Jong-yeom, to cover his head. Kim Jong-yeom still didn't understand what was happening. He ordered Mingyu to take the truck away, while he would deal with Kim Jong-yeom. A fist clenched, erupting in a fierce red light full of killing intent. Before Young-soo could react, he took a full energy punch to the stomach, his face contorting in pain. He collapsed, letting out a pained ugh. Young-soo was also forced to his knees by Taekyung, while another soldier brought Seok-jun over. The commander ordered Seok-jun to be brought in, asking for confirmation if this was the person who had brought all the food from the logistics center. He said time was up, and he had brought Seok-jun here in a hurry. The commander wanted to check Seok-jun's surface. Seok-jun broke out in a cold sweat, his face pale with fear. A close-up of a camouflage uniform and a table, with the word commander prominently displayed. The South Korean flag hung on the wall, confirming the current setting. The room was chaotic with blood splattered everywhere, and many soldier corpses lay scattered. A man was tied to a chair, while Kim Jong-yeom sat opposite the commander's desk. Seok-jun, tied up, looked in horror at the soldiers' bodies. He wondered what hellish place he had been brought to. The commander sat casually, lighting a cigarette. He had been assessing the situation and directly asked Seok-jun about the food and supplies on the truck. Seok-jun tremblingly confirmed that he had taken the goods from the Gunpo Logistics Center. He was the only one who could enter and exit that place. The commander sneered, praising his intelligence. He regretted not having thought of looting that place earlier. Seok-jun panicked, trying to orient himself. He didn't understand what was happening. The commander replied nonchalantly. This was clearly a military base. He tried to recall the base's name, muttering. Seok-jun quickly realized this was the command liaison headquarters. He had heard of this place before. The commander put out his cigarette, saying he was exempt from service so he didn't know the name. He questioned Seok-jun about why he knew it so well. The commander told Seok-jun to wait a little longer. It was almost 6 o'clock, and that thing would arrive soon. He said seeing it for himself would be quicker. Seok-jun bewilderedly asked who that thing was. A terrifying roar echoed through the room, shaking everything. Seok-jun and Kim Jong-yeom both flinched. The commander smirked calmly, saying, "It's here." Kim Jong-yeom looked up, listening to the sound in astonishment. He looked out the window, stunned to see a giant flock of wyverns soaring in the sky. A colossal wyvern, towering in midair, flapped its wings majestically. Smaller wyverns flew around it. Kim Jong-yeom was stunned, wondering what that thing was. He realized in horror that the wyvern was too massive. The commander nodded, confirming it was a giant monster. He admitted he had almost died at its hands. He recounted that his attack seemed to be blocked by something invisible. The commander pointed to a soldier's body smashed against the wall. He said the army had tried to fight the monster with guns, but all had perished. He scoffed that if even his power was useless, how could guns and bullets stand a chance? The army had to recruit people to fight the monster. He said that when he arrived here, he realized the monster was too strong, and the army was too weak. "Perfect, isn't it?" he sneered. The commander declared he had taken control of this place. He said not to misunderstand, he hadn't killed those soldiers. He initially wanted to save Kim Jong-yeom because he knew many things, but his own condition wasn't good due to hunger. He thought the soldiers would die on their own soon enough. Getting back to the main point, he said there were many weapons here, but a severe lack of food. The commander ordered Kim Jong-yeom and the others to go to the logistics center to get food. He promised that if Kim Jong-yeom did well, he would accept him as a member of his family. He said joining him would be very beneficial for him. Kim Jong-yum listened silently. He looked outside, where the commander sat in an office chair amidst a desolate scene. He softly said, "Pax." He ordered Pax AI to hide the command liaison headquarters in subspace. The commander asked in astonishment what he was talking about. The fiery sunset sky. A strange sound echoed throughout the space. Two soldiers looked up at the sky in astonishment. The commander and other soldiers gazed towards the distant city. The commander was astonished, questioning what was happening. He was bewildered when the building suddenly disappeared. Seokjun was tied tightly to a chair, dry heaving in extreme fear. Kim Jong-yum felt uncomfortable, muttering about the side effects of storing items in subspace. He recalled a similar feeling when he stored packs. The commander was still bewildered, while Kim Jong-yum muttered that he needed to quickly sever the connection. The commander broke out in a cold sweat, realizing something was approaching. A terrified eye reflected the image of numerous monsters charging forward. A giant wyvern and a swarm of smaller monsters appeared, covering the entire sunset sky. The commander was utterly terrified. The wyvern roared fiercely, saliva dripping from its sharp fangs. Seokjun and the other soldiers panicked and scattered. The commander angrily shouted, ordering the soldiers to shoot down the smaller monsters first. He wanted everyone to work together to deal with the giant wyvern. A chubby soldier ran while thinking that guns and ammunition might not be enough, but his abilities could subdue them. The commander was extremely angry, cursing the traitors. The chubby soldier ran for his life, the giant wyvern looming right behind him. The commander's face turned pale, his eyes wide with terror. He looked up at the giant wyvern, its silhouette clearly visible against the bright sky. The wyvern's glowing golden eye flashed with a cold, terrifying gaze. It slowly opened and closed, creating a gentle gust of wind. The wyvern lowered its head to look down, as Kim Jong-yum emerged from the spatial gate carrying a wounded soldier. The chubby soldier also appeared nearby. Kim Jong-yum stepped out of the gate, the system displaying a notification about an external entity attempting to enter. He allowed Han Hyung-ho to enter. Han Hyung-ho leaned on Kim Jong-yum, complaining that he felt dizzy. Kim Jong-yum thought to himself that he had taken advantage of the chaos to sneak in, but next time he needed to be more careful with the side effects of storing items. He realized that storing items at critical moments could be very dangerous. Kim Jong-yum looked at Han Hyung-ho. The wounded soldier still seemed dazed. He carried Han Hyung-ho, turning his gaze towards the towering giant wyvern. The wyvern's golden eyes glowed brightly, staring at them. Kim Jong-yum was surprised, wondering what the monster was staring at. The wyvern suddenly raised its head, opening its mouth as if surprised. Suddenly, Kim Jong-yum delivered a powerful punch to the wyvern's head. Kim Jong-yum roared in anger, delivering a devastating punch to the giant wyvern's head. He declared that his fist was much stronger now, no longer weak as before. He firmly declared that he was not a coward like those who were fleeing. Behind him, Kim Jong-yum carried Han Hyung-ho, who had just emerged from the gradually disappearing spatial gate. Han Hyung-ho lay on Jong-yum's back, drenched in sweat, his eyes half closed from exhaustion. Jong-yum's terrifying punch pushed the giant wyvern back, creating a powerful surge of energy. Kim Jong-yum panted, feeling exhausted after the battle. A man in a brown jacket rushed over, anxiously asking about his condition. The black-haired man slumped down, Han Hyung-ho still leaning against him. The man in the brown jacket looked at the injured person, curiously asking for his identity. Kim Jong-yum explained that this person seemed to be a soldier, tortured by gangsters, so his condition was very bad. He suggested putting Han Hyung-ho on the bed to rest. The man in the brown jacket did not hesitate, immediately offering to help. They both helped the injured soldier onto the bed. The man in the brown jacket breathed a sigh of relief. He checked, noting no serious wounds or bleeding. He asked if this was caused by gangsters, and Kim Jong-yum confirmed it, stating that although he didn't witness it directly, they had confessed. The man in the brown jacket continued to speculate, suggesting that the soldier was malnourished due to hunger. He offered to prepare food for Han Hyung-ho when he woke up. Suddenly, the man in the brown jacket turned to Kim Jong-yum, mentioning a newly appeared building. The black-haired man nodded, saying he was also about to ask about it. Both were surprised, looking out the window, wondering when that giant building had appeared. The man in the brown jacket exclaimed, asking about the mysterious building. From the outside, it looked incredibly massive and magnificent. The black-haired man and the man in the brown jacket stared, the man in the brown jacket noticing something unusual. He muttered that the building looked like a military base. Kim Jong-yum admitted that he himself had brought this military base. However, he was also surprised by its enormous scale, explaining that he was blindfolded when captured and had never seen its exterior. The man in the brown jacket exclaimed in astonishment. He immediately said that he needed to go check something. Kim Jong-yum asked the man in the brown jacket to watch Han Hyung-ho for a moment, promising to return immediately. The man in the brown jacket agreed at once. The man in the brown jacket watched Jong-yum, gently telling him to go ahead. The man in the brown jacket was pensive, his eyes full of thought. He wondered what Kim Jong-yum intended to do with this entire giant military base. Bicycle wheels rolled quickly on the dry ground. Kim Jong-yom cycled, exploring, countless ideas about using this military base appearing in his mind. He passed by rows of firearms, ammunition, explosives, gas masks, and even military vehicles. This was truly a perfect place for survival in an apocalyptic world. However, Jong-yom suddenly realized a problem. He thought that using this base would be much more complicated than his logistics center. He cycled past the cold buildings, telling himself that Pax's logistics center could handle everything automatically, but this place couldn't. He realized that guns were in the armory, ammunition in the ammo depot. Everything had to be manually searched for. The biggest problem was locating them. He muttered that he hadn't realized how big this place was when he was blindfolded. Jong-yom frowned, realizing this base was even larger than Pax. He worried that even if weapons were found, the only person who could use them was Young-soo, someone with no combat experience. Suddenly, the man in the brown jacket appeared on another bicycle, eagerly declaring he would help. He urged Jong-yom to try a little harder, telling him to go get ammunition from the depot. Kim Jong-yom pondered, thinking about having to retrieve guns and ammunition himself. He realized that the supplies here were not infinite like at the logistics center. The black-haired man continued to think about being more careful with weapons. The man in the brown jacket suddenly interrupted, asking Jong-yom how long he had been here. He explained that this subspace had been programmed with Pax AI's logistics system. The newly added Area 2 was being processed as a storage warehouse. Kim Jong-yom was stunned. He couldn't believe his ears. A sorting system was being implemented. Once completed, all items from Area 2 would be usable like those in Area 1. Kim Jong-yom cycled, asking again skeptically, "Can rifles and ammunition be duplicated and transported like regular goods?" The drone confirmed. Exactly. Kim Jong-yom's mouth hung open, completely dumbfounded. However, this process was still ongoing, only at 0.81%. The black-haired man still couldn't use them immediately. He asked how long it would take to complete, but the system replied that the time depended on the type of item. The system suggested prioritizing the items he wanted, asking if he had any specific requests. Kim Jong-yom did not hesitate, listing rifles, ammunition, grenades, vehicles, and fuel. The drone promised to prioritize the encoding in 10 minutes. The black-haired man also asked if it was possible to block others from ordering these items. The system replied that it couldn't, but it would restrict ordering privileges. Good, Kim Jong-yom was satisfied. He thought to himself, it wasn't that he didn't trust Young-soo and his family, but he was still unsure about that soldier. With weapons and vehicles ready, he only hoped the situation outside would resolve itself. But no. Before him was a terrifying sight. Giant wyverns, growling. He realized that was unlikely. Their numbers were too great. Especially, that giant wyvern could not be ignored. Then, there was only one option left. He clenched his fist, determined to fight. The man in the brown jacket exclaimed that it had been a long time since he was discharged from the military, and now he had to hold a gun again. He explained that he had prepared full magazines, each box containing 10,000 rounds. If a gun jammed, just discard it and take a new one. He muttered, wishing the magazines were pre-attached to the guns, but the system didn't register them that way. He turned to Kim Jong-yom and asked, "Do you know how to shoot?" The man sneered. "What are you talking about? Finally, I have something to test my reserve skill." He smirked, seeing is believing, then pointed his gun forward. A wyvern roared, blood splattering as it was hit by bullets. The man in the brown jacket fired relentlessly, wiping out the incoming wyverns. Empty casings and magazines were scattered everywhere, evidence of the fierce battle. Kim Jong-yom was no less continuously firing bullets at the enemy. The gun barrel was scorching hot, smoke rising thickly after the continuous barrage of bullets. The man in the brown jacket sighed in relief. First time firing continuously like this. Quite tiring. We've temporarily got the situation under control, haven't we? Kim Jong-yom shook his head. Not yet. The other man was surprised. Huh? I don't see any wyverns still standing? The man in the brown jacket confirmed that no wyverns were still standing, but Kim Jong-yom pointed out that the largest one's corpse had disappeared. He asked again in surprise. Kim Jong-yom asserted that a giant wyvern had definitely appeared. A giant dark blue wyvern with glowing eyes appeared, its claws emitting a mysterious energy. The giant wyvern suddenly vanished into thin air, leaving only sparkling streaks of light. The man in the brown jacket strained his eyes searching, but saw nothing, wondering if they were hiding. Kim Jong-yom proposed a bold plan. Use a remote-controlled toy as bait, as the enemy might be lurking outside. He explained that if there was no reaction, they would move safely, and if the enemy revealed itself, they would overwhelm it like a beehive. The man in the brown jacket agreed, saying caution was good. The man in the brown jacket doubted the effectiveness of the toy bait. But Kim Jong-yom had another idea. Kim Jong-yom and his teammate placed a white humanoid robot on the toy car, preparing for the bait plan. The bait robot was activated, speeding through a brilliant ring of light. Suddenly, a monstrous blood-red hand reached out from the ring of light, grabbing the bait robot. The man in the brown jacket was astonished to realize the Wyvern was truly hiding, and it had tasted the reserve troops. The man in the brown jacket's face showed clear tension, his eyes sharp and cold. The giant dark blue Wyvern, with glowing yellow eyes, suddenly appeared facing the man in the brown jacket. The Wyvern's sharp, cold yellow eyes stared directly at its prey, full of menace. A fiery red Wyvern appeared, letting out a terrifying roar. Kim Jong-yeom didn't hesitate, raising his gun and aiming straight at the target. Kim Jong-yeom decisively ordered, "Shoot it!" And the man in the brown jacket was also ready to open fire. Kim Jong-yeom's gun roared, continuously spewing out brilliant energy bullets. The energy bullets tore through the air, heading straight for the roaring Wyvern. The man in the brown jacket was no less, his gun firing continuously, gunpowder smoke rising thickly. Amidst the thick smoke and dust, two brilliant yellow lights suddenly flashed. The fiery red Wyvern reappeared, letting out a deafening roar, its eyes bloodshot with rage. It charged straight towards the two men, a strange ring of light enveloping its ferocious body. The blue Wyvern stared in surprise, its yellow eyes reflecting confusion. Kim Jong-yeom was astonished to see the Wyvern still standing, wondering if it had withstood the bullets or if its skin was too thick. He suddenly realized something unusual. Their attacks seemed to be blocked, and he remembered that Thug had mentioned this. Kim Jong-yeom looked directly at the blue Wyvern baring its fangs, his face full of thought. He asserted that it wasn't due to thick skin, but rather an invisible force blocking all their attacks. The fiery red Wyvern roared in anger once more, its eyes burning with red flame. The giant claws of the dark blue Wyvern flashed with blue energy. A grenade lay rolling on the ground. The monster raised its head, its glowing yellow eyes clearly showing confusion. Kim Jong-yeom and his teammates stood amidst the energy vortex. He challenged, "All right, let's see who wins. Is your defense stronger, or are our attacks more powerful?" The young man squinted with determination, declaring, "By the way, we are infinite here." A series of explosions and brilliant blue energy streams slammed directly into the dark blue Wyvern. The man in the brown jacket rushed forward, forcefully throwing a grenade, growling, "Take this!" The Wyvern roared in pain, grenades continuously exploding around it. A terrifying explosion erupted, engulfing its giant silhouette. Thick smoke and dust, debris splattered everywhere. The energy gradually dissipated, leaving behind an eerily silent void. Kim Jong-yeom gasped for breath, one hand clutching his shoulder, his face tired. He complained to his teammate, "I never thought throwing grenades would be so hard. Ugh, my shoulder is almost dislocated." The young man stared into the void, muttering, "The monster." Both looked up in horror, the Wyvern's giant glowing yellow eyes reappearing in the sky. A giant claw flashed with brilliant red light, ready to strike. The monster still looked confused, but its body was enveloped by a mysterious energy. Kim Jong-yeom stared at the Wyvern, exclaiming in astonishment, "We used all our grenades, but only managed to scratch its skin a little?" He widened his eyes, unable to believe it. What kind of monster is this? Suddenly, the giant Wyvern began to vanish into a cloud of white smoke. Its silhouette faded, then completely disappeared from sight. Kim Jong-yeom stood silently, his gaze following the indefinite void. He turned to his teammate and asked, "It left?" The man in the brown jacket replied, "Yes, it seems to have left." A faint energy circle remained on the ground, Kim Jong-yeom added, "But I don't think it retreated because our attacks were effective." The faint image of the Wyvern still lingered, Kim Jong-yeom decided. "Anyway, it has retreated, so we should go too." The man in the brown jacket asked, "Is it okay to drive at night?" The military jeep sped through the dark night, passing through desolate streets. In the car, Kim Jong-yeom was still in shock. "I still can't get over the shock of that giant Wyvern." His teammate agreed. "Me, neither." He recalled that dozens of grenades only caused a small scratch. In reality, even grenades had no effect. Kim Jong-yeom pondered, if there were monsters stronger than Wyverns, what would they use? Although grenades contained explosives, their effectiveness lay in shrapnel, not destructive power. He imagined that if they used stronger weapons, the destructive power would be terrifying, making them difficult to use casually. A terrifying image appeared in his mind. The entire city engulfed in flames, countless innocent people caught in the explosion. Kim Jong-yeom continued to ponder the ideal weapon, one that could destroy monsters without causing disaster. He envisioned a weapon as powerful as a bomb, but leaving no damage to the surrounding environment. Perhaps a heavy object launched at terrifying speed, but that was still just an idea. Finally, Kim Jong-yeom realized that guns and grenades were still the most practical options for now. But he was determined to upgrade his own abilities. Having just defeated a Wyvern, he believed he would have enough magic stones to perform some upgrades. Suddenly, a notification appeared. "Current magic stones, 314, causing Kim Jong-yeom to exclaim in surprise, "Washington it!" He was stunned, wondering why there were so many magic stones. Kim Jong-yom recalled the giant wyvern that had just been defeated, sensing that it was the source of this abundant supply. He immediately used the magic stones to upgrade. Increased firing speed, reduced preparation time, increased simultaneous firing capability, and expanded firing range. The number of magic stones had significantly decreased, but Kim Jong-yom knew his abilities were rapidly growing stronger, and there was still one final upgrade. He used 50 magic stones to unlock Pocket Dimension Laboratory, a skill he had always been curious about. Kim Jong-yom turned to the man in the brown jacket, saying he needed to check something and wanted him to come along. The man in the brown jacket just said, with a puzzled expression. He explained that they were almost in Gangnam and would continue driving because there weren't many monsters, telling Kim Jong-yom to go ahead. Kim Jong-yom was a little hesitant, worried about the driver's safety, but also slightly sulky because he hadn't driven much. A bold idea suddenly struck him. If you're worried, why don't you open a teleportation gate and just move through? A dazzling blue gate suddenly appeared right in the middle of the road. Kim Jong-yom looked at the teleportation gate in astonishment, exclaiming, "It works!" The man in the brown jacket reassured Kim Jong-yom that he would also jump through if anything happened, then told him to go ahead. Kim Jong-yom stepped into the gate, disappearing from the car. He appeared in a bright white space, thinking to himself, at first glance, there's nothing special. Kim Jong-yom began to explore the new skill, and a control panel appeared with two options, Combine and Separate. He experimented with Combine, wondering if he could register a rifle with an attached magazine as a single item. Next, Kim Jong-yom thought of Separate, wondering if he could register a grenade with the safety pin removed. The system explained that items in the pocket dimension exist digitally, with no physical processes occurring during storage. Kim Jong-yom nodded in understanding, then registered the grenade with the safety pin removed, costing 15 magic stones. He told himself that even if he couldn't create something to take down a giant wyvern, it was better than nothing, and considered registering the rifle as well. The thought of combining two magazines for convenience suddenly flashed through his mind, and then Kim Jong-yom was stunned. He realized in astonishment, if that's the case, I can actually create a weapon. Kim Jong-yom smirked, an idea forming in his mind for something more powerful than a bomb, but without causing environmental damage. The man in the brown jacket stared at the mountain of cars piled high, completely blocking the road ahead. He exclaimed in surprise, "What the hell is this? Why are the cars like this? Like a wall? What happened?" Kim Jong-yom appeared, his body emitting a faint blue light. He asked the man in the brown jacket, "Have you been waiting long?" The man in the brown jacket replied that there were no monsters, so he hadn't waited long. But there was a small problem. Both looked towards the wall of cars, and he explained, "Someone piled up cars and completely blocked the road." Kim Jong-yom mused, "Indeed, it seems we can't easily get through." The man in the brown jacket suggested turning the car around. However, Kim Jong-yom confidently dismissed it. "No, that won't be necessary." He turned to his companion, revealing that he had just returned after crafting a new weapon. The man in the brown jacket was surprised. A new weapon? His eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. The jeep sped forward, and a glowing blue cylindrical object was launched from the car. A terrifying explosion echoed, and the cars were hurled into the sky. Debris and dust enveloped everything, and the cars flew through the air like toys. The road was cleared, and the jeep continued to move forward. Kim Jong-yom and the man in the brown jacket sat in the car, driving through the dust and smoke. The middle-aged man turned to Kim Jong-yom, his face still in shock. Kim Jong-yom, a 20-kilogram cylindrical object, the weapon from earlier, lay on the ground. He asked in astonishment, "What the hell did you create?" From a ruined building, two other men were looking out, observing the newly cleared road. A man in a blue shirt asked, What's happening? Did the wall collapse?" The man in a green shirt replied, "It stood firm until now. It couldn't have collapsed that easily." The man in the blue shirt squinted, looking intently into the distance, full of doubt. The jeep sped forward, its headlights blazing, tearing through the dust. The car drove past the building, where a soldier in camouflage uniform stood guard outside. The two men in the building were terrified. What is this? Are those soldiers?" Kim Jong-yom sat in the car, his reflection visible on the window. He spoke. "Here." He smiled, asking, "Is Nurse Kim Joy-in here?" In another room, a foot delivered a dangerous hook kick. "Take this, hook kick." Kim Joy-in, a brown-haired girl, was trying to stop two children from fighting. She said, "Hey, quiet down, kids. This is Kim Joy-in, the eldest sister of the Kim family." Another brown-haired girl complained angrily, "You guys are making it impossible to study for the exam." The black-haired boy just said, "Ah." The black-haired boy asked his sister, "Sis, are you sick? Why are you suddenly studying so hard?" The brown-haired girl was surprised. "Is it really that surprising?" The two children worried about Kim Joy-in. The boy suggested, "She doesn't look well. Should we tell Mom?" The girl agreed, "Yes." The narration revealed that Kim Joy-in, who was 8 years older than the boy, began studying seriously when the boy was about 7 years old. She usually found studying for more than 30 minutes boring, so her sudden change worried the whole family. Her mother asked, "Joyeon, is something wrong?" She replied, "Nothing." The reason she started studying was simpler than expected. The girl in the memory smiled. "I just found my dream." The boy asked again, "Dream?" Kim Joyeon carefully turned each page of the book The Apple Tree Story. Even if the world ends tomorrow, the girl would still heal the sick and save people today. Joyeon's radiant smile as she told the story made the children around her listen in silence. The brown-haired girl worried, noting that Joyeon's condition seemed worse. The boy next to her also nodded, asking if they should take their sister to the hospital tomorrow. But Joyeon's will was not just youthful impulsiveness. Her academic performance continuously improved, even soaring to the top when she entered high school. The whole family burst with happiness when Joyeon was accepted into nursing school. A man exclaimed, "Unbelievable!" The girl stood there, her eyes wide with surprise, her hand gently covering her mouth. Tears streamed down her face, and she choked out, How did you get here?" Young-soo also burst into tears, anxiously asking Joyeon if she was injured anywhere. She quickly replied, "Of course not." The man in the brown jacket sighed in relief, smiling, "Thank God." Kim Jong-yeom hugged his sister tightly. As long as she was alive, that was enough. Young-soo suddenly remembered, introducing himself. "Hello, I'm Lee Young-soo." Kim Joyeon also introduced herself as Jong-jeom's older sister, thanking him for helping her brother. Joo-yeon intended to offer him a chocolate bar, but Young-soo waved his hand, refusing. He had eaten enough chocolate for a lifetime. And more importantly, he said seriously, "There's a patient who needs saving." Joyeon immediately pressed, "Where? Take me there now." Young-soo explained that the patient wasn't here. He was in a space only he could access with his special ability. The girl was astonished, exclaiming, "Ability? Wait, are you an awakened one?" Young-soo nodded, saying that to enter that subspace, he needed to open a door. It would be very strange if others saw it, so moving secretly here was impossible. In that case, perhaps entering the hospital would be easier. Urgent footsteps echoed. Young-soo, Kim Joyeon, and the man in the brown jacket entered a building together. Young-soo walked past an elderly man who had fallen asleep in a chair. A sign reading "Staff Room" glowed faintly. The man in the brown jacket opened the room door. The cold doorknob rested in his palm. Kim Joyeon stared in astonishment at the surrounding space. She asked, "Huh, what is this? Are all these buildings part of your ability?" Young-soo turned back, saying he would explain in detail later. For now, he just asked everyone to follow him. Han Hyung-ho's hand was covered in blood, lying motionless. Kim Joo-yeon quickly checked the condition of Han Hyung-ho, who was lying unconscious on the bed. Young-soo and the man in the brown jacket stood watching. She turned to Young-soo, asking, "What do you think? How long has this person been here?" Young-soo explained that he had just brought Han Hyung-ho here. He had been beaten and tortured, but his condition was already very bad. Kim Joyeon looked at the patient, sighing that this person could not survive. Young-soo, astonished, asked if the situation was really that bad. The nurse confirmed that it would normally be the case, but she had another way. Kim Joyeon smiled confidently, a brilliant green light emanating from her hands. She revealed that she was also an awakened person with healing ability. The nurse explained that her level was still low, so the treatment would take time and full recovery would be difficult. However, she affirmed that the patient would not die. The nurse continued the treatment, saying that this was just basic first aid. The wounds were not as concerning as his severe malnutrition. Jeong-yeon called her sis, teasing that she was still healing people even though the world was ending. Jeong-yeon looked annoyed, muttering about bringing up old stories. Kim Joo-yeon angrily declared that even if the world ended tomorrow, she would still heal today. She turned to scold Jeong-yeon. The nurse sighed, regretting not having raised her younger brother better. She asked him to explain everything. Jeong-yeon said it was a good story but a bit long. He invited everyone to eat the bread his wife made while he told the story. In Jeong-yeon's thoughts, an interface appeared, revealing that he possessed a level 1 private space, allowing him to store one item. He stood looking up at a drone, carefully holding an item, likely the bread he had just mentioned. Jeong-yeon continued his story, the scene shifting to a chaotic landscape with monster corpses and survivors. He concluded the story with a summary. Kim Jong-yeon asked his sister if she was listening, seeing Joyeon engrossed in eating bread. She quickly affirmed that she was still listening. The nurse innocently asked what part she had missed, then vaguely summarized the story. Jong-yeon sighed, saying she had missed many details, but wasn't entirely wrong. Joyeon humorously said, "Nice to meet you, and I love you." Jong-yeon merely replied that he was glad she liked the bread, even though rice was better. Joyeon invited him to take more bread if he was still hungry. Jong-yeon then announced that he had arranged a fully equipped staff lounge on the first floor for everyone to rest. A brown-haired woman, seemingly Jong-yeon's wife, said that she did everything because she wanted to. She had bread in the oven, so she would leave. Jong-yeon agreed. Kim Joyeon innocently asked again why these people were here. Jongyam sighed, blaming her for not listening to his story at all. He said he was too tired to explain again. In short, he would bring his family into this space. He had brought Joyeon and would now go to Uliero to find his second older sister. Kim Juyeon suddenly declared with a serious expression, "Jeonggyum, I'm sorry, but I'm staying here." Jeonggyum was completely surprised. Joyeon explained that over 300 people were gathered at this hospital, many needing continuous monitoring and medication. She said that wasn't the main problem, as other nurses could care for the patients. The real problem lay elsewhere. The scene shifted outside, showing a ruined city with cracked high-rise building. Head of internal medicine Jin Seong-hak was observing the scene outside, muttering, asking if 2 people were there. He continued, saying that the guards reported a vehicle had broken through the wall with a loud explosion, and these people arrived in a military vehicle. He wondered if they were a special forces unit. Jin Seong-hak pondered, saying he wasn't sure, but one of the 2 people who just entered the hospital was believed to be Nurse Kim Joyeon's younger brother. He asked again as if to confirm. He smiled in relief, concluding that they wouldn't be too hostile. Jin Seong-hak affirmed there was no need to worry. Jin Seong-hak continued, saying that the newcomers probably just needed food and shelter. He suggested they could distribute food or exploit Kim Joyeon to gain an advantage. With a sinister smile, Jin Seong-hak asked the burly man if those awakened people were stronger than him. He replied coldly, "That's unlikely." Jin Seong-hak continued to order the burly man. "That's right. For now, give them a warm welcome," he added. "Act as if you're showing kindness, understood?" The burly man bowed and replied, "Yes." Jin Seong-hak further asked, "By the way, have you patched up the broken wall?" The burly man replied, "Yes." A shot showed the wall had been blocked with stacked cars, even higher than before. He affirmed, "We've blocked it, even higher this time." Yong-soo exclaimed in surprise. "Poisoned?" He affirmed. I'm sure. There's no other explanation for everyone suddenly changing like that overnight." Kim Juyeon, eating bread, asked Yong-soo, "Wait, so, did head of department Jin Seong-hak use his ability to poison everyone?" She continued, "Is he controlling the poisoned people?" Yong-soo replied, "That's right." Kim Juyeon further explained, "It can be said that most of the awakened people, except for me, have been taken over." She continued, "The poisoned awakened people are guarding the food and mana stones." Yong-soo interrupted, "Swallow before you speak." Kim Juyeon continued, unsure why she and the other nurses hadn't been poisoned. She said, "Anyway," she revealed, "I secretly stole mana stones to enhance my abilities." She hoped, "If I can level up a bit more, I can cure the poisoned people." Kim Juyeon looked at Yong-soo with determined eyes. Then, "You, Sol, and your parents should go first." She declared, "I will find a way to survive here." Kim Jeonggyum suddenly appeared, saying coldly, Number Kim Juyeon turned to look at him. Kim Jonyeon asked in surprise, "Kim Jeonggyum, you, what did you hear?" She warned, "It's very dangerous." Jeonggyum calmly asked back, "Sis, what did you hear me say?" Kim Juyeon was surprised. "What?" Jongyam said. "You said the weapon the head of internal medicine controls is food, right?" He concluded, "Then it's simple." Kim Jeonggyum flashed a confident smile, saying, "I'll handle it quickly, and by the way, take a good look," he declared. "What my true ability is." Kim Juyeon looked at him with a puzzled expression. She thought, "No need to waste time. Let's start immediately." She muttered, "It feels like my high school days are back." Kim Juyeon's eyes widened in astonishment as a surge of blue energy erupted from Kim Jong-yeon. Boxes of goods and food began to float around Kim Jong-yeon, Yong-soo, and Kim Jo-yeon. Jin Seong-hak was sitting in his office, receiving an urgent report. He wondered, "I was wondering what the urgent report was about. And it turns out Kim Jong-yeon's younger brother brought some food?" The man in the dark blue jacket standing next to Jin Seong-hak confirmed, "Yes, and a quite significant amount." Jin Seong-hak mused. Jin Seong-hak confidently said, "No need to worry," he reasoned. "There are only 2 people with a military vehicle. How much food could they possibly have?" He predicted, "Soon, everyone will steal their food, and once it's all gone, they'll come begging us to share." The man in the dark blue jacket looked confused. Jin Seong-hak continued, "They should hide it and be more frugal, instead of being generous." The man in the dark blue jacket stammered, "Ah, about that." Jin Seong-hak flashed a sinister smile. "This actually makes things easier than we thought," he said. "We don't even need to lift a finger." The man in the dark blue jacket interrupted, his expression serious. "They have more than what we've collected." Jin Seong-hak was surprised, asking. Jin Seong-hak jumped up, asking in astonishment, "What? How can that be?" The man in the dark blue jacket replied, "I'm not sure either." The man in the dark blue jacket explained, "The hospital's current food supply was brought back by the reconnaissance team." He added, "It's enough to fill a truck." Jin Seong-hak asked, "They came in a military vehicle, right? How could they have more food than us?" Jin Seong-hak began to speculate, his eyes wide. He thought, an ability? He wondered. Can they duplicate objects? Jin Seong-hak continued to speculate. Or perhaps shrink objects and then return them to normal size. He concluded, whatever it is, they are definitely ability users. He ordered, we need to bring them in. Jin Seong-hak handed a vial of medicine to the man in the dark blue jacket. Give this medicine to Song Hyung-gu and tell him he ordered make Kim Jong-yom's younger brother addicted by any means necessary. He added cruelly, if not, just kill him. The man in the dark blue jacket replied, understood. Jin Seong-jak further asked, and there was one more person with them, right? The man in the dark blue jacket bowed his head, his expression grim. Young-soo was walking in the hospital corridor, thinking. He muttered, it seems it's not this person. Young-soo continued walking, wondering, did I miss them on the way here? He said, they told me I'd recognize them immediately, but I can't see them at all. Young-soo looked out the window, his gaze distant. He thought, everything would be easier if I could find that person quickly. Kim Ju-ayan outlined the plan. Neutralize head of internal medicine Jin Seong-hak's weapon. Then subdue the addicted ability users. She affirmed that Jin Seong-hak was not a major threat. Young-soo immediately asked about the abilities of those people. Ju-ayan looked at him thoughtfully, her eyes full of contemplation. He patiently awaited her answer. She unexpectedly revealed overpowered abilities such as resealing an opened soda can, or even automatic laundry. Young-soo was dumbfounded upon hearing this, immediately asking, are you kidding me? Ju-ayan seriously explained that most abilities weren't scary, but one person was different. He immediately asked for that person's identity. The name of the most dangerous person was revealed. Song Hyun-gu. A scarred foot appeared, signaling his formidable nature. Kim Jong-yom continued his story, stating that Song Hyun-gu had overcome all difficulties from Yeoljiro to get here just because he was worried about his mother, who was hospitalized. Young-soo listened attentively. He curiously asked about Song Hyun-gu's ability. Jong-yom looked admiringly, exclaiming, wow. He recounted that Song Hyun-gu was extremely strong, even building the car wall outside the hospital by himself. Suddenly, the scene shifted to the past. Song Hyun-gu confronted Young-soo, asking if he was Nurse Kim Ju, Yeon's younger brother. Young-soo calmly replied, agreeing to talk and revealing that he also had something to say to Song Hyun-gu. Song Hyun-gu looked at him in surprise, not understanding his meaning. He wondered what Young-soo wanted with it. Song Hyun-gu's eyes suddenly glowed red, and he declared that nothing mattered anymore. He said Young-soo only had 2 choices. The young man asked back, choices? Song Hyun-gu held up a glowing vial of medicine, ordering Young-soo to drink it immediately. He coldly presented the second choice, refuse and die on the spot, also warning him not to even think about escaping. Young-soo looked around the desolate scene, realizing it was a suspicious place. He said he wasn't planning to run, because with Song Hyun-gu's physique, he would be caught immediately. Suddenly, Young-soo declared he would choose the third option. Song Hyun-gu was astonished. Young-soo revealed the third option. Song Hyun-gu would be trapped here. Song Hyun-gu bowed his head. His expression hardened. His eyes glowed red again. Song Hyun-gu threw an extremely powerful punch towards Young-soo. Young-soo quickly created a blue hexagonal shield, blocking the terrifying punch. Song Hyun-gu was stunned, looking up at a small hovering drone. He looked up high, his face full of confusion. A dazzling light reflected in Song Hyun-gu's eyes. Young-soo threw a professional high-spin bowling ball worth 239,800 won. The ball flew, hitting Song Hyun-gu and making him groan. Young-soo mischievously asked, oh dear, is 90 km/h too fast? The young man apologized, but declared he would hit him again. Song Hyun-gu was hit once more. He staggered back, his body in extreme pain. Song Hyun-gu looked up, growling angrily, wondering what kind of ability this was. Song Hyun-gu staggered back, his muscular body trembling with pain. He looked straight ahead, saying that the opponent could barely move, but shouldn't try to anyway. Another giant cylindrical object plunged down, and Song Hyun-gu tried to brace himself. Fiery red energy erupted from his hands, trying to push the object back. He tensed his body, putting all his strength into the punch, preventing the heavy object from falling. Song Hyun-gu's face contorted with pain and extreme exertion. In a moment of recollection, Young-soo was utterly astonished, unable to believe his eyes. Song Hyun-gu roared in pain, his body shaking violently. In the sky, Young-soo was controlling a series of giant cylindrical objects surrounding the target. The objects plunged down like bombs, creating immense pressure. Song Hyun-gu watched in horror as the objects continued to fall, surrounding him from all sides. He was trapped between the objects, and Young-soo said, thanks for standing still so I could arrange them. The black-haired young man continued to reassure him, saying it might be a bit cramped, but he would soon free him. He told Song Hyun-gu to try and endure a little longer. Finally, Song Hyun-gu was completely enclosed in a giant cylindrical tower, with Young-soo watching from a distance. Kim Jong-yom breathed a sigh of relief, telling Yong-soo that he had been very worried about him. Kim Ju-yeon suddenly appeared, calling Kim Jong-yeom's name. She asked about the loud noise and if he had met Song Hyun-gu. Jong-yeom confirmed he had and was on his way back. Kim Jo-yeon asked again in surprise, and the young man pointed towards the giant tower. The brown-haired girl looked in that direction, her eyes filled with extreme astonishment. Kim Jo-yeon still couldn't believe the sight before her eyes. She asked what was happening, and Kim Jong-yeom explained that Song Hyun-gu was trapped inside, but it was a long story. The young man asked Kim Jo-yeon if she had finished distributing food and said they were just waiting for Yong-soo. Kim Jong-yeom suddenly noticed Yong-soo staggering towards them. Kim Ju-yeon and the young man looked at Yong-soo in surprise, and she asked if he was okay. The young man staggered, his body glowing red, astonishing both of his friends. Yong-soo clutched his head in pain, telling Kim Jong-yeom that his head hurt too much. Kim Jo-yeon worriedly asked if this was a symptom of poisoning, and Yong-soo confirmed it. She ran to him, asking what had happened, but Yong-soo only said he wasn't sure. Kim Jo-yeon looked at Yong-soo with a worried expression, the ethereal blue light still enveloping the space. Kim Jo-yeon stared in astonishment at the small wound on Yong-soo's finger, wondering if it had been there before. A man in a military jacket analyzed. The shallow cut on his finger looks like he was stabbed to be poisoned. He speculated that the culprit pretended to thank him to make contact, then asked who could have done that. This man suggested taking Yong-soo to the subspace to rest, even if it meant temporarily detaining him. The young man agreed to this decision. Kim Jong-yeom showed a worried expression, thinking to himself that the situation was truly bad. He didn't know how the poison worked, but if Yong-soo was also infected, things would get complicated. He decided he needed to quickly meet Jin Seong-hak to find an antidote. A voice rang out, guiding Yong-soo into the resting room and telling him to lie down. The person also carefully sealed both the window and the door. A system notification appeared, stating that an unknown energy attempting to infiltrate from outside had been blocked. The system continued to assert that the subspace was the user's independent domain, unable to connect with external energy. The three people still stood amidst the ethereal blue light. The man in the military jacket frowned, showing surprise. He turned to Kim Jong-yeom, asking about the external energy and the current situation. Yong-soo suddenly exclaimed in surprise. His headache had completely disappeared. Yong-soo, Kim Jong-yeon, and Kim Jong-yeom all stared at the man in the military jacket, who was now holding a tablet-like device. His gaze became sharp and full of vigilance. A voice rang out, warning, "Someone is coming." Song Hyun-gu appeared, his body erupting with blue energy. A system notification suddenly appeared, granting access to Song Hyun-gu. The man in the military jacket was stunned. Song Hyun-gu lay on the ground, blue energy still surrounding him. A voice rang out, full of confusion. What the hell is going on? The system then asked if they wanted to unsubscribe Song Hyun-gu from the subspace, then automatically performed the unsubscription. Song Hyun-gu was pulled down, a red aura enveloping him. The other three stood watching, their faces full of surprise. He looked up, his eyes blank and full of confusion. The man in the military jacket and Kim Jong-yeom exclaimed in astonishment, unable to believe their eyes. Kim Jo-yeon also stood there, her face full of bewilderment. Kim Jong-yeom thought the subspace was originally invulnerable to physical attacks, but he hadn't expected it could also block mental attack. Song Hyun-gu tightly hugged an elderly woman, who called him son and was overjoyed that he had returned. He apologized to his mother, but she said it wasn't his fault. He told his mother to go back to sleep, saying he had something to do but would return soon. She agreed, only telling him not to get hurt. The man in the military jacket asked Song Hyun-gu if he was okay acting alone. Song Hyun-gu confidently asserted that he would be fine, reminding them that even ordinary attacks didn't scratch him. He admitted that the memories from that time were still very clear. Song Hyun-gu felt ashamed and remorseful. But he wanted to settle things with that bastard before expressing his gratitude and apologies. He declared that he owed them a debt greater than his life. Song Hyun-gu promised to resolve things quickly and return. Song Hyun-gu turned his back and walked away, leaving the other three watching him go. Kim Jo-yeon worriedly asked if he was okay. Kim Jong-yeom reassured her, then reminded them to focus on their mission. He also commented that Song Hyun-gu was quite tough and asked if they could depart tomorrow morning. A system notification appeared, coldly announcing, "Connection with minion lost." A terrifying punch landed. Song Hyun-gu unleashed a powerful attack, creating an explosion of fiery red energy. Kim Jong-yeom, Kim Jo-yeon, and the man in the military jacket were discussing how to detoxify the patients. He revealed that Song Hyun-gu had gone to take care of some matters. Kim Jong-yeom suggested bringing all patients into the subspace, as it was impossible to distinguish who was poisoned. Kim Jo-yeon immediately asked how to do it. The young man explained that just a finger touching the subspace was enough. He urged everyone to act quickly, saying that they would be the next patients afterward. Kim Ju-yeon agreed, and the man in the military jacket commented that they had no other choice. All three prepared for a long night of movement, but just then, an old man standing nearby suddenly became lucid With a confused expression, a young man also suddenly woke up, calling Dad. The man in the military jacket turned his head to look. The old man was shocked to realize he'd been out of his mind all this time. Kim Jong-yum, Kim Ju-ayon, and the commander were all surprised. Kim Jong-yum wondered why everyone suddenly became lucid. He turned around, and Song Hyun-gu appeared, saying, "Thanks for waiting." Song Hyun-gu walked over, his body muscular, his shirt stained with blood, his appearance full of power. He smiled, declaring that he had taken care of everything neatly. Song Hyun-gu expressed deep gratitude on behalf of his mother and the people at the hospital. He thanked them for being saved. Kim Jong-yum seemed displeased, saying that he was the one who should be grateful. The young man also hinted that he knew how Song Hyun-gu had taken care of everything without needing to ask. Kim Jong-yum asked Song Hyun-gu if he was okay and apologized for throwing the bowling ball too hard earlier. Song Hyun-gu laughed and replied that he had no broken bones, just minor bruises. He admitted it was a huge shock. Although he had seen many monsters and strange phenomena, seeing flying saucers fall from the sky was truly. Song Hyun-gu asserted that the monsters were nothing compared to that sight. He even confidently joked that he sometimes surprised himself with his own abilities. Kim Jong-yum asked Song Hyun-gu if he intended to stay at the hospital. He admitted it might be selfish to say this after all of Song Hyun-gu's help. But the young man really wanted him to stay. Song Hyun-gu understood but said that he hadn't met all his relatives yet. He thought he would have to leave soon. Kim Jong-yum understood, apologized for the troublesome question, and wished Song Hyun-gu a safe reunion with his family. He thanked him. Kim Jong-yum asked about Uijeongbu, where Song Hyun-gu had come from, and the situation there. Song Hyun-gu looked at him with a serious expression and said, "Uijeongbu? You probably can't go there now." A panoramic view appeared, showing ruined buildings, a dusty sky, and dazzling sunlight. Kim Jong-yum looked at the supply boxes, expressing deep gratitude that Song Hyun-gu had provided food and supplies. He promised to find a way to repay him. Kim Jong-yum shook Song Hyun-gu's hand, hoping to see him and the people at the hospital again. Song Hyun-gu replied, "Yes, I will survive until then." Song Hyun-gu told Kim Jong-yum, "Take care of yourself." As he and the man in the military jacket got into the jeep and left, the jeep sped up on the cracked road, leaving behind the desolate, ruined building. The man in the military jacket drove. Kim Jong-yum sat in the passenger seat, both wearing sunglasses. The man asked Kim Jong-yum about the wall that Song Hyun-gu had mentioned. He speculated that it might be someone's ability. Kim Jong-yum agreed, hoping they could communicate if it was an ability. He worried that otherwise, there would be no way to get past it. Song Hyun-gu recalled the sight of a giant wall rising between Uijeongbu and Namsan. It looked like a baby tooth emerging from the ground. Kim Jong-yum mused, estimating the wall was as tall as an average building. He concluded that ground travel was almost impossible. He wondered if it would be difficult to destroy. Song Hyun-gu suddenly spoke up, saying there was something else that surprised him down there. He explained that in Uijeongbu, the monsters were mainly skeletons. Kim Jong-yum exclaimed in surprise, "Skeletons?" He added that undead might be a more accurate word. They continuously revived after being destroyed, and even corpses moved on their own. Kim Jong-yum frowned, thinking about the immortal monsters and the giant wall. Uijeongbu was indeed a troublesome place, but he wasn't worried at all about Big Sister who was there. On the contrary, he believed she could defeat the monsters even without any powers. A phone rang, startling Kim Jong-yum. A notification appeared. Kim Jong-yun is calling Jong-yum from the subspace. He turned to look, seeing Kim Jong-yun talking to Pax AI. Kim Jong-yum wondered, "What's wrong?" She frowned and replied, "What's wrong? Look at this kid's attitude." Kim Jong-yun announced that the soldier he saved had woken up. Kim Jong-yum was surprised. A soldier in camouflage uniform lifted his head and said in a weak voice, "I heard you saved me." He bowed his head, thanking him for saving his life. The soldier introduced himself as Colonel Han Hyung-ho from the 50th Intelligence Communication Battalion. Kim Jong-yum introduced himself and asked about his health. Colonel Han replied, confirming he had recovered thanks to the treatment. He looked around in confusion and asked, "Where are we? I see the military command outside, but..." Colonel Han wondered why there were no buildings around the command. Kim Jong-yum smiled. "Ah, here?" He explained that this was the waiting room of the Pax FC Logistics Center, created by his subspace ability. Outside was Gangnam, and they were moving towards Hanam Bridge. Colonel Han's eyes widened, completely bewildered. What? He was still trying to process the information about the logistics center and subspace. The man in the military jacket interjected, explaining more simply. "In short, everything here is created by this kid's ability. We are actually in Gangnam." Colonel Han nodded. Gangnam. I understand." Kim Jong-yum confirmed. He asked seriously, "Well then, if it's not too much trouble, could you let me off here?" Kim Jong-yum was surprised. "Huh?" Kim Jong-yum quickly explained that they had no intention of harming Colonel Han. He reassured him, saying that he had also been helped by him before and that he was not a dangerous person. Colonel Han waved his hand, asserting that he knew they weren't dangerous because they had saved and treated him. But it's not that I don't trust you or feel uneasy being with you. He explained that although he couldn't state the reason clearly, he had to get to the General Staff headquarters as quickly as possible. Kim Jong-yam thought to himself, it must be something very serious. Kim Jong-yam nodded, understanding the situation. If that's the case, I understand. He turned to Pax AI and called Pax. He ordered the robot, "Can you bring me a banana milk and a sandwich?" Pax AI looked bewildered, and the price of toast and banana milk appeared on its screen. Colonel Han took the sandwich and said, "I can go now." Kim Jong-yam held up the banana milk, his eyes sharp. "But I won't let you go that easily." He demanded that he eat all the food and explain everything. Then he would take him. Colonel Han hesitated. But this is hard to talk about." Kim Jong-yam playfully teased. "Oh, the sandwich isn't to your taste?" Kim Jong-yam generously laid out a lavish feast, from hot pizza to fragrant waffles, as if to say, "How about this, Colonel?" Colonel Han Hyung-ho, munching, began the horrifying story. One day, creatures from other worlds suddenly appeared simultaneously across the globe. He emphasized that they were not just monsters, but also insects, animals, plants, and even giant mountains from other worlds. These creatures attacked everything in sight, sparing no one, not even their own kind. Amidst the chaos, the government began recruiting awakened ones and forming special units to fight the monsters. Thanks to the awakened units, the situation gradually stabilized, especially in the Gwacheon and Anyang areas where his unit was stationed. But then, a terrifying problem occurred. Until that guy appeared. Colonel Han's face suddenly changed color, his eyes revealing extreme horror. He spoke of a giant dragon, a creature invulnerable to all kinds of weapons, from guns to grenades. The surrounding military units were also struggling with powerful monsters. And what was more terrifying was that there was no response from headquarters. He found it strange that he could contact other units, but headquarters remained silent, with no reports being sent. Colonel Han shouted in despair, "At this rate, we will all die at the hands of that dragon. We must move, no matter how long it takes. Our destination is the National Communications Command." The arduous escape, with relentless pursuit by monsters, caused many of his comrades to lose their lives or be severely wounded. To survive, they had to both fight and recruit new awakened ones along the way. After many days of dangerous travel, they finally reached their destination. As expected, the headquarters was abandoned, and the reason for its emptiness was quickly revealed. While searching the National Communications Command, they found horrifying document, and in it, a single word stood out clearly, terrifying the entire group: coup d'etat. After that, he tried to reach the General Staff headquarters but was blocked by the pursuing dragon. Worse still, some of the recruited awakened ones betrayed them, killed soldiers, and seized command. The First Corps was preventing the government from mobilizing troops, and it seemed the commander of the headquarters had also sided with them. He needed to report this as soon as possible. Kim Jong-yam mused, understanding the situation. A coup d'etat at a time like this. I understand. He offered to drop him off at the Han River Bridge, but they would go together as far as possible. Colonel Han said he could get off immediately, thanking him for his concern. He told Jong-yam to rest, and he would go as fast as possible. Kim Jong-yam immediately replied, "Not at maximum speed, just a little faster." Han Hyung-ho wondered, emphasizing the urgency of time, needing to go as fast as possible. Colonel Han suddenly broke into a cold sweat, realizing if Jong-yam saved him, he must have faced that dragon. Kim Jong-yam's eyes were sharp, as if hiding a secret. Suddenly, a roar echoed. A giant orc appeared right in front, surrounded by a brilliant blue energy aura. Han Hyung-ho exclaimed in terror, "There's a monster ahead!" A mysterious object shot forward at terrifying speed, astonishing Kim Jong-yam and the man wearing sunglasses. Both could only manage a bewildered, "Huh?" It turned out to be a blood-stained 20-kilogram dumbbell, flying straight into the orc. Han Hyung-ho looked out in surprise at the green energy circle surrounding the area and wondered, "The disc?" He muttered in utter astonishment. "Are those stacked discs being launched at the orc?" Kim Jong-yam calmly ordered, "Please deploy Military Vehicle 1, a voice replied in understanding. And outside, a moss-green military vehicle appeared within the energy circle. Han Hyung-ho's jaw dropped in astonishment, unable to believe his eyes. A military vehicle? Kim Jong-yam turned and reassured the soldier to continue eating and resting. The man in the blue shirt stepped out of the vehicle, saying he would leave the spatial gate open for Han Hyung-ho to monitor the situation outside. The soldier reluctantly agreed. Han Hyung-ho watched, wondering about Kim Jong-yam's incredible abilities, launching disc pillars and even summoning military vehicles. What kind of ability is this exactly? Am I seeing this correctly? The giant orc roared fiercely, its glowing red eyes exuding killing intent. It swung its massive arm, and a surge of blazing red energy tore through the air. Just then, a cylindrical object shot forward, colliding with immense force and sending the large orc flying. Kim Jong-yam raised his hand, and a series of red cylindrical objects flew amidst bloodstains and fallen figures. Han Hyung-ho witnessed the scene and exclaimed in horror, "What in the world is this?" The military vehicle sped away, blue cylindrical objects flying around it, continuously attacking the enemy. The soldier was still in shock, telling himself, "Just now I doubted my eyes, thinking I saw wrong. But no, I saw it clearly." He continued to analyze, realizing that this ability launched heavy objects at extremely high speeds, up to 4 per second, and could also freely change direction. Not only that, it also retrieved the launched objects and extracted mana stones from the defeated monsters. The soldier concluded in his mind, this is truly an unbelievably insane ability. Han Hyung-ho asked about the location, and the man in the military jacket replied, "To Banpo Bridge, including the underwater bridge." But upon arrival, Banpo Bridge was completely destroyed, with giant cracks and monster tentacles indicating that the area was no longer safe. Kim Jeong-jeom turned back, giving a forced smile. "I said we'd arrive soon. Well, it looks like it'll take a bit longer. We need to find another way." Han Hyung-ho asked in surprise, "Only an hour? And we're already delayed?" he added, expressing gratitude for any help. The soldier decided, "In that case, I'll go back inside." The man in the military jacket nodded, saying they would depart immediately. Han Hyung-ho clenched his fist, thinking, 1 hour. He muttered about the distance from Gangnam to Banpo Bridge. Considering the detours due to collapses and fighting monsters, 1 hour was an absurdly short amount of time. The soldier secretly thought that the miracle of this 1 hour was partly thanks to Kim Jong-yeom's ability. Kim Jong-yeom complained about the messy roads, but Han Hyung-ho thought the driver next to him deserved the most credit. His driving skills were so masterful that Han Hyung-ho felt dizzy just watching. The soldier humorously recounted how he almost threw up the first time he witnessed it. Fortunately, this time he managed to get inside before getting carsick. He concluded that both of them were formidable talents. A blazing red light erupted from behind the hills, signaling an impending shocking event. Kim Jong-yeom sat in the car, looked ahead, and remarked, "It looks like a city wall. There's no way the car can get through." The man in the military jacket agreed, saying it was quite large if we can see it from here. Kim Jong-yeom didn't hesitate, deciding, "Let's just go and see." The black-haired man continued to ponder. If they took this route, they would have to pass through Yongsan. Kim Jong-yeom turned to Han Hyung-ho, suggesting, "In that case, we'll drop you off since it's on the way." The soldier replied, "Understood." Han Hyung-ho's expression suddenly changed, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. A heavily damaged high-rise building, utterly ruined, seemed to confirm his worries. Han Hyung-ho stepped out of the car, turned back, and thanked them. "Thanks to both of you, I arrived safely." The soldier wished them luck. "I hope this situation will be resolved well. I wish you both good health." The man in the military jacket simply replied softly, "Thank you." Kim Jong-yeom sat in the car, giving a knowing, self-satisfied smile. The black-haired man identified his next objective. "Now, there's only the mission to Uijeongbu left." Kim Jong-yeom thought about the possibility of moving the city wall with his skill, but the screen displaying level up required 427,000 made him sigh. Not enough yet. He calculated the number of mana stones needed to upgrade delivery tracking to level 2. Realizing he had collected 400 mana stones in 1 hour, he mused, "If I spend 2 more hours, I can level up." Kim Jong-yeom was still deep in thought, considering his next plan. Han Hyung-ho suddenly turned back and offered, "Would you two like to come with me?" He explained the government's support policy for awakened individuals, inviting them to join to receive significant assistance. Kim Jong-yeom smiled and politely declined. "I appreciate the offer, but for me, family comes first." He confidently added that they could perfectly well collect mana stones on their own. Han Hyung-ho could only sigh, in disappointment. The soldier stood there, silently watching the car disappear into the distance. Han Hyung-ho continued to think, what if it was the Joint Chiefs of Staff? He proposed the idea of helicopters. "They must have 1 or 2 helicopters, right?" Kim Jong-yeom asked in surprise. "A helicopter?" Han Hyung-ho stammered in confirmation. "Yes, perhaps." The sky was full of clouds and dazzling light, as a sign of major upheaval. In a room full of papers, a middle-aged man in military uniform, seemingly a commander, was reviewing the situation. He worried, "It seems Gwacheon and Anyang have been destroyed, even the 56th Division." He assessed that the 1st Corps was probably the only place still intact. The commander sighed, wondering, "With the current situation, can we even say the government still exists?" He concluded helplessly, "Truly, everything is in darkness." A hand clenched, light streaming in from the window, creating a tense atmosphere. The military commander stood at attention, his gaze resolute amidst the hazy scene. 2 soldiers saluted each other, the space strangely silent. The commander began to speak, his face full of worry. He pulled a stack of documents from his pocket with a decisive motion. The stack of papers was handed to the commander, a moment full of unspoken meaning. The commander took the documents, his eyes highly focused. His face changed color, utterly astonished as he read the content. He looked directly at the person opposite him, his expression still stunned. A close-up of the commander's deeply shocked expression, as if he had just received earth-shattering news. He looked out the window, the scene of devastation making him sigh clearly. Outside, a military vehicle was parked on a desolate road, full of cracks. The military vehicle began to roll with a few soldiers standing next to it, preparing to depart. Kim Jong-gyom and a man in a military jacket stood opposite Han Young-ho and another soldier who was bowing. Kim Jong-gyom recounted hearing about Han Young-ho's abilities from the battalion commander and requested a helicopter and supplies in exchange. The man in the military jacket affirmed that helicopters were important assets, but with Kim Jong-gyom's abilities, providing them was possible. He added sternly, "However, there is one condition." The military jacket commander proposed that Kim Jong-gyom join the military to help the government stabilize the situation. Kim Jong-gyom shook his head in refusal, declaring that nothing was more important than rescuing his family. The man in the military jacket and Han Young-ho looked at him with disappointment, exclaiming, "That's a pity." The commander in the military jacket announced that helicopters could not be provided, and Kim Jong-gyom accepted. "I understand. Nothing else can be done." Han Young-ho got into the car, wished everyone good health, and said goodbye, surprising the commander in the military jacket. Both soldiers were astonished, and the commander in the military jacket mumbled, "Wait, what? This isn't right." Kim Jong-gyom held his phone and decided, "If helicopters aren't possible then, well, nothing else can be done. Let's go. Because I haven't properly checked the city wall myself anyway." He drove the military vehicle away, his expression calm as if nothing had happened. But the commander in the military jacket unexpectedly called back, saying, "But there's one more request." He looked at Kim Jong-gyom intensely, asserting, "If you do this, I will provide a helicopter." The car sped away on the ruined road, a sign pointing towards Yongsan. The desolate scene of the city appeared, military vehicles moving in a convoy. Kim Jong-gyom continued to drive calmly, a popsicle in his mouth. Amidst the devastated landscape, Kim Jong-gyom was holding a straw in his mouth, looking to the side and asking a loaded question. Another request? A voice confirmed the request, explaining that Seoul Station was the last gathering place for reserve-awakened individuals, and they were still in contact. Kim Jong-gyom turned to look at the man in the military jacket, who said that skeletons were blocking the road, making him ask in surprise, "Skeletons?" The military vehicle continued to roll on the desolate road, the narration stating that skeletons were not strong in combat, but extremely troublesome. A bony, emaciated, skeletal hand reached out towards the car. They were not just numerous. A skeleton with glowing red eyes and a purple energy core in its ribs appeared, the narration revealing that they had a core in their right rib, and if not destroyed, they would continuously regenerate. A close-up of a skeleton's head with bloodshot red eyes. The man in the military jacket summarized the mission. In short, you're asking Kim Jong-gyom to break through the skeleton encirclement and rescue the isolated awakened individuals? Skeletons shattered under a stream of blue energy. Kim Jong-gyom confidently said, "Sounds simple." The two soldiers in the military vehicle clearly showed extreme terror. The military convoy advanced through a street littered with skeletal fragments. The dazzling sun shone on a tall building. Two men, one with a bandaged hand and one in military uniform, cheered from the window. A group of people gathered around the military vehicle. Kim Jong-gyom turned his head to look at the man in the military jacket who was pointing. From above, the military convoy continued its journey through the city. Military vehicles moved in a convoy on the road. Kim Jong-gyom remained in the car, turning his head to listen, as the man in the military jacket admitted that his abilities could easily handle the skeleton. He explained that the military had difficulty because they had to use guns to destroy the cores, then seriously said, "However, there's something Kim Jong-gyom should know." The military vehicle continued to move on the ruined road, and he warned that there was a special, rare type of skeleton called a skeleton knight. The military vehicle advanced towards a dazzling light, and the man in the military jacket emphasized, "If you encounter it during the mission, avoid combat at all costs. Even if you have to suffer losses, retreat immediately." A 20-kilogram object was thrown with terrifying force, creating a blue streak of light. A blazing red energy burst. Below it, a figure in armor, the narration asserted, facing that thing. Everything is useless. The bandaged man and a soldier sat in the car, their faces full of worry. The two soldiers in the military vehicle clearly showed terror and fear. Kim Jong-gyom and the man in the military jacket sat in the car, looking straight ahead, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Wow." The military vehicle advanced towards a glowing energy orb, below which a skeleton knight stood tall amidst the rubble and red energy. A close-up of the skeleton knight's head, its red eyes glowing, and mysterious voice echoed in a strange language. Kim Jong-gyom and the man in the military jacket were utterly astonished, and he exclaimed, "A skeleton that can talk?" The skeleton knight's foot stomped heavily on the ground, a sharp sword lying beside it. The skeleton knight's armored hand gripped the glowing sword tightly. The skeleton knight's armored hand gripped the glowing sword tightly, and he stomped his foot heavily on the ground. A close-up of the bony face with glowing red eyes. The skeleton knight greeted Kim Jong-yeom. Gawain introduced himself as one of the 12 knights serving the Night King. Kim Jong-yeom was surprised, thinking that destroying mana stones had helped him understand their language. Could this be another way to use mana stones? Gawain turned his back, asking Kim Jong-yeom if he was a mage and why he was interfering in their territory. He said he understood the opponent's impatience during the pioneering phase, but there was still business ethics between. A terrifying, blazing red energy surged forward, destroying everything in its path. Gawain easily dodged, scoffing. "It's useless." He continued to mock that such weak attacks couldn't even scratch him. The skeleton knight quickly rolled to dodge another attack. He moved swiftly, leaving dazzling streaks of light on the ground. Gawain stared intently, preparing a powerful counterattack. He asked Kim Jong-yeom, "Is this your answer?" simultaneously unleashing a more powerful blazing red energy. A close-up of the skeleton knight's shield blocking an attack. Gawain spun around, swinging his sword to create a gigantic blazing red energy. He continued to attack relentlessly, creating deadly blazing red streaks of light. The skeleton knight rushed towards the military vehicle, a blue energy orb flying towards him. The people in the car panicked. The bandaged man yelled at Kim Jong-yeom that it was approaching and could cut through 500 kilogram like tofu. Kim Jong-yeom thought that his attack caused no damage but bounced back. He determined, "If I can hit that thing." Kim Jong-yeom put his hand on the control panel, his eyes full of calculation. He used 50 mana stones to unlock the tracking transport skill. Kim Jong-yeom decisively ordered, "Aim for the chest, fire." A blue energy orb was launched. The blue energy orb shot forward with terrifying speed, tearing through the air. Gawain was still running, scoffing. "Haven't you learned? For a mage, you're quite foolish." He confidently declared he could dodge as many attacks as he wanted. The blue energy orb flew past him, a close-up of the skeleton knight with contemptuous glowing red eyes. Suddenly, the skeleton knight was astonished. The blue energy orb had changed direction and shot straight into him. He was hit, sent flying with an indignant humph. Gawain lifted his head, his red eyes blazing with anger. "Don't be arrogant." He realized he had just let his guard down and was astonished. "What is this? I didn't see it at all just now." Gawain stood firm, his shield still in hand, though his armor showed signs of damage. A close-up of his skull, his red eyes wide with astonishment as a powerful punch landed directly on his face, creating a fierce boom. The skeleton knight was knocked away. His sword flew from his hand, and his shield fell to the ground in a dazzling explosion of light. He was surrounded by countless attacks from disc-shaped objects, each impact creating a resounding crash, crash. Kim Jong-yeom in the car calmly ordered the attack objects to be transported in a complex sequence. Left head, back head, front head, top of head, right head, top of head, back of neck, left head, front. He decisively said, "Please, automatically transport in that order." Kim Jong-yeom sighed in relief, holding his chin, muttering, "Phew, I thought my jaw would drop off." The man in the brown jacket wiped his sweat, letting out a long breath. Fortunately, despite the difficulty, physical impacts are still effective. We can breathe a little easier now. He turned to Kim Jong-yeom. "I survived thanks to you, Jong-yeom." Kim Jong-yeom frowned, his expression serious. He said, "No, we're not out of danger yet." He further explained, "That skeleton knight, perhaps because of its armor, is much tougher than a giant wyvern." He continued to analyze. "Furthermore, it also carries a shield and a sword. So honestly, it's even more terrifying than a giant wyvern." Gawain was currently stunned by continuous attacks, his body emitting a red light. He realized in astonishment, "Wait, it can talk." Kim Jong-yeom quickly made a decision. "But I don't know how long that will last. Let's get everyone out while it's still stunned." Gawain's armor began to crack. Kim Jong-yeom turned to look at the man in the brown jacket and asked decisively, "Understood?" The man nodded. "Understood." The man in the brown jacket exclaimed in surprise, "Huh?" Gawain, engulfed in a fiery red energy explosion, screamed in pain. "You bastard! What are you? Stop it now!" The man in the brown jacket remarked. "It seems like more fragments are flying out than before, doesn't it?" Kim Jong-yeom replied, "Huh? You're right." Kim Jong-yeom's eyes widened, a flash of insight appearing in his mind. "No way?" He immediately issued a new command. "Deploy the disc pillars to attack simultaneously from the left, right, front, and back." 4 disc-shaped energy streams shot straight towards Gawain. A terrifying explosion erupted, completely engulfing Gawain, scattering fragments everywhere. Gawain's skull cracked open. His fiery red eyes slowly faded, emitting a crackle sound of disintegrating matter. Even as just a part of a skull, Gawain still spoke impressively. "Impressive, wizard." He continued to declare grandly, "But don't think this is the end. We do not die. even in death. Gawaine's final words echoed, "Everything is for the Night King." Then he completely vanished. Only fragments of armor and bones remained scattered on the ground. 3 sparkling gemstones appeared amidst the rubble. 2 large blue, purple ones, and 1 smaller pink one. The stones flew into the air, shining brightly. They hovered, then automatically flew towards the military vehicles parked nearby. A system notification appeared. You have received 2 large mana stone fragments and 1 enhancement stone. The items were collected. 2 soldiers in the jeep were utterly astonished. One exclaimed, "It can't be true." He defeated the skeleton knight. The other soldier continued, his voice trembling. "That skeleton knight, who didn't flinch even when hit by tank shells. This guy!" Outside, other soldiers and the man with the bandaged arm cheered excitedly. The man with the bandaged arm shouted, "Jeongjom! He defeated the skeleton knight. I can't believe he could overcome such an enemy." A man in military uniform, seemingly the commander, looked at Kim Jong-yeom with a complex expression. He said, "I told you to retreat immediately if you encountered the skeleton knight. That's what I said," he continued, his voice full of surprise. "Yet you defeated one. This is not good. Both of you, come with us." He thought further. "Then, after you've rescued your family?" Number now. Family is the top priority. We should reconsider that. Kim Jong-yeom listened to the man in military uniform. The commander expressed hope that he would consider their offer after reuniting with his family, while also affirming that Kim Jong-yeom was already a valuable ally, and replied concisely. The man in military uniform invited Kim Jong-yeom to follow him to the prepared helicopter. Kim Jong-yeom secretly thought that they were placing too high expectations on him, which made him feel quite pressured. He recalled having defeated the skeleton knight. However, Kim Jong-yeom admitted it was a narrow victory. If there had been another similar enemy, he would have certainly failed completely. The biggest problem was that there were still at least 11 other skeleton knights, as they claimed to be one of the 12 knights. Kim Jong-yeom pondered the phrase "do not die, even if killed," and wondered if the Night King was even stronger. Even his large-caliber bullets didn't cause much damage, while hits with the bowling ball cracked the opponent's armor. Kim Jong-yeom wondered in surprise if bowling balls were stronger than ammunition. He found it absurd, wondering about this strange law of physics, but also reminded himself that monsters were inherently illogical. The commander suddenly mentioned Colonel Han Kyung-ho. The man in military uniform asked Kim Jong-yeom if he was going to Uijeongbu. He confirmed that was correct. The commander explained that high walls had risen in Uijeongbu, and the military had sent a unit to investigate them. He revealed that the unit had lost contact, but they still conducted aerial reconnaissance when possible. Fortunately, they confirmed there were still survivors inside. The commander expressed his belief that both the military and Kim Jong-yeom's family were safe. Kim Jong-yeom thanked him. He secretly thought he had forgotten about this, but wasn't worried at all, because his younger sister was even more of a monster than monsters. A terrifying, grinning silhouette appeared behind him. The commander suddenly remembered something strange. The walls were gradually curving inward, as if forming a dome. He wasn't sure if they would close completely, but was glad he could lend Kim Jong-yeom a helicopter before that happened. The man in military uniform opened the door and announced they had arrived. Kim Jong-yeom looked ahead. He and the commander walked towards a helicopter. A military helicopter appeared, and Kim Jong-yeom thought in silence. Kim Jong-yeom told himself that this helicopter seemed fine, a bit old, but as long as it could fly, it was good. The man in dark glasses suddenly interrupted him, saying, "That's not it." The commander also confirmed that it wasn't his helicopter. Kim Jong-yeom was surprised. The man in military uniform pointed further away, indicating that Kim Jong-yeom's helicopter was on the other side. Kim Jong-yeom, the commander, and the man in dark glasses stood on the rooftop, looking towards a modern, sleek helicopter in the distance. The commander and the man in dark glasses looked at Kim Jong-yeom, and he gestured to him. The man in dark glasses burst out laughing. The commander told Kim Jong-yeom that this helicopter would be very suitable, asserting that he wasn't joking when he said they were reliable allies. The man in dark glasses agreed, saying that even a 3-star general would hesitate to lend a Black Hawk. He was touched and very eager to fly it. The commander was about to ask who the pilot would be, but he asked Young-soo if he had ever flown a helicopter. Young-soo replied, saying it was his first time. Young-soo looked at a glowing blue screen and spoke hesitantly. He was surprised to see a system notification stating that he could learn helicopter piloting skills with 50 Magic Street ones, called Best Driver. Young-soo explained his Best Driver skill, which allowed him to operate all vehicles with extreme proficiency. He wondered why it wasn't a level up but a registration. The commander asked again, "Registration?" Young-soo affirmed that he had to register to drive things he had never operated before, thinking it wasn't a level up but a conceptual registration. The commander understood why there was no level up notification and found the situation interesting. The commander suggested Young-soo follow him to get the magic stones. Young-soo and Kim Jong-yeom looked at him. The commander turned and walked away. Young-soo and Kim Jong-yeom watched him in surprise. He opened a metal briefcase, inside which sparkled blue-purple magic stones. The magic stones glowed brightly, and Kim Jong-yeom exclaimed in astonishment, "What is this?" The commander smiled and explained that they were 200 Magic Street ones, a gift from the military for the two of them. He had intended to give them when they boarded the helicopter, but now was better. Kim Jong-yeom and Yong-soo thanked him simultaneously, their faces showing both surprise and joy. Kim Jong-yeom secretly thought this was a generous gesture, while Yong-soo only needed 50 stones, telling Kim Jong-yeom to use the rest as he pleased. A system panel appeared. Use 50 Magic Street ones to enhance helicopter piloting skills. Yong-soo was astonished, while the commander was eagerly carrying it out. Yong-soo felt he had grasped how to fly and immediately suggested departing. But Kim Jong-yeom found his expression a bit frightening. Kim Jong-yeom suggested going slowly, but Yong-soo decisively refused, his eyes flashing with a terrifying excitement. Yong-soo put on the pilot's headset, smiling confidently, tears streaming down his cheeks. The commander sitting next to him burst out laughing. Yong-soo said there was still time before departure, and Kim Jong-yeom could prepare himself later. He would notify him when it was time to go. Kim Jong-yeom looked at him suspiciously, not understanding what was happening with Yong-soo. Kim Jong-yeom told himself he didn't know what was going on, but everyone here was busy. He found it strange to just stand there. Kim Jong-yeom decided to check what he had received earlier. A system panel appeared. The system panel displayed Large Magic Stone X2, Enhancement Stone DX1. Each large magic stone is equivalent to 100 regular one. Kim Jong-yeom had 2 large Magic Street ones, equivalent to 200 regular ones. The total number of magic stones he possessed was 1,393. He was surprised. Kim Jong-yeom recalled having defeated quite a few skeletons during the rescue mission, but he didn't expect to collect so many. He decided to level up immediately. The system announced, use 1,000 magic stones to level up subspace. Progress 3%. You can use your abilities even while leveling up. Kim Jong-yeom wondered what he would do with the Fire Attribute Enhancement Stone D. The system displayed details. Fire Attribute Enhancement Stone D. Fire Options. Penetration. Incineration. Enhancement stones have the same origin as regular magic stones, but have undergone a refining process. When using the Awakening system, enhancement stones can be used to restore special attribute. The magic stone Kim Jong-yeom obtained had been imbued with the Fire Attribute. It was a Fire Attribute Enhancement Stone. Kim Jong-yeom understood that it could imbue items with attributes and characteristics. He thought of the stone the skeleton knighted. He realized it could bestow the Fire Attribute. The important thing was that he didn't know how powerful the enhancement would be. The system displayed items that could be enhanced. Professional spinning, bowling ball, disc pillar, grenade. Kim Jong-yeom pondered what to enhance. The system announced, enhancement complete, bowling ball, professional spinning bowling ball, +1. Rarity, rare. Description, cannot load. You can enter a description directly. Attributes, fire, fire options, penetration, incineration. The system asked if he wanted to register this new item. Kim Jong-yeom agreed. He thought the bowling ball had caused the most damage when defeating the skeleton knight, so enhancing it was logical. The commander announced they would take off immediately, telling Kim Jong-yeom to hold on tight and brace himself. Kim Jong-yeom groaned anxiously. The helicopter's wheels began to roll, creating a loud noise. The commander saluted in a military fashion, wishing Kim Jong-yeom a safe rescue of his family and a safe return. He thought that upon his return, Kim Jong-yeom would probably have to consider joining. He had given the magic stones to Black Hawk, but would reiterate it when they returned. He stared intently, his eyes full of contemplation. The military commander saluted solemnly, but Yong-soo in the cockpit wondered, why do they look like that? The helicopter began to take off, and the commander wondered, did I make a mistake? A system panel suddenly appeared, displaying items available for unlock, including Subspace Laboratory with many attractive functions. The system also introduced Subspace Life Support System and the Register Item by Category function. The biggest limitation of the Subspace skill is that it can only contain a single target. Yong-soo had previously stored non-standard targets, such as logistics centers or military bases, which worked quite well. However, he couldn't use unregistered items, and storage was also difficult. The Register Item by Category function allowed him to register new objects into subspace, but it was limited to the 2 existing categories, Logistics Center and Military Base. Yong-soo stared at the screen, thinking about the military base category. He suddenly realized that the helicopter they were in was a military helicopter. So, the system confirmed. UH-60 Black Hawk belongs to the military base category and can be registered. The registration fee is 107 Magic Street 1. Footsteps pounded on the ground. The military commander turned his head, his expression full of surprise. He was astonished to see the helicopter that had just taken off was now descending. Huh? He confusedly wondered. Why are those 2 coming back? Is there something wrong with the helicopter? A blue light enveloped the helicopter. and then it vanished without a trace. Only a faint cloud of dust remained where the helicopter had just landed. From high above, Yongsu waved goodbye. The helicopter soared into the sky, gradually moving away. The commander stood there, staring up blankly. His face was blank, completely unable to comprehend what had just happened. A colossal, square-shaped structure loomed amidst the ruined city. Its surface was rough, etched with deep scratches. The massive structure resembled an impregnable fortress, dominating the entire urban landscape. Inside, brilliant red light shone through intricately carved windows. A magnificent hall appeared, filled with an eerie red hue, leading to a majestic throne. On the throne, a skeleton king, wearing a crown and with eyes glowing purple, sat there. The skeleton king mused, "No matter how I think about it, I cannot understand." He pondered that the allowed level to enter Earth was only level 8, and a high-level entity had to D-level to enter. To think that Wizard, famous for his arrogance, would come here, even accepting to D-level. He was also angry that the intruder dared to enter his territory and kill Gawain. According to Gawain before his death, he tried to talk but was immediately attacked. This wizard is certainly very dangerous. Just give the order, and I, Lancelot, will cut off that wizard's head and present it to you, your majesty. He concluded there was only one reason for the high-level entity's appearance: to take this place before it fully opened. In that case, Lancelot, you are right. We had best eliminate him. However, since the incident occurred outside the castle, he decided not to rush. What we need to focus on now is the harvest. He regretted Gawain's loss, but believed more enhancement stones could be acquired. The Skeleton King sat on his throne, eyes glowing purple, hands clenched. He declared, "We are almost finished here." He continued, his voice full of authority, "As soon as the harvest is complete, we will attack that wizard." Another skeleton knight appeared, reporting, "Yes, your majesty." He added, "By the way, it seems a few humans have infiltrated the castle." The Skeleton King rested his hand on his chin, appearing unconcerned. He thought, "They're probably just those annoying toys again." The king ordered, "Ignore them. The roof is closing anyway." He added, "It's just more food for Camelot." A gigantic bat-like monster, with glowing red eyes and sharp fangs, roared ferociously. It was pierced by a powerful blue energy stream, blood splattering everywhere. A military helicopter flew over the desolate city, its rapidly spinning rotors creating a loud noise. Kim Jong-yum sat in the helicopter, thinking, "It seems stronger than the disc pillar." He wondered, should I upgrade the disc pillar instead of this? Yongsu, piloting the helicopter, reported to Kim Jong-yum, "Mr. Jong-yum, we're almost at your designated location." He added, "But landing right now will be difficult." Kim Jong-yum replied, "Oh, if you're having trouble finding a landing spot, I can go get the goods myself." Yongsu interrupted, "No, that's not it," he explained. "It's just," he pointed outside, "there's a skeleton knight fighting another monster over there." A skeleton knight in blue armor, holding a spear, was being attacked by a yellow energy stream. The brilliant yellow energy stream exploded around the knight, creating a shockwave. A young girl with flowing brown hair, her entire body glowing with golden light, unleashed a powerful attack. Kim Jong-yum's eyes widened in surprise, exclaiming. The girl continued to swing her fist, creating a brilliant golden energy shockwave. The girl's attack slammed into the skeleton knight, sending him flying in an explosion of light. A large explosion shook the air, dust and debris flying everywhere. Yongsu exclaimed, "Both of them are incredible." He said to Kim Jong-yum, "If we land now, we might have to face those two monsters." Kim Jong-yum turned to look at him, asking, "Yes, Mr. Yongsu, they look like monsters to you, don't they?" Yongsu was surprised. "Yes, of course." He suddenly declared, "That's my older sister." Kim Jong-yum was startled. "What?" he asked again. "Which one?" He pointed at the girl standing amidst the rubble. "The monster that just sent the skeleton knight flying." The girl, Sol Kim, stood amidst the rubble, looking down at her fist. She wondered, "That's strange." Sol Kim felt, "I definitely felt the impact of the blows." She wondered, "Why isn't it dying even though I've hit it so many times?" A flashback appeared. Sol Kim, sitting alone in a room, staring at the television screen. As a child, Sol Kim happened to watch a mixed martial arts match on television. The little girl was immediately captivated, her eyes wide with astonishment. From a young age, Sol Kim possessed an intense competitive spirit. She had natural physical talent and an undying passion. With her innate talent, the girl quickly mastered various martial arts such as boxing, kickboxing, wrestling, and jiu-jitsu. By 7th grade, she had no rivals in junior-level competitions. Her relentless passion drove her to train frantically, pouring all her energy into it. Sol Kim's training addiction became severe, putting her in a dangerous situation. Eventually, the young girl suffered a serious injury, tearing the cruciate ligaments in both knees. But Sol Kim was impatient with the long recovery period. She continued to train, incurring countless more injuries, both major and minor. Only last year, at the age of 24, did she officially debut as a professional fighter. Kim Jeongyum wondered she could have debuted much earlier with her skills. Youngsu requested a slow descent so he could throw the bowling ball. He mused, wondering if Sol Kim was truly a monster. A powerful blue energy stream ripped through the ground, sending bricks and stones flying. Amidst the rubble, a skeleton knight in majestic blue armor appeared, his eyes glowing brightly. He looked directly at Sol Kim, speaking with authority. "Let me ask you something. Why can my attacks not reach you?" the skeleton knight asked. Sol Kim replied confidently. "Isn't it obvious? Your hands are too slow." "No," the skeleton knight denied. "My speed is second to none." He asserted that the problem was not with speed, but that you clearly know some kind of technique. "Technique?" Sol Kim asked in surprise. She explained that she simply observed her opponent's shoulders, waist, and footwork. "I see," the skeleton knight said. "So fundamentals are what truly matter." He admitted he had learned something new, and honestly stated that if not for his rank, he would have lost to her. The skeleton knight continued to praise. "People like you are very rare." He believed that if Sol Kim leveled up soon, she could become the greatest knight. Therefore, he decided to allow her to leave. The Skeleton King, sitting on his throne, warned that there wasn't much time left. He said if Sol Kim didn't escape the castle, death would be inevitable. The king declared he would speak with the Night King to allow her, and only her, to leave. The Skeleton King emphasized that, normally, this would be impossible. "This is a small favor for you, who taught me the importance of fundamentals." The Skeleton Knight finished speaking, then unexpectedly self-destructed in a blaze of fire. Sol Kim cried out in astonishment. His burning armor fragments scattered everywhere. Sol Kim stood looking at a bowling ball burning brightly on the ground, confusedly wondering, a bowling ball? She couldn't believe it. A bowling ball destroyed it? Sol Kim wondered how a bowling ball could destroy something that even she couldn't. Suddenly, two glowing blue crystals emerged from the ground. They quickly soared high, gliding past skyscraper. A glowing red crystal appeared, and at the same time, a large white energy circle spread across the ground. Sol Kim looked at the scene, her face clearly showing surprise. From above, the white energy circle continued to expand, enveloping the girl. A helicopter slowly descended into the center of the energy circle. The helicopter's landing gear gently touched the ground, creating plumes of dust. Finally, the helicopter landed safely, and Sol Kim stood there, watching it. A mysterious figure quickly stepped out of the newly landed helicopter, making a loud sound. Kim Jong-yum smiled meaningfully, greeting someone. "Hey, long time no see. As expected, you're still alive, number 2. Sol Kim was utterly astonished, sweat pouring down as she recognized the other person. "Huh? Number 3? A lavish feast of pizza, fried chicken, and various snacks awaited, with crunching sounds echoing. Sol Kim looked straight ahead, her face serious, while Kim Jong-yam was still chewing something in the background. The brown-haired girl pressed about the other's abilities. "So, you can create an invisible barrier, and when it's active, your physical abilities are enhanced?" Sol Kim, munching on chicken, denied. "No, my physical abilities were already good. It has nothing to do with the barrier." The three were eating. Kim Jong-yum reminded Sol Kim to eat slowly, while Yongsu quietly thought about his deceased sister. Kim Jong-yum sighed in relief, saying that all three had awakened their abilities and survived, and now they just needed to find Big Brother. Sol Kim suspiciously asked if Kim Jong-yum was using any cheat codes, but he only replied that it was a long story. Kim Jong-yum instructed everyone to eat, rest, and not forget to greet Yongsu's family in the subspace. Yongsu asked if they had to leave immediately. Kim Jong-yum confirmed, because the fortress wall was about to cover the ceiling, which reminded Sol Kim of Song-hyun, Gu's words. He looked up at a glowing energy mass, wordly saying that the wall was growing rapidly, already close to covering the ceiling when he brought number 2 in. Kim Jong-yum looked up at the ceiling, muttering that he wanted to get more magic stones and had to escape before everything was completely covered. He looked up in shock. The ceiling had darkened ominously. The ceiling was almost completely closed, with only a narrow slit of light remaining, accompanied by a loud noise. Kim Jong-yum's mouth hung open in astonishment. The helicopter hastily took off, its spinning rotors kicking up clouds of dust. The helicopter soared upwards, but from above, a barrage of brilliant fireballs rained down like deadly meteors. A gigantic fireball slammed directly into the ground, creating an earth-shattering explosion. A deep crater appeared at the impact point, with thick smoke and dust billowing upwards. In the cockpit, Kim Jong-yum turned to Yongsu and asked, "Are you saying it didn't get a single scratch no matter how hard I hit it?" He pondered, wondering whether to push that thing into the subspace. He decided he needed to be more careful, and at the same time, the system displayed a notification about using magic stones to increase the transport size limit. Kim Jong-yum lamented that he had used all his magic stones to send the helicopter, and now each send cost 15 stones, making leveling up even harder. He was more worried about whether such a large castle would fit. And what would happen if all of Uijeongbu was sucked in? Sol Kim looked at him, her face full of confusion. She grumbled that everything was troublesome, asking if the words of the skull guy that Kim Jong-yum had smashed were true. Kim Jong-yum recounted the guy's words, that he would die if he stayed. But Sol Kim just said she would find a way to get him out. Kim Jong-yum panicked, realizing the King Knight surely knew something, and they didn't have much time to find him in Uijeongbu. But Sol Kim reassured him. Kim Jong-yum panicked, sweat pouring down as he heard the 5 minutes arrival notification. The pilot was utterly terrified, trying to stammer, "Wait!" The helicopter still sped past skyscrapers, while he could only beg, "Please fly slower." In contrast, Yong-soo was extremely excited, smiling brightly and giving a thumbs up to signal "Okay." Inside an ancient castle, a brilliant red light shone through the stained glass windows. The flying skull Lionel asked in surprise. Lionel died, without even landing a single blow? The Skeleton King coldly replied, "That's right." Lionel continued to speculate. But could it have been caused by that wizard? The Skeleton King confirmed. Based on what Lionel had said before disappearing, it was definitely the wizard's doing. The Skeleton King clenched his armored hand, muttering about the upcoming harvest. He wondered if someone was trying to interfere with his plans. The Skeleton King stood up, his purple eyes burning, declaring that the culprit had intended to sabotage the harvest from the beginning. He didn't want to wait any longer and asked for their location. Lionel reassured his master, saying he didn't need to move. They were coming here themselves. The Skeleton King asked in surprise, "They're coming?" The Skeleton King raised his head, his gaze sharp and cold. He sat back on his throne, his eyes fixed on the glowing red windows. Inside the helicopter, a figure became clear. Kim Jong-yum's face was pale, so dizzy he couldn't speak. Inside the castle, the skull Lionel still hovered. The Skeleton King was suspicious. An immortal? "Didn't you say it was a wizard?" He smirked. Whoever they were coming to the castle themselves. This saved the king the trouble of searching. However, he also predicted that they might never make it here. Inside the castle, a long, glowing red corridor appeared, with countless dark figures lurking. The cold stone floor was covered in dust. Yong-soo stuck his head out of the helicopter door, vomiting profusely. Sol Kim looked at him with an annoyed expression, sighing. Yong-soo was pale, drooling, swearing he would never ride a helicopter again. Sol Kim shook her head, remarking that his motion sickness had reached a new level. Yong-soo suddenly looked up, exclaiming in surprise, "Sook!" A giant red bat monster lunged forward, opening its mouth wide to bite Yong-soo. But Sol Kim was faster, delivering a powerful punch to the monster's face. Next, she delivered a mighty kick, sending the monster flying. Yong-soo was still dazed and again cried out, "Sook!" The giant bat monster didn't give up. It aggressively lunged towards him again. But Sol Kim managed to deliver another punch in time, blocking its attack. A terrifying explosion rang out, and brilliant red energy erupted violently. Yong-soo and Sol Kim stepped back, horrified, looking at the dark gate where bat monster corpses lay scattered. Sol Kim was startled. She stammered thanks, then suddenly realized something and quickly corrected herself. "Wait a minute." The female warrior clenched her fists, her eyes becoming unusually resolute. Sol Kim looked deep into the darkness, asserting, "There's more." Yong-soo asked in surprise, "More what?" Inside the gloomy great hall, a devil bat lay motionless, but hundreds of glowing red eyes lurked in the darkness. The bat monster on the ground stirred slightly, letting out a chilling sneer. Another devil bat raised its head, its glowing red eyes and sharp fangs clearly visible. The entire great hall was now filled with devil bats, their bloodshot red eyes gleaming in the darkness, creating a terrifying sight. Sol Kim was ready to fight, while Yong-soo looked anxiously ahead, and Kim Jong-yum called his name. Kim Jong-yum urgently said that he should enter the subspace. Yong-soo quickly agreed. Sol Kim flashed a mischievous smile, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She exclaimed joyfully, "This is more like it! Just one monster is so boring!" Sol Kim charged straight into the pack of monsters, declaring, "Number 3, I'm going in first." Yong-soo cried out in surprise, "Huh? Wait!" The female warrior delivered a powerful kick, sending the first bat demon flying. She stomped her foot heavily on the head of another monster, crushing it. Sol Kim stood tall amidst the swarm of bat demons, her sharp gaze sweeping over each one. The bat demons roared in unison, charging towards her like a storm. Sol Kim delivered a devastating punch, sending a monster flying far away. She continued to land another punch, energy exploding from her fist. The female warrior deftly dodged the enemy's attack. She swung her arm, creating an arc of energy that swept away a whole group of bat demons. A bat demon unexpectedly bit her neck, fresh blood oozing out. But Sol Kim didn't flinch. She flashed a terrifying smile, her eyes glowing red, and firmly grabbed the monster's head. A burst of energy erupted from her hand, instantly crushing the bat demon. Sol Kim smiled contentedly, her eyes burning with battle fervor. Yong-soo watched Sol Kim fighting wildly from afar, muttering, "She seems to be having a lot of fun. There are too many. It's hard to see clearly." He looked at the virtual screen. wondering how to help when the monsters were swarming. Suddenly, Young-Soo's eyes widened, an idea flashing in his mind. The screen displayed information about the subspace laboratory with a transformation function and a cost of 250. A gigantic bat demon roared ferociously, drool dripping continuously. A powerful punch landed directly on the monster's head, creating a horrifying cracking sound. Sol Kim stood amidst the glowing red mist, suddenly looking around. A chilling smile spread across Sol Kim's lips. Blood smeared on her face. The girl was surrounded by bat demons, which stared intently at her. Sol Kim was bewildered. Then a jolt of electricity flashed, and she wondered, what is that? Where is everyone looking? She turned around, witnessing a powerful electromagnetic field crushing the bat demon. A strange device was emitting electricity, destroying the surrounding monsters. The screen displayed large-scale electronic insecticide, IA, IC 200+1, grade, rare, attributes, penetration, shock, agitation. Kim Jong-yum sat relaxed in his chair, smiling contentedly. Very good. It's definitely effective. Sol Kim was so surprised, she was annoyed, exclaiming, huh? She questioned what Kim Jong-yum was doing, and he replied that he was helping her. But Sol Kim was annoyed. Helping? Or rather, hindering? I just started getting into my groove. What's going on? Sol Kim angrily scolded her younger brother.
Are you crazy? What groove? Are you in a competition? We need to catch them quickly, right?
She also warned him to be careful how he spoke to his older sister. A glowing red skull, Tristan, floated in midair with a worried expression. He stared intently at a point, then called out, Tristan. Tristan asked in an invisible voice, Are you absolutely sure about what you just said? He affirmed, Yes, I just saw it clearly. The Skeleton King sat on his throne, with Tristan and Lionel beside him. He sighed, saying that besides the witch using items, there was also a human whose skills were on par with his own. The Skeleton King covered his face with his hand, saying worriedly, Even with just one witch, we need to prepare for a difficult battle. And now, there's another human. He looked at Lionel, then said, Lancelot, I will have to summon you. Lionel replied, Are you sure? The Skeleton King and Lionel continued their conversation. Lionel was worried about summoning a rank 7 individual from Earth, fearing the Chamber of Commerce would interfere, but he insisted. We have no other choice. He explained that the witch was at least rank 8, and her power surpassed his. If there was another person with knightly skills of equal caliber, fighting at the same rank would only lead to defeat. Lionel accepted the command, his skull glowing purple. The Skeleton King extended his hand, looked at Tristan, and said, Tristan, I will not forget your sacrifice. Tristan replied, his red skull glowing, I will obey your command. Immediately, Tristan transformed into a glowing red orb of energy. The Skeleton King sat on his throne, the red orb flying towards his hand. He clenched the orb of energy in his palm. With 2 red orbs in his hands, the Skeleton King commanded, Appear. The orbs of energy began to transform, and he declared, My strongest sword, serve me, Lancelot. In another laboratory, cables and electrical conduits began to shake, electricity crackling continuously. A large conduit suddenly exploded with energy, creating a loud noise. A metal baseball bat was accumulating glowing blue electrical energy. An information panel appeared, revealing it to be a large-scale electric mosquito repellent device of semi-rare grade, with electrical attributes and some downgraded options. Sol Kim gripped the bat tightly, her eyes shining with confidence. She exclaimed, very good. Kim Jong-yum watched Sol Kim scratching her back and asked her, So you created that insect repellent device in a similar way, right? Sol Kim replied, That's right. He then ordered, Pax. Handle the rest as you see fit. Kim Jong-yum walked away, pondering the terrifying power of the laboratory. He wondered, this ability is truly overpowered. How exactly does this laboratory work? He continued, Anyway, thank you for crafting this weapon. This electric bat will definitely make fighting monsters easier. Sol Kim replied, It's not that great actually. She explained, It might have been weakened when I combined the enhancement item with another object. The grade dropped to semi-rare, and the options also have minus signs. He nodded. Still semi. Rare is rare, isn't it? Sol Kim kept scratching her neck, making Kim Jong-yum wonder, But why are you scratching so much? It's like you've been bitten by mosquitoes, she denied. Not mosquitoes. Sol Kim explained that earlier. When fighting the bat-human monster, it had bitten her neck. She said, At first it was fine, but after leaving the subspace, it started to itch a bit. She reassured herself, Well, I don't feel like I'm turning into a vampire or anything. The subspace blocks external energy, so it should be fine. Kim Jong-yum asked again, What do you mean by feel? Sol Kim explained. You know, suddenly wanting to bite your neck or... Sol Kim said, I don't feel that way, but I do want to hit you for no reason. Kim Jong-yum calmly replied, That's normal for you. so I guess it's fine. Sol Kim said worriedly, "If I do turn into a vampire, kill me while I'm still human. I don't want to become a monster." Both stood silently, their eyes fixed forward, the atmosphere becoming tense. Kim Jeongjam thought to himself, "I can't believe a famous sorcerer would visit a shabby shop like this." The Skeleton King, with glowing purple eyes, looked straight ahead and said, "The name Arcane must be screaming. Let me ask you one thing," he asked. "But for what reason do you come to cause trouble in someone else's shop?" Sol Kim exclaimed in surprise. "Night King?" The Skeleton King replied. "No need to look further, that is perfect." He continued, "You had best answer truthfully, even if you come from Arcane." The Skeleton King declared, "I have nothing left to lose." Sol Kim whispered to Kim Jong-yom, "Arca, what? What are they talking about?" Kim Jong-yom replied, "I don't know." The Skeleton King sighed. "I was a fool to try and talk." He looked straight at both of them, his voice cold. "Since you seem to have no intention of talking, then die here." A gleaming armored knight appeared, and the Skeleton King called out, "Lancelot!" Sol Kim smiled excitedly. "Ah, how refreshing. Perfect timing," she continued. "I'm itching to try out this electric bat." Sol Kim turned to Kim Jong-yom. "Don't interfere this time." Sol Kim smirked, her eyes burning with battle fervor. She charged forward, swinging the glowing electric bat, delivering a powerful strike. Sol Kim and Lancelot clashed head-on, electric sparks flying. Kim Jeong-yom stood watching, exclaiming, "Ugh, dust." Sol Kim's electric bat fiercely collided with the knight's weapon. Sol Kim gritted her teeth, channeling power into the baseball bat, thinking to herself, "The baseball bat I enhanced with my ability once again." Her powerful strike created a large crack on the ground. Kim Jong-yom was surprised. "Huh, what is this?" They said it was semi-rare, but it broke quite easily. Sol Kim looked at the knight, asserting, "Number, it's not a weak weapon," she continued, her eyes serious. "It's that he is strong." A knight in shining armor, radiating a brilliant red aura, stood tall with a sword in hand, as if declaring, "It's not that the weapon is weak, but that the opponent is too strong." Kim Jeong-yom pondered, his sharp eyes showing a hint of contemplation as he recalled his older sister's words, she who rarely admitted anyone was strong. The young man observed the battle from afar, thinking to himself that this opponent was definitely no pushover. A thought flashed through Kim Jeong-yom's mind, recalling how he once complained to Sol Kim about lacking mana stones to make a baseball bat for her. He asked if he could keep this stone. She immediately retorted, asserting that there was no finders keepers when it came to mana stone. Lancelot's crimson eyes gleamed beneath his armor, full of vigilance and killing intent. The knight stood firm amidst a barrage of brilliant red energy projectiles, swirling streams of light surrounding him like a shield. He swung his sword, creating a dazzling red arc that blocked and deflected a barrage of incoming energy projectiles. Lancelot's sword blade glowed brilliantly, creating a red streak of light as it parried, repelling every attack. Sol Kim unleashed a flurry of attacks, creating countless brilliant red energy slashes that surrounded Lancelot, while Kim Jeong-yom observed from the sideline. The young man's eyes widened in astonishment, cold sweat beading on his forehead at the sight before him. She charged forward with terrifying speed, Lancelot's figure retreating backward in a flash. The girl delivered a powerful kick, aimed directly at the armored knight. Lancelot quickly raised his sword to block the attack, creating a dazzling red energy collision. The crimson eyes beneath the armor still shone brightly, but a small crack had appeared on the knight's helmet. Sol Kim relentlessly unleashed a powerful punch, creating a dazzling flash of light upon impact with her opponent's armor. She deftly dodged the knight's sharp sword strike, then immediately counterattacked. She continued to press on, landing another punch on Lancelot, causing his armor to vibrate violently. Lancelot was stunned, his eyes beneath the armor wide open, the cracks on his helmet becoming increasingly clear. Sol Kim unleashed an explosive burst of energy from her palm, striking the knight directly and creating a fierce explosion. Lancelot was powerfully repelled by the tremendous destructive force, his body staggering amidst the brilliant red energy. After the terrifying explosion, Lancelot still stood firm as a rock, his brilliant red cape fluttering in the smoke and dust. The knight's crimson eyes behind his armor gleamed with killing intent, showing that he was unharmed by the previous attack. Kim Jeong-yom was utterly astonished, unable to believe it as he thought, it definitely hit his head. Yet, not a scratch? A chilling sensation washed over Kim Jong-yom as images of the Skeleton King and bat monsters appeared in his mind, making the young man exclaim internally, "This feeling, it's too dangerous." Sol Kim quickly acted, extending her hand and shouting, "Retrieve item!" While Kim Jeong-yom, standing behind her, asked in surprise, "Huh?" A mysterious voice echoed, ordering Lancelot, "Lancelot, pursue him." The knight bowed and replied, "Yes, my lord." Sol Kim turned to Kim Jong-yom, her voice full of annoyance. "Hey, are you stopping me just for a magic stone?" Kim Jeong-yom immediately explained, No, not stopping, but I think he's dangerous. He continued to analyze. He's still standing after being hit by a bowling ball. He's not someone we can deal with easily. A stream of blue energy began to gather in Kim Jong-yeom's hand, directed towards the Skeleton King reigning on his distant throne. Suddenly, Lancelot swooped down from above, his sharp sword pointed directly at Kim Jong-yeom, making him look up in alarm. The blue rhombus-shaped object shot from Kim Jong-yeom's hand, plunged into the ground, and formed a hexagonal energy field. Both Sol Kim and Kim Jong-yeom looked up, their eyes full of vigilance at the enemy's new move. Sol Kim looked directly at Lancelot, her gaze firm, thinking to herself. Aware of the danger, Kim Jong-yeom suddenly exclaimed in his mind, "Wait, at this distance perhaps?" Lancelot appeared right before them, surrounded by a blue aura, his sword drawn from its sheath and ready for battle. The knight swung his sword, unleashing a series of brilliant red slashes that tore through the air and sped straight towards the two. Kim Jong-yeom stared in shock as Lancelot's attacks were blocked right in front of him, creating dazzling sparks. He couldn't believe his eyes, wondering, is this possible? Are they blocking attacks aimed directly at their faces? Two golden energy shields appeared, blocking all of Lancelot's brilliant red slashes. The golden shields resiliently defended, deflecting the knight's attacks, creating deafening clashes and scattering sparks. The Skeleton King, with powerful glowing purple eyes, appeared mysteriously amidst a space filled with brilliant red energy. He raised a hand to his chin, disdainfully judging. How pathetic. Hiding behind a space gate, only knowing how to throw objects. The Skeleton King sat on his throne, his sharp eyes looking forward, continuing to analyze. If it were a battle between two rank 8 individuals, they probably thought they couldn't lose. And indeed, mages are very strong in reality. But that arrogance was a fatal mistake, because Lancelot, with his brilliant red sword swinging, was no ordinary opponent. The Skeleton King, regardless of the consequences, coldly declared that he had summoned a rank 7 individual immune to all magical attacks, ready to face sanctions from the Chamber of Commerce. He clasped his hands together, his voice full of determination. I invested everything I had just to get here. If I couldn't summon Lancelot, I would have died and lost everything to you. The ruler tilted his head, his eyes showing a hint of concern. If I'm going to die anyway, I'd rather face the Chamber of Commerce's sanctions. But he suddenly looked down. At his feet was a pile of burning items, his face full of confusion. I'm a bit disappointed to see such a pathetic display. The Skeleton King suddenly stood up, his glowing purple eyes staring at the pile of battlefield trash. What the hell? When did these things pile up? Not pathetic, but a bastard. He tilted his head, confused, wondering, how many items does he have without using any magic at all? Huh? Sitting back on his throne, the Skeleton King continued to ponder. Wait, thinking about it, why aren't they using magic? Using items like this is far less efficient than magic. Meanwhile, Lancelot continued to attack furiously. A blue rhombus-shaped item flew from Kim Jong-yeom, colliding with the knight's sword in a shower of sparks. Kim Jong-yeom looked straight ahead, his face full of calculation as he wondered, what should I do about that skeleton knight? A series of system notifications appeared before him, showing options for upgrades, weapon crafting, and life support, but all required enormous amounts of mana stones. The young man sighed, realizing the mana stone cost was insane and that he had wasted too much on crafting weapons, forcing him to fight with what he had. A bowling ball flew straight towards Lancelot, and Kim Jong-yeom bitterly admitted, the problem is, the strongest thing I have is a bowling ball. He rested his chin on his hand, his face worried, knowing that the bowling ball would do nothing to the opponent. But if the knight kept camping in front of the teleportation gate, everything would be at a standstill. As Lancelot prepared to deliver the decisive blow, Sol Kim suddenly shouted, "Stop!" surprising both her and Kim Jong-yeom. Kim Jong-yeom turned to look at Lancelot, his face puzzled, then quickly said, Pax, wait a moment. At the same time, the Skeleton King stepped down from his throne, his sharp eyes seeing through everything. You are not a mage. You are human. A human who? The Skeleton King, with glowing purple eyes, looked directly at Kim Jong-yeom, his tone full of implication. You can duplicate items, can't you? He burst into hearty laughter, turning his back on the two, declaring that no mage would come to this place. The Skeleton King continued, his voice full of mystery. Now, everything is clear. Do you know how terrifying the power you just acquired is? Suddenly, the Skeleton King ordered Lancelot to lower his sword. They are not mages, but are potential business partners. Lancelot immediately obeyed, lowering his weapon, while Kim Jong-yeom and Sol Kim could only stare at each other in bewilderment. Business partners? Kim Jong-yeom exclaimed, his eyes full of skepticism as he looked towards the Skeleton King. What the hell are you talking about? He sneered, knowing the two were still confused. The Skeleton King began to ponder, wondering where to start explaining so they could understand. Ah, right. I should say this first. The Skeleton King began to explain, pointing to the surrounding ruins. The Skeleton Knights you defeated on your way here, you obtained enhancement stones from them, didn't you? This castle is where those stones are produced. The Skeleton King continued to reveal a shocking truth. More precisely, this castle is an item called Camelot, and it can create enhancement stones by exchanging the lives of living beings. Kim Jong-yum stared in astonishment at the shimmering stones floating in the air. Enhancement stones are basically used to upgrade items, increasing their power, he explained. But they can also be used for items with special abilities. For example, when used on Camelot, you can summon and control 12 knights bound to Camelot, including the rank 7 knight Lancelot standing right before you. Kim Jong-yum flinched, his eyes fixed on Lancelot. The important thing is that enhancement stones are extremely valuable, and you have the ability to duplicate them. The Skeleton King spread his arms, his eyes burning with ambition. So, what if we cooperate and duplicate those stones together? He let out a chilling sneer, his crimson eyes flashing with madness. This will be a once-in-a-millennium opportunity, ha ha ha. Of course, it might take a little time at first, he admitted. That's unavoidable, because the nature of this item is to consume lives within the castle to create enhancement stones. But once we start producing them, I guarantee everything will become smoother and easier than ever. And that's not all. Not only that, if we have those guys process them too. Kim Jong-yum suddenly bowed his head, covering his face with both hands. His voice choked. Your Majesty, the Night King, your business plan. I am truly grateful to the point of tears. Thanks to you, all problems are solved. Pax, move Camelot into subspace, Kim Jong-yum suddenly ordered. The Skeleton King was stunned, his glowing purple eyes flashing with confusion. Subspace? What do you mean? He stood frozen amidst the blazing flames, his arms spread wide in shock, still unable to believe what he had just heard. Suddenly, the scene shifted to a desolate, ruined city, under a cold, full moon. The Skeleton King suddenly whipped his head around, his crimson eyes flaring with rage, as if he had just realized a horrifying truth. He spread his arms wide, letting out a cry of astonishment as he realized Camelot Castle had vanished without a trace, leaving only burnt ruins. His crimson eyes scanned everywhere. The Skeleton King roared, his voice trembling with anger and shock. What the hell is going on here? The Skeleton King stared in shock at the object before him, his glowing purple eyes wide with astonishment, wondering if it was truly that small. He turned his gaze towards Kim Jong-yum and Sol Kim, who stood tall amidst the sea of fiery ruins, letting out a gasp of surprise. Sol Kim looked at the tiny object in Kim Jong-yum's palm, remarking that it was no different from a toy. The young man nodded in agreement, his expression nonchalant. In Kim Jong-yum's palm, the purple cylindrical object sparkled like a precious gem. It was the miniaturized Camelot Castle. Suddenly, the Skeleton King's eyes turned fiery red, and dark energy surged violently as he realized something horrifying. He roared in fury, unable to believe that a low-level slave dared to steal all of his possession. Without further ado, the Skeleton King immediately summoned a glowing purple energy orb, preparing to unleash a counterattack. The purple orb suddenly transformed into a hideous, green-skulled monster, charging straight towards the figure hovering in the air. An earth-shattering explosion echoed, tearing through space, engulfing everything in a sea of fire and dust. As the dust slowly settled, the scene that emerged sent shivers down one's spine. Everything had vanished, leaving no trace of the target. Kim Jong-yum looked up, uttering a name full of hidden meaning. Laszlo, isn't it? Amidst the ruins, Lancelot appeared majestically, his hand gripping his sword, and Kim Jong-yum coldly ordered the knight to eliminate the Night King. The knight did not hesitate, bowing his head and responding to his master in a firm voice. Yes, master. The Skeleton King was stunned, his fiery red eyes wide, hastily crying out in panic. Wait! Before he could react, Lancelot lunged like lightning, his glowing red sword tearing through the air, aimed directly at the target. The Skeleton King could only utter "Wait!" in utter shock as the knight's blade drew near. At the same time, the purple cylindrical stone, symbol of Camelot Castle, suddenly shattered into small pieces, emitting a dazzling light. The sparkling fragments soared into the air, forming a brilliant stream of light before vanishing into nothingness. Lancelot stood there, silently watching. Amidst the ruins, a golden gemstone suddenly appeared, lying still on the ground. Lancelot bent down to pick up the golden stone, and immediately, a system notification rang out, confirming that ownership of the Night King's dimensional account had officially transferred to Jong-yum. A system notification suddenly appeared, dazzling in mid-air, announcing that the dimensional account was opening earlier than expected. Immediately after, another notification appeared, confirming that Jong-yum's dimensional account held 3,086 magic stones, astonishing both him and Sol Kim. Kim Jong-yum's eyes widened in surprise, exclaiming in astonishment, "What the hell is this?" Then turning to her, excitedly saying, Hey, 1,000! Sol Kim's eyes widened in confusion, asking back, 1,000 what? Then she bluntly demanded, "If you have any conscience, you should at least give me 1,000 stones." I saved your life, remember? Memories of the moment Sol Kim delivered a devastating punch, rescuing him from the clutches of the giant bat monster, suddenly flooded back. Jeongyum nodded, acknowledging her contribution, but also didn't forget to tease, "I'm very grateful, but demanding 1,000 magic stones for that is a bit greedy. If we follow that logic, I also personally crafted weapons for you using my own magic stone." The young man suggested a more modest number. "How about we settle on 500 stones? Sol Kim immediately objected, questioning him. "Are you really comparing a human life to magic stones? What? You don't want to stay in the subdimension?" She frowned, clearly showing her displeasure at being haggled with. "Are you really negotiating like this?" Jeongyum replied with a loaded question. "Are you saying you don't want to give me even 500 stones?" Sol Kim sighed, reluctantly saying, "Thank you very much for the 500 stone." Jeongyum smirked with satisfaction, saying smugly, "That's right. You should accept it gratefully." She could only reluctantly reply, "Yes." Sol Kim turned away, her eyes still holding a hint of resentment, but then she changed the subject, asking Jeongyum about Lancelot. Lancelot, in his gleaming armor, stood tall before Jeongyum and his friend, ready for orders. The armored knight bowed, reporting to his master, "Master, as per your command, I have beheaded the Night King." He held up the golden stone, proof of his victory. Sol Kim was still skeptical, pouting, "Even if he's not dangerous, who would want to live with a skeleton knight?" Suddenly, little Li Uijeong ran over, hugging Lancelot's leg, giggling with delight. Jeongyum pondered, perhaps because living in the subdimension was too boring. But he also noticed that Yongsu's daughter, Uijeong, seemed very fond of Lancelot. Yongsu, standing next to Ojisu, apologized awkwardly. "Oh dear, how should I apologize? My daughter isn't usually like this." He thought Lancelot must have made a strong impression on his daughter. Lancelot mused to himself that helping his master's allies was helping his master, and it was his joy and honor to serve. Meanwhile, Uijeong happily sat on his shoulder, her eyes crinkling in a smile. Yongsu worried that his daughter would keep bothering Lancelot to play, wondering if she had already grown tired of playing with. Ojisu smiled, pointing out that Lancelot was still very careful, holding the little girl tightly so she wouldn't fall, and also not letting her touch his sword. She continued to praise, "With such kindness and thoughtfulness, who wouldn't like him? Anyone can recognize a person with good character." Jeongyum stood nearby, listening, his expression thoughtful. Oh, Jisoo suddenly wondered. A good person? Does the word person apply to someone not from Earth? Oh, Jisoo hastily explained, "That's just a figure of speech." Then she turned to Jeongyum, asking, "Anyway, are you planning to go to Dobonggu now?" He confirmed, "Yes, my eldest brother's newlywed home is there." Sol Kim, with a worried expression, interrupted, "Well, you've been through a lot, but you're not planning to leave immediately, are you?" Kim Jeongyum suggested, "It's late. How about we leave tomorrow morning at sunrise?" The young man's eyes gleamed with determination, as if a clear plan was already in his mind. In a humorous flashback, Li Uijeong complained about her father, Yongsu, always playing the brave knight, and Ojisu also agreed, wanting a more creative role. Yongsu stood there, smiling confidently, seemingly accustomed to these adorable complaints. Kim Jeongyum gently explained, a smile on his lips, "Traveling at night is very dangerous." Meanwhile, Li Uijeong was fast asleep, curled up in warm arms. Yongsu carried the little girl, nodding in understanding. "Yes, I understand." Jeongyum turned to them, instructing, "Then I'll plan to depart at 6 a.m. Everyone, please get some good rest today." He turned to Sol Kim, commenting on how soundly Li Uijeong was sleeping, despite previously making a fuss about not liking Yongsu. Then Jeongyum looked at Lancelot, saying that he also needed to prepare a resting place for the night. He raised his hand, and a mysterious purple prismatic object appeared in his palm. Item information appeared. Camelot. Grade. Unique. Description. A palace for cursed knights. Can be installed at any size. Installation cost is proportional to size. Camelot's options included blood sacrifice, sum inspector, and knight conferment. Jeongyum scrolled through the interesting options, but what he needed to check was the description regarding customizable installation size. The young man frowned in thought, wondering how many magic stones were needed for a certain size, and if 300 stones would be enough for 12 people to live in. The small object in his hand began to shake, emitting a brilliant purple light. It suddenly expanded, soaring skyward, forming a colossal castle towering in space. Kim Jeongyum looked at the massive castle, asking Lancelot and Sol Kim, "This should be enough for 12 people to live in, right?" Lancelot replied, "It's no problem for us, but it is too small compared to your dignity, master." Sol Kim's eyes widened in astonishment, muttering to herself, If this costs 300 magic stones, then how many did that Night King guy pour into? Lancelot estimated in a low voice. I'm not sure, but perhaps at least tens of thousands of stones. Sol Kim froze, completely shocked by that terrifying number. Kim Jeongyom explained that a lot of magic stones were needed to create such a colossal item, and he wondered if it was originally small. Sol Kim wondered why Kim Jeongyom wouldn't rest, even though Lancelot had already gone to sleep. The young man replied that he had a private matter to ask about, and had been waiting for the right moment for a long time. Kim Jeongyom approached Lancelot, his tone serious. Lancelot, I have a request. The armored knight tilted his head, seemingly awaiting an explanation. The fiery red eyes from Lancelot's helmet suddenly gleamed, and he said in a low voice that he had observed Sol Kim for a while and found her swordsmanship incredibly impressive. Sol Kim looked directly at Lancelot. Then she boldly asked, That swordsmanship, can you teach it to me? Kim Jeongyom looked at Sol Kim in surprise, letting out a soft, astonished "oh." Lancelot nodded in agreement, but immediately after, he made a counter-request. Very well, but may I make a request in return? The knight pointed directly at Sol Kim, suggesting she teach him the boxing technique she had demonstrated earlier. Sol Kim's eyes widened in astonishment. Sol Kim flashed a confident and slightly mischievous smile, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Kim Jeongyom secretly thought Lancelot indeed had a keen eye. He turned to Sol Kim, asking if she could handle his extremely intense training. Then, noticing her enthusiasm, he suggested starting with a simple sparring session. Sol Kim immediately agreed, her voice full of excitement. Kim Jeongyom burst into hearty laughter, appearing very pleased with her fighting spirit. Under the dim moonlight, amidst colossal architectural structures, Kim Jeongyom stood, looking tired, while Lancelot and Sol Kim were still diligently sparring, raising small clouds of dust in the night. A line of text appeared, confirming Lancelot had safely become an ally. The scene shifted, and the sky suddenly brightened with dazzling sunlight. A pair of military boots stood firmly on cracked ground, surrounded by shattered debris. A rifle-equipped soldier stood tall amidst the desolate city, other figures dimly visible behind him. A soldier was speaking into a radio, his face clearly showing surprise, even panic. Kim Jeongyom and Yongsu stood with their backs turned, looking towards the ruined city, seemingly exchanging something. Kim Jeongyom wondered if other groups were also stirring into action in the morning. Yongsu felt something was unusual. The scene shifted upwards, revealing the city's ruined buildings under a cloudy sky. A colossal airship dropped something, then a military helicopter swept across the sky of the desolate city. Kim Jeongyom and Yongsu looked up, their faces astonished. Kim Jeongyom pointed, exclaiming, Even helicopters? Then he immediately realized something about the aircraft. Amidst the ruined city, a fully equipped soldier appeared, with two figures in the distance, surrounded by a mysterious blue glow. A pair of heavy military boots stomped firmly onto the dusty ground. A middle-aged man in military uniform, his eyes wide with surprise, hastily called out Kim Jeongyom's name as he stepped out of the vehicle. Yu Seong-shil approached, asking about the disappearance of the Yujiro fortress wall, while Sol, Kim, and Yongsu stood nearby, listening intently. The commander quickly affirmed that he wasn't there to persuade, but to deliver extremely important news. Yu Seong-shil's eyes were filled with tension. He sternly warned the team not to travel by helicopter under any circumstances. He revealed that the 1st Division had staged a coup, seized air defense bases, and was shooting down everything in the sky, leaving Yongsu and Ojisu utterly stunned. Kim Jeongyom looked at Yu Seong-shil with a serious expression, asking the commander to clearly explain the current situation. A flashback showed military officers monitoring the 1st Division's expansion on a map based on intelligence from Colonel Han Kyung-ho. The 1st Division had annexed the Capital Defense Force, and all reconnaissance aircraft were shot down, proving they had established an extremely solid defense system. Yu Seong-shil explained that the defense system was too tight, putting the army in a difficult position, and he suddenly remembered Kim Jeongyom was heading towards Uijeongbu. The commander suggested a detour through Namyangju, but even that route wasn't guaranteed safe, making Kim Jeongyom realize he had almost walked into a trap. The young man thanked him for the timely warning, admitting the situation was worse than expected. Then he unexpectedly asked about the fortress wall and the King Knight. In Kim Jeongyom's mind, a thought flashed. If he only needed to reach Uijeongbu, he could take the suggested detour, but no. The young man immediately dismissed that thought, because to reach Uijeongbu, he would have to pass through Dobong-gu. If the 1st Division had expanded to Dobong-gu, confrontation would be unavoidable. The real problem lay with the coup leaders, who were even more dangerous than monsters. His family, including his older brother, sister-in-law, and parents, were in Dobong-gu, facing both monsters and the threat from the rebels. With resolute eyes, Kim Jeongyom declared there was no more time to waste and decisively called out Lancelot's name. Immediately, a brilliant blue energy surge erupted, and Lancelot appeared majestically before his master. Kim Jeongyom smiled confidently, confirming that he had captured the King Knight. Kim Jeongyom smiled confidently, pointing towards the majestic Lancelot standing beside him, and declared, "This is him." Yu Xianqiu's eyes widened in surprise, exclaiming in shock upon realizing it was a skeletal knight. But immediately after, he accepted the truth and affirmed, "Now, he's one of us." Lancelot, with glowing red eyes hidden behind his armor, explained that since Kim Jong-yeom's older brother's house was in Dobonggu, avoiding conflict with the rebels was impossible, and this knight would be a powerful ally. The young man then proposed a bold plan. "So, shall we devise a strategy together to crush these rebels?" Captain Yu Seoncheol immediately nodded vigorously, his face showing extreme excitement, exclaiming that this was fantastic. The scene shifted to another area, where dazzling sunlight shone upon ruined, desolate building. In a dense forest, a green-skinned goblin soldier stood guard next to two large cannons, his vigilant eyes scanning back and forth. A thin, dirty hand lay motionless on the ground, evoking an ominous scene. The goblin soldier continued to stand guard. Behind him was a series of iron cages filled with captives, all lying prostrate on the ground. A close-up of the goblin soldier's face showed him narrowing his eyes, as if sensing something unusual. Suddenly, the glowing purple skull of Lionel appeared, gliding past the cages, heading towards a figure standing in the middle of the forest. It turned its head, its fiery purple eyes seemingly scrutinizing, exuding anger and determination. The skull soared away, darting straight towards two faint figures standing in the distance, creating a brilliant purple light trail. Two goblin soldiers were on patrol. One gestured to his comrade, seemingly discussing something. A notable detail was the rank insignia on one goblin soldier's shoulder, indicating he held a rather high rank. The goblin commander, with a sinister smile on his lips, stood amidst the desolate landscape, his eyes full of self-satisfaction. Lionel's skull hid behind a large tree, silently observing every move of the goblins. It narrowed its eyes, seemingly contemplating a plan, its gaze exuding mystery. The system displayed a notification for summoning a Soul Knight, explaining that this incurred a certain cost. Soul Kim charged to attack with a glowing weapon, while Lionel explained that Soul Knights cannot physically interfere but are also unaffected by physical attacks, allowing them to pass through walls or fly freely. The system announced the cost to summon a Soul Knight as 1 enhancement stone and 500 Magic Street ones, equivalent to bestowing a Knight title. After summoning, the player can switch between Soul and Knight forms without additional cost, making Soul transformation the optimal reconnaissance method. Yu Seongcheol explained that Lancelot would infiltrate enemy territory, gathering information on troop numbers, air defense, cannon positions, and enemy characteristics to formulate a counter strategy. Due to movement range limitations, the team had positioned themselves near the enemy base, directly beneath the government army's OO battalion, and Lancelot completed the reconnaissance mission in just 2.5 hours. Kim Jong-yeom exclaimed in horror, unable to believe that parts of the enemy soldiers' bodies had transformed like goblins, and they were also holding over 200 innocent civilians in iron cages as sacrifices. The team gathered around the map, Lionel continuing to reveal shocking information. The enemy believed the world would change when he arrived. The key brigade leader was stationed there. They also planned to recruit more troops in Bangkok-dong and had deployed 9 air defense cannons. The glowing skull hovering affirmed that all the information just revealed was true. Yu Seongcheol couldn't hide his astonishment, admitting he had suspected something suspicious due to the tight security, but never imagined they were holding civilians captive. Kim Jong-yeom pondered, questioning the purpose of taking hostages, especially upon hearing that these rebels had joined voluntarily, and also wondered about the identity of the priest and him that the enemy mentioned. Lionel explained that although he didn't know who the priest or he was, the likely purpose of capturing civilians was to obtain propulsion. Kim Jong-yeom asked in surprise about propulsion again, and the skull immediately explained that all interdimensional beings are ranked according to a ranking system, and propulsion is the power related to this system, allowing higher-ranked beings to be immune to attacks from lower ranks. The skull continued to explain that the lower the rank number, the stronger the propulsion. For example, a rank 9 being cannot touch a rank 8 being, although this power is not absolute. Hearing this, Kim Jong-yeom suddenly recalled the skeletal knight he had once faced. Sol Kim suspiciously asked if they were sacrificing people to achieve this ranking system, and Lionel affirmed that it was certain based on his experience. However, the skull continued. Using sacrifices to achieve the ranking system is a method instinctively used by lower-ranked, less intelligent beings. In short, it's merely a shortcut. Lionel emphasized that such shortcuts usually only appear in lower dimensions, when a lower-ranked being contacts a higher-ranked being to make a transaction. Kim Jong-yeom wondered about the nature of this transaction, but Lionel could only reply that he wasn't sure, while also speculating that sacrificing people might not just be for achieving the ranking system, but also harbor another purpose. Regardless, the skull concluded, these madmen were plotting something extremely sinister by using humans as sacrifices. Sol Kim impatiently suggested, "It's simple. Just charge in and wipe them out." But Yu Seoncheol immediately poured cold water on the idea. If it were that easy, we wouldn't be in this trouble. The commander continued, emphasizing that the important thing was that the enemy's plan seemed much more dangerous than initially anticipated. Yu Xiangqiu pointed to the map, affirming that the information Lancelot collected was extremely valuable, especially the identification of the brigade leader's location and the air defense cannons, which significantly increased the operation's chances of success. However, he continued to point out the biggest problem. Their defensive line was much stronger than anticipated, and once the operation began, they would certainly call for reinforcements from the First Corps. Yu Xiangqiu pointed to the map, his face full of worry as he analyzed the situation, warning that if the First Corps joined the fight, the war would escalate into an all-out conflict, and engaging without sufficient intelligence on them was too risky. The commander continued to explain, emphasizing that given the enemy's force size and weaponry, they would need support from nearby units to achieve their objective quickly. But an aerial assault was almost impossible due to the dense anti-aircraft fire. Kim Jong-yum pondered, hand on his chin, then decisively rejected the idea of waiting for aid and revealed that Bangak-dong was where his older brother's newlywed home was located. The young man emphasized that they had to complete the mission before the enemy advanced to Bangak-dong, admitting that Lancelot, at level 7, could wipe out the enemy alone, but the area was too vast for a single knight to handle. Lionel's skull hovered beside Kim Jong-yum, emitting a brilliant purple light, asking logically, if air defense cannons are the problem, why not summon another knight? Kim Jong-yum turned, pointing towards Lionel, explaining that summoning a knight required both an enhancement stone and magic stones, and he had enough magic stones, but lacked enhancement stones. The young man continued to ponder, saying he could unsummon Lancelot, retrieve the enhancement stone, and then resummon the knight, but he quickly dismissed that idea because it was meaningless, and Lancelot's power wouldn't increase. Kim Jong-yum sighed, his face showing helplessness, concluding that this wasn't a viable solution. And furthermore, summoning another knight didn't make him feel comfortable either. He wished enhancement stones could be duplicated, but the harsh truth was that neither magic stones nor enhancement stones could be replicated, making the situation even more deadlocked. Suddenly, Lionel spoke up, his tone as if he had just remembered something important. I recall we obtained an enhancement stone when we defeated the King Knight. Kim Jong-yum looked at the skull in surprise. The young man exclaimed in astonishment, not remembering having recovered any enhancement stones. Then a light flashed in his mind, as if he had just realized something. Kim Jong-yum suddenly had an epiphany, remembering there was an enhancement stone that Lancelot had recovered, and Lionel's skull hovered, purple energy lines from it pointing directly to Lancelot's position on the map, as if in confirmation. He scratched his head, giving a wry smile as he admitted he hadn't recovered it himself. Perhaps that's why he had completely forgotten. Then hastily asked Lionel, so, which knight is it? Lionel confidently affirmed. The 12 knights of Camelot are all excellent in both skill and loyalty. Whomever you summon, you will not be disappointed. The skull continued, offering a suggestion. However, Bedivere seems suitable. Kim Jong-yum wondered about the name Bedivere, and Lionel explained that he was a knight once known as an unparalleled archer genius, a warrior specializing in long-range attacks. Kim Jong-yum's face lit up, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He couldn't resist his curiosity and declared he had to meet that knight immediately. Dazzling sunlight pierced through the clouds, signaling the start of a new day, or perhaps an unexpected scene transition. The brilliant light still enveloped the scene, creating the sensation of a door opening, leading to a completely different location. The space suddenly darkened, revealing a scene inside an iron cage with several people slumped over, while a brown-haired girl in an orange sweater sat huddled, her eyes full of vigilance. The girl in orange flinched, her eyes wide with terror as a mysterious voice echoed, promising to help her escape her captivity. She looked up, facing a goblin soldier standing outside the bars, who smirked and asked if she was interested in his offer. The girl's eyes suddenly widened, her face showing extreme shock as she witnessed something horrifying unfolding. A chaotic scene erupted. The iron cage was shattered. The girl in orange fell to the ground while Lancelot swung his sword, decapitating the goblin from earlier, blood splattering everywhere. The unfortunate goblin fell. Its headless body sprawled, while the red-cloaked knight swiftly glided away, leaving behind the twisted cage and a scene of devastation. The girl in orange, stunned, clung tightly to the bars, her eyes wide as she stared at a strange object plummeting from the deep blue sky. She cried out in terror, her face pale as the object became clearer, hurtling down like a fiery bullet. The mysterious object, resembling a giant fireball, tore through the air and plunged straight to the ground at terrifying speed. 2 goblin soldiers on guard looked up, one shielding his eyes, both bewildered and unsure of what was happening. One goblin soldier wondered what it was, while his comrade pondered, realizing the object looked like a bowling ball. The soldier who had just realized suddenly flinched, his face contorted in horror, and he let out a panicked scream. The fireball plunged straight into the goblin base, creating an earth-shattering explosion that engulfed everything in a sea of fire and smoke. Another goblin soldier, who was smoking, flinched, bewildered, wondering what that sound was. Before he could compose himself, a shockwave from the explosion hit, sending the goblin soldier into extreme panic. From a distance, a mountain burned fiercely. Thick black smoke, billowing, evidence of the explosion's devastating power. Lancelot, in his gleaming armor, gently picked up the burning bowling ball, as if it posed no danger. The knight calmly placed the fireball into a small pouch at his side, the object's brilliant light still radiant. Lancelot turned his back, looking at the destroyed cage and the sprawled goblins, pondering his next move. Lionel suddenly appeared, his voice echoing as he revealed an important detail. "Ah, right. There's something I forgot to mention. Bedivere only has one arm." Kim Jeongyam was surprised to hear him speak of Bedivere, a one-armed genius archer, and wondered how he could shoot a bow. Lionel simply replied that it was a matter of the past. Lionel continued the story, revealing Bedivere's tragic past. The knight once served under a duke, but his exceptional talent made his commander so jealous that he cut off his arm. Since then, Bedivere had used a thick leather strap to train, mastering throwing techniques like slingshots and javelins, turning his disability into strength. Thus, he became one of the 12 Knights of Camelot, a story both brief and tragic. Kim Jeongyam still couldn't believe it, wondering if the one-armed knight could destroy anti-aircraft cannons from afar with just a slingshot. Lionel firmly asserted that he had fought alongside his knights for many years and understood their power better than anyone. The glowing skull continued to explain, based on reconnaissance from the enemy camp, that he believed only Bedivere and himself would be enough to handle the situation. Kim Jeongyam pondered, while Lionel added another point. Suddenly, a fiery slingshot bullet, enveloped in magical energy, shot through the air at terrifying speed, tearing through the atmosphere. That bullet was fired by one of the 12 Knights of Camelot, carrying unimaginable destructive power. Another skeletal knight, with glowing red eyes, was also unleashing a similar attack, powerfully swinging his arm to create an earth-shattering surge of energy. From a distance, a massive explosion erupted, blinding light and thick smoke spreading everywhere, demonstrating the attack's immense destructive power. In a room, a goblin soldier looked out the window, witnessing the horrifying scene. Trembling, unable to believe his eyes, the goblin soldier turned around, his face full of panic, stammering, What the hell is this?" In an instant, another goblin fell to the floor, covered in blood, showing how swift and brutal the attack was. The remaining goblin soldier stared in horror at his fallen comrade, stammering Major Park, then looked at the cold, sharp sword plunged into the ground, not understanding what was happening. He broke out in a cold sweat, his bloodshot eyes wide with fear, realizing the deadly danger was imminent. Lancelot, in his majestic armor, walked slowly amidst the scattered goblin corpses, each step echoing with a cold metallic sound, signaling doom. The skeletal knight raised his head, his glowing red eyes piercing through his helmet. He coldly declared, "This is not a place anyone can casually enter." A system notification appeared, stating that Kim Jeongyam had acquired 4 mana stones, bringing the total to 2,686. Immediately after, 12 more mana stones were collected, totaling 2,698. Lionel explained that with a multi-dimensional account, mana stones would be automatically collected. Kim Jeongyam nodded, understanding the automatic mana stone collection, but he still wondered if this growth rate was normal. Consecutive mana stone collection notifications appeared. 5 stones, then 8 stones, then another 5 stones, raising the total to 2,788. The young man told himself he must be doing something right. From a distance, fiery bullets were still soaring through the sky, creating dazzling explosions, indicating that the fierce battle was ongoing. A man in camouflage uniform spoke, announcing that they would receive a signal as soon as the entire fortress was destroyed. Yongsu continued, unable to help but admire Lancelot's talent and Bedivere's skill, wondering if a special forces unit was even necessary when such exceptional knights were present. The other man nodded in agreement, affirming that they were extraordinary knights, then suggested the group begin their operation. Kim Jeongyam mused, his gaze distant as he pondered the phrase, "Special Forces Unit." Suddenly, a dazzling flash of light tore through the sky, followed by thick black smoke billowing upwards. A skeletal knight was looking at a map, muttering that things seemed complicated, but also reassuring himself that they had destroyed everything and successfully fired the signal. He frowned at the map, covered in confusing symbols, especially a circled goblin drawing, wondering where Commander Lancelot had instructed them to go next. The skeletal knight looked around bewildered, trying to recall the direction, but the vague instructions and strange symbols on the map only confused him further. He sighed, wishing he had a horse to gallop straight there and check quickly, instead of fumbling with the map here. Suddenly, a devastating punch from Lancelot landed squarely on the goblin soldier's face. The poor goblin flew far away, collapsing miserably onto the floor, while the knight stood tall and imposing. Lancelot stomped heavily on the enemy's head, seemingly frustrated with finding the way. Deciding to follow his instinct, he gritted his teeth, telling himself that controlling his power was not easy, then growled, threatening the goblin to spill everything before he accidentally sent him to the afterlife. Lancelot's glowing red eyes behind his armor stared as he coldly interrogated, "Who taught you this shortcut? And where are they?" The knight continued to press, wanting to know their entire plan and the scale of the First Legion. The goblin gave a cunning smile. The goblin soldier sneered, surprised that his opponent knew so much about them, then declared he would reveal the identity of the one behind it. He uttered a mysterious name, Tenacia. Lancelot was surprised, having never heard this name, and immediately asked what the enemy wanted from them and what the real plan was. The goblin writhed on the floor. The goblin tried to answer, but Lancelot delivered another devastating kick, making him scream in pain. I don't know." Lancelot didn't believe him, continuing to press, while the goblin merely writhed on the cold ground, desperate against the knight's overwhelming power. The goblin soldier was sent flying by a devastating kick from Lancelot, crashing hard onto the debris-strewn ground. The knight didn't stop, delivering another brutal stomp, making the goblin scream in agony. Another soldier rushed over to check on his commander, while the goblin commander, flattened on the ground, snapped a command. "Bring my vehicle here." The soldier quickly obeyed, saluting sharply and running off, leaving the commander struggling to get up. Lancelot strode powerfully, coldly declaring that fleeing now was useless, sending the commander into extreme panic. Immediately, a group of goblin soldiers charged forward, determined to protect their commander from the knight. The brave goblin soldiers shouted for their commander to flee quickly, asserting that they would hold off Lancelot, with one even volunteering to assist. The knight looked at the goblins with contempt, acknowledging their sacrifice was impressive, but their judgment foolish, even worse than ordinary goblins. A goblin soldier raised his gun, warning Lancelot to be less arrogant, revealing that their main force also included level 8 strongmen. That goblin confidently boasted that he would also reach level 8 like Lancelot if he ate 10 more people, prompting the knight to coldly ask if all those who turned into goblins did the same. The goblin soldier smirked, confirming Lancelot's speculation was correct. He explained that intelligent individuals would adapt to the changing world, but Lancelot had flashed past him in the blink of an eye, startling the goblin. Lancelot turned back with glowing red eyes full of killing intent, declaring that such adaptation only made it easier for him to identify who needed to be eliminated. Fresh blood splattered as Lancelot delivered a fatal blow, piercing through the goblin soldier's body. 2 other goblin soldiers standing nearby were also wounded, one clutching his bleeding chest, the other staring in horror at his fallen comrade. Lancelot's sword, stained with blood, gleamed under the sun as a goblin soldier completely collapsed. Another goblin soldier clutched the wound on his chest, groaning in pain before collapsing to the ground. The remaining goblin's eyes widened in horror, reflecting extreme fear before the knight's destructive power. The 2 surviving goblin soldiers looked up at the sky in despair, one gritting his teeth and cursing as Lancelot continued his attack. Lancelot, like a phantom of destruction, leaped into the air, hurtling straight towards the goblin commander's motorcycle as he tried to escape. Uijeongbu, who was piloting the helicopter, decisively declared that he would land immediately. His teammate anxiously warned that landing now was too dangerous, mentioning Sol Kim's case where she had to enter subspace. The goblin commander, with a horrified expression, couldn't believe his eyes when he realized that government forces were also present. A severely wounded goblin soldier frantically asked his commander what to do next. Fresh blood splattered on the cold ground, and small fragments flew everywhere, indicating a recent attack. Bloodstains splattered on the walls, forming gruesome shapes, signaling a merciless slaughter. Lancelot stood tall amidst the bloody scene, his cold gaze sweeping across the battlefield. Uijeongbu approached the knight, his face filled with astonishment at the chaotic sight. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise at what was happening. Lancelot crushed a blue crystal underfoot, his gaze unwavering. The armored knight stared intently at a spot, his voice full of hidden meaning. That bastard! The goblin commander had completely transformed, his body swollen, hair standing on end, and eyes glowing fiercely red. He growled in pain, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, indicating that this transformation was far from pleasant. Uijeongbu, stunned, asked if the goblin had abandoned his humanity to reach level 8. Lancelot coldly replied that it seemed he had used a shortcut to level up, a completely illegitimate method. The goblin commander roared in anger, level 8 power erupting around him, creating a terrifying pressure. Uijeongbu turned to Lancelot, asking about the knight's rank again. Lancelot calmly replied that he was level 7, but there was no need for him to act because Bedivere would handle this one. Bedivere suddenly appeared, leaping onto the rooftop, ready for battle. The Skeleton King, seated on his throne, smiled with satisfaction at the sight, telling himself that his intuition was indeed correct. A soldier rushed over, loudly calling Kim Jeongjom's name, followed by Operations Chief Uijeongbu. Uijeongbu reported a positive situation, stating that thanks to the 2 knights who destroyed key facilities, clearing out enemies and rescuing civilians was proceeding more smoothly than expected. Kim Jeongjom nodded in satisfaction, but then the chief inquired about the brigade commander. Yu Xianqiu's expression suddenly became tense. His eyes wide with worry, a horrifying scene unfolded. A body lay motionless in a pool of blood, freezing Yu Xianqiu in place, while Kim Jeongyom and Lancelot maintained an unnervingly calm demeanor. Operations Chief Yu Xianqiu couldn't believe his eyes, exclaiming in shock. Kim Jeongyom, with a sharp gaze, turned to ask Lancelot about the enemy's plan, but the knight only replied with an apology. Lancelot revealed that he only knew of a high-ranking individual named Tanadia who had contacted them, with no further information. Kim Jeongyom repeated the unfamiliar name, and the knight confirmed he had never heard of it either. The young man sighed, concluding that everything was back to square one. Yu Xianqiu immediately suggested searching for documents in the building where the brigade commander had been. Hoping to find clues, the young man asked Lancelot for the exact location of that building. The knight pointed behind him, confirming it was the building on the 4th floor, but warned that there would be many papers to review. Kim Jeongyom reassured the knight, saying he had done too much already, and they would handle the rest themselves. He called Pax AI, requesting the system to store all documents and maps from that building into the military catalog, which surprised Yu Xianqiu so much that he had to ask again. The Pax AI screen displayed calculating costs, signaling a massive data processing operation. After a few seconds, the system displayed the results. Approximately 5,086 pages of documents, requiring 120 mana stones. Kim Jeongyom didn't hesitate, immediately ordering it to proceed. Yu Xianqiu quickly tried to dissuade him, worried for Kim Jeongyom, but he just smiled and explained that Pax AI could handle it itself, and the sooner they found the families of the missing people, the better it would be for him. Suddenly, Pax AI reported that 2 documents were incompatible with the military catalog and had been excluded from the storage process, leaving everyone bewildered. Kim Jeongyom frowned, wondering about those incompatible documents. He picked up one of them, his eyes revealing extreme astonishment. It was a multi-dimensional entity registration form, a document that could help raise the user's rank. Lancelot explained that there were 2 versions, an official, neatly written one and another damaged one, which was the shortcut method. Kim Jeongyom couldn't help but be stunned. What the hell? He still chose to become a goblin, even with that official method available? The knight explained that perhaps he couldn't register immediately using the official method. Lancelot continued to explain that registering as a multidimensional entity required mana stones and a multidimensional account, but Earth had only just begun to be explored, so no one could meet those conditions. The knight also emphasized that even this official document should not exist at the current time, except in his master's special case. Lancelot asked Kim Jeongyom why he didn't register immediately since he had the document and met the conditions, which surprised the young man. The knight explained that if he filled out the official form, he wouldn't turn into a goblin. Lancelot went on to say that the multidimensional entity registration form self-adjusts according to each dimension, so if it could be read in a normal language, it was the official form. The young man intently looked at the document. Kim Jeongyom read the conditions, paying special attention to the 1,000 mana stones requirement. He smiled with satisfaction, then signed Kim Jeongyom on the document. Immediately, a notification appeared. Multidimensional entity registration complete. Mana stones remaining, 2,422. Kim Jeongyom turned to ask the knight. Is that all? Lancelot confirmed. A motorcycle sped away, kicking up a cloud of dust. A voice called out from the motorcycle, "Captain! I apologize for being late." A goblin rode the motorcycle, complaining that carrying this heavy thing was difficult, then suddenly realized something. Kim Jeongyom, with an astonished expression, exclaimed, "What? What the hell is this?" Upon witnessing the scene, a skeleton knight sat there, eyes glowing, looking puzzled by the motorcycle. Returning to the main timeline, Kim Jeongyom explained that there were 40,728 pages of documents in the military catalog. He recounted that they were worried about their families and couldn't check everything, so they had to find their relatives first. Yu Xianqiu agreed to review the documents and expressed hope that everyone in Jeongyom's family was safe. Kim Jeongyom explained that this was a strategic move to avoid being mistaken for government forces by the rebels. He also heard that the rebels had occupied Dodongju, so driving himself would be better. He thought Yongsu drove too dangerously, and Lancelot agreed. The young man explained that only he and the 2 skeleton knights could move, and they planned to use civilian vehicles. He believed that as long as they didn't look like soldiers, they would be fine. However, they encountered an unforeseen problem. Kim Jeongyom stood in a parking lot full of military vehicles, realizing there were no civilian cars in this subspace. He wondered what to do. The young man suddenly remembered something, then went down the stairs with Lancelot, deciding to use electric bicycles and find other transportation along the way. Kim Jeongyom pondered, accepting the reality that although slow, they had no other choice. He could only hope to find a drivable vehicle along the way. Suddenly, a skeleton knight in gleaming silver armor sped past on a large displacement motorcycle, tearing through the air. Kim Jeongyom's eyes widened in astonishment, while Lancelot couldn't help but exclaim, asking Bedivere, "What the hell?" Bedivere, "Where did you get that motorcycle?" The skeleton knight casually replied, pointing to the goblins lying scattered on the ground. "Oh, this one told me. He said it belonged to that red-haired goblin over there. It looked fun, so I just took it." The young man's jaw dropped, unable to believe it, when he realized it was the brigade commander's motorcycle. Jongyeom suddenly had an idea, and immediately the system displayed a notification. 22 mana stones had been used to store items in the military base catalog, with 2,400 remaining. At the same time, 2 goblin guards were standing watch, and Goblin 1 spoke suspiciously. He squinted, looking around, wondering what had just happened. The goblin soldier suddenly spotted a motorcycle speeding towards them from a distance, his eyes filled with surprise. The 2 soldiers exchanged words. Goblin 1 asked if anyone was allowed to approach, and Goblin 2 confirmed he had received no notification. Goblin 1 immediately raised his gun, his voice full of caution. "Seriously, I don't know who you are or where you came from." He continued to warn, asserting that this was not a place where just anyone could freely enter or exit, while a small energy orb flew towards them. A powerful surge of energy suddenly pierced through, knocking the goblin soldier backward. The goblin fell to the ground, his eyes filled with extreme panic. Lancelot charged like a gust of wind, swinging his sword and slicing through another goblin soldier, making him exclaim in horror, "Sergeant Lee!" Blood splattered onto the knight's helmet, staining a corner red. Both Lancelot and Bedivere sped away on their motorcycles, leaving another fallen goblin behind. The 2 knights quickly vanished into the horizon, leaving only faint trails of smoke and dust. From inside a ruined building, another goblin looked out the window, bewildered by what had just happened. From the ruined window, the old goblin stared out blankly, muttering to himself about the motorcycle that had just flashed past. The motorcycle's wheels gripped the road, speeding away, leaving a trail of thick dust behind. 2 knights rode their speed machines, soaring past ruined skyscrapers, heading towards the horizon ablaze with sunset. In a desolate apartment complex, the door to apartment 1405 appeared mysteriously, as if awaiting someone. Kim Jong-yeom impatiently knocked hard on the door, his voice echoing in the silent hallway. "Brother, it's me, Jong-yeom. Are you in there?" Still no reply. He grew more anxious, knocking more insistently, while the 2 knights silently stood behind, observing. The apartment door remained tightly shut, with no sign of life, making the atmosphere even heavier and more tense. Sweat beaded on his forehead. He clearly showed disappointment and unease as he faced the eerie silence. Unable to wait any longer, Kim Jong-yeom decided to try his luck. Gripping the doorknob and twisting it hard, the door swung open, and the young man cautiously stepped inside, his sharp eyes scanning the dark room. Inside the apartment, everything was covered in dust and ruin. Only the wedding photo frame on the wall remained intact, evoking a distant past. The old television lay haphazardly, its screen shattered like a harsh reminder of the destruction that had occurred there. Standing in the empty room, Kim Jong-yeom softly called out his brothers and sister-in-law's names, his voice lost in the chilling silence. Immediately, Bedivere turned to Lancelot, boldly declaring, "Master, I will go first." Kim Jong-yeom only managed to nod in agreement, still deep in thought. The 2 men stepped deeper into the apartment, their soft footsteps echoing on the dusty floor. Observing carefully, he mused, "What's happening? It doesn't look like they were attacked. It seems they left home and evacuated somewhere." Suddenly, Kim Jong-yeom stopped short, his gaze fixed on a strange object on the floor. It was a piece of paper neatly folded into a crane, making him exclaim in surprise, "This is..." Taking the paper, he began to read the letter left behind, with the opening lines addressed to Ju-yeon, Seoul, and Kim Jong-yeom himself, explaining that the phone had stopped working, so the writer left this message in case they dropped by. The letter went on to reveal the family's decision to move to Uijeongbu, a place the writer hoped would be safer amidst the current chaos, and also close to the paternal grandparents' home. The letter continued with a message that the writer didn't know when the recipients would read it, but outside, soldiers were mysteriously abducting civilians. The letter revealed they were forcibly taking everyone, and even though no one was hiding inside the house, the situation outside was extremely dangerous. The letter emphasized that both adults and children were being taken regardless of gender, making it extremely risky to go outside. The letter writer expressed determination to do everything to survive, while also sending prayers for the safety of loved ones. Kim Jong-yeom thoughtfully read the last line, "I also hope you survive." The young man breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was fortunate that the family had managed to leave before the First Legion occupied the area. Kim Jong-yeom, now in a different outfit, handed the letter to Bedivere, and the skeletal knight respectfully replied, "Yes, master." The young man mused that he didn't know when his brother had written this letter, but if it was when the First Legion began occupying the area, then this wasn't the worst situation yet. However, Kim Jong-yeom worried that if the First Legion had already begun occupying Dobong-gu, then Uijeongbu would soon be in danger, and he immediately ordered Lancelot to move. Kim Jeong-jeom declared he would lead because they needed to be fast, making Lancelot agree but also anxiously ask if his master was all right. Lancelot explained that Kim Jeong-yeom seemed unwell earlier, as if he had developed some kind of thrust. The knight continued to speculate that was why his master had let him drive earlier, while Kim Jeong-yeom still walked, ignoring the inquiry. Suddenly, a large question mark appeared, signaling something unusual as they both emerged near a military vehicle. A seasoned goblin in the military vehicle reported confirming unidentified individuals and a skeleton ordering their elimination. Immediately, the machine gun on the helicopter unleashed a fierce barrage of bullets, creating dazzling flashes of light. A volley of bullets flew, firing directly at Kim Jeong-yeom and Lancelot's position, tearing up the ground and kicking up dust. The machine gun fire continued relentlessly, constantly raining down bullets. Thick dust enveloped the area, leaving deep craters and debris everywhere after the terrifying attack. Kim Jeong-yeom exclaimed in surprise that he had been startled, but the injury hurt more than expected, while also confirming that the thrust had been activated. In an instant, Kim Jeong-jeom stored the attack helicopter in his inventory with 141 Mana Street ones, making the goblin commander wonder in horror how he could have survived the machine gun fire if he was the legendary level 8. Meanwhile, the young man, along with Lancelot and Bedivere, were safely on the rooftop, and he coldly urged his comrades not to waste any more time. Kim Jeong-yeom listened as Lancelot confirmed the order, but his mind was racing with anxious thoughts about the fate of those they had eliminated on the way, along with the attack helicopter that had just been stored. The young man could only silently pray for those people's safety, an unspoken worry evident on his face. Meanwhile, the goblin commander was grumbling to a subordinate about the high priest distributing sacrifices based on the quantity each team collected, and they had been short for days despite their best effort. He angrily questioned the goblin soldier, asking why he couldn't take down such a simple target, and if he needed to intervene personally. The goblin commander continued to compare them to Park Han-jin's team, which had collected 300 sacrifices, making the goblin soldier only able to bow his head in apology. The weak soldier justified that taking down that building was not easy, unless one was level 8. But the goblin commander immediately dismissed it, suggesting he should ask for more troops or come up with another plan. The goblin commander decided to handle this mess himself, while also ordering the goblin soldier to double his efforts when they reached Yangju to meet the quota. He muttered the name Sergeant Kyung Yuman, then corrected himself, coldly remarking that now, that person was just an ordinary goblin. Despite his self-admonishment, the commander turned to a giant goblin monster, growling if it had heard the order clearly. He didn't say much, just coldly ordered the monster to charge and destroy the target. The giant monster growled in response, then immediately charged like an arrow tearing through the wind, its massive body shaking the ground. But in a flash, it suddenly stopped, its glowing red eyes revealing extreme surprise. The two remaining goblins also stared blankly ahead, not understanding what was happening. The goblin commander frowned in confusion, wondering what those approaching things were. From a distance, an angry shout echoed. "What the hell are they saying? Get lost, you damn monsters!" As two figures sped past on motorcycles, a man in a blue and white shirt, his face full of rage, yelled that it was their home. Lancelot led the way, speeding on his motorcycle at terrifying speed, his cape fluttering in the wind. Right behind was Bedivere, the skeletal knight, no less formidable, holding a gun, ready to fire. The skeletal knight, without hesitation, fired a volley of bullets directly at the giant monster, making it roar in pain. The fatal bullets pierced its body, causing the giant monster to collapse to the ground, ending its life in an instant. Fresh blood splattered on the metal wall, a reminder of a fierce battle that had just ended. The morning sun shone down on the roll-up door of a convenience store, which seemed to be hiding secrets. Inside the dark room, a metal orb floated in midair, and at the same time, a girl's anxious voice asked about the situation outside. She immediately noticed the hesitation in her father's words, quickly pressing him if something had happened. The middle-aged man sat on a chair, his face stunned, one hand glowing strangely. He stammered that Kim Jeong-jeom had arrived, but was accompanied by a skeleton on a motorcycle, causing the listener to exclaim in surprise. An old photograph of an elderly woman appeared, along with a recollection of his mother's words. Good and evil only exist when there are people. Standing before the coffin, the man realized every word his mother taught was true, because the love from those around him had helped him recover after so many failures and deceptions. That's why he poured his heart into teaching his children about the sacred value of love. Seeing his once small children now grown, the father harbored a big dream: to build a spacious house where the whole family could live together, just like when his son, Kim Joo-young, proudly boasted of a 12-second KO victory. However, when he started researching construction, he realized everything was much more complex and difficult than imagined, and the cost was not small at all, leaving the dream just a dream. Nevertheless, all his children grew up and became successful. His eldest son just got married, his eldest daughter is a nurse, his youngest daughter is an athlete, and his youngest son just finished his military service. The seemingly bright future was suddenly stained red with blood as hideous monsters unexpectedly appeared, shattering all hope. Fortunately, thanks to the well-equipped convenience store, his family survived the brutal attacks of the monsters. But the situation was still dire. They had to live with shortages of food and water, always rationing every bit. He lied that he was full to give his portion to the woman. They had to hide like rats, evading both the monsters and their hungry neighbors, until his daughter-in-law's family sought refuge. Not long after, his eldest son and daughter-in-law also found their way there, making him heartbroken as he imagined the arduous journey they had endured. The whole family could only embrace each other, sobbing silently. Fortunately, his daughter-in-law awakened her alchemy ability, creating a source of water that sparkled like magic. But then, a new threat emerged. Corrupted soldiers taking on monstrous forms began patrolling everywhere. These grotesque soldiers did not hesitate to drag away any civilians, regardless of age or gender, completely isolating his family. Looking out the window, the man gripped his hammer tightly, his heart filled with worry as he witnessed soldiers who should have been protecting civilians tormenting them. He could only silently pray for his children's safety. Just then, a glowing screen unexpectedly appeared before his eyes, revealing something astonishing. A screen suddenly appeared, announcing that the man had awakened the architect ability with superior construction skills, astonishing him. Although he didn't understand why his childhood dream had transformed into an ability amidst the chaos, the father was still immensely grateful. Thanks to his and his daughter-in-law's abilities, they reinforced the house, turning it into a sturdy fortress, helping the entire family survive the horrifying days. The house was now surrounded by metal plates and spiked fences, standing firm amidst a ruined world. However, danger still lurked as goblin soldiers and a giant monster appeared, threatening to destroy everything. The father was extremely worried, realizing the soldiers had returned, this time bringing a massive monster, determined to flatten the family shelter. He turned to Kim Jong-yeom, his son, his eyes resolute as he ordered, "Jong-yeom, take everyone through the emergency exit." Jong-yeom was stunned, asking his father in return, "What about you, Dad?" While other family members also looked bewildered, his wife anxiously called his name as he explained it was an emergency exit. And although the destination wasn't certain to be safe, it was better than waiting to die. He forced a smile, reassuring everyone that he would follow once they had all escaped, telling them not to worry. Loud noises from outside echoed rapidly, signaling that the enemy had begun their attack, making the atmosphere even more tense. The father extended his hand, his architect ability glowing, urging his son and family, "Time's up. Go now." He decided to stay behind to hold off the monsters, creating an opportunity for his family to escape. A tear rolled down the man's cheek as he looked up at the ceiling, his eyes filled with pain and silent sacrifice. Jong-yeom and the women anxiously asked if the situation outside was really that bad. Seeing him hesitate with a bewildered expression, the father stammered, trying to explain that Jong-yeom, meaning Kim Jong-yeom in the present, had arrived, but was accompanied by a skeleton riding a motorcycle, making him unable to believe his eyes. Returning to the present, Kim Jong-yeom's family home was now just a desolate pile of rubble, with metal plates and spiked fences scattered everywhere. Kim Jong-yeom stood before the familiar house, along with Lancelot and Bedivere, staring in astonishment at the surrounding metal plates and spiked fences, wondering what had happened. The young man dismissed all questions about the house's changes. The most important thing now was whether his family was still alive inside. Suddenly, Lancelot extended his hand towards Kim Jong-yeom, while the young man looked back with determined eyes, ready to face any challenge. Kim Jong-yeom stood frozen, his eyes wide at what was happening. Suddenly, a middle-aged man peeked through the door, his eyes full of fear as he looked out, wondering if this was truly Kim Jong-yeom. The young man was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he recognized his family member. Without hesitation, Kim Jong-yeom rushed towards the door, leaving Lancelot and Bedivere behind. He tightly grasped the man, his tear-filled eyes looking directly at him, while the father was still stunned. Another young man appeared, flashing a confident, mysterious smile. Standing between Kim Jong-yeom and his father, he raised his hand, and a blue energy orb immediately appeared, emitting a brilliant light. The scene suddenly shifted to the past. Two women happily enjoying a meal, surrounded by a blue aura. Suddenly, both girls stopped, their eyes filled with surprise, mixed with doubt. In just an instant, tears streamed endlessly down their faces, their expressions full of pain. The middle-aged man in the flashback was also savoring the meal, every spoonful of rice and soup fully tasted. He and the woman sat opposite each other, both immersed in the wonderful flavors of the meal, completely oblivious to the world around them. The woman confidently asserted that no matter where she went, she was always proud of her cooking skills. However, upon tasting the braised mackerel, she couldn't help but be astonished, realizing that this dish far surpassed her own skill level. Her eyes widened, shining with admiration and a hint of confusion at the exquisite taste. The girl smiled brightly, calling herself a professional chef, and was happy that the dish suited everyone's taste. The woman was determined not to back down, declaring that she would personally prepare a refreshing dessert to treat everyone. She skillfully sliced thin pieces of green grapes, preparing for her masterpiece. Each grape slice was gently placed on a layer of rich cream, covering the soft cheesecake. Finally, the mother proudly introduced Mom's special green grape fresh cream tiramisu, a killer dish that captivated everyone. The woman gently pursed her lips, slowly bringing a spoonful of cream and green grapes to her mouth, the sweet flavor melting. She seemed to be immersed in happiness. Her cheeks flushed as she enjoyed the delicious dessert, with green grapes floating around her. Everyone praised this divine dish, and the woman smiled proudly, saying it was nothing special. A hand gently tapped the table, as if opening a door to the past or another world. A middle-aged man turned around, facing Lancelot, and the majestic silver-armored knight asked, "Young man, what is your name?" The knight introduced himself as Lancelot, causing the man to nod before suddenly asking, "Lance, my son, do you know how to play Jengi?" Lancelot seemed confused, asking in return, "Do you mean that board game?" The middle-aged man continued to ramble about his hometown being famous for dissecting monsters, but then cut himself off. "What the hell are you talking about? I ask if you know how to play Jengi." Seeing Lancelot still standing bewildered, he sighed. "It seems you don't know. Sit down. I'll teach you what Jengi is." Even Bedivere, standing nearby, looked puzzled. Returning to the present, the man in the shirt unexpectedly handed Kim Jeongeum a glowing red stone. Kim Jeongeum looked in surprise at the D-grade enhancement stone sparkling in his palm, with penetration and explosion attributes. The man in the shirt explained that he had found it in the corpse of a rhinoceros monster after a battle between it and a hawk-like monster. Kim Jeongeum was deeply shocked upon hearing that. He said that Kim Jeongeum would need it more than him, so he should just use it. Kim Jeongeum accepted it, saying the gift was too useful to refuse. The man in the shirt waved his hand, saying that he was the one who should be grateful, and that he had spoken with Kim Jeongeum's sister-in-law's family to make them feel comfortable. He also teased that Kim Jeongeum had matured a lot since being discharged from the hospital, recalling how he used to cry whenever Sol hit him. Kim Jeongeum gave a wry smile, admitting he would still cry if she hit him now. He joked that if there was anything right in his life, it was being born before Sol. Kim Jeongeum thanked him and promised to take good care of his wife's family. Kim Jeongeum watched the man in the shirts retreating back, the scars on his face making him ponder deeply. He told himself that the man must have endured a lot, but at the same time, the man in the shirt's abilities also seemed extremely useful. Kim Jeongeum turned around, facing another middle-aged man, and called out, "Father." The middle-aged man smiled kindly, his eyes full of love as he looked at Kim Jeongeum, saying that he was truly very happy. Kim Jeongeum's father looked towards his son, his voice full of pride as he mentioned that the entire family was now safe and well-fed thanks to his abilities. The middle-aged man turned, his eyes thoughtful as he asked his son if he knew that all good or bad thing. He continued, asserting that everything could only exist when others were by your side. Kim Jeongeum smiled faintly, his eyes deep, replying that he understood that well, because if he were alone, no matter how powerful his abilities, he couldn't have come this far. Memories flooded back. Kim Jeongeum recalled the early days when he wondered why he had to help others, until Young-soo appeared and told him something. Young-soo had once told Kim Jeongeum that even though he had awakened superhuman abilities, ultimately everyone was struggling with life. At that moment, Kim Jeongeum suddenly realized the reason he helped others, and others helped him, simply because everyone wanted their family to be safe. He thought about his family. Surely they were out there somewhere too, and perhaps also in need of help. Kim Jeongeum hoped that someone like him would appear to help them, because only through empathy can people truly help each other. He asserted that, no matter what abilities they possessed, ultimately everyone was just human. Everyone felt pain when injured. Everyone feared death. And because of that, they helped each other because they were all in the same boat. Kim Jeongeum winked mischievously, ending with a loaded question. Otherwise, it would be too cold-hearted. Kim Jeongeum turned to look at his father, asking if he agreed with that thought. Kim Jeongeum's father smiled kindly, his eyes sparkling with pride. "I'm proud that you are my son." Kim Jeongeum also responded with a warm smile, expressing gratitude for having a father like him. The father told his son to rest because he had worked hard, and he himself would soon have to leave. Kim Jeongeum reassured him that he would take care of himself, saying it would even be difficult for him to get hurt. In another room, the army commander sighed in relief, looking at the pile of documents that were half processed, then ordered everyone to rest because his eyes were about to pop out. A soldier entered, solemnly calling the army commander. The commander turned, listening as the soldier reported that a skeleton knight named Bedivere had just arrived on a motorcycle. The soldier continued to report that Bedivere said their master had departed for Paju, causing the army commander to ask in surprise, "Master here means Kim Jeongeum? And why would Kim Jeongeum go to Paju?" The commander suddenly froze, his face horrified as he realized that the First Legion was stationed there, and a bad premonition washed over him. The army commander exclaimed in horror, unable to believe his ears upon hearing that Kim Jong-yom had gone to attack the First Legion. The dazzling sunset descended, dyeing a corner of the sky red, where a motorcycle was parked, waiting. Kim Jong-yom didn't hesitate, speeding away on his motorcycle, leaving a hazy trail of dust behind. The young man smiled contentedly, exclaiming, "What a beautiful day!" In another training room, Sol stood in a defensive stance, with bright red boxing gloves on her hands. The girl's eyes were sharp, filled with fighting spirit. As if ready to devour any challenge, she unleashed an earth-shattering punch, sending the giant punching bag flying far away. Her feet moved nimbly, creating graceful and powerful leaps. Next, a devastating kick was unleashed, deforming the punching bag terrifyingly. The girl continuously launched a barrage of attacks, punching and kicking relentlessly, causing the poor punching bag to begin tearing apart. Finally, the punching bag was completely destroyed, with cotton stuffing scattered all over the training floor. She collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath after the punching bag's destruction, demonstrating her extraordinary strength. Sol sprang up, growling an order to Pax. "Pax, add more punching bags! Why aren't you bringing them faster?" Pax calmly continued playing his game, casually replying that the current punching bag supply speed was set by Kim Jong-yom. Seun, the girl sitting next to him, wondered why Sol was so angry, and Pax explained that Kim Jong-yom wouldn't let her go outside. The boy with glasses added that even though Sol had powers, Kim Jong-yom thought guns and tanks were too dangerous, so the girl had asked her father to install punching bags to vent her anger early on. Seun gently reminded him that Sol had also awakened her powers. Pax pondered, wondering why Sol was so eager to go outside despite knowing the danger, but Seun just advised him to leave her be, because that was Sol's personality. Seun suddenly remembered and asked Pax about the facial injury she had seen. Pax gently rubbed his cheek, reassuring her that it was just a small scar that would heal on its own if left alone. Suddenly, Pax was stunned to realize the scar had disappeared without him noticing, making him wonder if he had also awakened his powers. Seun next to him just laughed, teasing that the scar was nothing to make such a fuss about. Pax was still in shock, insisting his injury was not small at all, and even had a scab from yesterday. But his friend Seun retorted that the scar was nothing compared to the fear she had experienced at the hospital. The girl continued to talk about an internal medicine chief named Jin Seong-hak, who used brainwashing abilities to control others, forcing her to be extremely cautious in every action. Just then, another girl cheerfully poked her head in, announcing that it was time to eat. Pax turned to look, while Seun had already darted out of the room, seemingly unable to wait any longer. The boy and the black-haired girl were still engrossed in their game. Pax even enthusiastically declared himself a demon from hell and urged his friend to destroy him. Seun stood there, her face serious, reminding everyone that it was time to eat. She calmly announced that it was time to eat. Today's menu was kimchi stew that she had cooked herself, and instructed everyone to eat it while it was still hot. The black-haired girl sitting on Pax's shoulder innocently asked about her father. Pax smiled and replied that perhaps father wouldn't eat. The boy turned around in surprise, wondering why father wouldn't eat. In another room, the silver-haired man sat thoughtfully by a go board, muttering that Rand said she was new to the game, yet she was so good. He rested his chin in his hand, thinking, unable to comprehend this profound move, and wondered how Rand could play so well. After a moment of frustration, the old man decided perhaps he should go ask Rand how to play. Suddenly, the scene shifted to a fierce battlefield, where numerous tanks rumbled forward, kicking up thick clouds of dust. In an instant, the colossal steel vehicles simultaneously opened fire, bright muzzle flashes tearing through the air. A terrifying explosion erupted violently right next to a tank, shaking the entire battlefield. Smoke, dust, and flames soared skyward, engulfing the entire desolate landscape. Amidst the thick smoke and dust, a blinding flash of light suddenly appeared, signaling that something was about to happen. A Hellfire missile with terrifying destructive power flew straight towards him, but Kim Jong-yom timely created an energy shield to protect himself. The missile flew straight into a tank, creating an earth-shattering explosion, destroying everything. Successive thunderous explosions rang out, as one tank after another was blown away, turning into piles of scrap metal in a sea of fire. Kim Jong-yom turned his back and thoughtfully said that, up until now, he had always been careful not to use weapons with great destructive power, just to avoid harming others. Based on reconnaissance information from Lancelot, Kim Jong-yom realized that the civilian detention area and the main stronghold of the rebels were completely separate. According to Lancelot's plan, the knight would handle the hostage rescue, while he would focus on attacking the main rebel forces, ensuring no civilians were in this area. Incidentally, Kim Jong-yom had stored a missile-equipped Black Hawk helicopter in the interdimensional laboratory, and now only needed to separate the missile part. He didn't hesitate to enhance the newly separated missile with the enhancement stone his older brother had given him. Not only that, Kim Jong-yom also upgraded Pax's basic deployment ability, increasing its range to 100-meter and maximum launch speed to 300 km per hour. The missile shot forth like a tearing wind, creating an earth-shattering explosion, blowing away everything within its range. Looking at the display screen, Kim Jong-yeom thoughtfully remarked that the missile, already powerful, was now even more terrifying after being enhanced, which would make collecting magic stones much faster. Upgrading the interdimensional system to level 4 required 10,000 magic stones, and he estimated he had already collected over 2,000. But then, the young man's eyes suddenly widened in surprise upon seeing the number displayed on the screen. Only 1,890 magic stones. He was stunned, wondering why the number of magic stones was so small when he had clearly heard many ting-ting sounds signaling successful collection. A surprising notification appeared. According to the platform's rules, 45% of the collected stones would be deducted as a fee for Tonatia from the Mexica dimension. What's more, another 25% would be paid to High Priest Kim Bong-soo, according to the platform's regulations, leaving Kim Jong-yeom utterly shocked. Tonatia of the Mexica dimension, and then High Priest Kim Bong-soo. These names sound strangely familiar, he muttered. In his memory, Lancelot had once reported that the high-ranking individual communicating with the rebels was Tonatia, but the knight couldn't find any further information. He suddenly came to his senses, his eyes wide with astonishment upon realizing this suspicious coincidence. Just then, a tall figure appeared from thin air, stepping out of a powerful teleportation gate. Lancelot, the armored knight, bowed and reported to his master. Master, all detention camps have been destroyed. Bedivere has arrived, and I am the only one accompanying you here. The knight continued to inform him that Bedivere would assist with civilian evacuation, then anxiously asked Kim Jong-yeom if he was injured anywhere. Kim Jong-yeom waved his hand, reassuring Lancelot that he was fine and praised the knight's work. Then, suddenly remembering something important, he asked again. Oh, right. Lancelot, you said the high-ranking individual communicating with the rebels was Tonatia, didn't you? Lancelot confirmed and wondered why. Kim Jong-yeom turned his back to Lancelot and thoughtfully said that Tonatia and High Priest Kim Bong-soo were continuously blocking his magic stones, then wondered what the Mexica dimension was. Lancelot explained that Mexica was likely the name of Tonatia's planet or civilization, and also stated that according to platform rules, 25% of income was paid to High Priest Kim Bong-soo, for example. Where Kim Jong-yeom was the Earth dimension. Kim Jong-yeom let out an ah, staring at the screen displaying the rule that 25% of income was paid to High Priest Kim Bong-soo. He pondered, wondering if High Priest Kim Bong-soo was worse than even a traitor, one who had sacrificed humans to another planet. In another room, Kim Bong-soo was deep in thought, his eyes burning red like fire. He wondered what all these notifications were about. The Legion commander continued to think, realizing the situation was not good at all as magic stones were continuously being sent into the dimensional account so quickly. Kim Bong-soo recalled the terrifying explosions just now. There were no helicopters or fighter jets, not even gunshots, and he wondered where those powerful weapons came from. The burly man turned his back to the chaotic scene, stunned, wondering why no one had come to report the situation yet. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of power struck, throwing Kim Bong-soo away mercilessly. The Legion commander was violently flung to the floor, fresh blood splattering everywhere, creating a bloody scene. Lancelot calmly stepped forward, his cold voice echoing, High Priest Kim Bong-soo. The knight stood tall, looking down at Kim Bong-soo's headless body, and casually said, Oh, so you're the Legion commander? I thought I'd die climbing these stairs. Blood continued to gush from Kim Bong-soo's neck, dyeing the ground red. However, a more terrifying sight occurred. Kim Bong-soo's body began to regenerate, flesh and blood surging, the wound healing at an astonishing speed. Every muscle fiber, every blood vessel of his was recovering at a miraculous speed, sending chills down the spine of anyone watching. Kim Jong-yeom exclaimed in astonishment, What is that? Lancelot calmly replied that he was recovering from his injury. Kim Bong-soo stood up, his muscles bulging. He recalled the dark red smoke rising from the detention camps and suddenly understood everything, then asked Lancelot if he had been there. The Legion commander growled, his robust body tensed, his eyes filled with murderous intent like a true monster, ready to tear everything apart. Kim Bong-soo smirked savagely, his voice hoarse. Truly astonishing. Kim Bong-soo turned his back to Kim Jong-yeom and Lancelot, thoughtfully expressing his surprise at seeing a human and a skeletal knight, especially that the knight was absolutely loyal to the human. He was also surprised that a goblin like him could speak human language. He explained that the goblins Kim Jong-yeom had encountered were his soldiers, transformed due to absorbing magic stones too quickly. The High Priest also revealed that this was a side effect of trying to rapidly increase power. Even though he had given instructions, they were still too greedy. The High Priest looked at Kim Jong-yeom, realizing he had a dimensional account and was probably also a level 8 individual. He declared that he didn't care about the origin of his opponent's power, but wanted to talk quickly because he had an offer. Kim Bong-soo set conditions. demanding the opponent stop the destruction and leave this place. In return, he would not harm them. The Legion commander confidently asserted that Kim Jong-eum could not kill him, and that he could easily finish off his opponent immediately. Kim Bong-soo explained that the reason he didn't do so was because he would also suffer losses. He concluded that continuing to fight now would only be a waste of time. Kim Jong-eum thought to himself, the Legion commander was not wrong. They couldn't even injure him, let alone kill him. He wondered what his true purpose was in suddenly offering peace. He told himself that whether he could kill him or not, he had to try to find out. If not, perhaps the cause lay in the mysterious smoke. He wondered about the nature of the smoke, whether it was a trace of a living sacrifice. Lancelot had seen it at the detention center, but he hadn't, which made it difficult for Kim Jong-eum to deduce its mechanism. Kim Jong-eum suddenly noticed something unusual. A dark red smoke was gathering in the sky. He was stunned, wondering why the smoke was rising into the sky like that. A massive, blazing red energy suddenly erupted in the sky, forming a fierce vortex that dyed the entire space red. Kim Jong-eum looked up, his face filled with extreme horror as he witnessed the scene, stammering incoherently. He widened his eyes, cold sweat running down his face, realizing in shock that it was a high-level entity. Kim Bong-soo smirked, mocking Kim Jong-eum's shock. He explained that this was probably the first time he had seen a high-level entity, as they usually did not appear directly due to rank limitations when investing. The High Priest smugly declared that Lord Tenodio was different. He would descend personally, and he was the only one who could make that a reality. The Legion commander burst into savage laughter, asking Kim Jong-eum if he had realized his foolishness yet. He offered him one last chance, suggesting he kneel and beg to become his right-hand man, as his abilities were too good to waste. Just as he was rambling on, Lancelot suddenly charged, swinging his sword directly at Kim Bong-soo, sending blood splattering. The skeleton knight looked directly at Kim Bong-soo, his voice cold and full of contempt. How dare a lowly goblin place himself above his master? Kim Bong-soo fell face down onto the ground. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, while Lancelot stood tall, his sword still stained with a bit of blood. But in an instant, Kim Bong-soo began to recover, his red eyes fixed on the knight, his voice full of defiance. "Oh my! I told you, it's useless." His blazing red eyes seemed to ignite, emitting a fierce, dark energy. Kim Bong-soo stood tall, his muscles bulging as if he had never been injured, and he sneered, declaring, "No matter how many times you kill me, I will still revive." The Legion commander stared, his sinister face and blazing red eyes, and he continued to mock. "Is your mind so empty that you can't understand? Don't you realize how much I can help?" Lancelot remained still, his back to him, his voice cold. "I don't understand. Number truly, I don't want to know." The knight's red eyes gleamed with resolve through the visor of his helmet, and he declared firmly, "The only thing that matters to me is my master. I will destroy anyone who threatens my master's safety." Kim Bong-soo sneered, his face full of self-satisfaction, and the High Priest exclaimed, "You truly are empty-headed." He roared defiantly, "Go on and slash as much as you like," then charged straight at Lancelot with terrifying speed, leaving Kim Jong-eum standing far away. Lancelot unexpectedly sheathed his sword, his eyes flashing with a new decision, and the knight muttered, "I've changed my mind." He clenched his steel gauntlets into fists. A blazing red light erupted, and the knight coldly declared, "Since you won't die no matter how many times I slash you, I'll punch you to a pulp instead of slashing." A devastating punch landed directly on Kim Bong-soo's face, sending fresh blood splattering. Despite being covered in blood, he still sneered, and the High Priest said, "Not bad. Your punch is quite strong, but it's useless." Kim Bong-soo looked directly at Lancelot with defiant eyes, blood still streaming, and he growled, "I have the blessing of immortality." Lancelot clenched his fist. A brilliant light erupted, and the knight coldly declared, "If it doesn't work, make it work." Kim Bong-soo's face changed color, his eyes wide with horror, and he hastily exclaimed, Wait." A sharp, scythe-like object lay shattered on the blood-stained ground. Lancelot's relentless, earth-shattering barrage of attacks rained down, leaving him no time to react and causing him to collapse, while Kim Jong-eum quietly observed. Kim Jong-eum watched the chaotic scene, and a thought suddenly echoed in the young man's mind. Lancelot is trying his best, but if he can't defeat Tenodio, he will just keep reviving forever. Kim Jong-eum looked directly into Kim Bong-soo's blazing red eye, and the thought occurred to the young man that defeating this enemy seemed impossible. His eyes filled with worry, Kim Jong-eum continued to search for a way, a solution to deal with the immortal enemy. A flash of insight sparked in the young man's mind as he suddenly realized that the only way to stop Kim Bong-soo's recovery was the subspace. Lancelot was still holding Kim Bong-soo tightly, the enemy heavily wounded, when Kim Jong-eum suddenly shouted the knight's name. Kim Jong-eum decisively ordered Lancelot to throw Kim Bong-soo towards him, while the High Priest was writhing, suffocating, and struggling to breathe. Immediately, Lancelot swung his arm and forcefully threw Kim Bong-soo, sending him flying straight towards Kim Jong-yeom like a ball. A system notification suddenly appeared, asking whether to allow Kim Bong-soo to enter the subspace. Just a few seconds later, the system confirmed that Kim Bong-soo's entry into the subspace had been permitted. In another space, Seun stood before a glowing energy orb, her eyes full of curiosity. Seun turned her head, intending to ask someone about number 3 returning earlier than expected. But before she could finish, a terrifying system notification appeared. An unidentified energy attempting to intrude from outside has been blocked. The young girl's face immediately changed. Seun's eyes widened to their fullest, filled with extreme horror as she realized something unusual was happening. Kim Bong-soo, with a hideous and furious appearance, suddenly appeared and lunged straight at Seun, causing her to scream loudly. He roughly grabbed Seun's face, causing the girl extreme pain and rendering her unable to resist. Sol, another girl present, along with Seun, were both utterly terrified as they realized the attacker was not the number 3 they had been expecting. Sol glared at Kim Bong-soo, her face filled with panic mixed with anger at the horrifying sight. Kim Jong-yeom appeared at the threshold of the subspace, coldly looking at the chaotic figures inside and confirming that it was, indeed, number 3. Kim Bong-soo continued to furiously attack Sol, delivering powerful blows that made her scream in pain. Kim Jong-jeom clutched his head, his face full of tension, hastily ordering the subspace door to be closed immediately and Kim Bong-soo to be unregistered from it. Kim Jong-yeom appeared with a demonic expression, sharp, cold eyes, and a challenging smirk, his body radiating a brilliant blue energy. A horrifying vision appeared. Kim Jong-yeom stood looking down at a motionless skeleton on the ground. Beside him, the majestic knight Lancelot, while a blue energy orb still hovered in midair. The young man clutched his head, his face pale with fear, muttering that the moment just now was even more terrifying than the monster Tonadia. The system announced that ownership of the space account had been transferred. Next, another notification appeared, confirming that he now had a space account and that mana stones would be automatically merged. Kim Jong-yeom was astonished to see the enormous number of mana stones, 14,823. Kim Jong-yeom stared at the system screen, his eyes full of astonishment and anger, wondering how much in fees that bastard Kim Bong-soo had siphoned off to acquire this terrifying amount of mana stone. He suddenly realized that the notification about Tonadia's fees had not appeared, and a thought flashed through his mind, startling him. The young man looked up at the star-filled night sky, where the full moon hung, his face still pensive. Lancelot stood beside him, looking down at Kim Bong-soo's skeleton, explaining that the high priest had disappeared and that perhaps his master had severed the link between him and Tonadia, so he would not return. Hearing this, Kim Jong-yeom breathed a sigh of relief, sat down on the ground, and muttered that his retreat was enough. He thought his heart was about to stop. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, wondering why he felt so exhausted even though he hadn't even fought yet. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, making Kim Jong-yeom startle and look up, his eyes showing surprise. The young man recognized the voice, and a soldier rushed over, anxiously asking if he was all right. The soldier, with a worried expression, reported that they had mobilized all awakened individuals and deployable units. He urgently asked if they were too late, but Kim Jong-yeom offered a relieved smile, reassuring him that they had arrived just in time. The soldier looked around, wondering about the Legion commander's location. He was horrified when he saw Kim Bong-soo's skeleton sprawled on the ground, exclaiming in shock. Kim Jong-yeom muttered about not having seen a gun on his back for a long time, while the soldier introduced himself as Captain Kwon Deok-yong, commander of Company 2, reporting on the reconnaissance of the 1st Legionary. A group of soldiers carefully inspected the area. One soldier knelt beside the withered corpse of a rebel, reporting that all rebels turned into mummies were dead and the area had been neutralized. Captain Kwon Deok-yong continued to give orders over the radio, requesting high vigilance and focus on civilian rescue, as well as clearing the scene. The captain turned his back, looking towards the faint figures of Kim Jong-yeom and another knight, listening silently. Kwon Deok-yong continued, expressing admiration that Kim Jong-yeom had once again resolved the situation. Even though he didn't understand how he did it or how the rebels were turned into mummies, the captain bowed deeply, sincerely thanking the young man. Kim Jong-yeom was startled, quickly gestured with his hand, surprisedly asking the reason for the other's sudden action, then suddenly remembered something he had wanted to say earlier. The commander continued to bow, his voice full of remorse, admitting that inviting Kim Jong-yeom to join the military previously was a foolish mistake, as they had mistakenly believed they were granting a privilege. He explained that the benefits offered by the military were completely meaningless to Kim Jong-yeom, and that they had underestimated his abilities and influence, only thinking about the military situation. Sweat beaded on his forehead. The captain blamed himself for being too incompetent, then hesitantly continued that even though he knew it was shameless, still. Kim Jong-yeom stood straight, his gaze thoughtful as he looked down at the bowing commander. The captain looked up slightly, earnestly pleading for the young man's help, admitting that it was shameful but many people were still in difficult circumstances. A middle-aged man embraced the body of a loved one, tears streaming down his face in extreme pain from the loss. Another lay motionless on a stretcher, severely injured, while many others remained confused and fearful because they had not yet awakened their abilities. The captain held out his hand, his eyes pleading, admitting that the great losses were due to the government's and military's helplessness, and that was why they still needed Kim Jong-yum's help. Kim Jong-yum looked directly into the other's eyes, firmly declaring that this was not a transaction but an act of help, and he had no intention of joining the military. Whether to help or not was entirely his decision. The young man held out his hand, clearly stating his position. Captain Kwon Deok-young looked at the outstretched hand, a radiant smile full of hope spreading across his face. Their hands clasped tightly. An unspoken commitment was established. Kim Jeonjum and the captain stood facing each other, shaking hands in the dazzling light, their agreement resounding firmly. Kwon Deok-young continued speaking over the radio, pledging to ensure Kim Jong-yum received military support at any time. The captain continued his announcement, introducing Head of Operations Dang So and declaring the conferment of the honorary rank of Reserve Colonel to Kim Jong-yum. He explained that from this moment on, all military personnel, without exception, must show respect to Reserve Colonel Kim Jong-yum. The senior officer concluded his statement, emphasizing that they must actively cooperate whenever necessary. Kwon Deok-young ordered this information to be relayed to all liaison units, then ended the call. Kim Jong-yum stood there, his face horrified, muttering in protest that things had gone too far. The captain reassured the young man, saying the military would handle the cleanup, and advised him to rest. Kim Jong-yum blushed, so embarrassed he didn't know what to do. The young man was still confused, muttering that he wasn't a soldier. Kwon Deok-young smiled, telling him he didn't need to swear allegiance and could freely disregard the title if he felt uncomfortable. Kim Jong-yum hesitantly replied with thanks. Then the captain turned and left, leaving him alone. Kim Jong-yum sighed tiredly, feeling exhausted. He turned to Lancelot, praised the knight for his hard work, and told him to rest quickly. Lancelot bowed, expressing deep gratitude. Suddenly, Kim Jong-yum was startled, remembering something important. He confusedly wondered, where was Bedivere? The young man suddenly realized he had an extremely convenient item retrieval function. He activated the item retrieval function, but a system notification appeared, warning that it did not work for items that had moved too far. Kim Jeonjum was surprised, turning to Lancelot to ask if the function worked this way. He recalled Bedivere being right in front of him at the time, then sighed, accepting that they would have to move themselves. Lancelot volunteered to go first, but Kim Jong-yum refused, saying they could go together and help Pax level up in the process. The knight nodded in understanding. A system notification appeared, showing that the subspace was being upgraded, had reached 1%, and skills could still be used during this process. Kim Jeong-yam and Lancelot stood there, watching the soldiers distribute food and water to civilians. But his mind was on something else. He wondered, while the military was busy with rescue and cleanup, what was Bedivere doing? At the same time, Bedivere stood in a room full of documents, holding an important paper, declaring that he had found it. A muscular figure, enveloped by a brilliant blue energy flow, appeared mysteriously, signaling an unavoidable confrontation. Kim Jeong-yum, with a captivating smile and bloodshot eyes, appeared defiantly. "I've been waiting for you. Number 3. Dimensional entity registration?" He smirked, gestured to a girl leisurely sipping a drink, and ordered, "Go give them a good beating for daring to surprise me." She happily replied, "All right." The young man handed a document to Sol, who was wearing sportswear, surprising her so much that her mouth fell open. In the vast space, Sol confusedly asked about the paper, while Kim Jong-yum and Seon stood beside the knights. The brown-haired girl explained that she had prevented Sol from fighting due to concerns for her safety. Seon continued, asserting that with this document, Sol could fight safely like herself, and she also wanted to see Sol punch and kick monsters properly. She even playfully teased Sol, asking if she thought she kept it a secret just to annoy her. Kim Jong-yum looked at Sol meaningfully, while she thoughtfully read the document, then sighed in relief, as delighted as if she had won the lottery. But her joy was short-lived. Sol suddenly realized a tough clause. She needed a dimensional account. The young man then suddenly remembered. He slapped his forehead, his face panicked as if he had forgotten an ex, girlfriend's birth. Back in the arena, Sol unleashed a divine punch, creating a brilliant blue energy flow, knocking her opponent away without missing a beat. The opponent was sent flying far, crashing to the floor, demonstrating her overpowered strength. He braced his hands on the ground, trying to get up after the devastating blow, his face contorted in pain. Not to be outdone, the opponent quickly sprang up, rushing towards Sol at light speed, but she was ready for the next combat round. He secretly thought how lucky he was not to feel any pain, while the system announced subspace has leveled up, unlocking new items and enhancing recovery effects. Saul stood from a distance, smirking gleefully at number 3 being beaten to a pulp. Serves you right, number 3. Sioun stood next to Lancelot, ordering the knights not to interfere, explaining that this was just sisterly love for a little brother. The brown-haired girl continued that number 3 had already reached level 8, so no matter how Saul hit him, it wouldn't hurt, right? Lancelot hesitantly confirmed it. Sioun turned to Lancelot with a puzzled expression. Her eyes questioned. She surprisingly exclaimed Lancelot's name, while Saul unexpectedly put Kim Jeong-yeom in a headlock from behind, making him cry out. Kim Jeong-yeom admitted it didn't hurt but felt heavy and realized something was wrong with the knight. A bony hand suddenly slammed hard onto the floor, creating a small crack. Immediately, both silver-armored knights collapsed to their knees, groaning in extreme pain. Kim Jeong-yeom, Saul, and Sioun stood around, their faces full of worry as they witnessed this sudden scene. Sioun quickly asked, "Are you two all right? What happened so suddenly?" One of the knights whispered in response, his voice weak. "I don't know. Suddenly my whole body is incredibly itchy and throbbing." Lancelot looked up, his red eyes visible through the visor, admitting he had felt itchy for a while, but it had never been this bad. Sioun surprisingly asked again about the itching and throbbing sensation, then speculated if it was due to poison ivy or something similar. Hearing this, Saul recalled that she also once had a terrible itch from a bite, but it had now completely healed. The young man pondered, Saul's words suddenly sparking an idea in him. He muttered, "Poison ivy? Recovery?" Just then, the system unexpectedly displayed a notification that the subspace life support system had leveled up, along with significantly enhanced recovery effects. He looked up, his eyes wide with astonishment, wondering if this was a sign that the knights were gradually recovering their original forms. Jeong-yeom was confused about what to do. He felt it was wrong to leave them in the subspace in this condition. He turned to ask the knights, and one of them hesitantly replied that when they were in Camelot, they felt a little better. Immediately, another notification appeared. Blood Sacrifice Ritual. The ability to create random enhancement stones by extracting life force. A small, white stone unexpectedly fell from Lancelot's helmet, glowing softly. Kim Jeong-yeom knelt, observing the stone that had just fallen from the knight, while Lancelot and Bedivere were still struggling. He picked up the white stone, which was a resistance attribute enhancement stone, and at the same time, he held another blue enhancement stone with electric and penetration attributes in his hand. Jeong-yeom looked at the knights, then at the blue stone, and suddenly realized this stone must have been created earlier. A knight confirmed it. The young man thoughtfully looked at the two stones, realizing that the blood sacrifice ritual was one of Camelot's options, and it operated completely automatically. However, he didn't feel any throbbing pain, which made him wonder if the effects of the blood sacrifice ritual bypassed the item's owner. Bedivere, the skeletal knight, knelt in pain, apologizing to his master for revealing his pathetic state. Kim Jeong-yeom looked at the two kneeling knights, gently replying that he was the one who should apologize for being so thoughtless, then asked if they felt better here. The two skeletal knights unanimously confirmed that they felt much better. Seeing this, the young man smiled contentedly, instructing the two knights to stay in this space whenever he entered, for the benefit of all three. Bedivere and Lancelot were extremely grateful, saying they couldn't be happier to help their master just by resting here, then bowed in thanks. Kim Jeong-yeom turned his back, a slight smirk on his face, secretly thinking how unexpectedly perfectly the sub-space's life support system and Camelot's life force extraction mechanism could combine. These two systems, with their contrasting characteristics, had created a miraculous harmony, a captivating perpetual machine. However, the young man clenched his fist, still having concerns in his heart. He pondered the infinitely producible enhancement stones, the continuously growing scale of power, and the strengthening and expanding application range of overpowered skill. His eyes became sharp and resolute. A brilliant red energy surged around him. But Kim Jeong-yeom still felt he wasn't strong enough to catch up to his enemies. The young man looked forward, determined to become even stronger. To do that, he needed to fully understand his abilities and learn how to use them most effectively. He walked with determination, telling himself that he had leveled up in the subspace, so the first thing to do was check the newly added functions. In another scene, Kwon Deok-yong surprisingly asked the person opposite him if the rebels were truly impersonating the national army, raising flags, and tricking people into becoming sacrifices. The military man had a stern expression. The other man confirmed, explaining that they even had a performance evaluation system, rewarding magic stones to those who recruited more people. Kwon Deok-yong frowned, sighing in relief at the thought that Colonel Kim had handled the situation, narrowly avoiding a coup. The commander then ordered his subordinate to inform Colonel Kim about the additional supplies and food, and also requested him to select essential troops and send the rest back. The soldier saluted solemnly, confirming he understood the order, and shouted the slogan, "Long live the nation." Kwon Deok-yong looked up at the rising dawn, silently lamenting that work piled up like mountains, but time passed too quickly. Kwon Deok-yong suddenly flinched, his eyes wide as he stared at the display screen in front of him. An urgent notification from the multidimensional Chamber of Commerce appeared, revealing internal and external explorations of Earth, along with 13,117 new blessing cases. Kim Jong-yom read intently. The information stated that Earth had demonstrated sufficient growth potential and profitability to join the multidimensional kingdom after 17 cases of negative growth targeting free merchants. The young man wondered. Multidimensional? He was surprised, not understanding what he was reading. What the hell are they talking about? The multidimensional Chamber of Commerce had assessed Earth's growth potential at CBBJ, and a second exploration project was gaining attention, along with an announcement that in 7 days, an official bidding competition would be held for all regions on Earth. Sion worriedly asked Sol, "Sister, what does this mean?" The notification continued to explain that residents from other dimensions and Earth would select representatives for each region to compete for profit potential according to the competition rules. Pax looked at the screen, his face full of confusion. If other dimensions win, they will install warp gates in the corresponding regions for exploration. If Earth residents win, they will receive separate rewards. And detailed information will be announced 24 hours before the competition begins. Kim Jong-yim stared at the notification, his tone thoughtful. In other words, they're planning an all-out invasion, aren't they? Seun, Sol, Pax, and the others gathered, their faces full of confusion. The long-haired, brown-haired girl exclaimed, "No, what is this? Is someone playing a prank?" Pax immediately dismissed her idea, explaining that the document that helped him reach level 8 also mentioned the multidimensional Chamber of Commerce. Sol asked in astonishment, "The Chamber of Commerce? So all the monsters until now were sent by the multidimensional Chamber of Commerce?" Seun roared furiously, her eyes blazing. "What kind of damn place sends monsters like that? Are they aliens? Who gave them the right to talk about exploration, bidding, and competition? Do they think this is their land or something?" Kim Jong-yom looked at his friend, then softly replied, "Well, I'm not sure about that either." A silver-haired man thoughtfully looked at the screen, thinking that at least they knew the multidimensional Chamber of Commerce wasn't taking this lightly. And establishing rules for these bids and profit proposals was like a game across Earth. Suddenly, a new notification appeared on Kim Jong-yom's screen. Chamber of Commerce announcement. Kim Jong-yom has been identified as the entity with the highest profit potential during recent free exploration. The notification continued. The Chamber of Commerce has chosen you as Seoul's representative. If you accept this position, you will participate in the bidding competition as the representative of that region. The young man was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Both Kim Jong-yom and Seun were shocked. The young man confusedly asked, "Huh? What is this? Seoul's representative? I didn't receive any message like that." Pax, wearing glasses, explained thoroughly. "If you're Seoul's representative, doesn't that mean you'll participate in the bidding competition?" Seoul asked again, "What is this bidding competition?" Pax replied, his voice full of unease, "I'm not entirely sure. But looking at the context, it seems we'll have to compete with alien life forms from other dimensions." The whole group fell silent, their faces stiff with shock. Kim Jong-yom's screen displayed a final notification. Additionally, if you accept the representative position, you can select up to 100 members, including yourself, to participate in the bidding competition. Do you accept the representative position? Y.N. Kim Jong-yom looked straight ahead, his gaze firm, ready to face it. Kwon Deok-yong was utterly astonished, repeatedly asking if the information he had just received was true. Kim Jong-yom calmly confirmed that he had become Seoul's representative, and his mission was to recruit 100 members to confront the alien forces. The young man explained that he had chosen number 2 Pax and the Knights to participate in the battle first, and also registered his entire family in the subspace for safety, still lacking about 80 people. Kwon Deok-yong clasped Kim Jong-yom's hand, his eyes shining with joy. The officer expressed immense relief, saying that he was initially very worried about who would become the representative, but with Colonel Kim, he was completely at ease. Kim Jong-yom humbly declined the praise, then offered Kwon Deok-yong to look at something. He handed the man a small notebook, making Kwon Deok-yong curiously ask what it was. The officer explained that it was a list of awakened individuals and their abilities, identified by the Joint Chiefs of Staff, to help Kim Jong-yom find the remaining 80 people. Kim Jong-yom thanked him, but asserted that only special marksmen were needed, making Kwon Deok-yong ask again in surprise. The young man reiterated that only special marksmen were needed, regardless of whether they had awakened or not. Kwon Deok-yong worried about the types of monsters that might appear in the competition, but Kim Jong-yom confidently declared that he already knew who the opponents were, having received detailed information after accepting the representative position. He touched the virtual screen, revealing that the opponents worship the goddess Ems, specialized in construction and divine power-based weapon production, and suggested that seeing it directly would be faster than explaining. A system notification appeared, displaying the text "Checking saved message. Pre-notification from Eames Dimension. Then an image of a swirling deep universe appeared, followed by a winged face. 3 angel-like entities with golden armor and brilliant wings appeared, shining dazzlingly. A warrior in golden armor with a stern face declared, "Goddess Emez shines with compassion, you savage, primitive beings." The golden-armored warrior stood firm, holding a holy mace, surrounded by other knights and a colossal angel statue, his voice echoing, "Receive this holy mace overflowing with the goddess's light." Once again, the image of the swirling deep universe and the winged face appeared, like a terrifying omen. 3 angel-like entities with golden armor and brilliant wings reappeared, dazzling light enveloping them. The golden-armored warrior with a cold face declared authoritatively, "Goddess Emez shines with radiant compassion, you savage primitive beings. Receive this holy mace imbued with the goddess's light." Kim Jong-yeom intently looked at the display screen. The list of opponents in the Eames Dimension bidding competition appeared, full of challenges. All of them were powerful, level 8 beings, making anyone shudder. He explained that these were the Eames Holy Knights, the alien beings they were about to face. Kwon Deokyeong confusedly asked again how they could fight against such terrifying entities. Kim Jeong-yeom, with a stern expression, began to summarize the details of the bidding competition that he had confirmed upon accepting the representative position. 1 hour before the competition began, both sides would take their positions and have a combat waiting period, where a barrier would be created to prevent all attacks. This waiting period was a golden opportunity to prepare for the upcoming life or death battle. The core of the issue was that the Eames Dimension would introduce a gate core, which would automatically bloom 12 hours after the competition began. Earth's winning condition was to destroy the gate core before it bloomed. Conversely, Eames would win if they protected it. Kim Jeong-yeom affirmed that their goal was to destroy the gate core, but also warned that the opponents would not simply defend it. He pointed out Earth's participation list, mostly level 9, and predicted that the opponents would mistakenly think they favored offense. In reality, they had to both defend and attack the gate core simultaneously. Kim Jong-yeom was confident in the offensive lineup of himself, Lancelot, and Kim Sol, but defending against level 8 enemies was the difficult problem. Kwon Deokyeong thoughtfully admitted that long-range guns could be effective in stopping opponents, but their weapons were almost useless against level 8 beings. Kim Jong-yeom smiled confidently, reassuring his superior that he had upgraded his abilities last night. He told himself he had to become even stronger, a burning determination in the young man's eyes. To achieve that, he needed to fully understand and utilize his new abilities to the maximum. A virtual screen appeared, listing additional upgrade options such as simultaneous transport, subspace laboratory, and product catalog registration. After careful consideration, he realized there were no entirely new functions, but there were auxiliary features to enhance existing abilities, especially the subspace laboratory, which allowed for simulating upgrade results. In other words, this ability allowed him to simulate the performance and final form of a product before actually creating it in the subspace laboratory. Initially, Kim Jong-yeom only focused on upgrading ammunition, but as soon as he fired, the gun shattered into pieces. He had to try various methods, from reinforcing each part of the gun to withstand the terrible recoil, to using a special enhancement stone. Ultimately, he had to directly enhance the gun, but even then, it could only withstand a maximum of 3 shots. Kim Jeong-yeom boldly presented his strategy. Use a multitude of these 3-shot guns, establish strong defenses to prevent enemies from approaching, and finally destroy the gate core to win. Colonel Kwon Deokyeong smiled contentedly, praising the young man's plan as superb and promised to immediately compile a list of top snipers to report. And so, a week of intense preparation began as Kim Jeong-yeom's father, with his architect ability, quickly erected a sturdy fortress, proudly explaining each defensive detail. Meanwhile, the attack team continuously enhanced their power by absorbing magic stones obtained from defeating monsters. A female member swung her sword, and electrical energy erupted around her. Thanks to this, Sol was able to extend her barrier ability further, forming a solid protective layer around both herself and her teammates. Kim Ju-yeon was no less capable. She could now cast wide area healing, covering a large area with a soothing blue light. Kim Jong-yeom mused, recalling how useful his second ability had become when upgraded. He had even once transferred it to his younger sister. He believed this enhancement was even more potent, helping his younger sister maximize her role as an awakened. Time flew by like the wind. Only 1 hour remained until the bidding competition. The majestic National Assembly building stood tall under the dazzling sunlight. A brilliant warp gate, shimmering with dazzling light, suddenly appeared. A heavy footstep, encased in gleaming armor, decisively stepped out from the gate. Following that, a firmly armored hand gripped the hilt of a sword, ready for any battle. A host of fully armored knights, with glowing red eyes, majestically advanced from the gate, creating a terrifyingly imposing sight. Kim Jeong-yeom, in his new uniform and with binoculars in hand, observed intently. He muttered, realizing it was the gate core. Kim Jeong-yeom's father turned to ask for his opinion. The young man replied that everything was exactly like the video they had watched. but there was something very strange. He explained that the enemy was constructing structures right next to the National Assembly building, and it seemed they were erecting 2 of them. Kim Jeong-yeom explained that those guys were building structures to protect the gate core. His father unexpectedly asked if they were building better than them, causing Kim Jeong-yeom to turn in surprise. The young man analyzed. The bidding competition was only an hour away from starting. What was the point of building now? He wondered if they could complete the construction in just 1 hour. Suddenly, a metallic clang echoed, startling Kim Jeong-yeom, his eyes widening. A heavy armored boot decisively struck the ground, creating a dry thud. Immediately after, 3 knights in white and gold armor with blue cloaks appeared majestically, radiating a dazzling light, with countless similar figures behind them. A holy knight looked directly at the opponents, declaring that he knew their roster, with only a few at levels 7 and 8, and the majority at level 9, making Kim Jeong-yeom wonder if they were preparing to attack the defensive line. The knight raised his head, his voice echoing with authority. Goddess Emis has decreed that there is mercy and salvation for the weak. On behalf of the goddess's words, we shall bestow upon you mercy and salvation. The knight's eyes suddenly glowed red. He gritted his teeth and growled, his words chilling. We shall bestow mercy by tearing out your tongues while you are still alive, so you cannot speak evil words. And we shall bestow salvation by making you atone for your sins through forced labor. The man in the gray coat stood with his hands on his hips, observing the knights, and subtly smirked. Oh, quite an impressive speech, befitting holy knights. But he narrowed his eyes confidently, stating that if the opponents underestimated them just because they were level 9, they would receive a painful lesson. The digital screen flashed, announcing that the bidding competition was about to begin. A lead knight roared, waving his hand to command. Attack! A host of holy knights charged forward like a storm, their shouts echoing. For Goddess Eames, you are! Kwan Deok, Yong's face flushed with anger, he roared. Everyone, open fire! A soldier, hidden behind a wall, aimed precisely with a sniper rifle. A barrage of bullets tore through the air, fiercely impacting the brick wall, creating dazzling sparks. Bullets rained down, embedding themselves directly into the knight's armor, causing them to stumble and fall with brilliant flashes of light. A knight watched his fallen comrades in astonishment, unable to believe his eyes. Another knight exclaimed in horror, unable to believe the sight before him, wondering how these level 9 individuals could do this. He immediately commanded, Shield Knights, advance! A winged holy knight roared, activating the Emma's barrier skill to create a giant light shield. He gritted his teeth, his red eyes piercing through his helmet, declaring confidently, I don't know what weapons they're using, but our shields are much stronger. Hold your ground! The shield knight steadfastly withstood the barrage of energy bullets, and the holy knight confidently asserted, They're using long-range weapons. They'll run out of ammo eventually. If we hold our ground, victory will be ours. On the other side, a modern soldier decisively commanded, Change weapons! A host of automatic rifles were discarded, replaced by more powerful guns. A voice over the radio announced that they had used approximately 20% of their total weapon reserves. Kim Jeong-yeom, sitting on his motorcycle, smiled contentedly, saying, Excellent. Everything is going much smoother than expected. Keep up the good work. We'll be departing soon. Let's go, Lancelot. Lancelot and another knight immediately obeyed, starting their motorcycles. The knight replied, Yes, master. The motorcycle wheels roared, tearing up the road, sending dust flying. Kim Jeong-yeom's motorcycle convoy sped away, becoming fast-moving shadows on the road. A winged holy knight noticed the enemy's movement and reported to his comrades saying, Look, they're moving. It seems they're aiming for the gate core. Just ignore them. The gate core can't be destroyed anyway. The knight commander gritted his teeth, his eyes resolute. For now, focus on holding this position. They seem to have more weapons than I thought, but once reinforcements arrive, we can slowly advance. From above, the battlefield appeared chaotic. The knights still staunchly defending, awaiting reinforcements. The commander roared, Try to hold out a little longer until reinforcements arrive. A modern soldier, no longer using a gun, swung a blazing fire mace, preparing to attack. He spun the weapon, creating fierce rings of fire. The mace was launched, transforming into a blazing fireball that shot straight forward. The fireball tore through the air, carrying destructive heat. It slammed directly into the formation of holy knights, exploding terrifyingly, engulfing an entire area in a sea of flame. A holy knight standing nearby witnessed the scene, his eyes clearly showing shock. He muttered doubtfully, An earth-shattering explosion suddenly erupted, engulfing a car in a sea of flames. Kim Jeong-yeom, sitting on his motorcycle, smiled contentedly, praising Bedivere for successfully completing the mission of blocking the target. The young man looked forward, his sharp eyes full of calculation. He muttered that now only one task remained. A gigantic angel statue, surrounded by scaffolding, stood tall in the middle of the lawn. Kim Jeong-yeom and Lancelot rode their motorcycles towards it. Surrounded by people in black cloaks, he stared at the statue, his expression pensive, telling himself that he initially thought this construction was meaningless. but now the completion speed was incredibly fast. The young man maintained his thoughtful gaze, believing that if the speed was so fast, it was even more meaningless, then ordered the deployment of Hellfire. A barrage of blazing missiles flew straight towards the angel statue, tearing through the air. A fierce explosion erupted right next to the statue, engulfed in smoke and fire. Kim Jong-yom remained calm on his motorcycle, while a girl stood nearby, witnessing it. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated, revealing the form of the angel statue. The statue still stood firm, completely unharmed, even emitting a sparkling light as if it had just been polished, astonishing the onlookers. The young man's eyes widened in astonishment. He exclaimed in surprise that even after being hit by enhanced missiles, the statue was completely unharmed, even sparkling more brightly. He flashed a cunning smile, making a bold decision, declaring that in this situation, the best way was to store it in subspace. The system immediately displayed a notification asking Kim Jong-yom if he wanted to store the unfinished goddess Emma's statue in subspace. The young man looked towards the black-cloaked figures standing near the statue. One of them yelled fanatically, "That's right! Your Earth is the pasture Eames has granted us! You are nothing but two-legged beasts!" Two holy knights stood guarding an elderly man, their eyes vigilant. Another holy knight angrily declared that those people should be grateful to lick Emma's divine heels, and these actions were foolish. At the same time, another holy knight advised the elderly man to take cover, because the situation was dangerous. The elderly man resolutely refused, asserting that he must convey the goddess's words and cleanse the evil of those people. Kim Jong-gyum heard this, and subtly furrowed his brow in confusion. The holy knight tried to persuade him, saying that if he truly wanted to speak, it would be better to take cover. The elderly man retorted, asking if he had committed any crime that he should hide to speak, then stop. Inside a large warehouse, H-beams were neatly stacked. A voice echoed, recognizing them as H-beam. A large warehouse appeared, with several holy knights standing outside. One of them wondered if this was a construction material warehouse. Kim Jong-yum flashed a sinister smile, his eyes gleaming mischievously, and ordered Pax. "Pax, put that away!" The system immediately confirmed the storage of the M's Dimension Temporary Construction Material Warehouse into subspace. The old man was startled, his bloodshot eyes revealing clear horror. The old man and two holy knights stood amidst the ruins, gazing thoughtfully at a massive material warehouse. The elder turned his head, his eyes full of worry as he watched an opening teleportation gate, where a person in a black cloak and a knight in white armor had just appeared. Kim Jong-yum smiled contentedly, asking Yongsu if he wanted to fly a helicopter after a long time. Yongsu was surprised by the offer, but happily replied that he was willing to help if he could fly, then burst into hearty laughter, declaring he had wanted to try this for a long time and immediately agreed to take the young man to maximum altitude. A holy knight raised his mace, preparing to attack, facing a black-haired warrior with sharp, cold eyes. Another holy knight swung his sword, charging straight toward Sol. The sharp spearhead tore through the wind, carrying terrifying power. Sol focused her mind, activating a hexagonal energy shield around herself. A barrage of other spears flew in, crashing powerfully into the glowing shield of the girl and the black-cloaked man standing beside her. Sol's energy shield shattered into golden fragments, but she remained standing firm. The girl's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to believe what had just happened. The holy knight holding the sword asked Sol, his voice full of doubt, "The spears they threw, they're not like normal spears, are they?" The girl confirmed that these were no ordinary weapons, even though she was strong enough to block Jong-yum's enhanced bullets. Sol continued to explain that it wasn't an enhancement, which made the holy knight look puzzled and ask what it was then. Sol thoughtfully recounted that she had once heard of a dimension possessing a technique with effects similar to item enhancement. The holy knight angrily declared that the enemies had stolen their blessed materials and ordered an attack, further explaining that this technique was called blessing. Sol speculated that the building materials were also treated similarly, and she believed that was why they could withstand the Lord's attacks. A dazzling blue light stream violently collided with an invisible shield, creating electric sparks. A hand gripped the spear shaft, the image of a charging warrior clearly reflected on the shield's surface. Sol held her spear, looked at her opponent, and concluded thoughtfully, "So, no matter what, you're saying this is an insanely powerful weapon?" Kim Jong-yum smiled contentedly, his sharp eyes following Sol, who stood firm, her hand tightly gripping the spear shaft. Inside the helicopter, Yongsu informed Kim Jong-yum that the number of incoming spears had significantly decreased and they were preparing for takeoff. The young man immediately ordered the pilot to take them to maximum altitude. As the helicopter ascended, Kim Jong-yum gazed thoughtfully out the window, an ancient angel statue passing his view. The angel statue with wide wings, hands clasped as if in prayer, made him utter thoughtfully, "A blessing." A gigantic, brilliantly glowing cylindrical object soared into the deep blue sky, accompanied by the affirmation, "This staff of God is also a blessing, in a way." A dazzling light exploded, creating a powerful surge of energy, as if a heavy blessing was descending upon the second dimension. The energy continued to surge, forming a brilliant gate of light, and its name was revealed, Staff of God. The colossal staff, with earth-shattering power, was summoned, destroying everything around it and creating a chaotic energy zone. Amidst the fierce battlefield, Sol stood facing the black-cloaked man, her spear ready for a battle to the death. Thick smoke and dust enveloped the area, obscuring visibility, a sign of a devastating attack that had just been unleashed. When the smoke cleared, a glowing red monster with pitch-black eyes lay defeated and motionless on the ground, ending the battle. A system notification sounded, confirming that the residents of the Earth dimension had won the auction in the Sol area after destroying the gate core of the M's dimension. The system continued to announce that rewards would be distributed to all Earth residents who participated in this challenging auction. Reward details were clearly listed. 100 dimensional accounts, 5,000 magic stones distributed based on contribution, and specifically, business rights in the lethal dimension transferred to the Sol representative. A large exclamation mark and a question mark appeared, expressing extreme surprise at these generous and unexpected rewards. Kim Jong-yeom, without hesitation, registered Yongsoo, number 1, number 2, and father at level 8, while Sol and other warriors were also completing their registration procedures. A piece of paper suddenly floated in the air, spinning before gently landing on the ground. Kim Jong-yeom bent down to pick up the paper, his face full of confusion as he wondered about its origin. The paper turned out to be a certificate of exclusive business rights transfer in the Tertius region of the lethal dimension to the Sol representative, an extremely valuable reward from the multi-dimensional Chamber of Commerce. Sol unexpectedly asked Kim Jong-yeom about what was appearing before them. A teleportation gate, perhaps? Kim Jong-yeom confirmed it wasn't a teleportation gate he created, then speculated it might be related to the business rights they had just received. The hurried footsteps of a soldier echoed, and at the same time, a thought flashed through his mind. Without hesitation, Kim Jong-yeom reached out and touched the brilliantly pink teleportation gate. Immediately, a notification panel appeared, asking him to verify his authority because he hadn't registered the business, leaving Kim Jong-yeom stunned. The young man frowned, holding the business certificate but still not understanding what was happening. Another notification appeared, asking if he wanted to sell these business rights to the multidimensional Chamber of Commerce for 10,000 magic stones. Kim Jong-yeom's sharp eyes widened, his face showing extreme disbelief at the offer. The young man stood before the gate, thoughtfully realizing that the awarded business rights couldn't be used because they hadn't been registered. He suddenly understood that because it couldn't be used, they offered to buy it back at that exorbitant price. Without hesitation, Kim Jong-yeom decisively waved his hand, coldly declaring, "Get lost!" The young man was furious, thinking that this multi-dimensional Chamber of Commerce was nothing but a bunch of thieves. Memories of the unfair bidding war flooded back when the Holy Knights had to face powerful opponents. He recalled that they had won under difficult circumstances, and now they were being blatantly tricked. Kim Jong-yeom gritted his teeth, vowing not to let anyone profit from his efforts, even if he had to discard everything. He asserted that without him, countless casualties would surely have occurred. Yongsoo worriedly asked what was happening, but Kim Jong-yeom indifferently replied that it was just a useless gate. Another man suggested going to tend to the wounded if there was nothing urgent left to do. Kim Jong-yeom apologized for calling everyone so urgently right after the competition, but Yongsoo reassured him and asked if the work was finished. Yongsoo happily announced that everything was done and he would open the teleportation gate. Sol decided to go practice her spear, while another man excitedly went to drive. And Kim Jong-yeom also declared he would rest after everything he had been through. Kim Jong-yeom stared at the piled-up sacks, his face full of surprise as he uttered a, "Huh?" A vast scene unfolded, showing countless building materials like bricks, plasterboards, I-beams, and rebar piled up, all sparkling as if created by magic. The young man turned to look at Yongsoo, urgently asking what this massive pile of materials was, his face still shocked and bewildered. Yongsoo let out a hearty laugh, happily replying that all of it was also infinite, as if it were obvious. Kim Jong-yeom smiled meaningfully, looking at the middle-aged man, while Yongsoo was still immersed in his joy. Yongsoo burst into laughter, turning his back and walking away while sparkling lights surrounded him, signaling that something was about to happen. A blue spiral teleportation gate appeared, and at the same time, a fleeting thought wondered about the results of the bidding wars in other regions. Time passed, night fell, and the full moon hung high in the sky, signaling that the results would probably only be available by evening. A notification screen appeared, announcing the final results of the global bidding wars, with detailed win-loss figures for each country. Continuing to display the results, South Korea surprised with 4 wins and only 1 loss out of 5 competitions, with Incheon being the only failure. In a strategic meeting room, military officers sat around a table, their faces tense as they looked at the screen, displaying the disastrous summary results. 761 competitions, only 113 wins, 648 losses, causing Earth's development potential to be downgraded from BB to CCCC. Kim Jong-yeom frowned thoughtfully, asserting that the global situation was truly dire, as most regions suffered overwhelming losses. despite knowing it would be disadvantageous. Another military officer breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that fortunately, the situation in South Korea was still relatively good, and the failure in Incheon could be quickly resolved by concentrating forces. Military Officer 1, another officer, immediately saluted and apologized for interrupting the meeting, his face stern. This officer continued to report that they had just received an urgent telegram from the 17th Division in Incheon and suggested that everyone needed to see this report immediately. Kim Jeong-yeom and Military Officer 3 simultaneously asked about the content of the telegram, their faces full of worry. The disaster situation report was placed on the table, revealing urgent information from Incheon after the failure in the bidding war. The report specified that the enemies were lizardmen from the Sabros dimension, and their teleportation gate was currently wide open right in Chinatown. Gigantic, muscular lizardmen appeared powerfully, believed to be a well-trained military force, capable of simultaneous ground and aerial combat with superior speed. The report concluded that their artillery brigade and air defense company had been completely annihilated, and although fighting had temporarily ceased, the lizardmen were still reorganizing their forces, continuously deploying troops from the gate and forming reconnaissance teams to prepare for a large-scale military deployment. The camouflaged officer reported urgently, stating that after tracking, the enemy's movement direction was confirmed to be heading straight for Seoul. Kim Jong-yeom pondered, concluding that they were planning a direct assault on the capital. Young-soo, the man in sunglasses, expressed his confusion, wondering why the enemy was targeting Seoul directly. He speculated that there was no way they would want to capture Kim Jong-yeom, as they had no information about his exact location. Seoul also frowned, adding that capturing Kim Jong-yeom wouldn't bring any significant benefits. On the strategic map, the two cities of Incheon and Seoul were clearly visible, showing that the enemy was closing in just a hair's breadth away. The Holy Knight appeared majestically, his eyes burning red like fire, muttering about Incheon, the place that failed in the auction, and Seoul, where his lord resided. Suddenly, a system notification appeared before Kim Jong-yeom, announcing that from this moment, the names of the winning Earth Sector representatives would be displayed above their heads. Seoul exclaimed in surprise, not understanding what was happening. She looked towards Kim Jong-yeom, thinking he was Sector Representative number 3, but saw no nameplate appearing above his head. Kim Jong-yeom also looked up to check, his face full of surprise as he confirmed that no nameplate had indeed appeared. The Holy Knight stared at Kim Jong-yeom, while the latter was still confused, wondering if he was a sector representative. He immediately denied it, asserting that if his lord was not a sector representative, then the auction would have been meaningless. The knight was suspicious, wondering why he couldn't see Kim Jong-yeom's nameplate, and deduced that there was only one scenario where it wouldn't be displayed. Seoul focused on the display screen, reading aloud the detailed opening strategy of the multidimensional Chamber of Commerce. She suddenly widened her eyes in astonishment, then grew angry as she read the information. Level 7 travel through all gates on Earth has been partially permitted from this moment. Seoul suddenly realized she had just reached level 8, worrying that this meant she would be stuck in a subdimension again. Another notification appeared, further explaining that the dimensions had gained business rights through the auction. They could create new warp gates in their respective areas by eliminating the sector representatives of the Earth dimension. Everyone in the room was stunned, their eyes fixed on the sudden notifications, unable to believe what they had just read. Young-soo and the camouflaged officer exchanged serious glances, noting that they now had to deal with level 7 creatures, and it was highly likely that the sector representatives would become primary targets. Young-soo pondered, likening the situation to a fierce territorial game, but still found a glimmer of hope. Colonel Kim Jong-yeom had no nameplate displayed above his head. The Holy Knight's eyes suddenly lit up brightly. He seemed to have realized something earth-shattering, and quickly said to his lord, "My lord, please wait a moment." Kim Jong-yeom turned to look at the Holy Knight, his face full of confusion at his sudden action. Lancelot dashed away like the wind, leaving Kim Jong-yeom stunned and calling his name in utter bewilderment. The Holy Knight Lancelot suddenly appeared in mid-air, dazzling light surrounding his armored body, like a god descending. He hovered against the night sky, and the giant word Seoul Representative suddenly appeared, signaling a major event about to unfold. The atmosphere became extremely tense as the words grew clearer and clearer, like a defiant declaration. Kim Jong-yeom looked up, his sharp eyes reflecting a puzzling contemplation at this unexpected sight. The brown-haired girl, Seoul, explained that it wasn't that the target didn't appear, but that it was too high for them to see. She continued to speculate that, at that size, the target would become easy prey for the lizard folk. Kim Jong-yeom suddenly frowned, sensing something ominous, and wondered if the lizard folk had reorganized their forces before the auction ended. Seoul affirmed that a new rule had been added like a pre-programmed machine, making her suspect whether the enemy had known about this beforehand. The Holy Knight Lancelot nodded in confirmation. They certainly knew that a new rule would be added, but it seemed they weren't targeting the Seoul representative from the start, but rather preparing for the upcoming battle itself. He pondered and further explained that perhaps because they had experience with auctions, They were familiar with these types of rules. Sol worriedly said that the situation was not good at all, and they didn't have much time to prepare for the enemy's upcoming attack. The Holy Knight asserted that it wouldn't be that simple, and even if Kim Jong-yeom wasn't in danger, they could use others as hostages to lure him out or disperse their forces to devour other areas first. Kim Jong-yeom pondered, realizing the problem wasn't stopping them but hiding, and ultimately they still needed to stop them somehow. He suddenly had a bold idea. If he was the target and his location was exposed, why not use that to lure them into a trap? The group looked at each other. Military Officer 1 and Military Officer 3 were deep in thought, while Yongsu was calculating. Military Officer 1 affirmed that protecting a location, deploying troops and weapons, and establishing defenses faster than the lizard folks' attack would be the best option. Yongsu confidently declared that they shouldn't worry about movement. He could minimize the time. Military Officer 1 impatiently urged that there was no more time to waste, but Kim Jong-yeom scratched his head in confusion. Kim Jong-yeom awkwardly admitted that was the problem. He still hadn't thought of a suitable location. The Holy Knight Lancelot then explained that an advantageous location is a terrain that minimizes damage to their side while inflicting great damage on the enemy, a place where he could freely unleash his power without implicating outsiders and only harm the enemy. A perfect location was chosen, Guyang Bridge, which would severely restrict the enemy's movement, while the surrounding ecological park area was uninhabited, allowing warriors to fight freely without worrying about affecting innocent people. Even if they tried to cross other bridges, this area had no tall buildings to provide cover, allowing Bedivere to easily detect them from afar. With materials from the M's dimension, combined with Kim Jong-yeom's father's top-tier construction skills and Pax's summoning ability and laboratory function, this became as easy as pie. During construction, they discovered something unexpected. The Eames material storage also came with Eames spears. Sol curiously asked if these were also a type of material, and the male lead determined they would make excellent obstacles. The young man suddenly recalled that he was once a sought-after talent by the track and field club, a significant advantage. He had an idea, wondering if Bedivere had ever said that skeleton knights could also throw spears. Rows of sharp Eames spears were piled up, ready for battle. On top of the newly completed structure, Bedivere and Sol were in position, ready to face any danger. Yongsu was diligently hammering, completing the final details for the towering Jongyeom defense tower. He continued his work, decisive hammer blows echoing, creating bright sparks. The tower was quickly framed and archers deployed, with sturdy walls formed by connecting 8-shaped steel beams. Around the building, reinforced spear obstacles were erected to block all ground access routes. Kim Jong-yeom and the Holy Knight stood together before the defensive barrier. He reiterated the warning about the enemy's speed both in the air and on the ground, so the top priority was to block them from the ground. This entire magnificent structure took only 4 hours to complete. The young man couldn't help but be astonished by the 4-hour feat, all thanks to his father's and Pax's construction skills. He wondered if everything was going more smoothly than expected. But just when everything seemed to be under control, a harsh truth emerged. They had overlooked two extremely important things. The first, and also the fatal one, reptiles are excellent swimmers. Specifically, the Han River, with its 1-kilometer width, provided ideal conditions for them to approach undetected. Even Bedivere's sharp vision couldn't penetrate the deep water. Secondly, another underestimated factor, as a soaking, wet, clawed foot unexpectedly stepped ashore. The surrounding vegetation was much denser than expected, creating a perfect camouflage for the enemy. A large lizard creature, weapon in hand, suddenly stood upright amidst the foliage, directing its cold gaze towards the defense tower, making Kim Jong-yeom unable to comprehend if the mighty Eames tribe had truly been defeated by creatures like these, despite their renowned superior defensive capabilities. And even more annoyed thinking about how all the valuable Eames materials had been stolen and were being used so wastefully. A leading lizard creature confidently declared that the enemy wouldn't dare show their faces in the multiverse for a long time. He also mused that if utilized well, they could extract even more from the opponent. The leader continued to ponder, thinking that since the enemy had made good use of the spears they obtained last time, perhaps this time they could demand more armor. Another voice rang out, reporting, "Commander Rakus is ready." The reporter continued, announcing that Commander Yatu was also ready. The leading lizard creature turned his head, revealing a fierce face with a scar across his eye, his expression full of contemplation. He softly asked again, "Really?" The scene shifted to a large bridge spanning the sea, connecting two shores of a modern city. Its road surface cracked and desolate. A knight in gray armor, holding a long spear, stood tall on the bridge, looking straight ahead. The knight's helmet covered his face, revealing only glowing yellow eyes. He slightly tilted his head, seemingly sensing something unusual. Bedivere stood next to a man in tribal attire, holding a spear, and both seemed to have discovered something. The man next to Bedivere, with brown hair and wide eyes, had a panicked expression, sweat pouring down his face. He cried out in terror. The sky suddenly darkened, stained crimson. A swarm of giant winged common lizard creatures soared in the air, diving straight down into the city. Kim Jong-yom stood next to another knight, his face aghast. He flinched upon hearing the shouts. "The enemy has appeared!" Chaos erupted. Kim Jong-yom and the knight beside him were thrown back, as winged lizard creatures descended like a storm, destroying everything. A horde of giant common lizard creatures, riding fierce four-legged beasts, charged straight into the city. They roared hateful slogans. "For Sabros, avenge Emez!" Kim Jong-yom was stunned, taking a step back, his face filled with disbelief. He confusedly wondered, what? When did they get this close? From above, soldiers, including riflemen, began firing intensely with rifles. Gunshots echoed through the sky, bullets tearing through the air. Bullets tore through the air, embedding themselves in the common lizard creatures, blood splattering. Despite the surprise attack, they still charged ferociously. Another giant common lizard creature appeared, swinging its weapon to create a powerful surge of energy, sweeping away everything in its path. The common lizard creatures not only attacked with weapons, but also threw blue cylindrical objects towards the defenders. A soldier shouted a warning. "Watch out! They're throwing Imus materials!" Another common lizard creature swung its weapon, creating a powerful energy vortex, preparing for its next attack. Rockies, a larger lizard creature, appeared and roared furiously. "Commander Rockies! They are insulting us by throwing materials from our brother dimension, Eames! Our soldiers will find them difficult to use, so do not fear and attack." Rockies continued to shout, his eyes blazing. "This is our chance, Yatu! Charge!" Kim Jong-yom stood nearby, his face utterly astonished as he witnessed this scene. Commander Yatu roared defiantly, "I am Yatu. I only know how to attack, but I will never fall." The giant reptilian creature charged in, creating a deep crack in the ground, its destructive power spreading everywhere. It continued to charge straight ahead, smashing through a tall building as if it were just a toy. A dazzling blue light erupted from Yatu's body, signaling a terrifying attack was about to strike. It shot forward like an arrow tearing through the wind, its entire body glowing brightly, ready to crush everything in its path. Despite being heavily wounded, with blood profusely flowing from its mouth, Yatu remained resilient, its fiery gaze unwavering. The giant reptilian creature continued to roar despite its wounds, leaving Kim Jong-yom standing next to Bedivere, utterly stunned. The young man exclaimed anxiously, wondering what would happen if that attack also proved ineffective. Bedivere thoughtfully assessed, concluding that both creatures were powerful level 7 beings. However, the skeletal knight believed the truly dangerous one was the other creature, not the one charging in so unskillfully. The knight told Kim Jong-yom that this would be a difficult battle, but the good news was that his attacks were still effective against that giant. Bedivere instructed Kim Jong-yom to continue attacking to keep Yatu occupied, not letting it approach the building, while he would handle the other one. Kim Jong-yom immediately agreed and reminded him to be careful. The skeletal knight replied, and then shot off, creating a blazing red streak in the air. Rakis, the reptilian commander, suddenly widened his eyes upon seeing Bedivere charging straight towards him. Bedivere swung his spear, creating a dazzling surge of energy, attacking Rockies directly. After the lightning-fast attack, the skeletal knight landed on the ground in a highly vigilant stance. Another reptilian creature anxiously asked Rockies if he was all right, but he immediately reassured them and ordered them to continue attacking. Commander Rockies looked directly at Bedivere, realizing this was a formidable opponent he needed to deal with personally. Rockies marveled at Bedivere's courage in charging alone into the enemy formation, along with the precise attack to his neck. He declared it had been a long time since he encountered a true warrior and asked for the mysterious knight's name. Commander Rockies heard the name Lancelot. He immediately praised it as a good name, then introduced himself. He frankly declared he knew the knight's purpose was to hold him back, but still accepted to play along because his opponent was a true warrior. The giant reptilian creature explained that the nature of a warrior is to always seek out strong opponents, then unexpectedly issued a death challenge. Rockies uttered a provocation, challenging the skeletal knight to accept if he didn't value his life, then burst into hearty laughter upon seeing his opponent unfazed. He was about to continue speaking when he suddenly paused, his sharp gaze sweeping over Bedivere and his mount, then unexpectedly asked if the knight intended to fight on the back of that lizard. Holy Knight Bedivere confirmed, then retorted with a challenging look, asking if Rockies thought it was an unfair fight. Commander Rockies pondered. A death match was to determine the stronger one, and he suddenly understood something. He sarcastically remarked that his opponent was trying to compensate for a lack of skill, but then declared he wouldn't complain even if defeated, because Bedivere had wagered his very life. His eyes gleamed with bloodlust. Rockies roared defiantly, signaling his opponent not to worry and to charge in. Holy Knight Bedivere looked at Commander Yatu charging towards him. He thought to himself that now they both understood each other. Two soldiers continuously fired at the enemy, gunshots echoing across the battlefield. Yatu let out a deafening roar as his mount sped away, dodging the barrage of bullets like the wind. Yatu's mount swept past, causing another reptilian creature to tumble, creating a moment of chaos. Another reptilian creature frantically cried out that they were trying to cling to the building and ordered them to be shot down immediately. A bullet tore through the air, piercing straight into the target, creating a dazzling explosion. Yatu's mount opened its mouth wide, full of sharp fangs, ready to tear apart anything in its path. The monster lunged, snapping up a soldier with its deadly fangs, fresh blood splattering everywhere. The bitten soldier collapsed to the ground in pain, his piercing scream echoing, and his comrades frantically reported a casualty. A soldier quickly rushed to support his injured comrade, while ordering others to provide cover. He warned that more enemies were approaching, demanding they be stopped at all costs. Bedivere swung his sword straight at Yatu, delivering a fatal blow that pierced through its armor. After Bedivere's fatal strike, Yatu collapsed to the ground, its colossal body lying motionless amidst the chaotic battlefield. Before it could recover, Sol delivered a critical blow to the reptilian creature's head, making it sink deeper into the ruined ground. The brown-haired girl growled her command. "I'll handle those clinging to the building. Keep firing!" With terrifying speed, Sol shot away, leaving another reptilian creature trying to pursue her. Her fist suddenly flared with a fiery surge of energy, ready for the next attack. She unleashed a devastating punch, sending the monster flying into the air while Yatu was still sprawled on the ground. A soldier yelled, "Fire!" She nimbly dodged another reptilian creature's attack, bullets tearing through the air, narrowly missing her. Amidst the gunfire, a hand suddenly emitted a green light, signaling a healing ability being activated. A female medic was focused on treating the injured soldier, she reassured him. "Try to hold on a little longer." In the sky, a winged reptilian creature and its rider swooped down to attack fiercely. A large explosion suddenly struck the flying monster, causing it to reel in midair. Despite being wounded, the flying creature still tried to maintain balance, but its kin had already begun to fall. The rider on the monster's back was impaled by a spear, fresh blood splattering. Both the monster and its controller lost control, crashing straight into a nearby building. On top of the building, Bedivere sighed in relief as he watched the swarm of flying monsters gradually being taken down. He thought to himself, he couldn't carry everything alone. The Holy Knight wondered if that person would appear soon to provide support. On the ground below, Commander Rakis staggered forward, his body riddled with sharp weapon fragments. Despite being heavily wounded, Rocky still growled, his tone full of surprise. "You are truly strong." Even with his body covered in wounds, Commander Rakis still held his head high, his sharp eyes challenging. "Well done. But don't you have any better attacks?" He roared amidst the barrage of attacks, countless sharp fragments continuously raining down, creating dazzling explosions. Kim Jong-yeom stood from a distance, his eyes fixed on the chaotic scene, silently exclaiming in astonishment at the relentless series of attacks. The young man subtly smirked, his thoughts full of calculation. "I'm just controlling them automatically, yet he thinks this is a new move. What an idiot. How fortunate." The fragments continued to trap Rakis in a dazzling sphere of energy, making it impossible for him to escape, while Kim Jong-yeom wondered if he should wait for Holy Knight Lancelot to arrive. He immediately dismissed that thought, as waiting was too risky, and told himself he wished there was a way to help Lancelot. Suddenly, the young man squinted, his gaze focused on a strange object flying towards them, a question forming in his mind. Is that a holy spear? Yatu, the reptilian creature's colossal, scaly hand, powerfully swung the glowing spear, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. The holy spear was launched with terrifying speed, tearing through the air, charging straight towards its target. Commander Yatu landed on the ground, his massive body creating a slight tremor, his eyes following the weapon's trajectory. Rakis, with a blazing red scar on his face, stared at his opponent, questioning provocatively, "How long do you intend to run? I thought I had found a warrior. Could I have been mistaken?" Holy Knight Bedivere stood firm, facing Rakis, who held the holy spear, completely unfazed. He stared at his opponent, thinking to himself that while he wanted to retort to the provocation, what Rakis said wasn't entirely wrong. The knight's fiery red eyes focused on the spear in his opponent's hand, realizing its potential danger. Commander Rakis stood towering amidst the rubble, the holy spear in his hand still radiating a brilliant light, making Bedivere admit that this weapon was far more dangerous than anticipated. Bedivere pondered, noticing the spear possessed unique properties, similar to weapons from the Eames dimension, and began to deduce. He wondered if the Eames dimension, which Rakis called the brother dimension, was where that spear had been created for him. Upon hearing this, Rakis immediately denied it, explaining that this spear was crafted in his own Sabros dimension and only had its power specially enhanced by the Emis people. Bedivere nodded as if he understood, then looked at Rakis. Another question forming in his mind. A proposition. No, a question. Holy Knight Bedivere looked directly at his opponent, his sharp eyes full of provocation. "Or is that weapon also used to cover up your lack of skill?" Which made Rakis's face contort with rage. Rakis growled, stomping his foot on the ground, and declared firmly, "I won't be foolish enough to fall for your provocation a second time." Commander Rakis immediately charged forward, swinging his sharp weapon in a deadly arc, its terrifying speed tearing through the air. He put all his strength into the swing, his muscles bulging and taut, determined to finish off his opponent instantly. The Holy Knight Bedivere reacted in a flash, raising his sword to block the blow, sparks flying brightly, illuminating a corner of the sky. The terrifying force of the impact cracked the road, sending dust and concrete fragments scattering into the air. Nevertheless, the commander was still pushed back a long distance, his claws tearing at the road, leaving terrifying long streaks. He slid a long way across the ground, leaving a wide trail of destruction behind him, demonstrating the immense recoil force. After deflecting the attack, Bedivere remained unfazed, immediately turning to prepare for a powerful counterattack. The Holy Knight's sword struck directly at the reptile creature's armor, sparks flying dazzlingly but causing no fatal wound. The Holy Knight decisively ended the attack, his sword still glowing brightly, and declared coldly, "It's done." The glowing red eyes behind Bedivere's helmet flashed with confidence. He believed he had won. But then, a sudden surge of crimson energy enveloped the sword, shining even brighter than before. Bedivere looked down at his weapon. It was vibrating violently and emitting a dazzling light, which surprised him. Commander Rakis was also stunned, his entire body trembling as he witnessed the sword's sudden transformation, muttering, "Why suddenly?" Before he could finish, an invisible force suddenly struck, making the giant creature flinch and cry out in pain. His spear was knocked into the air, spinning wildly in the wind like an uncontrolled top. It flew directly into a brilliant blue energy vortex that appeared in mid-air. Kim Jong-yum stood there, holding a glowing tablet, staring in astonishment as the spear vanished into the vortex. The system announced that it had been stored in the Eames construction materials category, making him exclaim, "This, does it really work?" The young man explained that this was an Eames space weapon. No, a construction material. He didn't know why it appeared here, but thanked them anyway, saying he would make good use of it. Bedivere and Rakis stood facing each other, both silent, perhaps trying to process the situation that had just occurred. Commander Rakis growled, his bloodshot eyes filled with rage. "How dare you insult a divine warrior like this?" The giant reptile creature continued its assault, calling its opponent a coward. But the Holy Knight Bedivere calmly replied, asserting that his master had his own reasons for taking the weapon. Commander Rakis glared, gritting his teeth as he warned, "Watch your words." Bedivere remained unfazed, questioning in return whether Rakis' master was a despicable person, devoid of shame, which surprised the reptile creature into silence. The armored knight looked directly at his opponent, his eyes glowing like fire, and understood. "I see. You are afraid. You are angry because you fear your weapon was stolen. Don't worry." With that, Bedivere slowly drew his greatsword from its sheath, ready for battle. The cold, sharp blade plunged into the ground, creating a deep crack, and he coldly declared, "Whether you die by decapitation or by being crushed, the methods may differ." The Holy Knight raised his head, his gaze fixed firmly on his opponent, his words resolute. "But the fact that you will die remains the same." Commander Rakis scoffed, his face full of disdain. Someone who just barely escaped death has such gall." He stomped his foot on the ground, creating a small tremor, then growled, "Fine." The giant reptile creature roared, its muscular body leaping high, ready to charge into battle. "Come on!" Commander Rakis swung his brand new spear, charging straight at his opponent with terrifying speed, delivering lightning-fast blows. From a distance, Kim Jong-yum was still observing all the developments through the glowing tablet in his hand. The young man suddenly widened his eyes, exclaiming in surprise, "Wait, what is this?" The tablet displayed an image of Rakis' spear, along with its name. Detailed information appeared. Rakis' Holy Spear +3, a legendary weapon with terrifying attributes, making the young man exclaim in delight, "This is awesome!" Suddenly, Kim Jong-yum's body vibrated violently, and a surge of brilliant blue energy erupted around him. Commander Rakis, in the midst of battle, suddenly saw his soldiers abruptly stop attacking, and he wondered why in surprise. A glint of self-satisfaction flashed in his eyes as he wondered if they had been frozen in fear of his power. The reptile creature burst into laughter, confidently declaring that it wasn't impossible, as he was already very resilient. Rakis confidently declared that only 2 individuals at level 7, including himself, were strong enough to block his attacks, and he had never seen a warrior his equal. He further asserted that even if he died here and couldn't stop his opponent, at least that death would come from someone as powerful as himself. The reptile creature arrogantly claimed that dying at the hands of a mighty warrior was an honorable death, and his opponent should be proud to be finished off by him, vowing to quickly erase the foe as soon as the dust settled. Commander Rakis let out a fierce roar, his glowing yellow eyes flashing with extreme rage. He charged like a whirlwind, but immediately, a sharp object tore through the air and impaled itself directly into his muscular body. The monster's glowing yellow eyes suddenly widened, revealing extreme astonishment at the unexpected attack. Rakis' colossal body froze, his eyes fixed on the spear deeply embedded in his arm. Fresh red blood oozed from the wound, and he was stunned to realize that the spear piercing his arm was none other than Rakis's holy spear. Commander Rakus stared in shock at the spear resting in his hand, unable to comprehend why his own weapon was there. Before he could recover, a barrage of other attacks rained down, tearing through his flesh and sending blood splattering into the air. The massive body of the reptile creature collapsed, creating a deep crater in the ground, enveloped by thick dust. Rakis groaned in pain, struggling to rise amidst the rubble, his entire body covered in wounds. While the reptile creature was still struggling, Kim Jong-yeom appeared with immense power, his entire body radiating a dazzling surge of emerald blue energy. A system notification appeared, confirming that ownership of the dimensional account had been transferred from Yatu to him, along with an added balance of 1,567 points. Next, another notification appeared, stating that he had received a D-enhancement stone. The D-enhancement stone clearly appeared, possessing the null attribute and the invisibility option, a brand new toy for Kim Jong-yeom. Rifle shots rang out rapidly, fiery bullets tearing through the wind, clearing all obstacles. Another reptile creature was hit by bullets, blood splattering, collapsing in pain, ending its short life. Sol stood amidst the devastated battlefield, surrounded by the corpses of countless reptile creatures. She sighed in relief, telling herself that there were no more monsters clinging to the buildings, and she had nothing left to do. Suddenly, Sol's sharp eyes looked up at the sky, her face astonished as she heard the roar of a wyvern from above, signaling a new danger. Kim Jong-yeom flinched, his eyes wide with surprise as a name suddenly flashed in his mind. The young man exclaimed, "Ah, that's right, Bedivere." At the same time, a dazzling light erupted from a spear deeply embedded in the ground, its brilliant glow seemingly tearing through the night. On the desolate battlefield, 3 colossal spears shone brightly, plunged into the ground around a kneeling knight. The knight slowly raised his head, his glowing yellow eyes shining in the darkness of his helmet, his gaze full of mystery. The skeletal knight looked straight ahead, his deep, hoarse voice echoing with reproach. "You're late." Bedivere sat amidst the rubble, surrounded by monster corpses, while Sol and the holy knight Lancelot stood tall in the distance. The skeletal knight mused, "What should we do? There's nothing left." An extremely powerful surge of blue energy exploded, creating a fierce shockwave that swept across the battlefield. Lancelot delivered a devastating kick, repelling the charging reptile creature Rakis, creating a large crack in the ground. The holy knight charged forward with terrifying speed, his glowing red eyes flashing through the helmet's visor, preparing to unleash the next attack. He delivered a steel-hard punch to the monster's face, making it stagger and reel. Lancelot continued to move agilely, pressing his opponent with lightning-fast steps. The knight relentlessly delivered another powerful knee strike to Rakis's abdomen, causing it extreme pain. Commander Rakis was struck repeatedly, his colossal body staggering in midair, unable to defend himself. The monster roared in pain, its glowing yellow eyes showing horror as wounds began to appear on its body. Lancelot gave his opponent no chance to resist, continuing to force Rakis to the ground with brutal attacks. The monster's clawed hand slammed hard into the ground, creating a deep indentation as it struggled to get up. The holy knight looked down at his writhing foe, his eyes cold and expressionless. He delivered a final punch, putting all his strength into the fatal blow to end the battle. Rakis let out a weak groan, his colossal body collapsing, utterly helpless against the overwhelming power. Lancelot stood tall, his fist still glowing with energy, while Commander Rakis was nothing more than an inert mass of flesh at his feet. Lancelot delivered a fatal punch to Rakis' face, fresh blood splattering everywhere. Commander Rakis was sent flying, his massive body sliding across the ground, utterly defeated. The reptilian creature lay flattened, groaning in pain, its breath shallow. The holy knight slowly approached the defeated foe, preparing for the finishing blow. Lancelot's crimson eyes gleamed as he coldly spoke. "Do you have any last words?" Rakis gasped, his voice filled with admiration. "That was a magnificent fight, warrior." The holy knight replied with a resolute expression. "It was a good battle." Without hesitation, Lancelot swung his arm and plunged it straight into Rakis' chest, completely finishing off the enemy. Fresh blood continued to splatter, staining the ground red, signaling the end of the battle. An entire area was submerged in a pool of blood, evidence of the fierce battle that had just taken place. Drops of foul black blood dripped from Lancelot's gauntlet, a gruesome trophy. He stood tall amidst the ruins, silently observing the devastated battlefield. In the command center, a military officer sighed in relief. "Phew, it's over. Thank goodness you're safe." Another officer immediately reported to his superior. "Operations Commander, we received an urgent message from the Joint Command. The city was devastated, monster corpses strewn everywhere. A giant tower stood tall in the distance." Kwon Deokyong mused. "It was a tough battle." He continued, admitting that the lizardmen were too strong and their strategy had failed. "The most important thing was that the gate remained open, and monsters could pour in at any moment," he declared. "Now is the time for us to counterattack." Kim Jong-yeom received a system notification Used 1,000 magic stones to unlock simultaneous dispatch. 3. From now on, you can dispatch a maximum of 8 entities at once. The young man thought about the enhancement stone from the giant crocodile and the concept of etherealization, wondering if Camelot would soon produce this type of stone. The most crucial thing right now was information. Young-soo announced they had landed, and Kim Jong-yeom suddenly realized he had arrived. Young-soo pondered in the helicopter cabin, thinking about the urgent mission to gather intelligence on the Lizardman Gate's location, troop numbers, and defenses. The helicopter landed safely in the middle of a large road, its doors wide open as if ready for a surprise raid. A resounding voice decisively commanded, "Attention!" Lieutenant Colonel Park In-bo, a stern officer, stood at attention and saluted, shouting, "Greetings, Colorado Lonel! Kim Jing! Jeem!" Kim Jeong-jeom seemed a bit flustered, awkwardly returning his subordinate's salute, mentally admitting he was still unaccustomed to the formality of military greetings. Lieutenant Colonel Park In-bo, the operations staff officer of the 17th Incheon Division, stepped forward to introduce himself, expressing admiration that Colonel Kim had repelled the Lizardmen's attack without any casualties. Kim Jeong-yeom nodded, stating that he had received information about Operations Chief Yu Seong-cheol, who had to urgently return to the Joint Chiefs of Staff and therefore could not be present. Jung-yeom received information that Yu Seong-cheol had hastily departed after receiving a message, and although he heard the operations chief had managed to put in a good word for the Incheon Division, the young man couldn't help but think that leaving at such a sensitive time truly seemed like fleeing. The lieutenant colonel explained that Yu Seong-cheol had to leave because insects had unexpectedly attacked the Joint Chiefs of Staff, reassuring that it was probably nothing serious, and the operations chief was also taking the opportunity to clear up pending work, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Colonel Kim expressed hope that things weren't too bad, and Lieutenant Colonel Park In-bo suggested they go inside to discuss further. In the meeting room, Lieutenant Colonel Park In-bo got straight to the point, announcing that they had identified the precise location of the Lizardman Gate. However, the real problem lay with the gate core, a crucial element they still couldn't control. Kim Jeong-yeom intently looked at the map spread out on the table, while Lieutenant Colonel Park In-bo continued to explain that they still couldn't pinpoint the exact location of the gate core. He recounted that they had initially deployed snipers to monitor the gate core, but after the bidding war ended, a mud-like liquid unexpectedly spread from the gate, causing them to completely lose track of the target. Colonel Kim was surprised, exclaiming, "Mud?" Lieutenant Colonel Park In-bo confirmed, then said it would be best for Jong-yeom to see for himself, and then placed a stack of photos on the table, providing visual evidence. The photos revealed a desolate scene, the entire city covered in a thick layer of mud and strange vegetation. Another photo focused on the ground, where mud and roots intertwined, creating a chaotic sight. And Lieutenant Colonel Park In-bo explained that the entire area around the gate had been submerged by this mysterious mud. He continued to analyze, stating that this mud was harmless to human skin, but a major obstacle to their movement, while the lizardmen could exploit this terrain to hide and move freely. Kim Jeong-yeom thoughtfully remarked that the area looked exactly like a swamp. Then the young man unexpectedly broke into a confident smile, declaring, "It's fine. I have friends who are incredibly good in swamps." Which surprised Lieutenant Colonel Park In-bo. A knight, with a helmet covering his face, his eyes burning red like fire, was intently looking at something. Lieutenant Colonel Park In-bo apologized to Kim Jong-yeom, saying it would be difficult, which made the young man surprised and asked why. The lieutenant colonel explained that while movement wasn't an issue thanks to etherealization, if the entire area was submerged in a swamp, they would be easily detected because they couldn't hide. Kim Jeong-jeom suddenly uttered, "Ah," admitting he hadn't thought of that. However, Park In-bo smiled reassuringly, asserting that they still had other options. The young man looked at the lieutenant colonel in surprise, while Park In-bo confidently declared that he knew someone who was incredibly agile and stealthy anyway. Kim Jeong-yeom immediately asked again, his voice full of curiosity, "Agile and stealthy?" A system notification appeared, stating that Enhancement Stone D and 500 Magic Street ones were used to appoint Mordred to the ranks of the 12 Knights of Camelot, with 757 Magic Street ones remaining. A stream of magical light suddenly appeared, enveloping the room where Park In-bo and Kim Jong-yeom were sitting. From within the light, a figure gradually became clear, with heavily armored legs. Knight Mordred appeared, his cloak fluttering, his golden eyes glowing under the hood, and he spoke, "In response to my master's summons, I am here." Mordred, one of the 12 Knights of Camelot, swore absolute loyalty to his master with his very life. Park In-bo continued to explain that unlike other knights, this knight rarely shone on the battlefield. Where he truly excelled was in the deepest parts of enemy territory, using stealth, assassination, and theft skills to become one of the 12 Knights of Camelot. A horrifying scene unfolded. A nobleman collapsed on the floor, fresh blood pooling around him. A servant rushed in a panic, witnessing the scene and screaming, "Master, my master, here!" He shrieked in horror. Someone has assassinated the master! Guards! Meanwhile, Mordred's silhouette gradually faded, leaving a blurry trail in the air. That was the concealment skill, the ability to instantly become invisible, blinding enemies but not truly disappearing, thus still being affected by external factors. In short, Mordred used this talent to become an outstanding assassin, and his survival proved his extraordinary strength. The enhancement stone used to summon Mordred turned out to possess the extremely rare etherealization option, symbolized by a brilliant ruby. This skill had been tested, allowing the user to escape all physical interference, albeit for a short time. In other words, an already outstanding assassin like Mordred became even more dangerous thanks to the power of the stone. Kim Jeong-yeom stood before Mordred and Lieutenant Colonel Park In-bo, announcing that he would assign them a new mission, and the Black-Cloaked Knight immediately obeyed. The young man placed his finger on the map, explaining that they needed to find the gate core of the Lizardman tribe from the Sabros dimension. Mordred nodded, his face hidden behind the mysterious owl mask, confirming that he understood everything. Kim Jeong-yeom smiled with satisfaction, praising the knight's ability to grasp the situation. Even though his explanation was somewhat brief, he emphasized Mordred's importance, warning that if he died, the entire plan would become meaningless, and reminded them that the enemy could not be underestimated. The Black-Cloaked Knight bowed in confirmation, then turned decisively, declaring that he would depart immediately. Kim Jeong-yeom watched his retreating back, commenting that Mordred was a reliable person, while Lieutenant Colonel Park In-bo looked worried, asking if it was all right to send just one knight alone. The black-haired young man reassured Park In-bo, asserting that Mordred was the best of the best, and they just needed to trust the Knights of Camelot and wait. He ordered the operations staff officer of the 17th Incheon Division to rest, saying they would plan their next move after Mordred returned, and Park In-bo thanked him. Kim Jeong-yeom turned to Lancelot, advising the Holy Knight to rest in the subspace after the recent battle. But Lancelot replied that he was fine. Holy Knight Lancelot explained that, as an undead, he felt no fatigue, so Kim Jeong-yeom didn't need to worry. Kim Jeong-yeom looked at Lancelot in surprise, wondering if his armor had fewer scratches before. Lancelot thanked him for his concern, while Kim Jeong-yeom still pondered the scratches on his armor and sword. Holy Knight Lancelot revealed that their armor and weapons could regenerate in Camelot as long as they weren't completely destroyed and had enough materials. Kim Jeong-yeom was astonished to learn about this special function, and Lancelot continued to explain that they could revive infinitely if linked as items. Incidentally, Lancelot revealed that a new enhancement stone had appeared in Camelot, with the wound regeneration option, which Kim Jeong-yeom found very useful. The young man thought about using that stone until Mordred returned, and his eyes suddenly gleamed with a meaningful red light. Kim Jeong-yeom looked in surprise at the Holy Knight Lancelot, who had just appeared, softly calling the knight's name. Lancelot raised his sword high, his crimson eyes piercing through the visor's slit, ready to confront the invisible threat. The Holy Knight turned his back to his master, warning that someone was lurking and watching them. Kim Jeong-yeom frantically looked around, anxiously asking if it was a lizardman. Lancelot explained that he only sensed a presence, unsure of the enemy's exact location or identity, and suggested Kim Jeong-yeom retreat to a subspace for safety. The knight's crimson eyes flashed with determination, ready for action. A mysterious shadow hid behind the truck, stealthily observing every movement. The stalker revealed part of his face, his sharp eyes full of vigilance. Lancelot decisively declared that he would deal with it quickly and return, then vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving Kim Jeong-yeom stunned and calling the knight's name. The young man looked around in bewilderment, wondering where Lancelot had gone. Kim Jeong-yeom couldn't believe his eyes. The knight had vanished without a trace. Suddenly, Lancelot appeared behind the stalker, holding his sword to the man's neck, coldly declaring, "Those I serve are my master and his comrades. Humans are not necessarily friendly." The Holy Knight maintained his threatening posture, his crimson eyes staring directly at the captive, adding, "I will decide your fate based on your answer." Lancelot growled, beginning the interrogation. "This is the first question. Why are you hiding and following?" A painful scream echoed, startling Kim Jeong-yeom, who wondered what that sound was. Lancelot moved like lightning, pursuing his target. The stalker was gripped tightly by Lancelot, crying out in pain, while Kim Jeong-yeom rushed over in a panic. Kim Jeong-yeom stared in shock at Lancelot, who was gripping the stranger's neck, and couldn't help but utter the knight's name. Lancelot turned to his master, calmly reporting, "Master, this is the one," the knight suggested. "If you give me a little time, I will quickly find out who is behind this." The Holy Knight stared intently at the captive, his voice full of menace. "This is your last chance. I no longer have the patience to wait for an answer. Who is behind this? Is it a lizardman?" The man in the green shirt was in extreme pain, tears streaming down his face, desperately trying to utter something. Lancelot grabbed him by the neck and lifted him, causing the victim to choke, only managing to gasp Kim Jeong-yeom's name in ragged breaths. The Holy Knight glared, his voice coldly enunciating each word. "To dare utter my master's name in this situation, you truly wish for a painful death." The white-armored knight seemed to lose all patience, declaring he would torture the man until he begged for death. Just then, Kim Jong-yom suddenly appeared, exclaiming in surprise as he recognized the captive as Baek Min-woo. Lancelot was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Kim Jong-yom rushed over, explaining to the knight, "I don't know what's going on, but Lancelot, the person you're choking is my friend." Baek Min-woo was still in a panic, tears and drool streaming down his face, his expression full of agony. Lancelot immediately let go, allowing Baek Min-woo to fall to the ground, the man still trembling with fear. The white-armored knight was completely confused, unable to believe what he had just heard. In another scene, the city was engulfed in desolation, with giant tree roots growing through buildings. A deformed car lay amidst the rubble, next to a pool of purple blood staining the ground. A lizard man was spewing purple liquid, and Mordred explained that this species considered death on the battlefield an honor. He added that lizardmen were constantly exposed to their own blood, making them less sensitive to the smell of blood. Mordred continued to explain that if he dyed himself with blood, the enemy would have a harder time tracking him by scent. The black-cloaked knight also erased his basic magical traces to completely conceal his presence. After concealing his scent, Mordred declared the true infiltration of the enemy base had begun. The black-cloaked knight gently landed on the ground, ready for the mission. Mordred began moving through a vast corridor, wondering why these passages were built so large, feeling it was too inefficient. He observed lizardmen of various sizes, inferring that there might be individuals so massive they required such large corridors, and if so, that could be a key figure. Mordred continued to glide in an ethereal form, his silhouette appearing and disappearing like a phantom in the dark corridor. The knight glided past a lizard man with a long mane of hair, maintaining his speed and invisibility. He continued to advance deeper, passing another lizardman, Mordred's glowing golden eyes piercing through the darkness. He silently told himself that he had almost touched something, but fortunately, his etherealization ability had saved him from a clear defeat. Mordred continued to glide past a large lizard man, its massive body completely unaware of the intruder's presence. He maintained his focus, gliding past another lizard man, not allowing any oversight to reveal his position. Mordred's glowing golden eyes remained sharp as he relentlessly searched for his target within this labyrinth. He glided past a group of patrolling lizardmen. His stealth ability had truly reached a supreme level. Mordred told himself that without his etherealization ability, he would have died long ago, and affirmed that he could not fail this first mission. He had to quickly find the gate core and return. A lizardman was climbing on a jagged rock face, above which a blazing torch illuminated the path. The heavy footsteps of another lizardman echoed as they moved slowly but cautiously. A grotesque creature with large bulging eyes, sharp teeth, and purplish skin suddenly appeared. It let out a chilling laugh, kihaha, its face full of mischief and terror. Mordred silently exclaimed, "Found it," as he discovered the creature sitting next to a glowing rock beside a long-bearded old man intently reading a book. Old man Solzen frowned, his voice full of irritation as he scolded the purple creature. "Get out, you filthy thing! Are you going to keep bothering my magical research? If you keep interfering, I might just lock you up," the purple creature immediately retorted, its tone sarcastic. "Your words are unpleasant. You haven't forgotten our promise, have you, Solzen?" Which made the old man flinch slightly. Solzen replied, his tone reluctant and full of dissatisfaction. "Ha, I only promised to guard the gate core, not to entertain you." The old mage continued to explain, his hand on the book. "And I said I would contain the gate core. When did I say I would harm it?" The purple creature continued its attack, its tone mocking. "Instead of worrying about the gate core, why don't you think about your dead subordinates?" Which made Solzen turn to look with an annoyed expression. The creature continued to sneer. "I understand that Solzen was once an ancient mage. But now you're just an exile clinging to us, aren't you?" Which startled Solzen, a surge of blue energy erupting around him, and the purple creature concluded with a cold threat. "Know your place." The giant purple creature, with glowing golden eyes, growled threateningly at Solzen. "Unless you want to die with every bone in your body crushed." The old mage quickly raised his hand, his tone slightly yielding. All right, I misspoke a little. Do you have to be so harsh?" Hidden in the shadows, Mordred observed, silently thinking that Solzen was not a lizard man but an ancient and mysterious mage. The knight continued to ponder, wondering if he was still a mage, and what his relationship was with the lizard men guarding the gate core. The shadow glided past a giant lizardman, noticing its authoritative tone. Mordred guessed this must be the leader of the reptilian creatures. The knight hadn't clearly seen the creature's full form, but sensed its terrifying size and decided to approach to investigate. Suddenly, Mordred flinched as he felt something leaning against his leg, while the giant lizardman revealed a terrified expression, sweat pouring down. A long, crimson tongue shot out like lightning, with terrifying speed. The tongue wrapped tightly around the knight's leg, leaving him no time to react. Mordred stood frozen, his hood obscuring his expression. but his glowing golden eyes revealed his surprise. The intruder silently uttered, "Oh no," realizing his disguise had been discovered. Immediately, the lizard man powerfully swung its tongue, whipping Mordred straight into the air. Mordred's cloak tore open, revealing bursts of purple energy around him, and he knew my disguise had been completely broken. Solzen flinched and spun around, his eyes wide with astonishment at this sudden sight. The leader lizard man called out with authority. "Solzen?" The old man replied, his tone serious. "Yes. Someone is lurking around here." Solzen's hand suddenly glowed brightly with crimson energy, preparing to cast a spell. The ancient mage clutched a magic scroll, channeling crimson energy into it, his eyes intensely focused. A surge of crimson energy erupted from the scroll, shooting straight forward. The magic missile spell shot forth like a rocket, aimed directly at Mordred, who was suspended in midair. The crimson energy stream from the magic missile spell violently erupted, completely engulfing Mordred, who was suspended in midair. The terrifying destructive power pushed back the black-cloaked knight, sending him tumbling through the air, revealing his astonished, glowing yellow eyes. Suddenly, the scene shifted to a memory, where Baek Minwoo, with a scornful smirk, made sarcastic remarks about an old uniform. He continued to mock, asking if the outfit was picked from the trash, then scoffed that it was too tattered. Kim Jong-yeom, with sharp, cold eyes, glared angrily at the person opposite him as he bluntly declared, "Your family is poor, aren't they? Don't talk to me anymore. You reek." Without hesitation, Kim Jong-yeom delivered a devastating punch to Baek Min-woo's face, sending him flying backward to the astonishment of those around them. In the memory, Baek Min-woo was engrossed in playing a handheld game, the screen displaying "You died," causing him to grumble in annoyance. He grimaced, wondering why he still hadn't grown taller, all while continuing to play the game with an obsessed look on his face. Baek Min-woo's eyes became cunning and somewhat devilish, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Kim Jong-yeom recalled Baek Min-woo, a friend from a well-off family who often subtly boasted to attract the attention of his friends. Other students whispered, wondering why he always had to show off his money, then questioned if money was everything to him. Kim Jong-yeom looked at Baek Min-woo, asserting that he wasn't jealous, and realized that back then, his friend was just clumsy at making friends. He told himself that they were all still young, so at that time, Baek Min-woo was simply an unlikable person in everyone's eye. The young man recalled that becoming close friends with such a person was due to a small incident, an unexpected opportunity. A hand held a game console, its screen brightly lit, revealing a fateful moment. Baek Min-woo exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, you have a lot of good games." 3 bullies appeared. One asked Baek Min-woo if he was rich, then threatened that if he was, he wouldn't need these things. Baek Min-woo stammered a response, but before he could finish, one of the thugs punched him directly in the face. He fell to the floor, getting repeatedly kicked by 2 others, while the arrogant leader yelled, "Are you talking back to me?" Kim Jong-yeom stood from a distance, witnessing the brutal scene, his eyes gleaming with indignation and determination. The leader showed no mercy, swinging his school bag high. He delivered a fatal blow directly to Baek Min-woo's face, causing his friend to collapse to the floor. The bully's eyes widened, his fierce expression clearly showing triumph. Baek Min-woo lay motionless, his bag flung far away, while the thug stood tall, his eyes full of defiance. Kim Jong-yeom charged forward, his eyes sharp and cold as if to tear through space. Baek Min-woo weakly called his name, while Kim Jong-yeom told himself that this action didn't stem from any righteous ideals. The boy just wanted to prove to the jerk who had mocked his family's circumstances in front of his friends that he wasn't someone easily bullied. The bully leader was surprised to see Kim Jong-yeom was a first-year junior. He asked if he was Baek Min-woo's friend, then threatened to beat him too. Kim Jong-yeom took a devastating punch to the face, and regret immediately washed over him. The boy was surrounded by the thugs, continuously enduring merciless punches and kicks. Kim Jong-yeom fell to the floor, curling up as continuous kicks rained down on his body. He clutched his head, his face bruised, wondering why he had interfered. The leader raised his fist high, preparing to deliver another brutal blow. Suddenly, another hand lunged from behind, seizing the bully's wrist tightly. The thug startled and turned around, facing a long-haired young man with sharp, cold eyes who was gripping his hand. The long-haired young man looked directly into the bully's eyes, his expression calm but exuding a terrifying aura. The entire group of bullies froze. The leader's face turned pale, while Kim Jong-yeom lay slumped on the floor, witnessing this unexpected scene. The long-haired young man looked down at Kim Jong-yeom, his eyes cold. He turned to the bullies, his tone decisive. "That's enough. From now on, he'll also have to come to morning practice." Kim Jong-yeom looked up, his eyes full of surprise, not understanding what was happening. In the stream of memories, Baek Min-woo was bewildered as 2 girls playfully called him Song's younger brother and Sol's younger brother. Sol greeted his friend, thanked him for being friends with her younger sister, then turned to the bullies, ordering them to stop fighting and go home immediately. A decisive footstep landed on the floor, creating a dry, crisp sound. The long-haired young man turned his head to look at Kim Jong-yeom, asking in confusion why he was still standing there and not following. He continued to urge, asking if he intended to stand there all day, leaving Kim Jong-yam still stunned. Baek Min-woo burst into sobs, his face bruised and his glasses shattered. But it was this very incident that quickly made the two of them close friends. In high school, Baek Min-woo excitedly announced a gold promotion match, inviting Kim Jong-yam to join, but his friend simply asked directly, "Are you asking for help?" The black-haired friend angrily asked why Kim Jong-yam's score was higher even though they both played, and he just smirked confidently in response, "Just an intelligence gap, haha." Despite graduating middle school and attending different high schools, the two stayed in touch, even reuniting at the same university and remaining close until now. They became the most troublesome close friends, influencing each other greatly, and Baek Min-woo once showed him a build he had researched, making his friend exclaim in surprise, "Oh, it can be used like that?" Among those memories, what Kim Jong-yam remembered most was when Baek Min-woo suddenly announced he would join a kendo dojo, making his friend ask in astonishment, "Huh? Out of nowhere?" The bespectacled friend explained that he thought Kim Jong-yam and his sister looked cool practicing, so he also wanted to try a sport. And coincidentally, there was a kendo dojo right in front of his house, so he decided to give it a try. Kim Jong-yam looked at him, utterly confused, wondering, "Cool? What do you mean? Is there something wrong with your head?" While Baek Min-woo persisted with kendo from high school to university, showing remarkable dedication. Back in the present, Kim Jong-yam was holding a milk carton, his eyes wide with surprise as he heard what Baek Min-woo had just said. The bespectacled friend firmly declared, "Just as I said, I've awakened as a swordsman," leaving Kim Jong-yam utterly shocked. He continued, saying that if they were talking about surprises, Kim Jong-yam being Seoul's representative shocked him even more, and he was too scared of his skeletal friend to go near him. Baek Min-woo explained that he had hidden and watched until the skeletal friend left, but was caught, and Kim Jong-yam nodded in understanding, admitting he would also misunderstand in that situation. The bespectacled friend hesitated, his face full of worry, asking if Kim Jong-yam could stop his friend. In the room, Baek Min-woo sat opposite Kim Jong-yam, while Lancelot sat grandly on the floor, and he lamented that everything was so troublesome. Kim Jong-yam sighed, explaining that Lancelot wouldn't listen no matter how hard he tried. Perhaps the skeletal friend was doing it voluntarily, and he had also once said he couldn't stand himself. Lancelot buried his head in the ground, his armor gleaming, his red eyes emitting light, blaming himself for being pathetic. He continued to torment himself, recalling his master's closest friend, wondering how he could have failed to protect him, even almost killing him. Lancelot concluded that his actions were not only pathetic but also shameful, completely unworthy of a knight, making Kim Jong-yam wonder about his extremely strange repentance posture. Baek Min-woo explained that Lancelot must have learned that posture from number 2 and also received mental training. Kim Jong-yam turned to Baek Min-woo, relieved to see his friend safe, then asked about his mother's situation. He suggested that Baek Min-woo's mother could stay in his subspace ability if she agreed. Baek Min-woo hesitated, looking away, then said his mother was probably fine. He sighed, adding uncertainly, "Perhaps." Kim Jong-yam looked at his friend in surprise, seemingly sensing the hidden worry. The scene shifted to a dilapidated, desolate house under a fiery sunset, signaling a story full of upheavals. On the cold floor, a few empty food cans lay scattered, evoking an image of a harsh life. A middle-aged woman lay huddled on the ground, surrounded by empty water bottles. She stirred slightly upon hearing a strange noise. The woman startled, terrified, as she saw Lancelot standing tall outside the window, his armor gleaming under the setting sun. The knight delivered a powerful blow. The window glass shattered, fragments flying everywhere as the woman screamed in fear. Lancelot stepped in, his heavy armored boots treading on the scattered glass shards on the floor. He stood upright, majestically, introducing himself as Lancelot, leader of the Knights of Camelot. Lancelot continued to declare himself a loyal knight serving Kim Jong-yam, then unexpectedly asked the woman, "Are you Min-woo's mother?" The woman, still stunned, stammered a confirmation, then asked who he was and what was happening. Lancelot firmly asserted that he would safely escort her to her son, and Kim Jong-yam concluded the story by narrating, "That's how it happened." Kim Jong-yam continued to explain that not long after the apocalypse began, Baek Min-woo was separated from his mother due to a barrier in an auction, and he participated to find his mother but failed. Kim Jong-yam continued to explain that the barrier in the auction had disappeared, but the terraforming process had gone too deep, making it impossible for Baek Min-woo to find his mother. The young man further explained that terraforming is an environmental phenomenon where one dimension spills over into another. Depending on its origin, this phenomenon usually does not pose a direct danger. Although difficult to access due to terraforming, Kim Jong-yam reassured Baek Min-woo that his mother still had a chance of survival, but quickly added, "Of course, survival doesn't mean safety, because the terraformed land had become the territory of another dimension. In other words, enemy territory." The Holy Knight Lancelot recalled that was why he had acted. Despite the heavy and challenging mission, he had failed in the past, and now, the knight wanted to prove his worth. With crimson eyes behind his helmet, Lancelot swore not to repeat old mistakes. But then, a sudden commotion rang out, drawing his attention. A dark figure rushed forward, shouting, "Captain!" Lancelot was surprised, realizing the newcomer was Mordred. Mordred hastily said he didn't know why Lancelot was here, but he needed to hurry. He suddenly felt something amiss. A dangerous premonition coming from behind. The holy knight spun around, still carefully holding the woman in his arms. In the distance, a monstrous army was rushing forward at terrifying speed. Hideous reptilian creatures rode on beasts, growling in pursuit, determined not to let their prey escape. Lancelot uttered a worried, "Oh no," realizing the situation had become extremely dangerous. The knight turned to Mordred, his voice full of reproach. "Mordred, you clumsy oaf!" Mordred calmly called out, "Commander." Lancelot urgently asked Mordred how many level 7 enemies were among them, but his subordinate couldn't determine. He realized the situation was extremely serious, with both air forces and strange monster types present. At this speed, not only would they fail to shake them off, but they would soon be caught. Lancelot ordered Mordred to return and report the information to their master, and from now on he would have to complete Lancelot's mission as well. Lancelot, carrying Baek Min, Wu's mother on his back, urgently explained that the mission to escort her to safety was now entrusted to Mordred. The Holy Knight affirmed that he would stay behind to buy time for his subordinate to complete the mission as safely as possible. He turned back, adding an important instruction. Tell their master that the enhancement stone would be perfect for Percival. Mordred was about to protest, but Lancelot cut him off, urging him that there was no time to hesitate. Faced with his superior's resolute command, the black-cloaked knight bowed his head in acceptance. Understood. Immediately, Mordred turned and ran, leaving the Holy Knight alone to face the lurking danger. He stood firm, his gaze following his subordinate's figure as it disappeared into the smoke-filled night. Lancelot drew his sword, his crimson eyes flashing with unshakable determination. The heavy, resolute footsteps of the golden-armored knight echoed on the ground. He told himself, his voice firm, "I fear nothing." Lancelot gripped his sword hilt tightly, affirming his strong belief. "I set out to prove my knighthood. I am not wrong." With a resounding roar, the valiant knight charged straight into the besieging monsters, declaring, "Everything is for our master." Footsteps echoed, signaling someone's return. Kim Jong-yeom and Baek Min-woo were waiting when Mordred suddenly appeared, bowing. "Master." The black-cloaked knight, carrying Baek Min-woo's mother on his back, announced that the mission was complete. Baek Min-woo burst into tears upon seeing his mother, while Kim Jong-yeom exclaimed in surprise,
Mother!
"I'm glad she's safe," but the young man was still confused, thinking that Lancelot had said he would handle everything himself, then turned to ask, "I'm so relieved you're safe. You're not hurt anywhere, are you?" Kim Jeong-jeom's eyes suddenly widened, a bad premonition washing over him. A cold system notification appeared before him, crushing all hope. The ghost of Camelot, Lancelot, has sacrificed himself. Kim Jong-yeom stood frozen, facing Mordred, his eyes filled with unbearable pain and loss. Kim Jong-yeom stood frozen, facing Mordred, his eyes filled with unbearable pain and loss as he listened to the entire story. The Holy Knight Lancelot bravely sacrificed himself to protect the top-secret information Mordred brought back, as well as the safety of Baek Min-woo's mother. Although he could be revived with enhancement stones and sparkling magic stones, the feeling of loss still weighed heavily on Kim Jong-yeom's mind. He frowned, questioning himself whether revival was truly different from being considered a sacrifice. He agonized, wondering if his own pressure had pushed Lancelot onto a path of unnecessary sacrifice. Mordred interrupted his master's thoughts, solemnly announcing that Commander Lancelot had a personal message for him. He relayed the Holy Knight's final instruction. The enhancement stone would be perfect for Percival, and he had emphasized that this must be said. Kim Jong-yeom suddenly realized the profound meaning of the message about the enhancement stone's wound regeneration ability. He let out a helpless laugh, both angry and admiring Lancelot's cunning, as even in a life-or-death situation, he didn't forget to calculate the benefits. Kim Jong-yeom was silent for a moment, his complex gaze fixed on the distance. He quickly regained his composure, turning to Mordred and ordering, "All right, now is not the time to dwell on emotions. Tell me about the information you brought back." Kim Jong-yeom declared with a resolute tone, "We must plan to close the Lizard Men's Gate, so that Lancelot's sacrifice is not in vain." At the same time, elsewhere, a warrior's helmet shattered, emitting a brilliant, eerie red light. Below, a long-bearded old man, Solzhen, lay motionless on the ground, his body also emitting a chilling red glow. The old sorcerer awoke, his sharp eyes scanning his surroundings, muttering about walking corpses, dark mages, or leashes. Solzhen sat comfortably in his chair, next to a giant lizardman creature, and casually said that even though the intruder was gone, capturing a level 7 entity would still significantly weaken the opponent's power. The sorcerer smirked, his hand glowing red, and coldly corrected the lizardman. In times like these, you don't say, "Well done," you say, "Thank you," the lizardman reluctantly replied, then asked Solzhen about his plan for the enhancement stone obtained from the intruder. The old sorcerer replied that he intended to keep the stone, as Rakis and Yatu were not here for him to hand it over to them as usual. Solzhen smiled cunningly, his eyes glinting with greed, and suggested, "If there's no proper way to use it, then how about investing in me?" The lizardman narrowed its eyes warily, questioning the old sorcerer about the benefits it would receive. The old sorcerer extended his hand, and ancient scrolls and a small pouch appeared in a brilliant red light. Solzhen confidently declared, holding a scroll, "Scrolls! I will create ultimate magic scrolls for you." He began to explain their value, asserting that these were single-use items, allowing even non-magic users to cast spells. The old sorcerer guaranteed that each scroll would be worth at least 3 D-grade enhancement stones. The lizardman stared, its eyes clearly showing skepticism, then spoke. It bluntly asked if those scrolls were created by stuffing living creatures inside, and also suggested that trading for Emma's armor and weapons would be much more effective. Solzhen frowned in annoyance, scolding the reptilian monster as primitive for daring to call his masterpiece disgusting, simply because it didn't understand. The monster retorted defiantly, asking in return that if not understanding the old sorcerer's methods was considered primitive, then weren't the ancient sorcerers who didn't understand his methods primitive too? The lizardman growled, pressing its face close to Solzhen's, directly asking how it felt to be stripped of power and exiled by those primitive sorcerers. The monster snarled his name. It decisively ordered, asserting that it would use the enhancement stones to trade with Emmys, while Solzhen was only allowed to use the prisoners they provided to create those disgusting scrolls, as agreed. The old sorcerer pouted, muttering that the lizardman was narrow-minded. Suddenly, Solzhen cried out in pain, seemingly struck by a surprise attack. The purple creature below also looked terrified. From deep within the dark cave, heavy footsteps echoed, signaling an unknown intruder approaching. An armored boot stomped heavily into a puddle, creating a resounding splash in the silent space. The old sorcerer looked up, his eyes wide with extreme astonishment, stammering, "What the hell is this? Who's there?" A valiant black-armored knight appeared, his emerald eyes glowing brightly, wielding a battle axe and shield. He coldly declared his name, Percival. Solzhen exclaimed in surprise, recognizing Percival, and guessed that he was a comrade of the one he had just defeated. He sarcastically asked if Percival had come to avenge his dead comrade. The old sorcerer showed no fear, his hand glowing bright red, challenging Percival. "If you dare, just try." Percival quickly raised his shield in defense, while a giant fireball from a level 2 magic scroll shot straight towards him. The giant fireball from the tier 2 magic scroll shot forward, creating a blinding flash, ready to engulf everything. A terrifying explosion erupted, engulfing the entire area in a sea of fire and thick smoke, shaking the very ground. At the heart of the chaos, Percival's shield stood firm, enduring the full force of the attack without wavering. The Holy Knight Percival emerged defiantly from the smoke and flames, his shield still intact, demonstrating his astonishing defensive power. Solzhen observed Percival from afar, the old mage's face filled with surprise at his opponent's defensive capabilities. Muttering that he was quite tough, the old mage Solzhen sat down, his hand still glowing red, challenging. "Then, let's see if you can withstand this blow." Solzhen waved his hand, preparing to summon more magic, but nothing happened, leaving him puzzled. The old mage was surprised, looking at his still glowing hand, wondering, why aren't the scrolls appearing? A blue magic circle appeared above a bookshelf filled with scrolls, but they didn't move, as if stuck. Solzhen panicked, his face changing color as he realized something was wrong, feeling like everything was about to fall apart. A system notification appeared. 3-9-14 Magic Street ones have been used to store all items under magic scrolls. Remaining magic stones, 1,843. Kim Jung-yeom, wearing headphones, was looking at a similar notification screen, his expression completely calm. The young man smiled contentedly, saying into the comms, "Good, I've stored everything. The rest is up to you." The comms crackled, indicating the order had been transmitted, and the atmosphere grew tense. Percival lightly tapped his staff on the ground, producing a resounding sound, like a signal for the next attack. He turned his back to Solzhen, saying in an authoritative tone, "You heard that clearly, Mordred." Solzhen was stunned. The old mage exclaimed, "Mordred? Who's that? Is he the one who stole my scrolls?" A sudden purple energy blast shot forth, hitting Solzhen directly, giving him no time to react. The old mage was thrown back, unable to counterattack against the sudden and powerful blow. Mordred appeared, his black cloak fluttering, his glowing golden eyes cold, staring directly at Solzhen. He declared coldly, his voice echoing in the cave, That is the name of the one who will kill you. Mordred continued to explain, revealing that their enemy was Sulzan, an ancient mage expelled from Arcane for a mysterious reason. Kim Jong-yeom pondered, recalling how the King of Knights had mentioned Arcane when mistaking him for a mage. The black-clad knight continued, Arcane was a dimension of powerful mages, and if he remembered correctly, mages there had 3 ranks, even the lowest reaching level 6. Kim Jong-yeom mused, if level 6 was already the weakest, then how terrifying must their power be? And it was hard to believe that such powerful beings would expel one of their own. Mordred admitted he didn't know the reason, but the proof of his expulsion was Sulzan's inability to use magic. A brown-haired girl sitting nearby immediately wondered if a mage who couldn't use magic was still dangerous. The Ghost of Camelot explained that Sulzan had lost his rank upon expulsion, so there was no reason they couldn't eliminate him, however. The brown-haired girl surprisingly asked about the scrolls when Mordred revealed that Sulzan, instead of using magic, crafted and used scrolls himself. Mordred explained that these scrolls contained simple magic, but were extremely valuable because anyone could use magic just by opening them. He further stated that Sulzan crafted and stockpiled a large number of these scrolls, using them in battle when necessary. Kim Jong-yeom immediately grasped the issue, pointing out 2 key points: whether other lizardmen possessed those scrolls, and what kind of magic they contained. Mordred shook his head, admitting he couldn't ascertain that level of detail. However, his glowing golden eyes suddenly flashed, bringing back memories of a fierce pursuit. In the flashback, Mordred was cornered. With streams of fiery red energy constantly barraging, he narrowly dodged, but terrifying explosions continuously erupted around him. Fiery red flames blazed fiercely, engulfing the space. Mordred appeared and disappeared, like a purple phantom, evading the attacks. He wondered why that mage didn't use magic, but had to resort to scroll. Suddenly, Percival appeared, his black armor majestic, asking loudly about the chaos and if Commander Costas was all right. Commander Costas, a large lizardman, was clashing with Mordred's purple phantom, declaring an intruder. Another lizardman hastily asked again, his voice full of surprise. What? Where? Commander Costas warned that the intruder might be hidden, urging his comrades to quickly alert the others. The remaining lizardman immediately responded, confirming he understood the urgent order. Mordred's purple phantom glided past, his mind torn between retreating to escape or staying to uncover the secret of the mage's use of magic scrolls. The lizardman immediately declared he would block the entrance first, while Commander Costas hastily added that they had lost too many forces and needed to act swiftly. Mordred's phantom lunged like a purple lightning bolt, striking Commander Costas powerfully, making him stagger. Another fatal blow from the intruder sent Commander Costas tumbling, blood splattering in the air. Mordred, with sharp, cold eyes, told himself he needed to gather more precise information to gain a strategic advantage. In the flashback, the Phantom Knight continued to attack another large lizardman, severely injuring the creature. The lizardman roared in pain, while Mordred coldly scorned them as stupid lizardmen. Amidst the thick smoke and dust, Mordred's figure emerged powerfully, ready for the next attacks. Suddenly, the mage Sulzan appeared, surrounded by a fiery red energy, holding a magic scroll, grumbling that his soldiers couldn't catch a mere intruder. The old mage complained about having to personally intervene and use precious magic scrolls, as they were extremely difficult to craft. Sulzan looked directly at Mordred, his eyes full of confidence and challenge, declaring that the knight's luck had run out in countering him. The Phantom Knight merely observed in silence, his eyes flashing with unpredictable calculation at the mage's threat. Returning to the present, Mordred recounted that what surprised him most was Sulzan pursuing him all the way outside the cave. Thanks to that pursuit, the knight was able to assess the true capabilities of the mage Sulzan and the entire lizardman force. However, Mordred also admitted the pursuit was fiercer than expected, and it was precisely because of this that the Holy Knight Lancelot had to sacrifice himself. Kim Jong-yeom immediately retorted, asserting that without that information, they wouldn't have known about the existence of the mage Sulzan. The young man continued to reassure Mordred, saying that the knight had risked his life to obtain valuable information, so no one had the right to criticize him, and the real fault lay with Kim Jong-yeom for creating unnecessary pressure. Kim Jong-yeom ordered the entire team to focus on closing the lizardman's gate before them, and Mordred immediately obeyed, calling him master. The young man began to analyze, suggesting that Sulzan's reluctance to use magic scrolls indicated they were not easy to craft, and thus, the likelihood of them being distributed to other lizardmen was very low. Kim Jong-yeom continued his analysis, asserting that if they could eliminate the old mage, the rest would be much easier. The man in military uniform agreed, but emphasized that neutralizing the old mage was the most challenging problem. With confident eyes, the young man suddenly declared, "I have a clever method." He revealed that after reaching level 3 of the subspace, he had unlocked a new ability, classification. Accordingly, all objects stored in the subspace were automatically classified based on their attributes, and existing categories included building materials, logistics centers, and military units. However, the disappointing point was that he couldn't register or modify these categories himself. If an item didn't match any classification, it couldn't be stored. He revealed the reason he was able to steal Rakis's holy spear was because the weapon fit the Eames building materials category. And then, a major turning point arrived. After defeating Legion Commander Kim Bong-soo of the 1st Legion, Kim Jong-yeom reached level 4 of the subspace. With this new level, he could now create new categories himself, not just once, but twice. The young man suddenly had a bold idea. If he uses magic scrolls instead of magic, then why don't we use the classification ability to steal them all? He further explained that Pax's ability could be used from a very long distance, so hiding in the cave was not an issue. The strike team sent into the Lizardmen's cave included Sol, a powerful warrior with a spear on her shoulder, and accompanying her was Percival, a valiant armored knight. Percival, with his distinctive green armor, was ready for the upcoming battle. Sol smiled and asked the knight, "Were you once the leader of the strike team?" And Percival confirmed it. The girl expressed her anticipation, encouraging her comrade to do their best, and the knight responded with a promise to do his utmost. However, in a fleeting moment, Percival's helmet cracked, revealing a terrifying skull inside. Sol didn't get a chance to act. Percival appeared alone again. To avoid being a hindrance, Sol had to wait in the subspace, making her frustratedly exclaim, "I want to fight too." Kim Jong-yeom reassured her, "There will be a time. Don't be too disappointed." Suddenly, 2 patrolling lizardmen spotted the intruder and cried out in panic, one angrily muttering, "Damn it! Again?" Then hastily reported to Lord Sulzan. But before he could escape, the lizardman was pierced by a purple energy blast, collapsing instantly. Mordred, a member of the assault team, successfully completed his mission. The ghost of Camelot glided like the wind, leaving faint trails on the ground. He stood tall over the corpse of a recently defeated lizardman, his dagger still exuding a hint of killing intent. A giant creature suddenly realized, "I felt a faint tremor from the ground." Suddenly, this guy appeared and killed Sulzan. The monster's glowing yellow eyes flashed with surprise, and it thought to itself, "That tremor was too weak for me to notice. I didn't expect this guy to approach while concealing his presence. Is this the one Sulzan said he lost before?" The giant lizardman glared, anger and vigilance surging within it. At the same time, Percival charged like an arrow, his massive axe raised, ready to strike. The purple creature flinched, its large round eyes looking at the attacker in panic. The Holy Knight didn't hesitate, swinging his axe down with terrifying force, aiming directly at the creature. Percival's green eyes glowed behind his helmet as he unleashed a fatal blow. A burst of blue energy exploded, sending the purple creature flying. Mordred continued to move like lightning, with only one thought in his mind. "I need to hurry and get the gate core." He swung his dagger, creating a sharp blue energy slash. The giant lizardman appeared, blocking his path, and roared menacingly, "You cannot touch the gate core." Its yellow eyes stared at the intruders, and it thought to itself, "I've heard about their abilities from those who fled the soul attack, but I've never heard of these two. I don't know what other intruders are here." It glanced at Sulzan's corpse lying on the ground contemptuously. "Useless sorcerer. We shouldn't have accepted him in the first place." The monster growled, making a final decision. "In this situation, there's only one way." It brought down a sky-shattering stomp on the ground, creating an extremely powerful tremor. The ground cracked open, and blue energy erupted violently from the epicenter. Mordred stared in astonishment at the crumbling wall, wondering, did they break the wall? Where are they taking the gate core? Kim Jeong-gim analyzed the situation, concluding that the enemy leader was definitely outside the cave, carefully observing and assessing every move. The young man immediately made a bold decision. With all enemy forces concentrated inside, this was a golden opportunity to target the leader directly. A blinding light suddenly erupted from deep within the earth, signaling that something extremely dangerous was about to happen. In the sky, a military helicopter glided. Above it, the glowing words, "Soul Representative," appeared majestically. The aircraft continued to circle, finally pinpointing Soul's location. The target was in sight. Inside the cockpit, Kim Jong-yeom's figure was clear, his sharp eyes intensely focused on the scene outside. The young man suddenly widened his eyes, his face showing a mix of astonishment and worry as he witnessed something horrifying. Below, a giant lizard beast with a massive body and dark, scaly skin was furiously whipping its enormous tail. Kim Jong-yeom stared outside, his eyes reflecting the vivid red from the monster's powerful attack. The young man didn't hesitate, immediately ordering over the comms, "Deploy!" The giant lizard beast's tail swung up like a death whip, tearing through the air and creating an earth-shattering impact. Its tail slammed into the ground, sending debris and dust flying into the air, creating a deep crater. The massive tail, covered in tough scales, became visible, showcasing the creature's latent destructive power. The monster's next attack struck again, creating a loud explosion and violently shaking everything around it. The giant lizard beast raised its head, its glowing yellow eyes flashing ominously, and it thought to itself, "They're construction materials. I heard they're carrying out strange attacks." Inside the helicopter, Kim Jong-yeom ordered Yong-soo, who was calmly piloting. They're both big and sturdy, Yongsu, maintain this exact distance." The pilot replied, "Yes, sir." The giant lizardman opened its jaws wide, a deadly blue energy beam beginning to accumulate in its mouth, ready to fire. The blue energy beam exploded, shooting straight forward at tearing speed, obliterating everything in its path. The destructive beam continued to cut across the sky, forming a long, dazzling streak, signaling an unavoidable attack. Kim Jeongyam exclaimed in horror, unable to believe his eyes. It quickly twisted its entire body to use an H-beam. The dazzling blue energy beam from the giant lizard beast's mouth shot straight towards the target, creating an earth-shattering impact. Immediately after, a powerful tail whip from the giant creature tore through the air, creating dazzling streaks of light, signaling a destructive attack. It raised its head high, its glowing yellow eyes wide open, seemingly preparing for another fatal blow against the helicopter hovering in the distance. Before it could compose itself, the giant lizard beast opened its mouth wide and spewed a series of brilliant purple energy beams, hurtling towards the helicopter. The helicopter swerved wildly, trying to dodge the deadly purple energy beams hurtling towards it at terrifying speed. Yong-soo, the pilot, was extremely tense, focusing on maneuvering the aircraft to evade as the energy beams grazed just above them. He gasped in horror, sweat pouring down as he witnessed the purple energy beams hitting the mountain behind, creating an earth-shattering explosion. At the most critical moment, a blue energy shield suddenly enveloped the helicopter, protecting it from all attacks, displaying the words "Item Retrieval." The shield quickly shrunk into a brilliant orb of light, then vanished into thin air, leaving behind a puzzling void. The giant lizard beast stood stunned, its yellow eyes full of confusion, staring at where the orb had disappeared. Immediately, a brand new Black Hawk UH-60 helicopter appeared, enveloped by a similar energy shield, as if summoned from thin air. Inside the helicopter cockpit, two blurry figures appeared, covered in dazzling light, full of mystery. The giant lizard beast was still stunned, wondering if its power would recover after passing through the teleportation gate, and what kind of monstrous ability this truly was. Kim Jong-yeom calmly considered, realizing that the helicopter's damage was negligible, as he could summon a new one from his subspace at any time. However, Kim Jong-yeom frowned in worry. The real problem was that its H-beam attack was no longer effective, making him wonder what to do next. The giant lizard beast still stood tall, its sharp eyes tracking the helicopter hovering in the sky. The young man looked down, his face thoughtful, then wondered to himself, "Should I try using that?" A sharp object, glowing brilliantly with golden lightning bolts surrounding it, suddenly appeared and shot off at tearing speed. The giant lizard beast flinched and raised its head, its glowing yellow eyes reflecting the image of the mysterious object hurtling towards it. The lightning-powered object continued to shoot straight, aiming for the giant creature's face, leaving it bewildered and astonished. The giant lizard beast stared in astonishment at the strange object hurtling towards it, wondering what monstrous thing had just appeared. The giant monster realized it was a spear, and it was heading straight for its face. The spear, glowing with lightning energy, struck the creature's face, making it exclaim in shock, "Ruckus's spear?" Immediately after, a second spear appeared, causing its yellow eyes to widen in utter shock. The enemy couldn't believe its eyes, continuously muttering about the two Rockies' spears hovering before it. Suddenly, a massive ice orb, crystallized from second-tier magic, shot straight forward at tearing speed. The ice orb pierced through the giant lizard beast's thick scales, embedding itself deep into its neck. The ice orb shattered, transforming into a sharp ice spear, pinning the lizardman's neck. The giant creature gritted its teeth, recognizing it as Sulzan's scroll, and thought to itself that its opponent had too many tricks. It roared in anger, declaring firmly, "However, you cannot defeat me with just these kinds of attacks." Meanwhile, as the helicopter struggled to stay airborne, Kim Jong-yeom noticed that the monster's injured area was slightly frozen. The young man immediately gave a decisive order over his earpiece. "Item retrieval!" The giant lizard beast flinched. The helicopter was suddenly enveloped by a magical blue light. From that light, two mighty knights appeared, Percival in black armor and Mordred in a mysterious cloak. Next, a man in a stylish suit, known as the Sole Representative, was also summoned, hovering in midair. The giant monster observed silently, unable to comprehend this strange summoning ability. It speculated that the Sole Representative had vanished into another dimension, and wondered what kind of ability this truly was. The enemy continued to analyze, thinking that the presence of two spears must also be related to the opponent's mysterious ability. Suddenly, the giant lizard beast's yellow eyes widened, revealing extreme astonishment. Kim Jeong-yeom appeared confidently, holding a scroll, with a girl and another man behind him, also holding similar scroll. In front of the colossal lizard beast, a mighty army of summoned entities hovered, emitting a brilliant blue light. Kim Jeong-yeom didn't hesitate, tearing the scroll in his hand, and decisively ordered, "All attack!" Immediately, a colossal surge of icy energy descended from the sky, engulfing the monster. The colossal lizard beast roared in pain, its body beginning to freeze from the magic. The power of the Tier 2 Ice Orb spell was too terrifying. freezing the entire colossal creature in the blink of an eye. The monster struggled violently, trying to break free from the tightening ice. However, it couldn't resist. Its colossal body collapsed to the ground, completely motionless. Kim Jeong-yeom looked down at the motionless monster, ordered his teammates to retreat, and dispatched a Black Hawk helicopter. The young man turned to Yong-soo, urging him to hurry. "Let's go, Yong-soo!" The Black Hawk helicopter immediately took off, enveloped by a mysterious blue energy field. The monster remained motionless on the ground, the ice not yet fully melted. From the helicopter, Kim Jong-yeom observed carefully, his face full of calculation. He stood at the helicopter door, his sharp gaze sweeping across the battlefield. Kim Jong-yeom growled, giving a decisive order. "Throw everything at it!" Behind him, the summoned entities, including the brown-haired girl, the man in military uniform, the sole representative Percival and Mordred, simultaneously tore their magic scrolls, preparing for the final attack. The colossal lizard beast lay there, feeling its entire body frozen, unable to move, filled with rage. Its golden eyes widened, reflecting the dazzling blue light from above. A brilliant blue light erupted, signaling an impending destructive attack. A series of magic notifications appeared. Magic Missile, Ice Orb, Fire Orb, Rakka's Strike, and H-Beam. A storm of fatal blows was incoming. A multicolored magic storm rained down, while the colossal lizard beast lay there, motionless and frozen, leaving onlookers stunned. A part of the colossal creature's body began to crack under the impact of the ice, and a voice spoke, full of hidden meaning. A barrage of multicolored magic attacks continued to strike the target, creating earth-shattering explosions. Thick smoke and dust enveloped the sky, with only faint streaks of light remaining after the fierce battle. Kim Jong-yeom looked up at the sunset-colored sky, his face showing deep thought. The young man asked, his voice full of questioning. "Let me ask one thing. Why are you all so desperate to invade?" He stood on the back of the motionless colossal lizard, continuing to inquire. "What do you want so badly?" The colossal creature's sharp golden eyes blinked slightly, and a helpless voice echoed. "We had no other choice." Kim Jeong-yeom frowned, questioning again. "No other choice?" While Mordred stood silently behind him, the monster continued to explain, its voice deep and muffled. "Coco, you won't understand now, but your dimension won't exist for much longer." It revealed another shocking secret. When you awaken, conversely, you will hunt other dimensions. The universe was originally designed with such a system. The colossal creature's golden eyes looked directly at Kim Jong-yeom, calling his name once more. Its sharp eyes slowly closed, signaling the end of a mighty creature. Immediately, a system notification appeared, confirming that ownership of the dimensional account had been transferred from Costas to Kim Jong-yeom, along with a colossal balance of magic stones added. Kim Jong-yeom nodded slightly in confirmation, while Mordred stood beside him, silently contemplating the colossal creature's death. The young man looked into the distance, his voice full of confusion. "The system, or whatever. I don't understand anything he said. That they had no choice but to invade." Mordred immediately spoke up, reminding his master that although the leader had fallen, the gate core remained intact. Kim Jeong-yeom suddenly remembered, recounting how he had seen the monster swallow the gate core, perhaps to protect it, which surprised Mordred. The young man looked down at the colossal lizard's corpse, deducing that the gate core was inside its body, and Mordred confirmed it. Mordred stepped onto the colossal lizard's corpse, a calculating thought suddenly forming in his mind. The Black-Cloaked Knight mused that in his dimension they were renowned for dissecting and disassembling corpses like this. Another knight stood with Mordred on the monster's corpse, a mysterious figure in the distance, and the dialogue continued. He ordered his comrades to advance, stating that the goal was to destroy the gate, seize the land, and drive the invaders out. Mordred dashed away like a whirlwind, leaving behind brilliant red streaks of light, showcasing his terrifying speed. Swirling pink and purple energy trails signaled an important event taking place. A system notification appeared, stating that the dimensional account had been transferred with a balance of 33,638 magic stones. The next notification confirmed that Kim Jong-yeom now had a dimensional account, and the amount would be added, raising the total magic stones to 51,306 units. Kim Jong-yeom stood amidst the city's ruins, his face surprised as he looked up at the sky, and a thought about terrain reformation suddenly flashed in his mind. Mordred appeared behind him, calling Master and reporting that they had found this by chance while destroying the gate core. The young man turned around, slightly surprised to see the Black-Cloaked Knight already there, a glittering item in his hand. Mordred presented a brilliant red gemstone, his cloak still stained with blood from the battle. 3 brilliant red gemstones glowed powerfully in the Black-Cloaked Knight's palm. The gemstones floated, emitting a dazzling light, ready for a summoning ritual. Another system notification appeared, stating that 500 magic stones and 1 enhancement stone had been used to appoint Lancelot, with 50,806 magic stones remaining. A brilliant light exploded. Then a white and gold-armored knight appeared, introducing himself as Lancelot and vowing to serve his master. A notification appeared, stating that the Sabros dimension had lost its business rights in the Incheon area, and this area would be restored to Earth's territory. Brilliant golden light enveloped everything, and blue petals fluttered in the air, signaling a major change. Lancelot stood tall amidst the restored landscape. Kim Jong-yum turned his back, thanking the knight. Lancelot bowed, his voice full of apology yet equally grateful. I apologize. Thank you. Kim Jong-yum smiled with relief, his eyes showing clear satisfaction. The young man stood upright, hands on his hips, observing his surroundings with a pensive expression. A series of military helicopters rumbled across the clear sky. The city had returned to its normal appearance. Kim Jong-yum stood in the middle of a deserted road, contemplating the situation in Incheon, the only place in Korea that had fallen in the competitive bidding. He knew that didn't mean they were absolutely safe, as there were still primitive monster species like orcs and wyverns lurking somewhere. The young man looked down, his face thoughtful as he realized that completely eradicating the remaining monsters and fully restoring the country would take a long time. Suddenly, a military officer rushed over, hastily calling out, "Colonel Kim!" The operations staff officer arrived upon noticing the terrain reformation, reported that supply helicopters were on the way, then asked in surprise if the colossal lizard behind them was really the leader of the creatures. Kim Jong-yum nodded, leaving him astonished at how the young man had slain such a monster. He briefly worried about Chief Yu Seong-cheol, who had returned to headquarters due to a major attack, but reassured himself he would be fine. A steaming, fragrant bowl of jjajangmyeon was placed on the table, marking the return of delicious meals. Next came spicy seafood noodles and countless other dishes, making Kim Jong-yum stare in surprise. The young man held his chopsticks, his face full of disbelief. Chinese food in a world where monsters roam the streets? He wondered where this food could have come from in such chaotic times. Memories flooded back. It all began after Min Woo's mother was rescued and received special treatment. The middle-aged woman was extremely grateful, repeatedly thanking Kim Jong-yum, but regretting that she couldn't offer him a lavish meal. Kim Jong-yum reassured her that he had already eaten enough, and her gratitude was sufficient. She asked in surprise how he could have eaten enough, and he replied with a meaningful question. "Oh, haven't you heard?" Min Woo's mother, after hearing about Kim Jong-yum's special ability, exclaimed in astonishment. "The ingredients are infinite?" She immediately offered to ask a skilled chef friend for help. And so, fresh ingredients were regularly supplied by packs, prepared for special dishes. Those ingredients were skillfully transformed into enticing dishes by Chef Ju Wong-sik, an old friend of Min Woo's mother and owner of a famous Chinese restaurant in Chinatown. Chef Ju Wong-sik smiled happily, thinking he was fortunate to still be able to cook for people, even in a world full of dangers like the present. Chef Ju Wong-sik's kindness and dedication were fully poured into each dish, providing strength to exhausted warriors after countless arduous battles. Even if the ingredients were infinite, could Chef Ju Wong-sik personally make all these delicious dishes? A young woman was eating ravenously, her mouth full of food, excitedly calling for another bowl while the narration revealed that Ju Wong-sik only made one bowl of each type. It turned out that the rest were produced by packs, and the ravenous woman immediately turned to scold the man serving her. "Can you hurry up? Why are you eating so slowly? If you have teeth, chew, don't just swallow it whole." Thanks to the instant meal system at the logistics center, Chef Ju Wong-sik's dishes could now be stored and enjoyed anytime, anywhere, leaving everyone amazed by their exquisite flavor. After defeating the lizard folk and reclaiming Incheon, everyone was enjoying a celebratory feast with countless delicious Chinese dishes that had been stored. But another, even greater piece of good news was about to emerge. Amidst the joyful atmosphere, Juyeon suddenly felt unwell, covering her mouth with her hand, her face clearly showing nausea. The girl sitting opposite Juyeon looked over with a worried expression, not understanding what was happening. Another woman sitting next to Juyeon immediately asked, concerned if her sister-in-law had eaten something bad, as she hadn't eaten enough to get indigestion. Juyeon tried to dismiss everyone's worries with a forced smile, saying she was fine. However, the short-haired woman persistently asked Juyeon if she frequently experienced nausea, infrequent urination, thirst, or sudden dizziness. Juyeon pondered for a moment, then nodded, confirming those symptoms were correct, but wondered why. Thinking anyone could feel that way, the short-haired woman looked at Juyeon meaningfully, then suddenly revealed, "Sister, those are early pregnancy symptoms," which completely shocked Juyeon, making her exclaim, "What?" And so, right after the meal, Seong-jom, Kim Jong-jom's brother, suddenly had to make an important announcement to the entire family. The whole family erupted in joy, clapping and congratulating Juyeon when she took a pregnancy test, and the result was positive. Kim Jong-yum couldn't hide his excitement either, smiling brightly and saying, "This is great. Jong-yum, you're about to be an uncle." Uijeong will definitely be happy too. Kim Jong-jeom was lost in thought, feeling he had suddenly matured now that he was about to have a nephew, niece, and the whole family began discussing animatedly about choosing clothes, even asking if Pax had baby clothes, or what sport they should teach the baby. However, that brief joy and excitement were quickly extinguished, because wherever there is good news, bad news is sure to follow. A tactical staff officer rushed over, his face serious, informing Colonel Kim Jong-yeom that they had just received an urgent radio message from the operations commander, and he thought Jong-yeom should take the call. In the deep blue sky, the sun still shone brightly, signaling the start of a new day. But it could also be the beginning of another arduous challenge. The tactical staff officer hastily confirmed to the commander that he had received the urgent message. Kim Jong-yeom flinched, his eyes sharp as he heard the unexpected information reported from the other end of the line. Colonel Kim couldn't help but be surprised, quickly asking again, "Is the terraforming process advancing this way?" The other end immediately confirmed. He continued listening, knowing that countries had shared information via hotline with China and Japan, and the terraforming process was happening on a large scale everywhere. But now, its effects were gradually spreading to South Korea. Toxic gas from the Beijing gate billowed out, while toxic water from the Fukuoka gate surged forth, creating a horrifying scene. Kim Jong-yeom frowned, unable to believe that both threats were coming from two directions. He immediately asked which was the most serious problem. The other end explained that both issues were extremely serious, but there was one that was even more urgent. The tactical staff officer's face showed clear worry, sweat beading on his forehead as he continued to relay the information. Giant insects were swarming the area, and that was the most urgent danger he was referring to. The officer explained that the toxic gas hadn't arrived yet, but the insects had already begun to invade, and he was concerned it was only a matter of time before the toxic gas followed. He asserted that they needed to close the gate that had opened in Beijing, and although they also planned to send troops, this was not a problem that could be solved alone. The officer hesitated, reluctantly making a request to Colonel Kim. Jong-yeom smirked, questioning, "Is this a request?" Kim Jong-yeom coldly declared that if they didn't act, the entire Korean peninsula would turn into hell, so of course they had to intervene. He asked if there would be any problem if they flew directly to China by helicopter. After receiving the answer, Kim Jong-yeom asked in surprise, "The 3rd Guard Unit?" He decisively replied, "Understood. We will depart tonight." Then hung up abruptly, his face full of determination. Colonel Kim looked into the distance, his voice firm. "Giant insects, air pollution, and toxic water? I cannot let my niece or nephew live in a world like this." He ordered Pax to upgrade the subspace, determined to normalize Earth. The system announced the use of 30,000 magic stones for the upgrade, and the process was underway. Sunset fell, painting the sky red. The system reported that the subspace upgrade was complete, unlocking new items and enhancement abilities, and a teleportation gate connected to the subspace was successfully installed, marking a promising new step. Kim Jong-yeom stood before a dazzling blue light teleportation gate, his internal monologue confirming this was a special type of gate, unlike anything he had ever known. A flashback of young Kim Jong-yeom and Yong-soo appeared, showing the first difference. Installed gates would be fixed at their summoning location and could not be moved. Another flashback, young Kim Jong-yeom being attacked, illustrated the second difference. These gates had no physical entity and could not be used as a shield to block enemy attacks. However, authorized creatures could easily pass through the gate into the subspace, helping them evade dangerous attacks. Kim Jong-yeom stood tall before the gate, realizing this ability was truly a game hack, allowing him to enter and exit the subspace to retrieve necessary items at lightning speed. Seong-jom asked Kim Jong-jeom if he was going to China immediately, and the young man confirmed that they needed to quickly close the gate in China and then continue to Japan. Kim Jong-yeom's brother smiled, expressing his joy that his younger brother had world-class abilities, and offered his help because, though he had never shown it, he was also an awakened swordsman. Kim Jong-yeom thanked his brother for his concern, telling Seong-jom to be careful. His brother returned the good wishes, his eyes full of trust. A vehicle sped away, leaving blurred trails behind, signaling a hurried journey. Kim Jong-yeom and Pax both gave a thumbs up, indicating their readiness for the upcoming mission. A massive military helicopter took off, creating a powerful gust of wind, carrying them away. The helicopter soared through the brilliant sunset sky, painting the entire city red, creating a majestic yet dramatic scene. The words Incheon International Airport were clearly visible on the building, marking the flight's destination. From inside the helicopter cabin, a voice echoed, calling out James urgently. The helicopter door opened slightly, and the voice continued to urge James out, announcing that people from the Joint Chiefs of Staff had arrived to discuss the trip to China. A heavy military booted foot landed on the ground, signaling James's arrival. James, a man with a body covered in dirt and injuries, was struggling to push a heavy object, his eyes tired but resilient. He looked up, his eyes wide with surprise as he exclaimed, They've arrived already? James looked around the wrecked helicopter cabin, muttering that repairs were not yet complete, showing the urgency of the situation. The scene opens with a modern aircraft hangar, bright light shining through the glass windows, signaling an important event about to unfold. Captain Park Chil-hwan, a military officer, salutes solemnly and welcomes the guests who have traveled a long way to be here. Kim Jong-jeom politely returns the greeting, introducing himself, while Lee Yong-soo, standing beside him, also introduces his name. The Army captain explains that he received orders from the Joint Chiefs of Staff this morning and is preparing transportation for them to fly to China. A colossal transport plane, towering and filling the frame, exudes majesty and power. Park Chil-hwan proudly introduces it as a C-130 Joule, a machine capable of twice the speed of a Black Hawk helicopter, powerful enough to fly directly to Beijing. Kim Jong-yeom is astonished to realize this is the specialized transport plane for special forces that he often sees in spy movies. Lee Yong-soo announces that the aircraft's modifications are not yet complete, but it can take off immediately after a short wait. Captain Park Chil-hwan explains that they are upgrading the aircraft's minimum defensive capabilities in case of monster attacks during the flight. He adds that the modifications don't involve installing missiles or heavy weapons, but everything is almost finished, and they just need to wait a little longer before departing. Kim Jong-yeom is surprised to see a bright light under the plane's belly, then suddenly realizes that's where the engineers are working. Park Chil-hwan reveals a shocking truth. Only one engineer is carrying out the modifications on this colossal aircraft. Kim Jong-yeom can't believe his ears, stammering as he asks again how one person could modify such a massive aircraft. The captain confirms it's true and announces that Engineer James is arriving, seemingly having completed his work. Strong footsteps echo, and a man with a weathered appearance, covered in dirt and sweat, approaches. James appears burly, in a torn t-shirt, clothes covered in dirt, exuding an air of exhaustion, yet also resilience. He lifts his head, his eyes tired but resolute, his face smudged with dirt after hours of strenuous work. Engineer James holds up a glowing blue stone and begins to explain his achievement. He points out that visually, there isn't much difference between before and after the modifications, but that's because he only altered the underside of the plane. James continues to explain that flying monsters won't be able to attack this transport plane when it reaches high speeds, and he has reinforced the components on the underside to enhance its defensive capabilities. Kim Jong-yeom thinks to himself that the engineer who upgraded the transport plane is James, an awakened individual with the mechanic ability, capable of automatically moving objects when holding a magic stone. He recalls that before awakening, James was an aircraft engineer, stranded here when the world suddenly changed. The young man speculates, having thought James's ability was just a slight upgrade to his professional skills, simply making things more convenient. But then, a terrifying truth suddenly flashes in his mind. He looks up at the colossal transport plane, astonished by the sharp spikes attached to its underside, far exceeding any imagination of a normal upgrade. After thoroughly inspecting the modified parts and confirming the transport plane was operating smoothly, they were ready for their journey. Before taking off for China, they distributed food and necessities to those who were still stranded. The young man also didn't forget to give his share to James. While distributing the items, he felt it even more clearly. James was no ordinary person, especially when he held the magic stone and spoke, a surge of blue energy surrounding his body. He secretly wondered what the hell this world had turned into, where humans had to hide from hideous monsters, living in fear, hunger, and anxiety. While everyone joyfully received food, water, and essential supplies, James was the only one who showed no emotion. Even when offered a gourmet dish from Chef Ju Wong-sik, James merely replied indifferently, "I'm full," without any expression, neither dislike nor fondness. He concluded that James's refusal of food was indeed unusual, just as an officer had once said, and there was only one thing that truly concerned him. James suddenly emitted a brilliant blue electrical energy, his eyes fixed on something. Those were machines. Kim Jong-yeom observed James, noticing a distinct difference in his eyes when facing these things. He wondered why James refused food, but showed such particular interest in machines. This guy is a real eccentric, Kim Jong-yeom thought to himself, then suddenly realized, did James also have a dream, just like him or Lee Yong-soo? He envisioned futuristic machines like flying motorcycles or horse-shaped motorcycles, and suddenly had the idea to recruit James immediately, believing that with his own abilities and unlimited materials, he could help James realize all his engineering dreams. Unable to hold back any longer, Kim Jong-yeom decisively extended his hand, frankly inviting James. "Mr. James, would you like to come with me?" Kim Jong-yeom began to explain his abilities, asserting that he could create countless machines, from motorcycles to anything James needed, and ensure absolute safety from monsters. The young man continued to persuade, saying that if they cooperated, they could work together to help everyone and destroy the monsters. But James flatly refused. The middle-aged man turned his back, coldly questioning, "I just met you today, and we haven't talked for long. How can I trust you?" Kim Jong-yeom could only utter a confused "ah," An obvious truth, he told himself, not knowing how to convince this man. Kim Jong-un awkwardly admitted the other person was right, then explained that he only thought James's ability would be a great match for his own, which is why he made the offer. The young man scratched his head, intending to say goodbye and thank James for his help with the modifications. But unexpectedly, James asked in return, "You want to use my ability?" Kim Jong-un flinched, hesitated for a moment, then decisively replied, "That's right," James mused, admitting he didn't have time to prove his trust, and offered a single condition. "If you're going to America, take me with you." The middle-aged man continued, promising to cooperate with Kim Jong-un until they both set foot in America. Kim Jong-un looked at James, asking again for confirmation. "So you'll lend me your ability, and in return, I'll take you to America?" James nodded in confirmation, making Kim Jong-un ponder, feeling like he was getting the short end of the stick, as the journey to America was by no means short. More importantly, what was James's reason for wanting to go to America? Was it for family? Kim Jong-un wondered. James replied that he no longer had family, but there was a place he truly wanted to reclaim. He explained that, although he didn't want to venture into dangerous, distant places, since Kim Jong-un seemed very strong, traveling with him would be safer. Kim Jong-un crossed his arms, explaining that going to America was possible but currently quite difficult, because after closing the teleportation gate in China, they needed to go to Japan immediately. James nodded, agreeing not to rush the timeline, as long as it wasn't too long. Kim Jong-un smirked, sealing the deal with a firm promise. "All right, I promise I'll take you home." To mark the agreement, Kim Jong-un extended his hand, and a brilliant blue energy began to flare up. The energy exploded powerfully, engulfing the space, making James freeze, astonished by the sight before him. The middle-aged man's eyes widened, his face filled with astonishment at Kim Jong-un's incredible power. The energy exploded powerfully, engulfing the space, making James freeze, astonished by the sight before him. The middle-aged man's eyes widened, his face filled with astonishment at Kim Jong-un's incredible power. Kim Jong-un turned his back to James, generously declaring, "All these machines are yours, James. Feel free to disassemble and reassemble them as you wish." The young man smirked mischievously, explaining that this was merely responsibility for a promise or a gesture of goodwill, then concluded, "Well then, let's just call it a gift. Hehehe. All right, I'll see you later." Colonel Kim walked away calmly, leaving James standing stunned amidst the landing strip filled with military vehicles and helicopters. The young man smugly stroked his chin, thinking about his recent action. Truly peak swagger, lol. James still stood there, his eyes full of astonishment as he looked at the war machines Kim Jong-un had left behind. He couldn't believe it. He just left all those planes here? The bearded man frowned in thought, wondering, what kind of ability is this after all? A flashback surged. Kim Jong-un recalled when he distributed food to the security unit. James was in the outdoor boarding area. He blamed himself. Damn it. If I had known his ability was like that, I would have gone with him. A colossal transport plane glided across the city sky, and Kim Jong-un suddenly realized, that's right, James doesn't know about my ability. Night fell, a full moon hanging perfectly round in the star-filled sky. Dawn broke. The sky painted a brilliant orange, signaling an unusual new day. Skyscrapers stood tall in the morning sun, but strange tendrils began to appear, signaling something ominous. Suddenly, swarms of giant cockroaches crawled, covering the exteriors of buildings, creating a horrifying sight. The entire city plunged into chaos as countless giant insects swarmed, turning familiar streets into a living hell. A giant praying mantis appeared, its large, sharp eyes and jagged, terrifying teeth. The mantis monster stretched itself upright, taller than the skyscrapers, while a military aircraft attempted to glide through the perilous sky. A man wearing pilot headphones, his face contorted with worry, exclaimed, "Even lizards are more polite than these guys. We're landing." The plane plunged down, creating a strong gust of wind and a cloud of dust, seemingly attempting an emergency landing amidst the chaotic city. From above, the city was now a battlefield, with countless giant insects and planes flying desperately. A brilliant blue spatial gate, emitting dazzling lightning bolts, suddenly appeared amidst the city's ruins. Energy from the gate exploded powerfully, shooting out vibrant blue electrical currents, signaling a pivotal event. The teleportation gate gradually expanded, revealing a different space behind it, while powerful electrical currents continuously shot out. A heavy armored boot stomped forcefully onto the chaotic ground, creating cracks and sending dust flying. Lancelot strode majestically out of the gate, his muscular body encased in gleaming armor, his fiery red eyes hidden behind a powerful helmet. The Holy Knight turned his head, his voice echoing with solemnity. "Master, it seems safe for you to appear now." Kim Jong-un, in his fully sealed protective suit, cautiously stepped out of the spatial gate, muttering as he walked that it had been a long time since he wore this suit, so it felt a bit uncomfortable. As he spoke, he turned to Lancelot. asking if there were any insects around, because he truly couldn't stand them. The knight replied, confirming there were no insects, but his gaze was fixed forward, as if he had detected something unusual. Kim Jeong-yeom was surprised to see Lancelot already ahead of him, and he immediately looked in the direction the knight was focused. A hand reached out, signaling a welcome, and a deep, warm voice spoke. "You are from Korea, aren't you? We have been waiting for you." Wyvern of Honghae appeared, bowing formally and introducing himself with a calm demeanor. The city sky remained gloomy, thick dust covering everything, creating a desolate and bleak scene. A tall building with an Ilton sign emerged through the hazy dust, seemingly a refuge amidst the ruins. Wyvern gently opened the metal door, revealing an interior space, inviting the guests from another world. He turned back, his face showing clear relief upon realizing no insects had followed them. Wyvern opened the door wide, saying humbly, "This place is simple, but please make yourselves at home." Kim Jeong-yeom stood in the room with Lancelot, replying that this place was not simple at all. Everything was fine, but he still seemed to have something on his mind. Inside the room, a man was meditating, his hands raised, and an ethereal blue light emanating from his palms. Not just one, but two other men in ancient attire were also meditating, their bodies radiating a brilliant blue energy that enveloped the entire room. One of the meditating men let out a soft sigh, his face showing clear fatigue, yet his body was still enveloped by the ethereal blue energy. From behind, the holy knight Lancelot spoke, his gaze fixed on the meditating figures, their bodies still tinged with blue light. Wyvern calmly explained that he had used internal energy to eliminate all the toxins, signaling everyone to remove their gas masks. Colonel Kim Jeong-yeom muttered in surprise, asking again about the mysterious concept of internal energy. The long-haired young man nodded in confirmation, revealing that it was a special ability only obtainable by those awakened from the martial arts world. An illustration appeared, showing a martial artist performing a technique, his body erupting with a powerful blue energy. It turned out that these awakened martial artists came from ancient sects across China. When monsters unexpectedly appeared in the world, individuals awakened with special abilities also began to emerge, and among them were members of ancient martial arts sects. Wyvern continued to explain that the abilities of these martial artists were somewhat different from theirs. For example, he had the ability to create subspaces, while their leader possessed the ability to heal injury. Unlike ordinary awakened individuals with unique abilities, all awakened martial artists used a mysterious energy called internal energy. The characteristic of this ability was that they combined internal energy with their own will and personality, creating incredibly formidable power. The Chinese government quickly recognized their immense potential and recruited awakened martial artists to eliminate the rampant monsters. And the leader of this monster-slaying army was none other than Wyvern, also known by the title Wyvern of Honghae from the Honghae sect. The young man named Wyvern humbly explained that they were just one of many types of awakened individuals. Not everyone was an awakened martial artist like his group. In any case, the Chinese government had summoned them to eliminate countless monsters, but the real problem lay in the bidding. In Beijing, 2 bidding wars had already taken place. Colonel Kim Jeong-yeom sat down, listening as Lancelot stood beside him. It turned out that the dimension that won the bid was called Beelzebub, and with Beijing's population double that of Seoul, having 2 bidding wars was not unusual. Wyvern took a sip of tea, his voice lowering as he spoke about their lack of information on the enemy. He only knew they emitted poisonous gas, but the problem was that the poison was extremely potent, a deadly threat lurking within. Ordinary awakened individuals and soldiers who couldn't resist the internal energy died instantly, while awakened martial artists could detoxify themselves. However, the energy consumed for detoxification was too great, preventing them from fighting at the same time. Finally, the gate opened, and the number of insects increased exponentially, leading to the current chaotic situation. Wyvern emphasized that continuous detoxification depleted internal energy, making prolonged engagement increasingly disadvantageous. For those who needed to breathe fresh air to accumulate and use energy, this situation was even more perilous. Wyvern warned that the poisonous gas was spreading relentlessly, causing them to run out of time in many ways. Kim Jeong-yeom suddenly spoke up, asking him to wait a moment. Wyvern asked in surprise if he could regain strength from fresh air. The young man confirmed that was correct. Kim Jeong-yeom asked if there was a problem. Wyvern replied that there was no problem at all, but his face was still full of worry. With a confident smile, Kim Jeong-yeom declared, "I'll be right back." Wyvern watched in astonishment as Kim Jeong-yeom's figure vanished in a dazzling blue light, unable to believe his eyes at this perplexing sight. The screen displayed information about Jirisan air in a can, 560 milliliter volume, priced at 9,901. In a bright and clean space, Kim Jeong-yeom thoughtfully looked at the Jirisan air cans floating around, racking his brain for a bold plan. Kim Jeong-yeom decided to use his laboratory ability to remove the can packaging, then stack the air blocks on top of each other. Once the air block was as large as a boulder, he would register it as a product and set up an automated system to distribute the registered air blocks every second, to the detoxifying martial arts awakened individuals. Two martial artists were meditating, their bodies emitting a faint blue light, but their faces still showed clear signs of fatigue and exhaustion. Suddenly, one of the martial artists flinched, his eyes wide with surprise, as he felt a sudden rush of fresh air fill his body. Meanwhile, a giant cockroach scuttled across the ceiling, a reminder of the harsh and perilous environment. A blue energy burst, signaling that fresh air was being distributed. Next was an even more powerful energy surge. Like a wave of purification spreading, the blue energy mass diffused widely, bringing life to every corner. The martial artist let out a long breath, his face relaxing with refreshment as the toxins in his body were gradually repelled. He continued to breathe deeply, each breath seemingly bringing new vitality. The martial artist opened his eyes, his face looking much brighter, and he exclaimed in surprise, "What is this fresh air?" Wu Yang asked in surprise, "Am I the only one feeling this freshness?" Another voice immediately replied, "Number, I also just felt a similar rush of fresh air." Wu Yang was utterly stunned, speechless at the unbelievable event. The two martial artists' complexions had returned to a healthy glow, indicating that the toxins were being effectively removed, and they continued to breathe deeply, savoring each pure breath of air. Wu Yang was utterly stunned, speechless at the unbelievable event. The two martial artists' complexions had returned to a healthy glow, indicating that the toxins were being effectively removed, and they continued to breathe deeply, savoring each pure breath of air. The young man sprang to his feet, his eyes still wide with shock as he looked towards the brightly glowing energy gate. He realized it was Kim Jong-yeom's ability, an earth-shattering power he had never seen before. Wu Yang lowered his head, lost in thought, seemingly having just realized something extremely important. He recalled the desperate early days, when the air was so suffocating it was impossible to breathe, and giant insects multiplied faster than they could be eliminated. In a precarious situation, Wu Yang had to appeal to the Korean army as a last resort, not expecting to receive any help. He remembered that when he reported the situation to Colonel Kim, the commander had agreed to assist with remarkable composure, even speaking in a very relaxed tone. Wu Yang was still skeptical at the time, wondering if Korea would truly help, when Colonel Kim declared they would depart tonight and arrive tomorrow morning. The young man in ancient attire had thought that the colonel was arrogant and would surely struggle with the hateful insects just like them. But now, seeing Kim Jong-yeom radiating powerful energy, Wu Yang suddenly realized, it turns out, the arrogant one all along was me. He finally understood why the other party's tone was so calm, because they possessed an unimaginable power, far exceeding all predictions. Kim Jong-yeom turned his head, looking slightly surprised at Wu Yang, who was bowing. Wu Yang bowed deeply, his voice full of remorse. "I sincerely apologize for causing trouble for Korea, and thank you for your help. We will never forget this favor." Colonel Kim quickly waved his hand, a little embarrassed. "No, there's no need for that. We're helping to save ourselves, to prevent the poisonous gas from spreading to Korea." The young man further explained that initially this was a race against time, but thanks to his ability, their internal energy was now accumulating more powerfully than ever. Wu Yang looked up, asking his opinion. "So, should we rest for a bit?" Kim Jong-yeom nodded. "Yes, I think we should rest. After all, we don't have much time left." Wu Yang thought for a moment, and then suggested, "How about we take action 3 days from now, early in the morning?" Kim Jong-yeom smiled in agreement, but then added a sentence that surprised Wu Yang. "All right, then, since we're recovering, we should recover properly." And just like that, a table laden with sumptuous, steaming Chinese dishes appeared as if by magic, proving that Colonel Kim's recovering properly was indeed happening. Two men in ancient attire were heartily slurping hot bowls of soup, enjoying a lavish meal. A hand gave a satisfied thumbs up, sparkling as if it had just been fully recharged with energy. Wu Yang flashed a radiant smile, his face clearly showing contentment as he exclaimed, "Amazing!" The long-haired young man then stood before the whiteboard, marker in hand, and began the meeting. "Now, let's discuss how to eliminate these insects. First, I'll tell everyone about them." As he spoke, he drew various insect shapes on the board, explaining, "They might have a few differences, but most are similar to what we've seen before, just a bit larger and capable of emitting toxic gas, especially flying insects like moths and flies." Wen Yang continued to illustrate, adding, "Most insects are rank 9 and 8, but occasionally there will be rank 7 ones. The problem is, their sheer numbers make it very difficult to accurately assess." Colonel Kim and his teammates listened intently as the long-haired young man presented the classification method. To identify rank 7 insects, think of it this way. If you see many of them, they are rank 8. If you don't see many, and they look strong at a glance, they are rank 7. Lancelot stood with his back turned, listening to Wen Yang present the locations of the teleportation gates, but suddenly he frowned slightly as if something was amiss. The Holy Knight still stood there, his gaze seemingly following something, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Suddenly, a tall building with a Hilton sign was violently shaken, as if it had just suffered a terrifying attack. The entire building was engulfed in dust and smoke, with large cracks appearing on its surface, indicating the terrifying destructive power of whatever had just collided with. A gigantic tail, sharp as a blade, whipped through the air at dizzying speed, creating a deafening sound. Kim Jong-yeom turned to look at Lancelot in surprise as the Holy Knight announced, "Master, it has appeared." Colonel Kim immediately asked again, "Huh? What has appeared?" Lancelot gazed thoughtfully into the distance, his voice full of difficulty. "It's a creature I've never seen before. Very hard to explain, but..." The numerous sharp legs of a gigantic creature were scuttling away at high speed, creating a powerful tremor. The entire body of the giant centipede appeared, with its sturdy orange-red shell and glowing malevolent eyes. It was truly a terrifying monster. Kim Jong-yeom watched the monster moving at terrifying speed, exclaiming, "Look at its legs, how horrifying!" Colonel Kim continued to assess, his voice full of astonishment. They were already scary before, but now they're bigger and even more terrifying. How can it be so fast? Just by looking, it must be rank 6, not rank 7. Wunyang was utterly surprised when Kim Jong-yeom firmly stated, "That's a rank 8 centipede." Lancelot was astonished by the information about the rank 8 centipede, but Kim Jong-yeom insisted it was truly powerful. Wunyang, however, showed disdain, claiming the centipede was insignificant compared to locusts or hornets, leaving Kim Jong-yeom bewildered and not understanding his meaning. Just then, a young girl suddenly appeared, stomping her foot forcefully, urgently asking about the centipede's rank. The short-haired girl stretched confidently, declaring she would handle the centipede because she was bored to death, while Kim Jong-yeom could only hesitantly ask again. She explained that she had been sitting still all day and needed to move around to relieve stress, leaving Kim Jong-yeom with no choice but to reluctantly agree. Before she finished speaking, the girl unleashed a punch glowing with golden energy, ready to tear through anything. Wunyang excitedly cheered the girl on as she charged, calling her number 2, but Kim Jong-yeom quickly intervened. He reassured Wunyang that the girl was his younger sister and extremely powerful, so there was no need to worry. Kim Jong-yeom suddenly asked Wunyang if he had prepared anything for the centipede's toxic gas, leaving the sorcerer dumbfounded and confused. All three, including Lancelot, were utterly astonished when they heard a horrifying shriek from ahead. Saul unleashed a devastating punch, golden energy exploding, directly impacting the giant centipede. Her face was filled with a wild expression, her eyes blazing as she poured all her strength into the attack. The girl's earth-shattering punch sent the rank 8 centipede flying straight into a cliff face, creating a dazzling explosion of light. Wunyang gravely explained that no matter how strong one was, fighting in toxic gas would lead to poisoning. And furthermore, the centipede's shell was extremely tough, rendering most attacks useless. He immediately called out Quan Ryung's name, his disciple, declaring that he would help Sol with her because there was no time to waste. Wunyang decisively assigned tasks, saying he would confront the centipede, while Quan Ryung would take care of healing the girl's internal injuries. Both Wunyang and Quan Ryung quickly charged forward, leaving Kim Jong-yeom and Lancelot standing and watching. Kim Jong-yeom heard a strange sound and wondered what it was. Wunyang turned his head, his face clearly showing extreme surprise and worry. Sol's fiery punch continued to rain down on the giant centipede, creating large cracks on its sturdy shell. Sol's destructive punch continued to rain down on the giant centipede, creating deep fissures on its sturdy shell. Wunyang exclaimed in astonishment, secretly thinking that even he would have to exert considerable internal energy to break through the centipede's steel-hard shell. The long-haired young man couldn't help but wonder how someone who knew nothing of internal energy could do that. And furthermore, that striking posture was clearly basic fist arts. Kim Jong-yeom stood nearby, his face full of confusion as he thought that basic fist arts looked no different from an ordinary punch. Wunyang suddenly shivered, an earth-shattering speculation appearing in his mind. Could it be the heavenly martial body? After continuous strikes, Sol coughed up a large mouthful of blood. The young girl's body had endured too much. Wunyang panicked, ordering Quan Ryung to provide cover so he could treat the girl's internal injuries. After the chaotic moment due to the centipede's sudden appearance, the plan to breach the insect gate resumed, with Wunyang detailing it to the entire team. First, the dense, polluted air made movement extremely difficult. Second, the number of insects was too vast to deal with individually, not to mention the rank 7 monsters that remained an unknown. And finally, the maximum time to close this deadly gate was only 3 days. The main objective was to destroy the gate's core, trying to avoid engaging with the insects as much as possible, and quickly break through to Baekmang Mountain, where the gate's core was hidden. Wunyang seriously explained that the closer they got to the gate's core, the more aggressive and vigilant the insects would become. But fortunately, they knew its exact location. Although this plan was somewhat reckless and bold, he asserted that it was the best option currently. Therefore, Wunyang emphasized, even if just a little, Everyone must strive to maximize their own strength. Kim Jong-yeom was so surprised that he blurted out, "Huh?" Woon-yang said they would impart the techniques they knew, but since there wasn't much time to accurately assess skill levels, he suggested everyone should spar. Woon-yang turned to Sol, explaining that she seemed to prefer hand-to-hand combat, so learning martial arts from Kwon Ryong would be very suitable, and if she mastered the techniques, she would surely shine. Sol hesitated, expressing gratitude for being healed and offered instruction, but she still wondered if it was necessary to go to such lengths. Kwon Ryong reassured Sol that this was also an opportunity for them to practice and help with the gate-closing mission, confidently declaring that despite her youth, in terms of skill, she was second only to senior Woon-yang. Sol bowed solemnly, her hands clasped tightly, as if making a vow, earnestly asking for instruction. The girl raised her head, her eyes gleaming with determination, accepting the training offer. She gathered all her strength, bursting with brilliant golden energy, and charged straight forward, boldly declaring, "I'm coming." Sol and Woon-yang clashed, their lightning-fast strikes creating brilliant bursts of energy, while Kim Jong-yeom and Kwon Ryong watched from the sidelines with thoughtful expressions. Woon-yang smiled meaningfully, wondering if it was because he had taken punches from another master for 20 years that Sol's performance didn't seem truly impressive. Kim Jong-yeom, standing nearby, saw the girl's strikes as just basic punches and movements, completely failing to understand what was so astonishing. Woon-yang regretfully exclaimed that it would be better if Sol specialized in swordsmanship, causing Kim Jong-yeom to ask in surprise, "Swords?" The long-haired young man affirmed he was a swordsman, then turned to Kim Jong-yeom, smiling as he offered, "Would you like to learn swordsmanship from me, Jong-yeom?" Kim Jong-yeom immediately waved his hand in refusal, leaving Woon-yang to only sigh in regret. But immediately after, Kim Jong-yeom suddenly had an idea, asking Woon-yang if he could bring a friend instead, as he knew someone extremely passionate about swordsmanship. And so, Baek Min-woo appeared, sword in hand, with a bewildered expression as if he had just won the lottery, not understanding what was happening. Woon-yang began instructing Baek Min-woo on how to hold a sword, focusing on every minute detail to ensure he had a solid foundation. Although they didn't possess internal energy like ancient martial artists, by adapting practical martial arts techniques, Sol and the others learned to move more flexibly and diversely, maximizing their own abilities. Especially Sol, this girl learned astonishingly fast, almost completely integrating with the martial artist, proving that no matter how martial arts transform, the essence of a punch remains a punch. Sol unleashed a powerful barrier-stacking strike, roaring, "Ta!" making Kim Jong-yeom, standing nearby, wonder if there was any difference from what he had seen before. Although it couldn't be fully explained, there was clearly some indescribable commonality between the girl and the ancient martial artists, leaving everyone in awe. Meanwhile, the ancient martial artists were meditating, absorbing peak internal energy from the pure spiritual aura of Jirasan, preparing for a relentless battle. Baek Min-woo also continuously learned new skills, each sword strike containing superior power, promising a spectacular transformation. Kim Jong-yeom also couldn't sit idly by watching everyone improve. He decided to utilize the massive amount of magic stones he possessed to create a weapon that could most effectively eliminate the insects. With the subspace laboratory upgraded to level 3, unlocking a series of new enhancement features, the young man decided to pour maximum effort into transforming it into the ultimate war machine, capable of projecting holograms and accurately simulating any object. And so, the first idea for an insect extermination weapon was born, an electric insect killer, simple yet promising. The electronic insect killer was only effective against small bugs, but most monsters were larger than the machine itself, so this idea failed miserably. Attempts to upgrade its size to catch even larger ones were also futile. Despite costing over 30,000 magic stones, the performance was unbelievably poor. Kim Jong-yeom sighed, his face clearly showing confusion as all efforts led to a dead end. He wanted to create something, but had no good ideas, and his lack of knowledge in mechanics or electronics made him feel helpless before the limits of his own intellect. An idea suddenly popped into his head, using helicopters to drop steel beams from above, but it hadn't been confirmed whether there were flying level 7 monsters, and approaching the gate also meant higher risks. The drop range was only a mere 100 meters, forcing them to get extremely close, making Kim Jong-yeom wish he could create a super powerful pesticide to thoroughly wipe out the monsters. A voice suddenly rang out, questioning his pesticide idea, making him turn his head in surprise. Ju-yeon, his sister-in-law, appeared with a thoughtful expression, then suddenly exclaimed that they could actually make such a thing. Jong-yeom's sister-in-law offered to try, astonishing him to the core. He couldn't believe his ears. Kim Jong-yeom was still stunned, trying to process the information he had just received. Memories flooded back, recalling the moment Kim Jong-yeom brought his family into the subspace, a life-or-death decision amidst dangerous encirclement. They had to share meager rations, and thanks to Seun awakening as an alchemist, the whole family finally had enough water to drink. He suddenly realized he had completely forgotten this important detail in the joy of reunion. Ju-yeon smiled brightly, explaining that although not as impressive as him, she was also an awakened one, a talented alchemist. She revealed that she had been secretly using the laboratory all this time, thanking Jeon-yeom for his busyness, and he immediately reassured his sister-in-law to feel free to use everything. With a confident expression, Ju-yeon asked Kim Jong-yeom what kind of pesticide he needed, ready to get to work. He pondered, envisioning the ultimate weapon he needed. He looked at the image of the giant monster, firmly declaring that he needed a super powerful pesticide that could thoroughly wipe out the insects. The scene of a desolate, ruined city appeared, shrouded in thick smoke and dust, evoking terrible devastation. A giant cockroach crawled over the rubble, proof of the terrifying dominance of the monsters. A giant, gray-green insect waddled along the ruined road, ignoring the overturned car in the distance. Its jet-black eyes seemed to be scrutinizing something, its entire body tense in anticipation. Wu Yang and the other martial artists darted through the desolate landscape, streaks of energy surrounding them. The long-haired young man glided as if flying, secretly thinking to himself that 3 days had passed so quickly. He felt the surging internal energy in his body, his meridians clear, reaching a peak physical state. Wu Yang told himself that his debt of gratitude to Jeong-jeom was hard to repay, but suddenly spotted a swarm of giant insects rushing towards them. The young martial artist decided that the first step to repaying his debt was to wipe out these bugs, demonstrating the prowess of the martial arts world. The young man spun around, his eyes firm as he ordered his teammates to prepare for battle, declaring that he would use all his internal energy to utterly annihilate the filthy insects. However, as the swarm of giant insects surged forward, a stream of green liquid suddenly shot out. That sickly green liquid quickly enveloped a monster, causing it to explode and melt in the blink of an eye. Wave after wave of liquid continued to strike, the insects screaming terribly before dissolving into horrifying green streak. Wu Yang and the other martial artists stood dumbfounded, aghast at the terrifying scene before their eyes. The long-haired young man was still in shock, trying to process what had just happened in a mere 3 days. He was still bewildered, cold sweat trickling down his temples. Wu Yang looked towards Kim Jong-yeom, who was sitting on a motorcycle, and suddenly realized that while he was accumulating internal energy, Kim Jong-yeom had created an insecticidal liquid. Kim Jong-yeom, with his gas mask covering his face, calmly remarked, "This performance is truly top-notch." A defeated insect lay motionless, its body still oozing sickly green liquid. Ju-yeon explained that they had used holographic technology in the subspace laboratory for testing, which was very convenient. She continued, saying that, thanks to its convenience, she had created many different types of medicines, thinking they might be useful someday. Ju-yeon smiled brightly, revealing that, although she hadn't created any particularly superior medicines, she was very happy to have quickly made this insect killer. While Kim Jong-yeom stood beside her, deep in thought, Kim Jong-yeom exclaimed in surprise, unable to believe his eyes at the superior effectiveness of the insect killer his sister-in-law had just created. Ju-yeon continued, asserting that this medicine was completely harmless to humans and had no smell. In an instant, a giant insect melted into a puddle of black liquid, demonstrating its destructive power. Kim Jong-yeom, wearing a gas mask, excitedly declared that although it wasn't effective against level 7 insects, it was the ultimate weapon for dealing with common bugs, then enthusiastically praised his sister-in-law. "Sister-in-law, you're the best!" The scene shifted to Beiluan Mountain, a famous mountain near Beijing, once a scenic spot. Wu Yang stood thoughtfully by the window, looking out at the scenery, where the majestic mountain had now transformed into a dungeon teeming with insects. He turned back, his eyes sharp, declaring that the real challenge only began here. Thanks to Kim Jong-yeom's family's insect killer, the group had passed through Beijing without major obstacles. Wu Yang continued to warn, emphasizing that from Beiluan Mountain onwards, things would no longer be easy. He recalled previous times when they had climbed the mountain to destroy the gate's core. Each time, the insects on the mountain would furiously rush to attack, as if they knew how to protect the gate's core despite being mindless creatures. The young man worriedly shared that it had been a long time since they returned, so they couldn't know the current types of insects. Moreover, the treacherous terrain was not an ideal environment to fight them. Kim Jong-yeom suddenly appeared, reassuring Wu Yang, saying that he understood his worries, but they were well prepared. The young man confidently reiterated that no matter what kind of insects appeared, they would only be level 7. He excitedly pointed at Lancelot, explaining that if the opponent was level 7, then this knight was also level 7. And he further asserted that he had prepared special weapons to deal with creatures of that level. Kim Jong-yeom smiled confidently, firmly telling everyone not to worry too much. Suddenly, Kim Jong-yeom, wearing a gas mask, flinched, his eyes clearly showing astonishment. The young man's eyes widened, filled with shock, and a curse word popped into his mind. A giant grasshopper appeared, unbelievably huge, making Kim Jong-yeom exclaim in doubt, "Is that really a grasshopper?" The young man wearing a gas mask grimaced in disgust, realizing that if he thought about it a little, this was too obvious. He shivered, exclaiming, "It's disgusting!" A close-up of the hideous giant insect made Kim Jong-yeom wonder. Unlike the lizards from the Sabros dimension, how could insects that were only larger than normal reach level 7? As the giant monster continued to move, Kim Jong-yeom mused. Did they perhaps fill out a dimensional creature registration form? He recalled Lancelot's words when the traders explained how they achieved their rank. Lancelot had revealed that the method of using sacrifices to level up was inherently how low-intelligence creatures instinctively gained power. This was a shortcut for intelligent creatures to also level up quickly, like primordial dimensional creatures. The horrifying explanation continued to unfold. To level up, creatures had to resort to brutal sacrificial methods. But what about primordial creatures from other dimensions? A gruesome scene appeared right before their eyes. A goblin devouring a tiny dragon, clearly illustrating the orthodox method of destroying other creatures and absorbing their magic stones. In other words, a primordial level 7 creature is an extremely powerful entity. They were inherently powerful, having devoured countless lives to achieve that terrifying strength. Suddenly, a dazzling blue light tore through the air. That fierce surge of energy immediately ripped through space. It shot straight into the giant insect, causing a series of continuous explosions. The giant insect roared in pain, a puddle of disgusting green liquid gushing out from beneath its feet, horrifying everyone. Kim Jong-yeom exclaimed in shock, his voice full of annoyance. What's so great about that? Even Yatu's H-beam got stuck. He turned to Lancelot, whispering anxiously. Magic. My lord. Rakis's holy spear. A group of people in white protective suits rushed forward, led by Yuyan. She firmly declared, "We'll handle it." Kim Jong-yeom hastily called out to one of them, but it was too late. The young man hurriedly said to the Holy Knight, his voice urgent, "At least take Rakis's spear with you." However, Lancelot remained motionless, his glowing red eyes hidden behind his helmet unwavering. Suddenly, the knight flinched, his glowing red eyes flashing with extreme confusion, wondering, what is this? The surrounding scene was plunged into silent darkness, towering ancient trees standing majestically. Then, the ancient trees suddenly shook violently and began to move strangely, surprising Lancelot. The trees are moving? The movement grew faster and stronger, creating mysterious thumping sounds, like the footsteps of a giant. The Holy Knight turned to Kim Jong-yeom, his voice full of excitement. "Oh, Rakis's holy spear pierced through it!" But immediately, he suddenly realized something was amiss, his eyes changing. That's not a tree," Lancelot exclaimed in shock, his voice faltering. "That's a leg." Both stood stunned amidst the colossal legs, a terrifying sight beyond imagination. Kim Jong-yeom flinched and spun around as a horrifying sound echoed. Before him was a giant spider with pitch-black eyes. The young man mumbled, his face full of terror. "The scale of this continent is truly no joke." Lancelot stood next to Kim Jong-yeom and suggested, "Your Majesty, we need to climb onto that insect's body." Hearing this, Kim Jong-yeom turned around, his face full of surprise as he exclaimed, "What?" The Holy Knight explained that the spider couldn't reach its legs behind it to attack, and if they climbed onto its back, even the giant grasshopper would have difficulty attacking recklessly. Lancelot confidently declared, "I think it's best we make a plan there for a while." Kim Jong-yeom immediately praised him. "As expected, Lancelot. You're the best." The young man quickly pointed to the sky, giving a decisive order. "Everyone, climb onto that spider's back." Wuyang immediately responded, unleashing light body technique with astonishing speed, dashing forward. His feet glided swiftly, using the obstacle stomp skill to overcome all treacherous terrain. Kim Jong-yeom and Juyeon were no less skilled, clinging tightly to Lancelot's armor, quickly climbing onto the spider's back using the hair cling technique. Looking down from above, numerous small figures were already settled on the giant spider's back. But Kim Jong-yeom still wondered. "What do we do now?" He questioned Lancelot, suggesting they use Rakis's spear for a concentrated attack. But the Holy Knight immediately rejected the idea, stating it was only effective against spiders, not grasshoppers. Juyeon continued, explaining that after attempting to attack, the grasshopper shell was surprisingly hard. She further emphasized that the blows only left scratches, and if they weren't careful, catching it would take a lifetime. The giant grasshopper's glowing red eyes stared, preparing for a fierce attack. It charged forward, creating a terrifying tremor that violently shook the ground. Kim Jong-yeom and Juyeon flinched, their eyes revealing their shock at the enemy's power. Wuyang was also surprised, his face showing extreme terror. The giant grasshopper didn't hesitate, delivering a fatal blow to the spider's back, making Kim Jong-yeom exclaim in panic, "Damn it, we're screwed!" The enemy continued to stomp mercilessly, crushing the spider under its immense weight. Kim Jong-yeom, realizing the dangerous situation in horror, quickly shouted, "The grasshopper is charging! Everyone, jump down!" Wuyang reacted extremely quickly, leaping off the spider's back in an instant. The grasshopper continued its frenzied attack, relentlessly delivering destructive blows to its target. The Holy Knight Lancelot knelt, his gaze fixed on Wu Yang, who lay prone on the ground amidst the swirling dust. Kim Jeong-yeom stared at the scene before him in shock, muttering something. Colonel Kim's eyes widened, full of horror as he witnessed the event. The surrounding space was plunged into chaos, with eerie purple energy currents exploding. A giant grasshopper was furiously tearing at and brutally devouring the large spider. It continued to crush its prey, gruesome chomp-chomp sounds echoing everywhere. Jeong-yeom turned to the Holy Knight Lancelot, asking in disbelief, did the grasshopper just kill the spider? The young man mumbled, wondering why it would attack its ally, then suddenly realized, wait, they're just insects, aren't they? He explained that while these monsters could distinguish friend from foe, their intelligence wasn't high enough to value allies, so they would just attack anything that moved first and think later. Kim Jeong-yeom decisively pointed towards the grasshopper, his voice full of determination. If that's the case, Ju Yan continued, dashing forward and declaring, this time we have to climb onto the grasshopper's back. The dust is obscuring its vision. This is our chance. Wu Yang of Red River immediately acted, leaping and moving extremely fast. Lancelot, Wu Yang, and Ju Yan had all safely climbed onto the monster's back. Kim Jeong-yeom turned his head, wondering anxiously. The grasshopper. Does it realize? The grasshopper's glowing red eyes darted back and forth, as if scanning its surroundings. It slowly turned its head, seemingly searching for something. The monster continued its meal, completely ignoring those clinging to its back. Kim Jeong-yeom stood on the giant creature's back, letting out a surprised sound. The young man mumbled that he didn't know why it was standing still, but it seemed to be completely unaware of their presence on its back. He let out a sigh of relief, telling himself that he could rest for a bit now. Sometimes, having an unintelligent enemy was a stroke of luck. Kim Jeong-yeom asked what the next plan was. Ju Yeon immediately replied, telling them to wait a little longer. She explained that once the gate's core was destroyed, the insects would automatically return to their original dimension, so they didn't necessarily have to confront this giant grasshopper directly. Kim Jeong-yeom wondered if they would just cling to its back like that, but Ju Yeon decisively denied it. She said that when the time came, they would jump down and aim straight for the gate's core. Suddenly, the giant grasshopper unexpectedly leaped into the air, astonishing Kim Jeong-yeom. The colossal leap threw off everyone clinging to its back, terrifying screams echoing everywhere. The monster crashed to the ground with immense force, creating a violent tremor that shook the entire space. Numerous people were flung in all directions. A man in ancient attire cried out in pain from his back. Wu Yang also couldn't escape his fate, being tossed around like a toy. The giant grasshopper's eyes darted around, turning its head to search for something amidst the chaos. Kim Jeong-yeom was thrown hard, hitting a rigid object and groaning in pain. Both Kim Jeong-yeom and Ju Yan lay prone on the ground, their stomachs churning so much they felt like vomiting. The young man mumbled, wondering if the decision to ride this grasshopper was a fatal mistake. He complained that his back felt like it was about to shatter even before reaching the gate's core, accompanied by an unprecedented, terrible motion sickness, even worse than Li Yong, Su's first helicopter ride. Suddenly, Kim Jeong-yeom looked up, his sharp eyes narrowing as he heard a strange sound. He wondered, was that the sound of a helicopter? Just then, a giant wasp-like creature appeared, charging straight towards them. The monster flew in the air, its massive body casting a dark shadow over the grasshopper's back. Ju Yan let out a gasp of surprise, her eyes unable to leave the scene before her. She declared with worry, this new insect will definitely be an extremely tough opponent. Without hesitation, the giant wasp charged, using its sharp stinger to stab directly into the grasshopper's back. Kim Jeong-yeom let out a piercing scream, his face utterly aghast. Amidst the chaos, Lancelot suddenly appeared, rushing towards them and calling out urgently, "My lord!" A giant grasshopper unexpectedly charged, using its sharp teeth to attack the motionless giant wasp. It bit and tore fiercely, making the other creature writhe in pain amidst the swirling dust. The giant wasp was thrown into the air, flipping onto its back amidst the terrifying battle. Kim Jeong-yeom stood on the giant grasshopper's back, his eyes wide with shock as he witnessed the chaotic scene below. He thought to himself, he hadn't expected the giant grasshopper to suddenly attack the giant wasp like that. The young man wondered if the monster was fighting because it felt threatened. Whatever the reason, Kim Jeong-yeom still cheered excitedly, urging the giant grasshopper to bite off the giant wasp's neck. The giant grasshopper obeyed, opening its jaws wide and sinking its teeth into the opponent's neck, fresh blood splattering and staining the area red. The giant wasp struggled fiercely, trying to escape the jaws of death, creating piercing noises. Kim Jeong-yeom shouted in frustration when he saw that the giant grasshopper still hadn't finished off its prey. He urged it to take advantage of the opportunity while the giant wasp was on its back and struggling, to bite its neck and kill it. However, the giant grasshopper just stared, taking no decisive action. Kim Jeong-yeom angrily punched his hand, muttering that its low intelligence was truly disappointing. He didn't understand why a creature with such powerful physique would become so foolish when decisive action was needed. The young man wished he could control this giant grasshopper. Suddenly, a brilliant blue aura appeared, enveloping Kim Jong-yeom. He exclaimed in surprise, "Yongsu!" upon seeing Lee Yongsu appear within the aura. Kim Jong-yeom asked Lee Yongsu if they could control these giant insects. Lee Yongsu was taken aback by Colonel Kim's sudden question. Kim Jong-yeom gripped the rope in his hand, suddenly realizing it was directly connected to the giant grasshopper. Kim Jong-yeom stood on the giant grasshopper's back, observing the giant wasp struggling to maintain balance and concluding that the monster was exhausted. He considered that if necessary, they could hide in subspace. But now was the time to try controlling the grasshopper. Colonel Kim signaled Lee Yongsu to prepare, instructing his teammates to hold on tight. The young man gripped the rope tightly, pulling hard to steer the giant grasshopper straight towards the target. The giant grasshopper, with its glowing red eyes, growled, ready for a brutal attack. It lunged, using its sharp teeth to tear into the exhausted giant wasp, sending purple fluid splattering. Wen Yang of the Red River and the man in the white collar shirt cheered excitedly at the horrifying sight. A brilliant orange feather floated down from somewhere, signaling a new arrival. A giant moth with fiery red wings and a pure white body suddenly appeared, hovering above the giant grasshopper. Kim Jong-yeom looked up in surprise, his eyes full of vigilance towards the brand new enemy. The giant grasshopper reacted immediately, swinging its front leg to attack the giant moth. A crunch sound echoed as the giant grasshopper's jaws crushed the moth, ending the swift encounter. Another giant mantis suddenly appeared from behind, lunging to attack the grasshopper. The unnamed awakener fired a turquoise energy beam from above, destroying a giant ant crawling on the ground. He continued to order his teammates to finish off the giant ant with an H-beam. Colonel Kim looked at the giant ant's corpse, admitting he had underestimated its hunting ability. He silently thanked the grasshopper for helping them complete the mission more easily, then bid it farewell to rest in peace. Kim Jong-yeom stood beside Lancelot and Mordred, noting that among level 7 creatures, few could defeat the giant grasshopper. Lee Yong-su agreed, saying that without his support, they would have struggled greatly. At that moment, Lancelot reported to Colonel Kim that all insects had been dealt with. Kim Jong-yeom signaled the Holy Knight, instructing him to remain vigilant. The atmosphere remained extremely tense, a desolate scene unfolding with brilliant blue lightning bolts and 2 colossal gates still suspended in midair. Suddenly, a small, ugly creature sneezed unexpectedly, looking quite comical amidst the fierce battlefield. The small monster continued to sneeze repeatedly, then let out a creepy laugh, as if mocking someone. Colonel Kim Jong-yeom casually walked past, leaving only 2 small creatures flattened on the ground. Wen Yang, sword in hand, stood tall amidst the lightning, his expression resolute and his gaze sharp. He turned to Kim Jong-yeom, expressing gratitude for allowing him to avenge his fallen comrades. Kim Jong-yeom replied, asserting that there was no need to thank him, as it was only natural for Wen Yang to do so. Wen Yang looked directly at Colonel Kim, his eyes full of gratitude, and promised to repay this favor. He turned his back, looking towards the remaining small creatures, declaring that no matter what he did, it could not honor the souls of tens of millions who had perished. Wen Yang smirked, deciding to finish off the monsters with his strongest skill as a final act of respect. Energy violently erupted around Wen Yang's hand as he focused all his power into the sword. He roared, unleashing the destructive trace descent technique, declaring it was time for the disgusting insects to vanish from this world. A brilliant golden light descended from the sky, engulfing the entire area, creating a terrifying, dazzling spectacle. The dazzling light exploded, sweeping away everything in sight, leaving no trace. The explosion continued to spread, its immense destructive power shaking the ground violently like an earthquake. After the firestorm, only a solitary tree remained amidst the ruined landscape, witnessing the horrific destruction that had just occurred. Wen Yang stood firm amidst the ruins, surrounded by Kim Jong-yeom and the Holy Knights Lancelot, Mordred, Percival, looking towards the gate. He walked slowly, his gaze resolute, as if he had just completed an important and challenging mission. Colonel Kim Jong-yeom approached, admitting that Wen Yang had not lied about his incredible power. He gazed thoughtfully at the still flickering lightning, wondering why only one gate had disappeared. A colossal, sinewy hand made of dark energy suddenly reached out from the thick purple mist, creating a terrifying sight. The hand hovered directly over a small creature, resembling a purple frog, causing it to cower in extreme fear. Colonel Kim Jong-yeom and the group of knights stood amidst the mist, stunned as they looked towards the mysterious hand, unable to help but question it deeply. Kim Jong-yeom doubtfully wondered if something was protecting the gate core, and what that terrifying thing ultimately was. The colossal hand struck the ground with earth-shattering force, creating an extremely powerful shockwave that swept everything away. A gruesome close-up revealed countless bulging greenish-purple eyes, glowing eerily, forming a terrifying, deformed mass. A colossal creature, resembling a wasp with green compound eyes, and a body emitting purple lightning, had fully appeared, engulfing the vision of Wen Yang and the knights. Wen Yang stood stunned, his eyes wide with astonishment at the sudden appearance of this massive monster. The colossal insect roared resonantly, its entire body erupting with fierce purple energy, asserting its overwhelming power. It muttered worriedly about the Chamber of Commerce's anger and their big trouble, but then sniffed out some delicious scent. Kim Jeong-yeom frowned at the monster, while another teammate beside him let out a slight, uncomfortable burp. Colonel Kim Jeong-yeom remarked that the monster looked truly disgusting and wondered if it was a level 7 entity. He decisively ordered deploy, and immediately a brilliant flash of light, like a shooting star, shot up from the distance. The giant wasp was pierced by a barrage of brilliant blue light spears, but the attacks seemed to have no effect. The gruesome cluster of eyes on the monster's body glowed intensely, indicating it was absorbing or neutralizing the attacks. Kim Jeong-yeom was astonished to see the spears that had been effective against the grasshoppers now bouncing off the monster. He began to doubt. Holy Knight Lancelot calmly confirmed. That's right. The giant wasp, still standing tall amidst the mist, was assessed to be at least level 6, an unimaginable threat. The eyes on the monster's body rotated continuously, while it still muttered about smelling something delicious from a certain direction. Kim Jeong-yeom anxiously asked his teammate number 3 what they should do next, emphasizing that this monster was at least level 6. Kim Jeong-yeom recalled previous battles, when he faced enemies of a higher rank than himself. A big question arose in his mind. How the hell had he managed to capture them? He gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down, wondering if there was any hidden principle behind those victories. But all he remembered was launching relentless attacks, giving the opponent no time to breathe. With no other option, the young man decided he had to unleash every skill and relentlessly attack the monster. He instructed his teammates to keep their distance, not to approach that strange creature, and declared he would attack from afar. A brilliant blue energy orb, surrounded by lightning bolts, began to form in his hand. Immediately, countless brilliant golden swords descended from the sky, hurtling straight towards the target. The blades of light continuously struck the giant wasp's head, creating a series of dazzling explosions. Kim Jeong-yeom quickly retreated, while the attacks relentlessly pounded the hideous creature. The monster shivered slightly, a dark purple energy swirling around its head, as if the recent attacks were nothing more than mosquito bites on stainless steel. It thought to itself, these attackers are annoying. Should I clean them up? But even moving is troublesome. They'll just die on their own anyway, right? Kim Jeong-yeom stood facing the monster, realizing that his recent attack level was completely insufficient to phase it. He broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes flashing with worry, wondering if he should continue attacking. Would more attacks be effective? The only comfort right now was that the creature didn't seem to be truly paying attention to them yet. Percival knelt, telling Kim Jeong-yeom that there was no need to confront the monster directly. The Holy Knight explained that by simply destroying the gate core, the colossal creature would automatically return to its own dimension. Kim Jeong-yeom frowned, replying that he knew that perfectly well, and it was precisely for the gate core that the team had risked coming here. Percival continued, asserting that if the gate core was destroyed, all insects and air pollution would vanish, returning to their original dimension, just as they had dealt with the Imes fanatics and the Sabros lizard. Therefore, the Holy Knight proposed a bold plan. They would distract the monster, creating an opportunity to destroy the gate core. Percival decisively stated he would personally draw the monster's attention, but Kim Jeong-yeom immediately posed a difficult question. That's a good plan, but how? He explained that even attacks from Rakkus's holy spear were completely ignored by it. Kim Jeong-yeom pondered. Then suddenly his eyes widened as an idea flashed. Unless we use something that insects like... Kim Jeong-yeom, in a full protective suit, focused on creating a massive orb of electrical energy, wondering if this was what was needed to deal with the insect. His sharp, cold eyes pierced through the gas mask, gleaming with intense determination. He stood, facing a colossal wall made of countless blue-green eyes, which was the gate core absorbing energy. The entire colossal structure, with its glittering eyes and a sinewy arm reaching out, became clear before the young man, full of mystery and dread. From deep within the gate core, a curious voice echoed, marveling at the beauty of the electrical current Kim Jeong-yeom had just created. What is this? It's beautiful. How interesting. So beautiful. Sweat beaded on Kim Jeong-yeom's forehead. He gritted his teeth, maintaining the skill, knowing he was betting everything. Holy Knight Percival seized the golden opportunity, decisively ordering Mordred. This is our chance. Mordred, aim for the hand holding the gate core while it's distracted. A brilliant purple energy stream tore through the air, heading straight for the target. The gate core's colossal arm was struck, letting out a painful groan. Successive attacks rained down, giving the opponent no time to react. Mordred delivered a powerful kick, his entire body enveloped in purple energy, striking directly at the arm holding the gate core. Inside that hand, a small, ugly creature with large, round eyes and sharp fangs appeared, looking bewildered and slightly panicked. The small monster cried out in pain as the purple energy pierced through it, its body beginning to disintegrate. A series of system notifications appeared consecutively, confirming that ownership of the dimensional account had been transferred, the magic stone balance had significantly increased, and, specifically, the Beelzebub dimension had lost its business rights in the Beijing area, which would be restored to Earth's territory. The Gatecore's sinewy arm slowly retracted, but whispers of delight still lingered, mesmerized by the electrical energy. The entire Gatecore began to vanish, leaving only shimmering purple streaks as if melting into nothingness. A colossal vortex of purple and blue energy swirled in the sky, while the ground below gradually returned to normal, a giant wasp lying motionless amidst the magnificent scene. Wunyang looked around blankly, confused by the Gatecore's sudden disappearance. It's gone. Did we defeat it? The brilliant sun shone, dispelling the gloomy night, signaling a resounding victory. Kim Jong-yeom, along with Percival and the other warriors, erupted in extreme joy, cheering in victory as they had finally defeated the giant insects. After the resounding victory, Kim Jong-yeom sat on the ground, panting in his white protective suit, while Percival anxiously asked if his master was all right. The young man softly replied, admitting he was fine, but his legs were completely exhausted, with no strength left. He recalled the terrifying moment when the giant wasp charged straight at his face, leaving him utterly helpless, unable even to think of escaping into a subdimension. Kim Jeong-jeom's eyes still held traces of extreme fear as he realized something even more surprising. Even such a terrifying creature was intimidated by the multidimensional chamber of commerce. He gritted his teeth, firmly concluding that everything, from bids to business rights, was orchestrated by the multidimensional chamber of commerce. Kim Jeong-yeom pondered whether he had enough strength to confront a power that even monsters feared, while Percival worriedly noted that his master was utterly exhausted. The young man's gaze gradually became resolute. He secretly thought that to deal with that colossal power, he needed more. He needed even stronger people. Wunyang suddenly looked at Kim Jong-yeom, as if he had just understood something profound. The long-haired young man softly asked, now understanding why Kim Jong-yeom wanted to borrow all of their martial arts technique. Wunyang was surprised and confused, admitting he initially thought Kim Jong-yeom would just copy them, but it turned out to be a much larger plan. He was still astonished when Kim Jong-yeom explained that he had compiled all the martial arts techniques into a single thick book. Kim Jong-yeom solemnly suggested that Wunyang distribute this compendium of martial arts to everyone, reassuring him that if more were needed, he would request additional copies. Wunyang was regretful that Kim Jong-yeom had to leave early, but the young man had created a teleportation gate and promised to visit frequently. The long-haired young man then asked about Kim Jong-yeom's next destination. While he pondered, Kim Jeong-jeom decisively declared his next destination was Japan, where a colossal, muscular creature was crushing another monster. Back in reality, Kim Jong-yeom was sitting in an office, listening to Chief of Operations Yu Seong-cheol announce that they had just received a call confirming he had closed the gate in Beijing. Yu Seong-cheol expressed sympathy, saying that Kim Jong-yeom must have gone through a lot of hardship. Chief of Operations Yu Seong-cheol asked if Kim Jong-yeom was injured anywhere, and he replied that he was perfectly fine. Kim Jong-yeom looked at Chief of Operations Yu Seong-cheol with a hesitant expression, as if something was wrong. The young man anxiously asked Chief of Operations Yu Seong-cheol because he saw the man emitting a terrifying black aura, looking extremely tired and haggard. Chief of Operations Yu Seong-cheol clearly showed his fatigue with dark circles under his eyes, while Kim Jong-yeom wondered about the person standing next to him. The young man Kim Jong-jeom asked Chief of Operations Yu Seong-cheol about the identity of the mysterious woman. The girl smiled brightly, introducing herself as Park Seo-yeon, the representative of Busan. Busan Representative Park Seo-yeon friendly stated that she had heard many things about Kim Jong-yeom from the Chief of Operations. A grand scene unfolded, showing the city's skyscrapers, with the words, Seoul Representative Busan Representative shimmering in the sky. Suddenly, an urgent announcement from the multi-dimensional Chamber of Commerce appeared, declaring war between the Fukuoka and Busan regions. The announcement continued to display details about the location, time, victory conditions, and penalties, making Kim Jong-yeom exclaim in astonishment, Fukuoka declared war on Busan? Kim Jong-yeom asked in shock what was happening. Yu Seong-cheol asked Kim Jong-yeom if he remembered the unstable situation in Japan earlier, and explained that because China was more urgent, he had gone to Beijing. Chief of Operations Yu Seong-cheol continued, saying that the Japanese government had collapsed, and an ultranationalist group called the Ishin Awakening Society had filled the power vacuum. He further explained that the Ishin Awakening Society was an organization that worshipped creatures from other dimensions and the ability to awaken. Kim Jong-yeom remarked that this group reminded him of the traitors of the First Legion, and Chief of Operations Yu Seong-cheol fully agreed. Yu Seong-cheol slid a photo across the table, revealing an image of a member of the Ishin Awakening Society. The close-up photo showed a humanoid creature with a fish head holding a spear, astonishing Kim Jong-yeom. The young man Kim Jong-yeom exclaimed that it was not human, and Yu Seong-cheol explained that most members of the Ishin Awakening Society had a hybrid fish-human form. Chief of Operations Yu Seong-cheol emphasized the difference between them and Japan. Kim Jong-yom had stopped the First Legion, but in Japan, no one could stop the Ishin Awakening Society. Yu Seong-cheol continued, saying that the Ishin Awakening Society gradually expanded its influence and controlled all of Japan. And everything began yesterday, when a colossal foot stomped into the water. A colossal, muscular creature with a shark head and a fishtail, named Hideki, the attack commander of the Ishin Awakening Society, had appeared in Busan. A man in a red scarf stared in horror at the creature, asking what kind of monster it was, while a man in a brown shirt standing nearby also trembled. Hideki, who appeared from nowhere, charged forward with his wide maw full of sharp fangs, beginning to slaughter innocent people. Busan Representative Park Seo-yeon explained that Hideki appeared and massacred people in Busan because the Ishin Awakening Society had taken control of all of Japan, and now they were targeting other countries. The girl continued, her voice serious, stating that immediately after Hideki's visit they had sent a declaration of war. Kim Jong-yom exclaimed in confusion, unable to believe the situation was so chaotic when everyone should be helping each other to survive. Busan Representative Park Seo-yeon announced that they had no information about the enemy other than that they were fish people, their numbers or abilities unknown. But in just 6 days, they would flood into Busan. She continued to explain that, for an urgent response, they had tried to contact nearby military units to recruit awakened individuals, but the numbers were too few. Kim Jong-yom pondered, hand on his chin, suddenly understanding why Chief of Operations Yu Seong-cheol looked like he had aged so quickly. The young man mused, concluding that the enemy had allied with creatures from other dimensions. At first glance, this situation seemed similar to the battle with the First Legion. But back then, even the strongest individuals only reached level 8. But now, new threats had emerged, in all sorts of grotesque forms, signaling an entirely different level of danger. Kim Jong-yom continued to deduce that the Ishin Awakening Society must have level 7 individuals, making the situation no longer like the confrontation with the First Legion. He mused, admitting they had absolutely no information about the Ishin Awakening Society, or the creatures from other dimensions with whom they had allied. He told himself that they also couldn't send Mordred to gather information as before, so in this situation, the only thing they could do was... Kim Jong-yom decisively declared, they must prepare for the worst-case scenario right now. Chief of Operations Yu Seong-cheol hesitantly called his name, his face full of apprehension. Kim Jong-yom confidently declared he would add an impressive shoulder epaulette here. Busan Representative Park Seo-yeon continued, knowing he had just returned from China. She was hesitant to ask, but could Colonel Kim Jong-yom provide further assistance? Chief of Operations Yu Seong-cheol smiled in relief, nodding in agreement. Kim Jong-yom looked straight ahead, his voice resolute.
Let's try to stop them.
He began by asking about the number of awakened individuals currently at the Joint Chiefs of Staff. A colossal blue pillar of light suddenly appeared, surrounding hundreds of martial arts anthologies that Colonel Kim Jong-yom had brought, causing Chief of Operations Yu Seong-cheol to exclaim in astonishment. Kim Jong-yom smiled, beginning his words. For example, he offered a friendly smile and asked, "Long time no see. Are you doing well?" Kim Jong-yom looked directly at the burly man opposite him and called out, "Song Hyun-gu." Song Hyun-gu smiled, gave a military salute, and confidently replied, "Thanks to my abilities, I'm doing quite well. I hope you are too, Jong-yom." Kim Jong-yom also replied that he was doing well thanks to his abilities, then hesitated, saying, "Well, the reason I'm here is..." The young man awkwardly admitted he had a difficult favor to ask. Hearing this, Song Hyun-gu immediately affirmed, "If it's a request from you, Jong-yom, I'm willing to help in any way." Kim Jong-yom curiously asked what it was, and the burly man began to explain. Well, in 6 days, in Busan, the sunset sky glowed with vibrant orange and purple hues, signaling the end of the day. Song Hyun-gu listened thoughtfully, then smiled reassuringly. "I understand. Don't worry, that's an easy task for me." A military helicopter was already parked on the landing pad, and Song Hyun-gu continued, his voice full of hidden meaning. "Actually, I've been waiting for you for a long time, Jong-yom." Kim Jong-yom, surprised, pointed at himself and confusedly asked, "For me? Why?" James, the man with the goatee, leaned against the wall, holding a glowing blue stone, and explained, "I once said I'd only help if you came to America, but after witnessing your abilities, I realized I was wrong." He looked directly at Kim Jong-yom and admitted, "I truly don't know what your abilities are." James continued to ask, his eyes full of curiosity, "How many more machines like this do you have thanks to your abilities?" A dazzling burst of light suddenly erupted against the backdrop of the brilliant sunset sky. Kim Jong-yom strode along the brick-paved road, his footsteps steady. The young man continued to walk, his gaze thoughtful as he looked down at the ground. Kim Jong-yom subtly smirked, thinking to himself, he has no idea about my abilities. Good thing I finally showed off a bit. It's great that all misunderstandings have been cleared up. In summary, the current forces include 200 awakened individuals from the Joint Chiefs of Staff, 20 combat-capable individuals, including Song Hyun-gu, and James as well. The young man continued to walk, pondering. The martial artist will be busy dealing with the aftermath in Beijing, so we'll talk to them ahead. He raised his head to look at the brilliant horizon, his hands clenched as if harboring an important decision. From the rooftop of a tall building, the young man surveyed the entire scene, the sunset light painting the space golden. Kim Jeong-jeom suddenly grew thoughtful, wondering how long it had been since he last used enhancement stones. Shimmering, multicolored enhancement stones appeared in his palm, reminding him of the long time they had been forgotten. A mysterious smile formed on Kim Jeong-yeom's lips, for he knew exactly where to unleash their full power. The system immediately responded, declaring it an urgent time to reinforce forces, and a series of notifications appointing roundtable knights such as Lionel, Gawain, Galahad, Tristan, and Caradoc continuously appeared. A dazzling light exploded, and an armored boot slowly became visible, signaling the appearance of a legendary warrior. The clang of metal echoed as the sturdy boot hit the ground, creating a decisive sound. Each heavy footstep resonated, and in the blink of an eye, Kim Jeong-yeom stood amidst a mighty army of newly summoned knights, their aura soaring to the heavens. Kim Jeong-yeom stood amidst a mighty army of newly summoned knights, their aura soaring to the heavens. The young man smiled contentedly, a familiar feeling rising within him, as if he had just reunited with family after many years apart. A multitude of knights with gleaming armor and fiery eyes stood solemnly in formation, ready and awaiting orders. From the cold Mordred to the valiant Lancelot, all 12 knights of the Round Table were now fully assembled, forming a perfect combat formation. Kim Jeong-yeom confidently put his hands on his hips, a satisfied smile on his face. Excellent. Now, I can rest easy. In the distance, Song Hyun-gu stood waiting, while Kim Jeong-yeom was still immersed in the joy of victory. Song Hyun-gu stood there alone, his gaze fixed firmly ahead, ready for the upcoming challenges. The burly young man's face shone with intense focus, every feature exuding determination. He turned his back, gazing into the distance where the city's skyscrapers appeared and disappeared in the afternoon sun. Suddenly, Song Hyun-gu blushed crimson, exclaiming awkwardly, "Whoa, that's too sexy." It turned out he was admiring the panoramic view of Busan City, where tall buildings proudly stretched towards the sun. A tactical staff officer was presenting the operational plan, emphasizing the importance of detailed preparation for the upcoming battle. In the meeting room, Kim Jeong-yeom and his comrades listened attentively, understanding that the lack of information about the enemy required them to exert maximum effort to minimize damage. After the intense meeting, Baek Min-woo immediately set about building a strong base to defend against enemy attack. At the same time, James, the skilled welder, poured his efforts into renovating warships, preparing for the fierce naval battle against the merfolk tribe. Watching him work tirelessly, Kim Jeong-yeom couldn't help but worry, wondering if he was placing too heavy a burden on James's shoulders. But then James removed his welding mask and flashed a confident smile, making the young man secretly think, "Well, it seems I've underestimated this pervert." Not letting time go to waste, Kim Jeong-yeom quickly sought help from the martial artists, who fortunately had just finished their own work. Wu Yang, the long-haired man, smiled back at Kim Jeong-yeom, affirming that as long as it was a request from great hero Jeong-yeom, they would never refuse. However, not all martial artists could leave China. Only a few of the strongest, including Wu Yang and Quan Ryong, came to assist in training the awakened with traditional martial arts techniques. Watching the girl Quan Ryong train enthusiastically, Kim Jeong-yeom sincerely thanked them for their generous help, even though they had previously said everything was fine. Wu Yang humbly replied, saying that this help was nothing compared to what they had received, then unexpectedly moved on to a more important matter. He explained that Kim Jeong-yeom had to leave in a hurry last time, so it wasn't convenient to say, but now he had a favor to ask. Kim Jeong-yeom looked in surprise at the sword Wu Yang was holding, curiously asking, "This is?" Wu Yang proudly introduced it as Lin Guangjian, a family heirloom of the Qigong sect, which he had enhanced with a stone found while hunting insects, and its power had now become formidable. The young man, Kim Jeong-yeom's eyes widened in astonishment when Wu Yang made an incredible request. "Can you replicate this sword?" Wu Yang explained that he wanted to share this power with those who needed it, and believed that only great hero Jeong-yeom had the ability to do so. Kim Jeong-yeom was still confused, hesitating. "No, I mean, even so, to casually give away a family heirloom like this." Without waiting for him to finish, Wu Yang placed the sword in Kim Jeong-yeom's hand, his gaze firm, and said, "Thank you." Kim Jeong-yeom smiled as he took the sword, initially intending to keep it but then deciding to distribute it to those who needed it. While the system displayed information about Lin Guangjian +1 with penetration and acceleration attribute, with renewed determination, Kim Jeong-yeom strode forward, his legs emitting a brilliant blue light, ready for the task ahead. Kim Jeong-yeom stepped out of a brightly glowing spatial gate, his eyes confidently fixed forward, and said with hidden meaning, Minwoo, I've come to give you a gift. Baek Minwoo was sitting on the ground, turning his head to look at Kim Jong-yum, who stood steadily amidst the stream of blue energy. The young man's eyes widened, his face showing extreme surprise as he saw the person who had just appeared. He couldn't believe his ears, exclaiming in shock, "What? 1,000 magic stones?" Kim Jong-jom sat down next to Baek Minwoo, explaining that upon reaching ability level 10, one could receive a rank and a dimensional account with 1,000 stones, then continued to recount how he had hunted monsters to collect them. Baek Minwoo lowered his head, his voice dropping as he recalled being the only one without a rank in the bug hunting group, and having to return. The black-haired young man looked at Baek Minwoo with understanding, then pondered, will increasing ability levels raise one's rank? Kim Jong-yum recalled that most martial artists, including Woo Young, were at level 8, and he wondered if they could level up through dimensional registration documents, but found it more logical if they achieved ranks by upgrading their abilities, as those registration documents were extremely rare. He pondered again why Kwan Ryong had never mentioned this, even though she always had her eyes glued to the message window and constantly demanded more magic stone. Kim Jong-jim wondered if he had already upgraded her before, then thought about himself, only at level 5 and needing 100,000 magic stones to reach level 6, secretly calculating how much it would take to reach level 10. The young man turned to ask Baek Minwoo how many stones he had collected. Baek Minwoo replied with a slightly disappointed expression, 314. The black-haired young man then said he would pay the rest, as long as the other person helped him with one thing. Baek Minwoo looked up, his eyes full of doubt, asking, "A favor?" The black-haired young man raised his hand, signaling to Baek Minwoo, and a line of text appeared, announcing that Baek Minwoo would participate in the battle. Time passed quickly during preparations for the battle with the merfolk, and finally, the fated day arrived. Fierce waves crashed against the shore, signaling an earth-shattering confrontation about to unfold. The peaceful beach suddenly became chaotic, with towering waves. Ocean waves surged, forming a colossal wall of water, harboring a deadly threat. A multitude of gigantic merfolk creatures, with sharp teeth, emerged from beneath the water, charging straight towards the shore. A gigantic merfolk roared, announcing that a force of over 1,000 merfolk was crossing the sea, advancing towards Busan. A huge, muscular merfolk grandly declared the enemy's weapons useless, while also setting a condition: surrender the Busan representative in exchange for the honor of becoming subjects of the great empire, avoiding unnecessary bloodshed. Kim Jong-yum stood with his arms crossed, his sharp eyes fixed forward, a slight smirk on his lips as he uttered, "Oh, what arrogant words." The young man pondered for a moment. Then his eyes flashed with disdain, muttering to himself that such words were nothing but asking for trouble. A towering skyscraper appeared, and Kim Jong-yum angrily realized that the fools had opened the protective barrier themselves. Another merfolk laughed gleefully, growling that the enemy was truly planning to surrender the Busan representative. What a bunch of idiots! A series of giant merfolk roared, rushing swiftly through the shallow water, heading straight for the coast on attack orders. A ferocious merfolk opened its mouth wide, spewing a brilliant pink energy stream, ready to destroy everything in its path. But unexpectedly, that pink energy stream twisted violently, tearing through the air and striking the very merfolk charging forward, creating a terrifying scene of chaos. Kwan Ryong appeared powerfully, holding a glowing pink whip, her eyes coldly disdainful of the merfolk who were being outclassed by her. The female knight stood valiantly before the merfolk army, along with other knights, firmly declaring that no one was allowed to take another step towards her master. The merfolk suddenly froze, their faces bewildered and confused by the unexpected appearance of the knight army. A panicked merfolk exclaimed, feeling that the situation was not as Lord Hideki had described, then hastily called out Lord Makio's name. The gigantic Lord Makio, with his bulging muscles and distinctive hammerhead shark head, looked down coldly and ordered Asura to let him handle it himself. He opened his mouth wide, full of sharp fangs, growling that he would show the enemy the difference in power levels. Makio's terrifying teeth gnashed, ready to devour anyone in his way. A valiant armored knight appeared, crushing a smaller merfolk underfoot, coldly ordering everyone to clear the way. The remaining merfolk cheered excitedly, trusting in Lord Hideki's presence and deciding to use overwhelming numbers to crush their opponent. Suddenly, Wu Yang appeared with great presence, his long hair flowing in a brilliant golden energy stream, the sword in his hand shining dazzlingly. He charged into the midst of the merfolk swarm, swinging his sword like a storm, each slash tearing through the air and blowing away enemies with earth-shattering power. Wu Yang's gaze was resolute, highly focused, as he continued to rampage amidst the brilliant golden energy waves, turning the battlefield into his own stage. A punch exploded with fiery red energy, tearing through the air with terrifying power. Kwan Ryong unleashed a lightning-fast punch, fiery red energy piercing straight into the enemy. At the same time, Wu Yang delivered a powerful kick, dazzling golden energy knocking back another merfolk. A merfolk was slammed straight to the ground. Hideki roared, ordering, "Move it, you bastards!" Lord Hideki appeared, grandly declaring his power level. Even within the same rank, there are still different limits. I will show you. The giant Sharkman charged into battle, unleashing a powerful blue energy attack. A small merfolk was sent flying far away, soaring straight into the sea before the astonished eyes of its kin. It splashed into the water, creating a small column of spray. The remaining ones stood stunned, mouths agape and speechless. Suddenly, a panicked merfolk shouted, "Run! Something's wrong! Retreat!" They scrambled to flee towards the sea, believing it to be absolutely safe as no ships could pursue them there. Kim Jeongjeom stood silently looking out at the sea, where numerous merfolk figures were swiftly gliding away. He frowned, wondering, what the hell is this? They're just leaving? He recalled previous battles, when there were 3 level 7 lizardmen, and in Beijing, he had faced countless level 7 insects. Kim Jeongyam couldn't help but wonder, is this all their power amounts to? Suddenly, a massive blue energy wave swept across the sea surface. A colossal battleship crafted by James slowly emerged from the depths of the ocean like a firm declaration. Whatever the agreement, it is useless before this masterpiece of James. The ship glided majestically, tearing through the sea and creating fierce columns of waves. Kim Jeongyom turned to Baek Min-woo, giving a decisive order. Take me to Fukuoka. Lee Yong-soo, with a calm expression hidden behind his sunglasses, gripped the steering wheel and decisively ordered, full speed ahead, K, North Line. The ship cut through the waves, its majestic dragon bow charging straight forward, creating columns of white spray. Amidst the vast ocean, the colossal battleship glided swiftly, leaving surging waves in its wake. Kim Jeongyom stood in thought, his gaze sweeping over Lee Yong-soo, who was smiling meaningfully. 2 hours had passed since they headed towards Fukuoka, and Kim Jong-yeom began to feel uneasy. The young man's eyes were sharp and cold, wondering if he was being lured into some elaborate trap. He turned his back, thinking that such an obvious trap would be too trivial, but then wondered if it wasn't, as Lancelot and the other knights were surely distracted protecting the stronghold, except for Mordred. Nevertheless, the young man reassured himself, muttering that everything would be fine, and if necessary, he could retreat into subspace. Suddenly, strange sounds echoed, making Kim Jong-yeom startle and turn sharply, a confident smile on his face as he exclaimed, "Ha ha ha! It truly is a lure operation." Immediately, a colossal, pitch-black and terrifying whale-like creature suddenly surged up from the deep sea, closing in on the ship. The monster's brilliant blue eyes glowed brightly, staring fiercely at the ship. Kim Jeong-yeom stood stunned, exclaiming in surprise that just by its appearance, he could tell how powerful it was. He was extremely worried, realizing that if this monster landed in Busan, the entire city would be destroyed, and they had to stop it right here. Without hesitation, the young man immediately ordered, "Its power is unknown, so first, fire the H-beam." A colossal, brilliant blue H-beam energy stream immediately shot out from the ship, tearing through the water and heading straight for the monster. The powerful energy beam directly impacted the monster's head, creating a dazzling explosion of light. The monster let out an earth-shattering roar, but the H-beam seemed to have only lightly wounded it. Kim Jong-yeom looked out, his expression grave, thinking to himself that, as expected, the previous attack was not enough to defeat it. The monster still stood tall on the sea's surface, and around it, blue energy crystals began to glow, while a system notification appeared. Space account ownership has been transferred. Previous balance, 143. Space account acquired. New balance, 54,827. Kim Jong-yeom stared in astonishment at the newly appeared system panel, the colossal number leaving him dumbfounded. Colonel Kim frowned, wondering if this was also part of the lure operation, or if something even more unexpected was hidden. The young man smirked slightly, his eyes resolute, as he declared himself ready to face any next level 7 enemy, telling them to bring it on. About 10 minutes later, Lee Yong-soo returned, announcing their arrival in Fukuoka, which greatly surprised Kim Jong-yeom due to the incredibly fast travel speed. He thought to himself, how strange, crossing the sea without any incidents. He had expected an earth-shattering battle with the merfolk. In any case, it was fortunate to have crossed the sea safely, but from now on, this was enemy territory, and he constantly reminded himself to be highly vigilant. The young man looked out, his target clear, the Fukuoka representative who was hiding in that skyscraper. He told himself that the enemy was more obvious than expected. It could be a trap or monsters lurking everywhere. However, he had his own infiltration expert and signaled Mordred to begin action. Mordred, the black-armored knight, immediately bowed in obedience, ready to infiltrate and gather intelligence as per his master's command. The Holy Knight transformed into a faint purple light, swiftly gliding down the spiral staircase, disappearing into the darkness. The purple phantom glided past a room where 2 merfolk creatures were whispering, completely unaware of the intruder's presence. Meanwhile, an angry voice echoed from behind, cursing the annoying bastards. A shark-headed creature with a fierce expression and pale pink skin growled, asking about Hideki and what he was doing. A small fish trembled as it replied that Hideki was stuck in some colossal structure, making the other furious to the point of disbelief. Like, are you kidding me? In another room, a black-haired man and a merfolk in a suit stood silently looking down at a creature lying motionless on the floor. The black-haired young man turned his back, coldly remarking that the enemy had underestimated South Korea's defense system. He continued, stating that South Korea's excellent achievements until now were not meaningless, while the merfolk in the suit bowed in apology. However, the merfolk quickly reassured, guaranteeing that even if Fukuoka was lost, their investment would not be damaged. The pink-headed fish monster angrily questioned the chairman. Who decided we would lose Fukuoka? The merfolk in the suit began to explain the situation in Busan, but the branch manager coldly dismissed it, stating that not killing the Busan representative did not necessarily mean failure. The branch manager continued, declaring that a direct confrontation with Busan was excessive and should be postponed, as he was currently in Japan. He coldly declared he would abolish the regional representative program as he saw fit and ordered imprison him underground. The vested fishman was initially surprised, then quickly understood the branch manager's intention and obeyed, but the pink-headed fish monster was completely shocked. The pink fishman frantically protested, explaining that the basement was only for monsters like Madu Gui, while he was just a normal level 8 individual, his face distorted from extreme fear, his eyes wide with horror. The branch manager coldly tightened his grip on the pink-headed fish monster's neck, making him groan in pain, while promising to release him after achieving his goal. The pink fishman was suspended in midair. The branch manager declared he would release him after eliminating the Busan representative. From the shadows, Mordred appeared, his form transforming into a faint purple spiritual entity. Mordred's glowing golden eyes gleamed in the purple mist, full of mystery and power. Kim Jong-yum scoffed, "What a joke!" Mordred, seemingly confused, asked back, "A joke? Why so?" He quickly explained that it was just a metaphor. Kim Jong-yum suddenly realized this was a real battle, not a deceptive campaign as he had thought. He mused. The president had imprisoned the Fukuoka representative, who was a fishman, and the one giving orders was another dimensional entity called the branch manager. He continued to analyze. A level 0 branch manager and a president created an extremely chaotic chain of command. But Mordred was not mistaken. Kim Jong-yum confidently declared he was here to deal with the Fukuoka representative, so the titles of president or branch manager meant nothing to him. However, one thing still bothered Kim Jong-yum. A dimensional entity, neither human nor fishman, had made the regional representative title in the sky disappear. He wondered if it was an exiled sorcerer like Sulzan, or a high-ranking individual like Fly. And what exactly was this Madu Gui imprisoned underground? Kim Jong-yum decided to cast aside all thoughts. His top priority was the Fukuoka representative, not all of Japan, and suddenly remembered he had brought a bunch of keys. Kim Jong-yum suddenly realized he was holding a bunch of keys. He exclaimed in astonishment, "This is a key?" A hand in a black glove skillfully inserted a key into the lock. A decisive click echoed. Colonel Kim looked up at the giant door with countless intertwined locks, surrounded by sluggish, mutated creatures. The young man muttered to himself, then suddenly understood. Ah, so that's why there are so many keys. Kim Jong-yum turned to the black-cloaked knight, his voice full of doubt. "Mordred, you said this underground holds monsters so dangerous that even Japan has to be wary." Mordred's glowing golden eyes gleamed in the darkness. He replied mysteriously, "That is my conjecture." Colonel Kim mused, recalling the story of the Fukuoka representative who was afraid to go underground because of a monster named Madu Gui. He thought to himself, just hearing the name felt ominous. The young man decided to cast aside all complex thoughts, focusing on the main objective. Let's skip the elaborate theatrics. We need to find the Fukuoka representative as quickly as possible. Mordred bowed slightly, obeying the order. "Understood, master." Kim Jong-yum walked decisively, the sound of his shoes echoing on the ground. Both entered a vast, dark, and empty space, making Colonel Kim wonder. It looks like a hospital, or perhaps a prison. The young man looked around, his face full of skepticism, surprisingly empty. Where exactly is the Fukuoka representative? Suddenly, Mordred gestured, making Kim Jong-yum startle and look. Colonel Kim surprisingly called Mordred's name upon seeing the black-cloaked knight had removed his hood, revealing a terrifying skeletal face and glowing golden eyes. He asked, "Mordred, what's wrong?" The black-cloaked knight stood tall, his body enveloped by ethereal purple energy chains. A man was suspended by similar energy chains, his face full of horror. Kim Jong-yum was stunned, he exclaimed. "A person?" The young man observed more closely, his face showing clear concern. "Is he being tortured? He doesn't look well at all," he continued, his tone shifting to confident. "I don't know how you ended up like this, but since we've met here, why don't we have a little chat?" The blindfolded man, head bowed low, seemed to be trembling. Kim Jong-yum still tried to ask, Are you all right? Suddenly, the suspended man lifted his head. His trembling voice echoed.
That voice! Who are you? Are you a member of the Yushin Awakening Society?
The suspended man sighed in relief, explaining that he was imprisoned for opposing the Yushin Awakening Society, and realized Kim Jong-yum was not an enemy. Kim Jong-yum frowned in thought, telling himself that this person was not an enemy, because he himself was also confronting the Yushin Awakening Society. Immediately, Kim Jong-yum ordered Mordred, free this man. The black-cloaked knight did not hesitate, replied to his master, then used purple energy to shatter the chains. Sato Daichi was freed, rubbed his wrists, then turned to thank his saviors and proposed cooperation between the two sides. Kim Jong-yum chuckled, remarking that he was a rare good person in these times. Kim Jong-yum wondered if he was a member of the government forces, but Sato Daichi shook his head, denying it. He revealed that the Yushin Society had manipulated the government for a long time, and it was precisely because he didn't know this that he was deceived, leading to his imprisonment. Sato Daichi suddenly remembered, introduced himself as a civilian named Sato Daichi, then revealed an alias that the Yushin Society often used to call him. The young man smiled meaningfully, declaring, "They call me Madugi." Kim Jong-yum was stunned, his eyes wide with surprise upon hearing that name. Sato Daichi completely removed his blindfold, turned to face the two, his expression now calmer. Seeing Kim Jong-yum's expression, Sato Daichi was slightly surprised and asked back, "Oh, so you also know about Madugui?" Kim Jong-yum shook his head, explaining that he had only heard about it, that it was a powerful monster that even the fishfolk tribe feared. Sato Daichi nodded in confirmation, adding that Madugui was an extremely powerful level 7 monster. He explained that what the fishfolk tribe particularly feared was the terrifying heat that Madugui emitted, considering it their natural enemy. Kim Jong-yum thoughtfully looked at Sato Daichi, secretly wondering if that was his ability, because Sato Daichi's appearance was no different from an ordinary person. Sato Daichi firmly denied it, while pulling up his shirt, preparing to reveal a shocking truth. Before Kim Jong-yum's eyes, Sato Daichi revealed his upper body with glowing red, strangely shaped scars, like ancient characters shining on his skin. He calmly explained, "My ability is to seal it within my own body." Kim Jong-yum was still stunned, muttering the word seal as if trying to understand this ability better. An illusory image appeared, illustrating the sealing ability. The user can imprison a target within their body, but only once. To seal again, the previous seal must be released, and the consequences depend on the sealed object. In a sudden scene, both were sitting on the floor, enjoying delicious pizza. Sato Daichi continued to explain the side effects of the ability. The larger the target, the stronger the backlash, causing him to weaken, feel dizzy, and even faint. Kim Jong-yum secretly thought that sounded familiar, while Sato Daichi concluded he had discovered this after sealing Madugui. Sato Daichi continued to chew his pizza ravenously, asserting that Madugi was terrifyingly powerful, far surpassing any level 7 monster Kim Jong-yum had ever known. The imprisoned man emphasized that the monster had destroyed everything. All attacks were ineffective, and all they could do was pray it wouldn't pass through their location. The black-haired young man asserted only his ability could stop Madugui. He added, the government knew this, and, along with other awakened individuals, they had planned to seal the monster. Sato Daichi stated that Madugui had been successfully sealed, but problems arose immediately afterward, leading to a bloody tragedy. In a past scene, he groaned in pain, blood gushing from a fatal wound on his abdomen. The imprisoned man revealed the horrifying truth. Those government forces were actually members of the Yushin Awakening Society, but they realized it too late. Sato Daichi explained that at first, they sent people who hadn't transformed into fishmen so that they wouldn't be recognized. The Yushin Awakening Society began massacring other awakened individuals as soon as Madugui was sealed. The black-haired young man speculated the reason they gathered them was to make it easier to. He concluded they had killed any awakened individual who refused to join their side. Sato Daichi looked at the scar on his abdomen, thoughtfully recounting that he had resisted and been kidnapped, imprisoned here, unable to die, only kept alive by nutrients. Kim Jong-yum suddenly understood. That was why there were hospital medical instruments here. The imprisoned man sincerely thanked Kim Jong-yum once again for rescuing. Kim Jong-yum replied that there was no need to thank him. He just did what needed to be done, then paused meaningfully. Colonel Kim asked directly about their next plan. Sato Daichi sighed, saying that, unfortunately, he couldn't do anything. He explained that he really wanted to release the seal and become Madugui to wipe out the Yushin Awakening Society. But if he did that, he would also be swept away, and no one could control or stop Madugui as it rampaged across Japan. Kim Jong-yum looked at Sato Daichi, his face thoughtful, asking if there was a limit or a price to unsealing and then resealing Madugui. A column of fiery light erupted from underground, tearing through the night and causing the entire tall building to shake violently. In just an instant, An earth-shattering explosion tore apart the structure, turning everything into scattered debris in a sea of fire. The terrifying destructive power spread, leveling every block of concrete, iron, and steel, creating a terrifyingly chaotic scene. The city was engulfed in flames. Continuous shockwaves blew everything away. No structure could remain standing. Rolling flames devoured everything, turning the entire area into a giant forge, signaling the emergence of a destructive force. In the midst of the chaos, a blood-red eye suddenly opened, its brutal gaze sweeping over everything. An ear-splitting roar echoed. Madugui, with its colossal body and bulging muscles, had been completely unleashed. The monster stood tall amidst the sea of fire, its glowing red eyes and sharp teeth clearly visible, terrifying the small fish-like creatures around it. The panicked fish monsters cried out, unable to believe their eyes as they recognized the destroyer before them was Madugui. Madugui's colossal foot descended, crushing the ground and all unfortunate creatures beneath it. Each step of the monster carried destructive power, leaving the weak unable to react in time. The fish monsters groaned in pain, their throats feeling scorched, unable to breathe under the terrifying pressure. Madugui continued to roar, rampaging through the sea of fire, each strike creating a shockwave that shook the entire area. It mercilessly trampled the fish creatures attempting to flee, turning them into streaks of blood and dust. Kim Jeong-yeom stood from a distance, his eyes pensive as he observed the unfolding scene of destruction. A system notification appeared, confirming that the Fukuoka representative had died, and the Busan area had won this territorial conflict. The young man softly said, "It's done." He turned to look at Sato Daichi, calmly announcing the death of the Fukuoka representative and reassuring him not to worry about the backlash from the seal. Kim Jeong-yeom confidently asserted that he would handle everything as long as Sato Daichi focused on sealing Madugui. Sato Daichi responded hesitantly, unable to help but marvel that even though this wasn't the time to be impressed, Kim Jeong-yeom was truly too cool. Sato Daichi mused, his eyes sparkling with a purple hue, thinking about Kim Jeong-yeom. It's not because of his power, but he just does what needs to be done. The young man continued to take off his shirt, his gaze still fixed on Kim Jeong-yeom, silently marveling at the naturalness of the other's actions, helping others without hesitation, as if it's second nature. The young man gently closed his eyes, feeling the surge of purple energy, admitting that it was Kim Jeong-yeom's attitude and demeanor that made him admire him. Sato Daichi nodded decisively, accepting that thought as correct. Do what needs to be done. That's right. He decisively pulled his shirt over his head, revealing his toned physique, telling himself it was time to fulfill his role. His white shirt fell to the ground, dust swirling. Sato Daichi stood with his back turned, his body ablaze with fiery energy. Behind him, two colossal figures were also intensely burning. The young man called out the enemy's name. Madugui, he roared, his entire body engulfed in flames, raising a finger to give the command, "Your freedom ends here. Seal once more." Madugui's glowing red eye suddenly twitched, reflecting extreme astonishment. A powerful surge of blue energy shot forth, striking directly into Madugui's fiery body. Sato Daichi, now completely transformed, shone brightly in a vortex of blue energy, while Kim Jeong-yeom stood firmly right behind him. Madugui let out a roar of pain, the sound echoing throughout the space. Its colossal arm was torn apart, the burning fragments vanishing in the blue light. Madugui's entire body began to crack and disintegrate piece by piece. Even a part of its body that looked like an electronic circuit board could not escape its fate of being crushed. The fiery energy on Sato Daichi's chest gradually receded but still smoldered. The exhausted young man collapsed. Kim Jeong-yeom caught him in time, placing a hand on his still glowing chest. Sato Daichi let out a faint groan. Kim Jeong-yeom looked at Sato Daichi reassuringly, his voice full of acknowledgement. "You did great, Daichi." Sato Daichi's hand trembled, energy still lingering on his body. He mumbled, "I also did what needed to be done." "Huh?" Just then, Lee Yong-soo rushed over, curiously asking Kim Jeong-yeom about the person who had just appeared. Kim Jeong-yeom and Lee Yong-soo helped the exhausted Sato Daichi, explaining that he was Japanese and suffering severe side effects from his abilities, and suggested taking him to the sofa first. He looked at Lee Yong-soo, smiled lightly, and said that he probably wasn't too surprised anymore whenever he brought someone new back. Suddenly, Kim Jeong-yeom's eyes narrowed, a faint blue light sparkling in his pupils. He turned his back, staring at a virtual notification board appearing before his eyes. While Sato Daichi was still being supported by his teammates, the notification board clearly displayed the victory reward. Regarding the victory reward, please receive guidance from the Japanese branch of the Multidimensional Chamber of Commerce. He mumbled softly, full of doubt. Multidimensional Chamber of Commerce Japanese branch? In his mind, Kim Jeong-yeom began to piece things together. The one who imprisoned the Fukuoka representative underground was the chairman, and the one who gave orders to him was the branch manager from another dimension. He mused. This hierarchy seemed a bit strange for a branch manager to be able to give orders to the chairman. Lee Yong-soo suddenly called out, his gaze directed forward, as if he had discovered something unusual. A colossal sphere made of hexagonal cells appeared in mid-air. Inside was a mysterious figure, and the surrounding monsters were all turning their gaze towards it. Inside the sphere, two strange creatures stood tall. A pale green-skinned man with pointed ears wearing a white vest and a shark monster wearing a black vest. Behind that, interestingly, height-disparate monster duo was a building that looked ordinary, but had unfamiliar architecture. Kim Jeongyam exclaimed in surprise, realizing this was the Japanese branch of the multidimensional Chamber of Commerce. Lee Yong-soo immediately took Sato Daichi from Kim Jeongyam, saying that he still had matters to resolve, and that he would take care of the Fukuoka representative. Rewinding time to the moment Madugui escaped, the Fukuoka representative had sacrificed himself, and clearly something unusual was happening. A man in a white coat, referred to as the Soul